Chapter 1. The Silver Dragon King, the Phoenix Egg, Yunza. On the Douluo Continent lies the Stardo Great Forest, once a vast expanse adorned with verdant trees and teeming with soul beasts. Now, however, its grandeur has diminished significantly, leaving only a fraction of its former splendor. Enclosing the forest is a towering metallic dam, rising over 300 meters high. Above it, at an altitude of nearly 1,000 meters, a nearly transparent energy shield shimmers in the air. Together, the dam and the energy shield form an immense cage, trapping the Stardo Great Forest within. Various soul-guided weaponry are stationed atop the dam, while heavily armed guards, all exuding fluctuations of soul power, patrol the perimeter. Oh, you see that? A voice exclaimed, pointing toward the sky. Nearby individuals felt a surge of anxiety and turned their gaze upward to witness a rapidly enlarging crimson light. The red light continued to swell, resembling a descending fireball. As it fell, the temperature on the ground soared at a distance of mere thousands of meters. It had already surpassed 50 degrees Celsius. "Shoot it down," a commander shouted, sensing the imminent threat posed by the fireball. If it continued on its trajectory, the ground temperature could escalate to several hundred degrees, resulting in catastrophic casualties. No sooner had the command been issued than several soul-guided weapons on the dam aimed toward the sky, launching dozens of shells into the order.The in addition. 10 black mechas ascended, initially moving slowly before accelerating dramatically once several hundred meters above the ground, charging toward the fireball. The shells traced elegant arcs through the sky, but before they could near the fireball, they erupted in midair at a distance of 1 kilometer. The temperature around the fireball exceeded 5,000 degrees, rendering the shells incapable of withstanding such extreme heat, leading to their immediate detonation. The surfaces of the 10 black mechas shimmered with dark energy, shielding their operators from the intense heat. A horrifying scream erupted from the mecha closest to the fireball, and soon, the entire machine began to melt. Indeed, it was melting. The specially designed black mecha could not endure the fireball's searing temperature, transforming the metal into liquid. The other mecha operators were filled with dread, hastily maneuvering their machines away from the impending doom. Regrettably, it was too late. The fireball descended with such velocity that they had no chance of escaping its wrath. The fireball passed mere hundreds of meters from them, continuing its descent while they succumbed to the unbearable heat, their mechas dissolving. "Quickly, use your soul power to shield your bodies." Urgent cries echoed from atop the dam. Concurrently, a piercing alarm blared, and the energy shield above the dam flickered with brilliant light, automatically enhancing its defensive capabilities to a state of readiness. The soul masters on the outer perimeter of the dam screamed in agony, many rolling on the ground, their bodies flushed red, as if their very blood were evaporating under the oppressive heat. They should count themselves fortunate that the fireball's landing point was at the dam's center rather than its edges. Had it been otherwise, the searing temperature would undoubtedly have led to their demise. With a resounding crash, the fireball collided with the energy shield, which, although designed to withstand ferocious attacks, shattered with the fragility of tofu, effortlessly. Breached by the flaming projectile, the fireball continued unimpeded, crashing through the energy shield and entering the cage within. The moment the fireball entered, a formidable surge of energy erupted within the Stardo forest. This energy wave transcended the realm of soul power, warping the surrounding space with its intensity. That it surged towards the fireball, seemingly determined to absorb its searing heat to prevent it from igniting the entire forest. In the heart of the Stardo forest, a colossal silver dragon, measuring over 100 feet in length, emitted a beam of light from its brow to confront the fireball. The energy it unleashed, capable of withstanding extreme temperatures, faltered within moments, its body trembling from the strain of maintaining such resistance. Nearby, enormous soul beasts gazed at the descending fireball with palpable fear. Their instincts warned them that this fireball heralded death. Should it descend, their fate would be sealed. "Master, do not concern yourself with us. Flee for your life. We may perish, but you must survive," a massive black dragon urged anxiously. "What Tion said is true. You must leave this place at once," echoed the other soul beasts in urgent agreement. The silver dragon, however, remained resolute, struggling against the overwhelming energy of the fireball, feeling its own power dwarfed in comparison. A voice of confusion emerged from within the fireball, and then, astonishingly, its energy began to wane, the temperature plummeting sharply. The fireball, initially over 10 meters in diameter and radiating intense flames, started to diminish in size. The silver dragon felt a sense of relief wash over it as the pressure dissipated, its gaze filled with perplexity at the sudden weakening of the fireball's energy. It understood that this change was not due to its own efforts, but rather the fireball's voluntary retraction of energy. After a moment's contemplation, it began to withdraw its own energy, allowing the fireball to fall naturally to the ground. With the silver dragon no longer obstructing it, the fireball plummeted along its original trajectory. With a thunderous crash, the entire Stardo forest trembled violently, soil erupting into the air and flames igniting anew. Outside the dam, the station's soul masters were thrown into disarray, many suffering burns from the intense heat, writhing in agony on the ground. As the temperature began to decrease, those who were in slightly better condition rushed to provide aid and called for help. The alarms at the dam blared, and numerous mechas surged forth from the structure, taking position above the forest, surrounding the energy shield that was breached by the fireball's impact. Over 100 purple and black mechas, along with a single red one, stood ready around the gaping hole. Maintaining a distance of several hundred meters from the breach, they were cautious of sudden attacks from the soul beasts within, as well as fearful of the fireball. They had no desire to become the next victims of its searing heat. The energy shield, which once allowed visibility of the situation below, was now shrouded in a thick black mist, rendering it invisible to the naked eye. In the forest, the enormous soul beasts encircled the fireball, watching it with a mix of curiosity and trepidation, unwilling to approach. Even the mightiest silver dragon dared not venture close, observing the fireball from a safe distance. Upon striking the ground, the fireball created a massive pit over 10 meters deep, with charred earth and flames licking the edges of the crater. Rather than merely being a fireball, it resembled an egg. The orb, approximately half a meter in diameter, radiated a brilliant crimson hue, adorned with intricate patterns. Resembling phoenixes, so vivid that one might believe these mythical birds were poised to take flight at any moment. The inherent pressure emanating from this egg instigated an agitation within the blood of the soul beasts, rendering them weak and instinctively compelled to submit. Those soul beasts under 100,000 years of age had already collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, unable to withstand the formidable pressure of its lineage. With a resounding thud, a 100,000-year-old golden-winged eagle succumbed to the force, plummeting from the sky, its eyes filled with terror. The other soul beasts strained to endure, yet the pressure was overwhelming, and their resilience would not last long. Even the mightiest of them, the silver dragon, sensed the suppression of its bloodline. The lineage of this phoenix egg was of such a high caliber that even it found itself at a disadvantaged. A flicker of intense dread crossed the silver dragon's violet eyes. What species could possess such strength? Even if it is indeed a phoenix egg, its bloodline should not exert pressure upon me, it mused, perplexed. It was clear that the silver dragon had underestimated the origins of this phoenix egg. In truth, the pressure that compelled the soul beast to bow was but a mere fraction of its true might. Had the egg revealed its genuine force, they would have been obliterated in an instant, and even the silver dragon would not have been spared. Of course, it currently lacked the ability to unveil its full power. I require the essence of life, gold as my recompense. In return, I can promise you one matter. A faint voice emerged from within the phoenix egg. The voice was melodious, youthful, reminiscent of a person in their 20s, calm and serene, devoid of any emotional undertones. Upon hearing this voice, the soul beasts were struck with astonishment, as if they had encountered a ghost. The egg was capable of speech. The silver dragon, too, was taken aback even with its vast knowledge. This was an unprecedented occurrence, leaving it momentarily at a loss. However, it soon regained composure, instinctively recognizing that the phoenix egg was indeed addressing it. "Who are you?" The silver dragon ventured to communicate with the egg. The powerful beasts surrounding it, black dragon, emerald swan, and dark gold claw bear, remained silent, hesitant to interject. "Yunze, I am curious to learn about your origins," the silver dragon inquired. "The tale of my origins may be beyond your comprehension, so I shan't divulge it at this moment. Instead, please answer my previous question," came Yunze's calm response from within the egg. Having been besieged by several celestial emperors within the Chaos Dragon Cavern, he sustained grievous injuries, causing his celestial path and innate talents to falter, leading to a process of rebirth. This necessitated the relinquishing of his powers to transcend the laws and undergo a rebirth. During this process, he lost consciousness, unaware of how long he drifted through the cosmic void. At one point, it seemed he had descended into a minor world, which, not long ago, suffered an assault from a formidable entity, resulting in its shattering. Such energy levels could not breach the shell of the egg. They merely sent him flying, and after an indeterminate duration, he ultimately landed here. At this rate of rebirth, it would take no more than 1,000 years for him to emerge from the shell. Yet, given the presence of life-infused essence of gold here, there was no need to wait any longer. Though the essence of the spirit gold here is of inferior quality, it still offers a modicum of assistance to him, capable of shortening the time required for his rebirth. After a moment of contemplation, the silver dragon inquired, "If I provide you with spirit gold, what services might you render in return? As long as your requests do not exceed the worth of the spirit gold and do not contravene my principles, I shall fulfill your needs," came the reply. "How much spirit gold do you require?" the silver dragon asked. "All of it." Yunze's response darkened the silver dragon's expression, while the demeanor of the soul beasts, including Tion, grew increasingly hostile. Chapter 2. Spirit Gold and the Transaction with the Soul Beasts. The spirit gold is the lifeblood of the Stardo forest. Should it be entirely taken, the forest itself would meet its demise. The silver dragon refrained from outright rejecting Yunze. From the destruction caused by Yunze's fall and the terrifying pressure he exuded, she sensed his extraordinary nature. She was almost certain he was a being of divine king caliber, perhaps even more formidable. Otherwise, he would not be able to exert such immense pressure upon her. Furthermore, his bloodline felt more potent than that of the dragon god. The greater his strength, the more substantial the benefits he could offer, potentially surpassing the value of the spirit gold, which is why she hesitated to refuse him outright. "How can I trust that you won't turn against me once you obtain the spirit gold?" the silver dragon questioned skeptically. "You do not know me, and words alone will not suffice. It now rests upon your willingness to take a gamble," Yunze replied. "Choose to trust me, and I assure you will not regret this decision. Should you choose not to trust me, consider our prior conversation as if it had never occurred. Waiting an additional 1,000 years is merely a trivial waste of time for me." He remained remarkably calm, not desperately seeking the spirit gold. Its possession was preferable, yet he could accept its absence. The silver dragon's lack of understanding of Yunze's nature contributed to her indecision. Had they been in the realm of cultivation, such a proposition would have been met with immediate agreement. Any hesitation would be deemed a profound disrespect towards the divine Phoenix Emperor. The silver dragon neither refused nor acquiesced, her heart torn, uncertain whether to place her trust in this unfamiliar individual. "My lord, do not acquiesce," the black dragon Tion whispered, urging caution. Ignoring Tion's counsel, the silver dragon pondered deeply before responding. "I require your assistance in revitalizing the soul beast clan. Can you accomplish this? Please elaborate on the current plight of your soul beasts and the extent to which you wish to restore them." Yunze did not offer an immediate affirmation. If the task demanded an extended period, exceeding a millennium, he would see no reason to agree to Tion. The silver dragon gestured for him to elucidate the state of the soul beasts. She had only just awakened and was preparing to venture into the human realm to gather information for retribution. Before she could depart, she encountered Yunze, whose overwhelming energy shattered the spatial passage she had opened, forcing her to resist, which resulted in considerable injury. Reluctantly, Tion began to recount the conditions of the soul beasts. As he spoke, the surrounding soul beasts displayed sorrow, unable to suppress their anguished roars towards the heavens. Once prosperous, the soul beasts now faced desolation, and if circumstances did not change, it was conceivable that within a few centuries they might vanish entirely from this world. Above the forest, outside the protective shield, the echoes of beastly roars sent the surrounding mechas retreating slightly, their vigilance heightened. After Emperor Tion spoke, the silver dragon, filled with animosity, declared, "If it were possible, I would wish for your assistance in utterly annihilating humanity, leaving only soul beasts to inhabit this world. Not even entertain the thought of exterminating humankind. Such ambitions are futile. The human race is the protagonist of this realm, cherished by the heavens," responded Emperor Tion. "To eradicate them would invite divine retribution, and in that moment, your soul beasts may find themselves accompanying humanity to the grave. There is no need for mutual destruction. Moreover, the essence of life you possess is insufficient to absolve me of the burdens of these blood-soaked consequences," he continued. "What I can offer is the enhancement of soul beasts' growth rate, the augmentation of their intelligence, and the establishment of a tranquil habitat for their existence. The plight of your soul beasts, teetering on the brink of extinction, stems merely from their reproductive and developmental pace lagging behind that of humanity. This solution addresses the root of your dilemma. That if you can accept this, then grant me the essence of life. If not, let us part ways," Yunze stated. "How will you elevate the growth rate and intellect of soul beasts?" the silver dragon asked, skepticism lacing its tone. Should the other party truly possess such capabilities, exchanging the essence of life for such promises would not be out of the question. After all, the Stardo forest was rapidly diminishing once it vanished entirely. Those metals might very well become a boon for humanity. Rather than allowing humanity to benefit, it was wiser to use them now, securing better prospect for the remaining soul beast. I have my methods. The specifics will be revealed in due time. What you must decide now is whether to trust me or not. This time, the silver dragon did not hesitate long, choosing to place its faith in Yunze, stating, I choose to take this gamble that I will surrender all the essence of life to you, but should you take it without fulfilling your promise, I and the entire soul beast race shall pursue you relentlessly, ensuring you pay dearly for deceiving us. Yunze disregarded the silver dragon's ominous words, simply replying, you shall not regret this decision. Take me to where the essence of life resides. The oppressive aura emanating from the phoenix egg dissipated entirely as the silver dragon levitated it with energy and vanished from the scene. Emperor Tian, do you think we can trust this Yunze? The Emerald Swan by Ji inquired. I do not know, Emperor Tian replied, shaking his head in resignation. After a pause, he added, but I have faith in our sovereign since she has chosen this path. Our duty is to support her unconditionally. Indeed, Bai Ji nodded, resigned. It seemed that trusting Yunze was their only option. Emperor Tian, a breach has formed in the shield. Shall we break free? The Bear King asked, an eager bloodlust evident in its tone, roar. The other soul beasts responded with excited roars, all advocating for an offensive. Emperor Tian gazed skyward, seemingly peering through the dark mist at the mechas outside, his eyes narrowing as an icy killing intent radiated from him. However, reason ultimately prevailed over bloodlust, and he soon regained his composure, declaring, until our sovereign issues a command, no one is permitted to act recklessly. Upon hearing the mention of their sovereign, the soul beasts fell silent, filled with deep reverence for the one who had just awakened to the depths of the lake of life. Within a certain space, the vitality of the golden essence of life is continually extracted and infused into the phoenix egg. This irregular, half-meter diameter orb of golden essence is rapidly dwindling as the immense life force amassed over millions of years is transferred. I will likely need another year before I can break free, Yunze communicated. The silver dragon understood and chose to remain, intending to observe for a while longer. Above the protective shield, witnessing no soul beasts emerging, the soul masters sighed in relief, yet felt a sense of bewilderment. Why aren't they charging out? Commander, it appears these soul beasts have indeed been domesticated into pets. They are far too docile, far too timid, one soul master scoffed. Ha, indeed. I thought we would engage in a thrilling battle. Yet these creatures are so cowardly that they lack even the courage to charge out. The red mech pilot, designated as their leader, felt a twinge of disappointment as he gazed into the impenetrable black mist, a profound perplexity flashing in his eyes. He could sense that the forest below had not ignited into flames, despite the fireball having descended within its depths. Why had the forest not been entirely consumed by fire? Considering the terrifying temperature of the fireball, it should have incinerated the forest completely. Yet, the situation was perplexing, indeed. He yearned to venture inside for answers. Yet the lurking dread of the ferocious beasts within held him back from taking action. Chapter 3. The Spirit Tower and the Awakening of Martial Souls. The mech battalion ultimately remained stationed there, awaiting the automatic repair and healing of the energy shield, refraining from entering the forest for an inspection. Inside the woods, the soul beasts were even quieter than they had anticipated, with not a single soul beast attempting to break free. The repair of the energy shield proceeded remarkably well, and within a day it was fully restored. An influx of medical personnel arrived at the dam to treat the scorched soul masters. The descent of the fireball had inflicted substantial losses upon the Spirit Tower, with numerous soul masters suffering burns, not to mention the agony caused by the melting of 10 black mechs. Days later, the Spirit Tower dispatched a team to the dam to locate the point of impact of the fireball, seeking to uncover its true nature. However, the entire squad met with annihilation, including a group of 20, among them 3 titled Douluos, with no survivors emerging from the forest. Enraged, the Spirit Tower commanded a bombardment of the forest, determined to make the soul beasts pay a heavy price. The relentless bombardment continued for over 3 hours, resulting in nearly 30% of the already sparse trees in the Stardo forest vanishing. A great fire erupted within the forest. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Emperor Tian and his companions, the flames would likely have engulfed the entire woodland. The soul beasts did not retaliate, and the incident faded into obscurity due to their silence. The Spirit Tower ceased sending individuals into the forest, while the soul beasts remained docile, behaving as if they were tamed lions. But had the soul beasts truly lost their wildness and been subdued? Nature, indeed, refrains from a complete confrontation with the spirit transmission tower, as it seeks to avoid exacerbating the existing tensions between both parties at this juncture. The objective of eliminating a few adversaries has already been achieved, eliciting the desired backlash without the necessity for further escalation. The reasoning behind provoking such a response primarily serves to obscure the disappearance of the essence of beings and the drastic decline in the vitality of the forest. Subsequently, preparations for departure can commence. 7 years later, in the western region of the continent, lies the illustrious Starry Moon City. This city, situated a mere 500 miles from the federal government's capital, Mingdu, boasts a significant geographical advantage and has flourished rapidly, earning its place as one of the 5 super cities of the West. The skyline is adorned with towering edifices, many reaching dozens of stories, exuding an aura of modernity. In the heart of Starry Moon City, before the majestic 13-story spirit transmission tower, stands a young boy gazing intently at the structure, approximately 6 years of age. He possesses a well-proportioned physique, delicate features, and smooth skin. His large, gem-like eyes, as red as garnets, sparkle with life. A fiery crimson mark graces his forehead, depicting a phoenix, a striking accent that renders his visage flawless and free of imperfections. Dressed in a simple yet elegant red traditional robe that fits him impeccably, the garment reveals no excess. His shoulder-length crimson hair cascades neatly behind him. Both the fiery hue of his hair and the vintage robe are harmoniously suited to him, creating an impression that he is destined to adorn such attire and maintain such a hairstyle. Were he to don contemporary clothing and sport shorter hair, it would seem rather incongruous. While the boy's appearance is remarkably striking, it is his innate aura that is truly exceptional. An inherent nobility that evokes a sense of inadequacy in those who behold him. This boy is none other than Yunze, who fell into the Douluo Continent 7 years ago. After pausing briefly before the spirit transmission tower, Yunze proceeded to enter. The interior of the tower was remarkably spacious, with the floor adorned in marble. As soon as he stepped through the door, the soul master seated behind the counter rose to his feet. "Young lad, this is the spirit transmission tower. Entry is restricted to soul masters only. You must leave at once," the soul master admonished sternly. Yunze offered a faint smile and replied, "I am here to awaken my martial soul." With that, he produced 1,000 federal coins from an unknown source and placed them on the counter. The spirit transmission tower offers free martial soul awakening, but only during specific time frames. Having missed this window, he must now pay out of pocket. The higher the tier of the spirit transmission tower, the more exorbitant the awakening fees. In this 13th tier tower, the cost for awakening is set at 1,000 federal coins. The middle-aged soul master gazed at Yunze in surprise and asked, "Young lad, isn't anyone accompanying you?" "Sir, please take me to awaken my martial soul." Yunze deftly sidestepped the topic. Noticing Yunze's reluctance to elaborate, the middle-aged soul master refrained from further inquiries and handed him a form to fill out. "Your handwriting is quite impressive," the middle-aged soul master praised, astonished that such elegant script could belong to a child. In response to the compliment, Yunze merely smiled faintly. "Once you have completed the form, simply hand it to that gentleman over there," the middle-aged soul master indicated towards a room within the hall. Following his instructions, Yunze approached the designated room and submitted the form to another soul master clad in gray. "Come with me," the gray-clad soul master beckoned, leading Yunze into the expansive chamber. The floor, walls, and even the ceiling of this chamber are adorned with marvelous and resplendent patterns emanating an extraordinary aura. Yunze immediately discerned that these were simple formations, their primary purpose being quite evident: to guide the martial soul and facilitate its awakening. Following the guidance of the gray-clad soul master, he positioned himself at the center of the awakening chamber, whereupon the master initiated the awakening formation. As the formation activated, Yunze sensed a peculiar stir within his body, as if something were striving to break free. He slowly opened his left hand, and a crimson light illuminated his palm, from which a flicker of flame arose, causing the temperature in the room to rise. The gray-clad soul master displayed a look of astonishment, feeling the searing waves of heat. A sharp cry resembling the call of a phoenix resonated as the flame in Yunze's hand transformed into the likeness of a phoenix, expanding in size and spreading its wings to cry out. The visible waves of scorching heat radiated outward, distorting the air around them, compelling the gray-clad soul master to retreat. The fire phoenix. The gray-clad soul master summoned his martial spirit to withstand the searing heat, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the fiery phoenix. The phoenix, enveloped in crimson flames, circled around Yunze, exuding a remarkably human-like joy and warmth. Yunze felt a profound sense of affinity towards the phoenix, for it was, in truth, a manifestation of himself, a reflection of his own bloodline. Surrounded by several supreme celestial emperors, he had survived through the rebirth of his innate talents. Yet at a harrowing cost. He had lost eons of cultivation, and after his rebirth, his bloodline had been nearly depleted, reducing him to the status of an ordinary being, necessitating a fresh start. Upon arriving in this world, constrained by its laws, he could only cultivate according to its system, awakening his martial spirit and refining his soul power. His martial spirit was none other than himself, the phoenix. A peculiar energy emanated from his left hand. He sensed it was another martial spirit. And while he had his speculations, he was in no rush to confirm them. "Little one, please retract your martial spirit," he advised. Noting that the gray-clad soul master had significantly improved his demeanor, just as he intended to instruct Yunze on how to withdraw his martial spirit, he observed that Yunze had already done so with remarkable ease. "What a clever child," the gray-clad soul master praised, stepping closer to pat Yunze's head, only to be deftly evaded. After being sidestepped, the gray-clad man chuckled awkwardly and pointed to a metallic device at the edge of the wall. "Infuse your soul power into this to test your innate soul power." Yunze complied, and having just awakened, he had already mastered the control of his soul power to an impressive degree, able to manipulate it effortlessly. As he infused his soul power into the device, the numbers on the display began to change rapidly, 1, 2, 3, until they reached 10. The soul master was elated, realizing his speculation was correct. The child was indeed a natural full soul power wielder. Just as he was about to call a halt, his pupils constricted in horror as he witnessed the number leap from 10 to 11. Then 12, 13. The digits continued to rise, and with each increment, his heart felt as though it were being struck anew. His mouth fell agape in disbelief, his heart racing, his expression one of sheer astonishment. "Level 20? The gray-clad soul master stammered, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, fearful of having succumbed to an illusion. Upon confirming that it was indeed level 20, he stood there, utterly stunned. Yunze withdrew his hand from the device, feeling little impact from possessing innate soul power of level 20. Observing the soul master in a daze, he inquired, "Uncle, should I proceed to acquire a soul spirit next?" Over the past few years, he has immersed himself in numerous tomes concerning spirit masters, gaining an intimate understanding of the rules governing this world. Levels 10, 20, and 30 all necessitate the acquisition of spirit rings to advance. Previously, one would directly obtain spirit rings, but now it is referred to as acquiring spirit souls. Indeed, no, the gray-clad spirit master regained his composure, nodding and shaking his head in quick succession, and urgently stated, "Young one, remain here for a moment. I must step out briefly and will return shortly. Remember, do not wander away." With that, the gray-clad spirit master hurriedly dashed out, leaving Yunze alone in the awakening chamber. Yunze gently shook his head, having no intention of departing. He raised his left hand, from which dark gray gas surged forth, coalescing into a dragon form. The miniature dragon, no longer than a finger, exuded an aura of majesty and dominance, its entire body enveloped in a dark gray hue, emanating an imposing presence as if it were surveying the world. Surrounding it was a chaotic mist, and upon its emergence, the room's gravity seemed to increase severalfold, the air thickening with a sensation akin to quicksand. Upon witnessing this dragon-shaped apparition, Yunze revealed a satisfied smile, for it was indeed the ancient chaos dragon. This is certainly not the true chaotic ancient dragon. Akin to his phoenix martial soul, it is merely an embodiment of his bloodline. His joy upon witnessing this martial soul stems from the affirmation it provides. The ancient dragon pearl integrated into his being is functioning effectively. The very fact that it is operational signifies that the sacrifices he has made are indeed worthwhile. After gazing at the chaotic ancient dragon for a moment, he retracted it, patiently awaiting the return of the gray-robed spirit master. Half an hour later, Yunze removed the helmet used for testing spiritual power. Before him stood the gray-robed spirit master who had facilitated his martial soul awakening, accompanied by an elderly man clad in black. The black-clad elder was of modest stature, slightly portly, with numerous wrinkles adorning his face, yet his white hair belied a vigorous spirit, showing no signs of age or fatigue. Both men stared in astonishment at the instrument's data, exclaiming in unison, 182? 182, spiritual power of the spirit connection realm. Master, could there be a malfunction with this instrument? The gray-robed spirit master stammered, his voice laced with disbelief. In the local branches of the Spirit Transmission Tower, the head is typically referred to as Master, while the individual at the headquarters is addressed as Tower Master. The Master regarded the gray-robed Spirit Master with a look of incredulity. If there is a problem, it lies with you. The instrument cannot be at fault. The gray-robed Spirit Master offered an awkward smile, replying, "But this child's spiritual power is simply astonishing." The Master, disinterested in further discourse with the gray-robed Spirit Master, turned his attention to Yunze, instantly donning a gentle and amiable smile. "Young one, I encourage you to contemplate this further. Our Spirit Transmission Tower is among the most prestigious forces on the continent. Joining us would undoubtedly be advantageous for you. All resources of the tower would be prioritized for your benefit. I can even assure you that you will surely rise to become a prominent figure within the tower, with the possibility of becoming the Tower Master not entirely out of reach. You must understand, the Tower Master is a figure of great influence on the continent. Should you attain that position, how magnificent it would be. With innate soul power at the second level and an astounding score of 182 in spiritual power at the tender age of 6. Such prodigious talent is truly extraordinary and must be fervently courted." Yet, Yunze's response remained resolute as he shook his head, dismissing the Master's enticements. "Uncle, please do not squander your breath on me. No amount of persuasion will be effective. Now that my spiritual power has been tested, can you take me to select my spirit?" Seeing Yunze's unwavering determination, the Master's expression fell in disappointment. "In that case, I shall refrain from further persuasion. Please follow me." With that, the Master led the way out of the room. He could have easily delegated this task to another, but his actions were wholly intended to foster a closer relationship with Yunze. They proceeded to another chamber, noteworthy for being on the 10th floor of the Spirit Transmission Tower, rather than the first. The room spans nearly 200 square meters. Its four walls adorned with large metallic instruments encased in glass, within which float vibrant orbs of yellow and purple energy. Your mental strength has reached 182, theoretically enabling you to absorb spirits of 100 years and those of a millennium. However, I advise you to opt for the 100-year spirits, as the energy of the millennium spirits is overwhelmingly potent, and your body may not withstand the absorption. The absorption of spirits requires not only consideration of mental strength, but also the physical capability of the Soul Master. The Master said, leading Yunze to one of the instruments, which contained over 100-100-year spirit rings. Yunze curiously examined the yellow orbs within the glass enclosure, scrutinizing them closely. The orbs varied in size, the larger ones nearly half a meter in diameter, while the smaller ones were akin to the size of a watermelon, revealing the outlines of the soul beasts. Clearly, these orbs had been proportionally reduced. Otherwise, the actual size of some soul beasts would be inconceivable. Choose freely, considering our affinity. I shall take the initiative. Regardless of which one you select, it is yours as a gift, the Master generously declared. Thank you for your kindness. But I have some funds and can make a purchase myself. Yunze politely declined the Master's offer. The Master regarded Yunze with a penetrating gaze. Sensing the child's extraordinary background, 100-year spirit rings are not inexpensive, starting at 1 million federal coins, with higher quality ones nearing 10 million, typically. Such a financial burden is beyond most. The fact that this child claimed to afford it suggested that he must possess at least 1 million federal coins. Chapter 5. Gu Yue, the Spirit Beast Conference. Yunze continued to observe the spirits within, swiftly scanning the array, and discovered 12 fire attribute spirits. Yet none seemed suitable. He moved towards the adjacent instrument, which contained an even greater number of spirits, including some of purple hue. There was a Flame Lion King spirit within that previous enclosure, which would be quite fitting for you, the Master remarked. The Flame Lion King is a premier fire attribute soul beast, over 600 years old, making it a commendable choice. Yunze remained silent, intently scrutinizing the spirits in this new instrument until he soon spotted a spirit that met his expectations. I wish to have this spirit, Yunze declared, pointing at a pale purple entity. The Master followed Yunze's gesture and, upon seeing the purple spirit, his expression shifted slightly. He cautioned earnestly, this is a millennium spirit, possessing energy far surpassing that of 100-year spirits. Even with an innate level 20 soul power, your body may still struggle to endure this millennium spirit. Perhaps you should choose another. However, your discerning eye is commendable. The quality of this blazing 9-headed bird exceeds that of the Flame Lion King. Like your phoenix martial spirit, it belongs to the avian category, and if absorbed, its effects would undoubtedly surpass those of other spirits. Yet, The age of this spirit is too advanced for you to manage, the master lamented. Master, I desire this blazing nine-headed bird. Where do I make the payment? Yunze made a decisive choice without hesitation. While other Millennium Soul spirits might pose a challenge, he was utterly confident in his ability to absorb the fiery nine-headed bird. All avian creatures would be subdued before him, and the troubles brought by this Millennium Soul spirit were likely less daunting than those presented by lesser century-old spirits. Are you serious? The Lord frowned, questioning him. Of course, I do not indulge in jest. I kindly ask you to extract it for me, Yunze replied. The Lord hesitated for a moment, refraining from further persuasion. He pressed a button beside the apparatus, and a series of soul spirit images swiftly materialized. After swiping through several pages, he located the image of the fiery nine-headed bird and selected it. The fiery nine-headed bird within the device was drawn to the exit by an energy force, and moments later, a purple soul spirit orb, the size of a pomelo, rolled out. The Lord lifted the soul spirit orb with his soul power and presented it to Yunze, stating, "This soul spirit is priced at 28 million Federation coins. However, in light of our fortunate acquaintance, I shall waive 8 million from the cost, so you need only pay 20 million. Yunze understood that the Lord sought to cultivate a connection with him, though he was not devoid of funds and did not wish to incur a personal debt. He politely declined, saying, "Lord, let us calculate the price at its original value." He then stored the soul spirit orb in his storage soul guide and proceeded towards the exit. Each floor of the spirit transmission tower had a designated area for payment. He was merely stepping out to settle his account, not absconding with the item. The Lord shook his head in resignation, realizing that this young man was not easily swayed. Having previously noted the location of the payment area, he needed no guidance and directly approached the counter to retrieve his Federation savings card for payment. A few minutes later, Yunze exited the spirit transmission tower and boarded the soul-guided vehicle that awaited him. Shortly after his departure, an individual emerged from the tower, driving a private soul-guided car in the direction Yunze had taken. On the 13th floor of the tower, by the window, the Lord watched Yunze leave before picking up the soul-guided telephone on the desk and dialing a number. "Tower Master, this is Mengyun. There is a matter I must report to you." The Lord spoke with a respectful tone. "Are you certain?" As Mengyun finished speaking, an incredulous voice emanated from the other end of the phone. "I am certain, having personally witnessed this child's soul power. I am utterly convinced that his innate soul power is indeed at the 20th level without a doubt," Mengyun asserted. After a prolonged silence, the voice on the phone responded, "Make it imperative to locate the whereabouts of that child. I shall dispatch someone immediately to handle the situation." "I have already sent someone to follow the child," Mengyun replied. At that moment, the individual assigned by Mengyun to track the child was diligently tailing the soul-guiding vehicle, while Yunze himself had entered a modest 5-story building. Beside him stood a man clad in a black robe, appearing to be in his 40s, handsome and resolute, with a strand of golden hair cascading down one side of his forehead. Black Dragon, Tion. Yunze's presence here was entirely due to Tion's prowess. He had torn through the fabric of space within the vehicle, transporting Yunze to this very location. The two walked side by side into a spacious room on the 5th floor. The room was already occupied, and upon their entrance, the seated individuals rose in unison. The decor was simple, dominated by a large square table measuring over 7 meters in length and 3 meters in width, flanked by wooden chairs tailored to various physiques. At the front of the long table sat 2 wooden chairs, one of which was already occupied by an exquisite young lady. Her beauty was breathtaking. Her face appeared as though sculpted from white jade, with violet crystal eyes that rendered her a flawless work of art. Her silver hair cascaded down her back, and upon rising, her ample bosom, slender waist, and elongated legs were revealed. At the tender age of 13 or 14, she radiated a vibrant youthful energy, her fitted white gown lending her an air of purity and nobility. Upon seeing this young lady, Tion immediately bowed in respect, his demeanor deferential. Yunze, however, approached the lady directly. The young lady nodded, her gaze landing on Yunze as a faint smile graced her lips. Her melodious voice rang out. "It has been quite some time." Yunze stepped closer to her, and at a height of just over 1 meter, found himself gazing up at the girl, who stood at around 1.60 meters. With a smile, he replied, "It has been a little over 2 months. That indeed qualifies as a considerable interval. How has your time at the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon been?" Upon hearing Yunze's inquiry, the young maiden's lips curved into a subtle smile as she replied, "It is quite commendable. My spiritual power has already reached the mid-stage of the Lingyuan realm. With my formidable spiritual potency, along with my soul power at level 41, I am now capable of crafting 6th-level soul guides. At merely 13 years of age. As a 6th-level soul instructor, I have shattered the records of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, and indeed, the entire realm of soul instructors. For nearly 10 millennia. In expressing this, the girl may not have realized her own inclination towards seeking praise and acknowledgement. At 13, possessing a soul power of level 41 is nothing short of astonishing. Even those dedicated solely to the cultivation of soul power would find it nearly unattainable. Had it not been for her extraordinary circumstances, it would have been impossible for her to achieve such a feat at this tender age. Simultaneously attaining a soul power of level 41 while also being a 6th-level soul instructor. Her uniqueness is intrinsically linked to her identity as the transformed Silver Dragon King. Known as Gu Yue, previously a deity, her metamorphosis into a human has resulted in an exponential increase in her soul power, defying conventional understanding. Upon hearing this, Tian, seated at the leftmost position, along with the others, displayed expressions of delight. Chapter 6. The self-reproaching Bai Ji, shifting grounds. Yunze nodded in approval, remarking, "Indeed commendable. The Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy must be treating you like a treasure gem." "Indeed," Gu Yue continued. "The Academy has begun nurturing me as the next dean. They have granted me numerous privileges, unrestricted access to materials, infinite resource supply, and the freedom to peruse data. Everything is negotiable as long as I require it. Additionally, the Vice Dean of the Federal Research Institute personally sought me out a few days ago, expressing their desire for me to join their ranks directly." "And how did you respond?" Yunze inquired, now settled in his seat alongside Gu Yue. "Of course. I declined. The environment of the Federal Research Institute is excessively insular. Joining would bring only detriment to me and to us. Moreover, if I remain at the Academy for a few more years, I will accompany teacher Lang Yaozhu to the transmission tower, where joining the Federal Research Institute would be impossible." Gu Yue stated, showing little interest in the Federal Research Institute. With her innate talent, she could easily self-study more advanced soul guides. Due to her extraordinary martial soul, she had been taken under the wing of Lang Yaozhu, the vice master of the transmission tower, a few years prior. "A prudent decision," Yunze affirmed. "By the way, how did your martial soul awakening fare today?" Gu Yue suddenly recalled this aspect, instinctively reaching out to sense Yunze's soul power, her expression shifting subtly as she did so. "It is as anticipated. My martial soul is the phoenix," Yunze responded. "Why does it seem that your innate soul power is at level 20? Gu Yue inquired, a hint of uncertainty in her tone. Upon hearing this, Tian and the others began to take notice of Yunze's soul power. A brief assessment confirmed that it indeed appeared to be level 20. They were all taken aback. Was it not the case that human soul masters typically possess an innate soul power capped at level 10? This must be considered a special circumstance. Yunze mused after a moment of contemplation. Gu Yue understood Yunze's uniqueness and quickly accepted the situation. With a hint of trepidation, she inquired, "Your martial soul has awakened as well. What are your plans moving forward?" Yunze cast a glance at Gu Yue and replied with a smile. "What other plans could there be? It is simply to join the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon, just like you. That institution is directly affiliated with the federal government, and studying there will greatly facilitate the advancement of our endeavors." "Very well. Let us journey to Mingdu together," Gu Yue exclaimed joyfully. Yunze corrected her. "This time, it is not just the two of us heading to Mingdu, but rather, all of us." He turned his gaze towards the others. Gu Yue looked at Yunze in confusion, as did the others, clearly recognizing that Yunze was their pillar of strength. Aware of their puzzlement, Yunze elaborated, "My martial soul has already awakened, and once I absorb the soul spirit, I will be capable of becoming a great soul master of over level 20. With my phoenix flames, combined with your assistance, we will be able to concoct the transformational pill. Upon consuming this pill, you will truly become indistinguishable from human soul masters, able to traverse the continent freely without the fear of being discovered by powerful human beings. Star Moon City is commendable, but it is merely adequate, ultimately. It pales in comparison to Mingdu. For the sake of more rapid development, we must establish our influence in Mingdu. Previously, we opted for Star Moon City to avoid detection by formidable soul masters, but now that this issue has been resolved, we must naturally pursue the superior Mingdu." "Splendid." The group cheered with excitement, having long anticipated the transformational pill. Thank you. Gu Yue expressed her gratitude, fully trusting Yunze. She had no doubt that if he claimed he could concoct the transformational pill, he certainly could. The veracity of his words had been proven time and again through their shared experiences. The formidable being from another realm instilled in her a sense of omnipotence, evoking trust and reliance. This was, after all, a fair exchange, one that you procured with the essence of life, no need for gratitude. Yunze remarked with a light chuckle. Despite his words, Gu Yue held this favor close to her heart. By G, have we compiled the asset statistics for Starmoon City? Yunze inquired, directing his gaze towards the woman in the green dress beside Tian. Yes, Bai Ji replied, rising to acknowledge Yunze and Gu Yue with a nod. Our fixed assets consist of a pharmacy pavilion, a forge, and this building, with a market valuation nearing 100 million. The medicinal herbs, elixirs, metals, and finished products within our stores are valued at approximately 300 million federal coins. Over the past few years, we have accumulated around 1.5 billion in capital, bringing our total assets to 1.9 billion. How is the operation of the pharmacy pavilion faring? Yunze asked. Bai Ji smiled graciously, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Yunze. The foundation establishment pills and breakthrough pills that you developed have been selling remarkably well. Currently, the pharmacy pavilion generates nearly 7 million federal coins in revenue daily, and this figure is expected to rise. The foundation establishment pills and breakthrough pills are elixirs that Yunze formulated in accordance with the rules of this world, representing a fundamental category of pills. To facilitate their production, he deliberately simplified the formulas. It seems that the success rate for these two types of pills remains quite low, Yunze observed, shaking his head. Though these two types of elixirs may be regarded as simplified versions, their efficacy remains commendable. The former enhances a soul master's innate soul power by 1 level, while the latter enables soul masters below the rank of soul sect to instantly break through their limitations, even significant ones. With sufficient consumption, further breakthroughs can be achieved. If the success rate of pill production were high, the daily revenue would undoubtedly exceed 10 million rather than just over 7 million. Bai Ji's cheeks flushed slightly as she awkwardly explained. I am indeed capable of producing these two elixirs at a normal rate, with a success rate of around 60%. However, the individuals I hired have a success rate of less than 10%. Collectively, a dozen of them can only produce a handful of pills in a day, which is still less than what I can manage alone. She expressed her guilt without seeking to excuse herself, acknowledging her responsibility as the head of the apothecary pavilion. It is not entirely your fault. Those individuals are simply lacking in skill, and their inability to craft the elixirs is not a reflection on you. Tian reassured her as he stood. Given their inefficiency, it would be prudent to temporarily cease operations here. We shall close the apothecary pavilion and the forge, selling off the premises. We will relocate our entire operation to the Ming capital, where we can start anew. With these funds, we can quickly regain our footing. The only blacksmith at the forge, Xiong, would undoubtedly accompany them to the Ming capital. Without him, the existence of the workshop would become redundant. Noticing Bai Ji's expression of shame, Yunze remarked, you need not be too hard on yourself. As Tian said, this is not your fault. You possess some talent in alchemy and strong management skills. Upon our arrival in the Ming capital, the apothecary pavilion will still be under your supervision. Yes, Bai Ji responded, feeling somewhat relieved as she bent down to sit. Now, allow me to outline the upcoming arrangements, Yunze said, casting a sweeping gaze over the assembly. Chapter 7. The Master Blacksmith, Xiong. Upon hearing this, everyone straightened in their seats, their attention focused on Yunze, listening intently. Once we arrive in the Ming capital, Bai Ji will be responsible for site selection, seeking 2 shops near the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, ideally in close proximity. They should be renovated according to the specifications of the apothecary pavilion and the forge, with the aim of completing the work within a month. In addition to these 2 shops, you will also need to find a large building to serve as our future stronghold, Yunze instructed Bai Ji. Understood, Bai Ji replied. Wan Yao Wang and Yao Ling. Have you both taken note of the pharmacopoeia I asked you to remember? Yunze inquired, directing his gaze towards the middle-aged Wan Yao Wang and the youthful Yao Ling. These 2 are formidable soul beasts of monstrous caliber, possessing immense strength and having once been ranked among the top 10 ferocious beasts. Both of them nodded, their formidable power ensuring that their memories were quite sharp. Over the past few years, they have diligently committed to memory the tome that exceeds 5 centimeters in thickness. This pharmacopoeia is the compendium of medicinal substances in this realm. procured by Yunze through Gu Yue's connections at the Royal Academy of the Sun and Moon. Just remember, from this moment forth, you too shall bring along some soul beasts sensitive to spiritual entities to search for these ethereal materials amidst the mountains and vast waters. The selected soul beasts should ideally possess a strength of at least 50,000 years, with their number limited to 20. I will also provide them with transformation elixirs to assist in their metamorphosis into human form, facilitating their traversal across the continent. We are to seek out spiritual materials? The king of 10,000 beasts exclaimed in astonishment, perceiving this as an assignment that reduced him, a beast over 500,000 years old, to the role of a mere errand runner. Before Yunze could respond, Gu Yue cast a cold glance at the king of 10,000 beasts. Her brow furrowed as she inquired, "Are you unwilling?" The king of all beasts trembled, revealing a visage of fear, and hurriedly responded, "I dare not. I dare not. I shall certainly make every effort to find it. Please do not be angry. It is my failure to discipline my subordinate." Gu Yue expressed her apologies to Yunze, concerned that he might harbor discontent due to this trivial matter. Having witnessed some of Yunze's abilities, she was certain that he could aid her in revitalizing the Soul Beast clan. She did not wish for his displeasure over such a minor issue. "Since you have said so, I shall refrain from further comment. Otherwise, I would appear somewhat petty," Yunze replied. Gu Yue smiled sweetly, turning back to cast another cold glance, the warning evident in her eyes. The king of all beasts lowered his head, regretting his own indiscretion. The spirit beside him relished the situation, relieved that he had remained silent. Otherwise, he would have been the one reprimanded. Search diligently for the 3 spiritual items: light spirit grass, turtle origin fruit, and golden bloodvine. Collect them regardless of their age. They will prove immensely useful in the near future, Yunze instructed. The two nodded in agreement. After assigning them their tasks, he turned his gaze to the burly man opposite Emperor Tian. "Xiong Jun, to what level has your forging skill advanced?" "Heh, I am now a 7th level blacksmith," the nearly 3-meter tall Xiong Jun proudly proclaimed as he stood up. He puffed out his chest towards Emperor Tian, grinning as if to say, "Look at how impressive I am." Despite Xiong Jun's imposing physique and somewhat simple-minded demeanor, he possessed a remarkable talent for forging. His true form was that of a dark golden claw bear. With a high affinity for metal, and combined with his immense strength, forging was as effortless as drinking water. Within just a few years, leveraging his own gifts and Yunze's guidance, he had ascended to the rank of 7th level blacksmith. Should his understanding of forging deepen, ascending to the 8th or even 9th level of master craftsmanship would not be beyond reach. He lacked nothing in soul power, strength, or perception of metals. His only shortcoming lay in his understanding of the forging process, although Yunze had not directly engaged in forging within this world. His extensive knowledge and keen analytical abilities allowed him to discern the requisite techniques merely by observing the various finished metallic products. Theoretically speaking, Yunze was undoubtedly at a master level, rivaling even the renowned artisans. Whether he could measure up to the divine artisans remained uncertain, as Xiong Jun had yet to attain that status under his tutelage. "Not bad. How is the forging practice of your kin progressing?" In the realm of Yunze, the dark golden Fearclaw Bear clan has faced considerable challenges in reproduction, compounded by human hunting. Currently, with the addition of Bear Monarch, only 8 dark golden Fearclaw bears remain, teetering on the brink of extinction. However, despite their dwindling numbers, these remaining 8 bears possess formidable strength, with the youngest among them being a staggering 60,000 years old. Among them, 3 have surpassed the remarkable age of 100,000 years, while the other 2 have yet to reach 200,000 years. Yunze not only facilitates Bear Monarch's mastery of forging, but also allows him to return to the Stardo forest to impart his knowledge of metallurgy to the 7 remaining dark golden Fearclaw bears. As they are unable to take on human form, their forging techniques are rather primitive, relying on their incredibly robust hands, which are harder than iron hammers, to shape the metal with ease. A soul beast's intelligence awakens after 10,000 years, and after 50,000 years, their wisdom experiences a significant enhancement. For over 50,000 years, the dark golden clawed bears have diligently followed the lead of their master, forging with remarkable skill. However, at times they struggle to regulate their strength, inadvertently flattening the metal into discs. While those young cubs may not possess my intellect, they are still commendable. Even the least adept among them qualifies as a 2nd-tier blacksmith, while the most proficient reaches the rank of a 4th-tier master, the bear master proudly remarked, expressing his satisfaction with the cubs' performance. They will also receive their share of transformation pills once they metamorphose into human form, do take the time to instruct them well, for they will be the backbone of the forging workshop in the future, Yunza assured. Rest easy, young master. I pledge to educate these cubs thoroughly, the bear master confidently declared. They all refer to Yunza as young master, never addressing him by name. When considering the quantity, it seems there are nearly 40 to 50 transformation pills. Can you truly concoct such a multitude of elixirs? Gu Yue leaned towards Yunza, whispering. In her perspective, a potion capable of transforming soul beasts into humans must be exceedingly rare. Yet now it appears as though Yunza treats them like mere candies, producing as many as he desires. With a smile, Yunza elucidated, whether it's 50 or 100 in a batch, the difficulty remains quite similar for me. After all, I've instructed by G to prepare enough materials to craft 100 pills, so I might as well produce them all at once to avoid future complications. Ah, I see. Gu Yue responded, enlightened. For the time being, let us focus on the tasks I mentioned earlier. We shall discuss further arrangements at a later time, Yunza concluded. At that moment, Gu Yue rose to her feet, her exquisite violet eyes sweeping over the assembly, her countenance strikingly stern. Let me reiterate, she declared. Yunza's words are my words. You are to heed his counsel and act accordingly. Should anyone dare to challenge this or approach their duties with anything less than utmost dedication and effort, they shall not be spared my displeasure. Her gaze ultimately fixed upon the king of all beasts, the intensity of her stare sending a chill down his spine. The assembly responded in unison. Chapter 8. The Soul Spirit. The two supreme techniques. As the crowd dispersed, they took residence within this grand edifice, each occupying their own chamber. Yunza's quarters were situated on the 5th floor, furnished simply, with the sole adornment being the plethora of tomes lining the shelves. His collection was indeed vast, with 2 bookshelves brimming to the brim, likely exceeding 200 volumes. These encompassed a wide array of subjects, including soul beasts, martial spirits, soul guiding devices, mechas, battle armors, and the history of the continent, among others. To comprehend this world, reading undoubtedly serves as an excellent avenue. Through literature, he now possesses an understanding of this realm that surpasses even that of its native inhabitants. For the past 7 years, due to the inability to cultivate, he has spent the majority of his time engrossed in reading, while a portion has been dedicated to guiding soul beasts. He sat cross-legged on the relatively spacious floor of his room and retrieved the violet soul spirit orb. A phoenix materialized behind him, spreading its wings and letting out a melodious cry, its flames roaring fiercely, subtly distorting the surrounding air. The temperature of the flames was expertly controlled, confined to a radius of half a meter around his body, preventing any outward spread. Given the presence of numerous wooden items within the room, if the temperature were to soar into the thousands, the entire space would ignite in flames. As he extended his hand into the violet soul spirit orb, a gentle warmth enveloped him. The sensation of the blazing 9-headed bird's soul spirit felt akin to warm water. Upon its release, the blazing 9-headed bird fluttered its wings. Hovering before Yunza, its 9 heads bowed, its body trembling. Before the phoenix, the blazing 9-headed bird lowered its proud head, devoid of any inclination to resist. The phoenix sang, inhaling deeply towards the blazing 9-headed bird, which then transformed into a conflagration and entered its belly. As the energy coursed into his body, Yunza immediately commenced the process of refining it with his soul power, which proved to be a straightforward endeavor. The blazing 9-headed bird not only refrained from resisting, but also actively merged with Yunza, its cultivation of over 1,700 years posing no challenge whatsoever. After half an hour, Yunza successfully fused with the soul spirit, and within mere seconds, 2 purple soul rings of the same hue ascended from the ground. With the emergence of the soul rings, Yunza's cultivation experienced a remarkable breakthrough, propelling him from level 20 to level 21. This illustrates one of the drawbacks of utilizing a spirit for breakthroughs. Originally, the energy from 2 soul rings, each over 1,700 years old, should theoretically suffice to elevate one's spirit power by more than 2 levels. However, the actual energy provided to Yunza from these 2 soul rings is merely the 1,700 years of the spirit's own energy. This is quite understandable, for the spirit possesses only a finite amount of energy. It cannot simply conjure more from thin air. With a mere thought, a radiant orb of flame materialized before him, morphing into the shape of the fiery 9-headed bird. As it appeared, the diminutive fiery 9-headed bird chirped excitedly at Yunza, displaying an affectionate demeanor. However, it dared not approach him recklessly, for the aura emanating from Yunza instilled a primal fear within it, compelling it to maintain a respectful distance. After allowing the fiery nine-headed bird to linger outside for a while, Yunza summoned it back, taking his time to rise as he carefully attuned himself to the changes within. Simultaneously, he endeavored to activate the celestial phoenix inheritance technique, his former primary martial art, the most profound secret of the Phoenix clan. As he engaged in this practice, the surrounding celestial energy rapidly converged, flooding into his being. The rate at which he absorbed spiritual energy surpassed that of many soul sect practitioners, significantly exceeding the cultivation pace of a 21st-rank Great Soul Master. After meditating for 10 minutes, Yunze momentarily ceased his practice, opened his eyes, and a look of disappointment crossed his face. It was too slow. The energy in this world was far too sparse, failing to manifest the true potential of the Phoenix Legacy technique. It is akin to placing a 100-meter diameter water pump in a nearly desiccated river. Regardless of the pump's formidable capacity, it can only draw a limited amount of water, unable to manifest its full potential. Furthermore, the feebleness of his soul energy restricts the power supplied to the pump, resulting in an unsatisfactory absorption rate of soul energy. At this juncture, Yunze finds himself in a rather awkward predicament with the immortal Phoenix Legacy, as it is both underutilized and rendered ineffective. He swiftly suppresses his feelings of disappointment. Slow progress is now a reality he must accept. Just as he intends to continue his cultivation and solidify his recent advancements. He perceives an unusual sensation emanating from his heart. The ancient dragon's fate pearl. After a careful examination, Yunze identifies the source of this anomaly. He can distinctly feel a warm current flowing from his heart, gradually making its way to his brain. Instinctively, he wishes to halt it, yet ultimately refrains, allowing the energy to traverse into his consciousness. Once the warmth reaches his brain, an influx of information surges forth, accompanied by a sensation of swelling. As if his mind were on the verge of exploding, he refrains from uttering any cries of pain, maintaining a composed demeanor while enduring the discomfort of this expansion. After half an hour, the sensation dissipates, and Yunze eagerly seeks to comprehend the vast reservoir of information. It takes him over an hour to untangle the threads of this knowledge, and a wave of joy washes over him. The information that flooded his mind encompasses a cultivation technique known as the Ancient Dragon Scripture, a supreme heart method of the Ancient Dragon clan. Its level is equivalent to his immortal Phoenix Legacy, classified as a peerless secret of the dragon lineage, and is one of the 7 supreme techniques of the celestial realm. Finally, he has obtained it. Even with Yunze's temperament, he cannot help but feel ecstatic at this moment. With the harmonious blend of dragon and phoenix, the universe shall reverberate with their supremacy. Once he amalgamates these 2 supreme techniques into one, he could forge an unparalleled art that transcends even the celestial emperors. At that point, he would be able to break through to a realm beyond the celestial emperor, detached from the confines of this world, and become the singular powerhouse of eternity. This is the very realm he has long sought, always a mere half-step away. Now, that half-step may finally be traversed. How could he not rejoice? Ultimately, Yunze remains true to himself, calming his excitement and beginning to grasp the ancient dragon scripture. The difficulty of understanding this scripture is on par with that of the immortal Phoenix Legacy. Having prior experience with the latter, he finds the former considerably easier to comprehend. As one who once held the title of Celestial Emperor, Yunze's innate understanding is needless to say exceptional, and he quickly discerns the cultivation methods of the initial chapter. To his astonishment, he discovers numerous commonalities within this initial text. Could it be that these 2 techniques are, in fact, intertwined? If truly united, the fusion would undoubtedly become significantly easier, thought Yunze. He began to simultaneously cultivate the initial chapters of 2 different techniques, skillfully managing to maintain control without allowing any conflict to arise between them. The realm of the techniques is influenced by the practitioner's strength, and thus, they progress in unison. Currently, Yunze's cultivation seemed to be at a standstill. At this pace, even after millennia of practice, he would likely see little advancement. This did not surprise Yunze, for he was well aware that progress would be so slow as to be nearly negligible. Nonetheless, he continued to operate the techniques, not for the sake of reaching a higher realm, but to deepen his understanding of them in preparation for his eventual departure from this world. Notably, the simultaneous operation of both techniques allowed Yunze to absorb soul power at an accelerated rate, comparable to that of a high-ranking soul king. Chapter 9, the 8th level alchemy furnace, transformation pill. The following day, atop a mountain peak several dozen miles from Star Moon City, a spatial rift appeared. from which emerged several figures. Yunze, Emperor Tian, Bai Ji, Gu Yue, and Xiong Jun landed on the summit. This is the previously determined location for alchemy, a desolate area rarely visited by others, allowing us to proceed without concern for excessive noise or disturbances. When I instruct you to infuse your soul energy, that is the moment to begin channeling pure energy into my body. Do not act on your own accord, understood? Yunze cautioned the three, Tian, Bai Ji, and Xiong Jun. Gu Yue possesses insufficient soul energy to provide significant assistance, so her involvement is unnecessary at this juncture. The three nodded solemnly in understanding. Without wasting any time, Yunze found a flat area to sit, retrieving the alchemical furnace he had prepared in advance. The furnace, standing over a meter tall, was a delicate shade of light red, featuring 3 legs and 2 handles, with a rounded middle and a conical lid adorned with intricate engravings. This is no ordinary alchemical furnace, but rather an 8th-level soul guide device, crafted from a unique material that can amplify the temperature of flames. The only requirement for the user is to possess the fire attribute. Any fire-type soul master, even those with merely 1st-level soul power, can utilize this 8th-level soul guide device. Yunze sat cross-legged, a radiant glow of fire enveloping his body, causing the surrounding temperature to rise. With a resounding, a phoenix soared skyward. The phoenix spread its wings, trailing fiery tails as it ascended, spiraling after soaring several dozen meters before finally descending behind Yunze. 2 purple soul rings subsequently emerged, pulsating at his waist and emanating waves of scorching energy. Yunze directed his palm towards the furnace, flames erupting forth as he began to heat the alchemical device. Under the searing blaze of the phoenix's flames, the temperature of the furnace escalated rapidly, soon reaching the desired level. With a lift of his hand, an invisible force of soul power manifested, raising the furnace lid, and one by one, various medicinal ingredients were retrieved from his storage ring. These preparations were meticulously arranged by Bridget in advance, and they have already been processed, allowing for their immediate incorporation. The medicinal materials were introduced into the furnace sequentially, rather than all at once. Approximately 1/3 was added initially. As the lid of the cauldron was secured, Yunze commenced the refinement of these herbs, intermittently probing with his spiritual energy to monitor the amalgamation of the ingredients. The essence of alchemy lies in the mastery of spiritual power. The entire process necessitates the continuous control of the herb's fusion without interruption. Yunze's occasional probing is an audacious act that most alchemists would shy away from due to its high risk of failure. His audacity stems from 2 sources: an unwavering confidence in his alchemical skills and the necessity of the situation. His current spiritual energy is limited, and constant probing would undoubtedly lead to an unsustainable drain. Thus, he can only afford to delve in sporadically. Ultimately, his level 21 soul power is somewhat insufficient. After half an hour, Yunze's soul energy was exhausted, prompting Emperor Tian to infuse him with additional soul power. The soul power infused into his body was devoid of attributes, allowing for effortless absorption to replenish his reserves. Emperor Tian's soul power vastly surpassed Yunze's, and even a mere fraction was sufficient to restore Yunze's energy to its full capacity. Throughout this process, the flames emanating from Yunze remained unwavering, consistently maintaining their stability. While the transformation pill is not considered an advanced elixir, and its refinement is not particularly challenging, Yunze's current soul power is too low, resulting in a less efficient production that necessitates a considerable amount of time. Of course, this ease of refinement is relative. For Yunze, crafting this pill is indeed a straightforward endeavor, yet for others, the task could prove to be quite formidable. The alchemical process proceeded smoothly, albeit at a leisurely pace, ultimately taking a full 5 days to complete. In this process, Emperor Tian continuously infused soul power into Yunze, requiring uninterrupted contributions by the 4th day. Once Emperor Tian's soul power was depleted, Bai Ji promptly replenished it, and when her energy was exhausted, Bear Jun stepped in. As Yunze had surmised, the endeavor demanded the combined soul power of 3 individuals at the pinnacle of their capabilities. Yunze exhaled a breath of murky air, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His complexion pale. 5 consecutive days of alchemical refinement had taken a toll on him. Had it not been for his unique constitution, he would have collapsed long ago. After all, how could an ordinary 6-year-old endure such relentless exertion? Moreover, during this time, he had been ceaselessly expending soul power, akin to engaging in high-intensity labor for 5 days. Most individuals would have succumbed to exhaustion. Let us open the furnace. Yunze spoke in a feeble tone, utterly drained and unable to move further. He harbored dissatisfaction with his frail physique, which was too delicate to withstand such trials. Emperor Tian's words were laced with barely contained excitement as he strode forward to unveil the furnace lid. Gu Yue approached Yunze, her gaze imbued with gratitude and concern, asking, "Are you all right?" Bai Ji had already begun channeling her soul power into Yunze, employing a life-infused energy to restore his health. "I'm fine. A good sleep after this will suffice," Yunze reassured her with a shake of his head. Emperor Tian lifted the lid, and a cloud of 9-colored vapor billowed forth from the furnace, instantly releasing an intoxicating aroma of the elixir. The fragrance, previously confined within the furnace, caused one's pores to open, evoking a sensation of spiritual purification that prompted involuntary sighs of delight. Even a powerhouse like Emperor Tian was visibly affected by the scent, underscoring the extraordinary nature of the concoction within. Eagerly, Emperor Tian peered into the furnace, where several brown elixirs, each the size of a longan, lay scattered. "Utilize your soul power to extract them," Yunze instructed, producing 2 jade vials and tossing them to Emperor Tian. Embarrassed, Emperor Tian withdrew his hand from the furnace, catching the vials with the other and beginning to extract the elixirs into them using his soul power. As he collected the potions, he discreetly counted them. Exactly 100. Neither more nor less, aligning perfectly with Yunze's earlier statement. "Let us test their efficacy," Yunze suggested to Emperor Tian, gesturing for him to consume one. Gu Yue, Bai Ji, and Bear Jun all turned their attention to Emperor Tian, eagerly awaiting the results of his ingestion of the elixir. Over the years, Tian had gained a certain understanding of Yunze, never doubting his capabilities. Without hesitation, he retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it. The pill dissolved upon entry, and a warm elixir flowed into his abdomen, spreading from his core to his limbs and bones. Tian attentively sensed the transformation within himself. It was an extraordinary sensation, as if his body were being reforged by the energy of the elixir. There was no pain, merely a tingling, an itch originating from his very flesh and organs, an itch that could not be scratched. Moments later, a radiant 9-colored glow emanated from Tian's body, and the clear sky suddenly darkened, enveloped in a suffocating blackness. The 9-colored brilliance illuminated Tian, allowing Yunze and the others to see him clearly as a black mass coalesced behind him, gradually forming the shape of a colossal dragon. It was a black dragon, adorned with golden eyes, the embodiment of Tian himself, the golden-eyed black dragon. What unfolded next left Gu Yue, Bai Ji, and Xiong Jun in awe. A crimson soul ring began to rise beneath Tian's feet. Indeed, it was a red soul ring, symbolizing the formidable 10,000-year rank, 1, 2, 9 in total. Chapter 10, The 9-Ring Tian, the transformation of the soul beasts. One by one, the soul rings ascended, and soon 9 rings pulsated around Tian's waist, emanating an overwhelming pressure. 6 were red and 3 orange, with the latter 3 exceeding 20,000 years in age. Tian, be mindful of your energy fluctuations, Gu Yue cautioned solemnly. Heeding her words, Tian promptly restrained his soul power, his martial spirit at the rear, while the soul rings pulsed without emitting any energy waves. As the darkness receded, the sky regained its clarity. Tian gazed at the 9 red soul rings encircling him, utterly astonished. Previously, he had the ability to transform into a human, but he possessed no martial spirit and certainly no soul rings. Yet now, this medicinal pill is truly remarkable, Gu Yue exclaimed, involuntarily casting a glance at Yunze, overwhelmed by admiration. Tian, Bai Ji, and Xiong Jun also turned their eyes toward Yunze, their expressions filled with shock and reverence. The transformation pill was formulated based on the rules of this world, as well as the actual conditions of your soul beasts. Upon consumption, it allows your true form to manifest as a martial spirit, and your soul power will correspond to the strength of your original form. For instance, Tian possesses the strength equivalent to that of a quasi-divine level soul master. Thus, his current soul power is at the 99th level, quasi-divine. After consuming it, Bai Ji and Xiong Jun should also reach the 99th level, albeit slightly weaker than Tian. The resulting soul rings relate to the strength of your vital essence. The stronger the essence, the higher the age of the manifested soul rings, Yunze elucidated. Am I still considered a soul beast then? Tian posed the most crucial question. Of course, the distinction between you and your former self lies in the transformation into a human. accompanied by the emergence of martial souls and soul rings. While the essence of your race remains unchanged, you are still a soul beast, Yunze remarked. Upon hearing this response, not only Tion but also Gu Yue and others breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the race remained intact. By Xiong. You have consumed the pills as well, haven't you? Gu Yue instructed. The two affirmed, having ingested the elixirs and subsequently undergoing their own transformations, ultimately manifesting martial souls and soul rings akin to Tion. The nearly 500,000-year-old Xiong and the almost 600,000-year-old Bai Ji both ascended to the pinnacle of level 99 after consuming the transformation elixir. However, they remained in the intermediate stage of limit Douluo, akin to demigods, not yet attaining the realm of quasi-deities. Xiongju's 9 soul rings were all 100,000 years old, with the 9th soul ring reaching 200,000 years. Bai Ji, on the other hand, bore 2 black and 7 red rings. As a healing-type soul beast, she still could not compare to Tion and Xiongju in terms of vitality. Tion tore through the fabric of space, returning the group to their abode in Star Moon City. Yunze returned to his chamber to rest, handing 1 vial to Tion for distribution among the soul beasts in need. He retained the other vial for himself, passing it to Gu Yue for her discretion. The king of 10,000 beasts, Yao Ling, Ziji, and another ferocious beast were taken outside Star Moon City to consume the elixirs. Subsequently, Tion utilized his mastery of spatial laws to transport Xiongju, the king of 10,000 beasts, and Yao Ling back to the Stardo forest. The metal dam and energy shield constructed by the spirit transmitting tower outside the Stardo forest could adequately defend against ordinary soul beasts. Yet it fell short of restraining a super soul beast like Tion. This individual, revered as the mightiest champion of the continent a millennium ago, has, although constrained by the passage of time, not stagnated in his growth. Rather, he has made subtle advancements over the ages. Even now, the most formidable soul masters, adorned with their 4 character battle armors that amplify their prowess, would hesitate to claim victory against him. Such an imperial being as the Emperor Tion could not possibly be hindered by a mere layer of energy shield. Upon returning to the Stardo forest, the Bear King began to gather the remaining 7 members of his clan and administered to them the transformation pill. Notably, upon their metamorphosis, the 7 dark golden Fearclaw bears each attained the strength of a tidal Douluo. A dark golden Fearclaw bear that has lived for 10 millennia possesses the capability to contend with a tidal Douluo, and those with over 60,000 years of age undoubtedly surpass some ordinary tidal Douluos. After their transformation, the strength of the soul beasts corresponds to that of their original forms. Thus, with their tidal Douluo prowess, they naturally embody the essence of tidal Douluos. The Demon King and the Spirit of Demons also summoned their respective kin, and it is indeed a poignant reality that together, their clans comprise merely 11 soul beasts. The 8 demon eye magic trees have a minimum age of 50,000 years, while the 3 illusory demonic beasts possess a minimum age of 40,000 years. The illusory demonic beasts belong to the Spirit of Demons lineage, and both of these soul beast clans are on the brink of extinction, with their numbers dwindling to mere digits. The soul beasts that have survived to this day are those dwelling in the core region of the Stardo forest, each boasting an age exceeding a millennium. After deliberation, the Demon King and the Spirit of Demons selected an additional 9 soul beasts to assemble a total of 20. All chosen creatures were particularly attuned to spiritual entities, facilitating their search. Among them was a treasure-hunting mouse, aged over 20,000 years, the only one of its kind in the entire Stardo forest. Emperor Tion summoned all the formidable soul beasts from the Stardo forest and selected 20, administering the transformation pill to them as well. Among these were 10 emerald swans, with ages ranging from a minimum of 30,000 to a maximum of 100,000 years, as per the request of Bai Ji, to cultivate them for alchemical purposes. The emerald swans are healing-type soul beasts, well protected, with a total of over 30 remaining. From this pool, the 10 strongest were selected. Additionally, there were 10 soul beasts from various races, each exceeding 50,000 years in age, with the weakest equivalent to a human soul Douluo. This time, Emperor Tion and his companions effectively removed all the formidable forces from the Stardo forest, leaving behind only the weaker soul beasts, with merely 2 surpassing the age of 50,000 years. Should the spirit transmitting tower choose to act against the forest in the future, the cost would be minimal, sufficient to annihilate all the soul beasts residing within. One can only imagine the extent to which the strength of the Stardo forest has diminished after the removal of these soul beasts. Nevertheless, Emperor Tian had a contingency plan, bestowing his reverse scale upon one of the soul beasts over 50,000 years old, allowing him to summon it in times of dire need. His intention in taking these powerful soul beasts was to better execute his plans, rather than to abandon the over 1,000 remaining soul beasts within the forest. With so few soul beasts left in the clan, further loss would mean the complete extinction of their lineage. After selecting the soul beasts and facilitating their transformation, Emperor Tian opened a spatial passage and departed the forest with them. Their assets within Star Moon City were sold off at an urgent pace, resulting in prices that were considerably lower than usual. Once these matters were settled, Yunze and his companions set forth towards the capital. Within the spirit transmitting tower at the heart of the city, the hall master, Meng Yun, glared at the individuals before him with a face ashen with fury. "Have you yet to locate Yunze?" he demanded, his voice laced with barely contained rage. The individuals before him hung their heads, their bodies trembling with anxiety, too fearful to meet his gaze. "And no," one of them stammered. "What utter incompetence! Days have passed, and you still haven't found him. What use are you to me?" Meng Yun thundered. Chapter 11. The capital, Sun and Moon Royal Academy. No one dared to respond. The room was suffused with a tense silence, as if all had turned to statues, too terrified to breathe. Observing their silence only fueled Meng Yun's ire further, and just as he was about to unleash another tirade, something seemed to dawn upon him, causing his expression to shift. "You may leave," he commanded, exhaling deeply to regain his composure. The group exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain as to why his demeanor had changed so swiftly. "Hurry and go," Meng Yun snapped. The group hastily complied, relief washing over them as they exited the room in a hurried manner. Shortly after their departure, a tall woman with flowing red hair entered, her figure accentuated by a fitted black uniform. She strode into the hall master's office with an air of nonchalance, showing no trepidation in the presence of Meng Yun. "I have come to pay my respects, Hall Master Meng," she said, bowing respectfully, her earlier boldness replaced with deference. This visitor was one of the vice masters of the spirit transmitting tower, the super Douluo of rank 98, known by the title of Phoenix, Long Yaozhu. "There is no need for such formalities, Vice Master Lang," Meng Yun replied, his tone softening as she stopped a few meters before him. "I have heard that you have discovered a prodigious talent with innate soul power at level 20 and a martial soul of the Phoenix." At this, Meng Yun's heart tightened, his expression betraying unease. "Indeed, such a talent has come to my attention," he admitted. Noticing Meng Yun's discomfort, Long Yaozhu inquired, "Is there something amiss with this child?" After a moment of hesitation, Meng Yun candidly confessed, "We are unable to locate the child. The address he provided upon awakening his martial soul is fictitious. I had someone track him for half a day, only to discover that the boy has vanished without a trace." He hastily added, cursing inwardly, "This lad is exceedingly cunning and elusive, taking such precautions against us." "Oh," cold Yaozhu furrowed her brow. For her purpose in coming here was to find the child named Yunze, with an innate level of 20 and a martial soul of a phoenix. He epitomized her ideal disciple. If she could take him under her wing, she would have no regrets. "Have you initiated a search?" "I have dispatched people to search diligently over the past few days, but to no avail. Your Highness, you are aware that with a population nearing 10 million in Gu Yue City, locating an individual poses significant challenges," Meng Yun replied, his expression one of helplessness. Cold Yaozhu understood the difficulties inherent in such a vast city and did not blame Meng Yun. "Continue the search. I will also mobilize other branches to assist. We must find this child," she declared. Her martial soul was the heavenly phoenix, a branch of the phoenix lineage, and with her soul power at an impressive 98 levels, she was undoubtedly the ideal mentor for the boy. Conversely, he would be the most fitting disciple, perfectly poised to inherit her legacy. Such a rare disciple she would not easily let slip away. Meng Yun responded, relieved that it was the heavenly phoenix Douluo who had arrived, someone relatively easy to converse with. After thoroughly understanding the situation regarding Yunze, Long Yaozhu took the opportunity to inspect the transmission spirit tower, and she found herself quite satisfied with its condition. It was not far from Mingdu, and she planned to visit that little girl, Nana, tomorrow, as it had been some time since they last met. And she was curious about the girl's progress in her cultivation. Standing by the window of her room, Long Yaozhu admired the night scenery, a smile unconsciously spreading across her face as she thought of her disciple. In Mingdu, Yunze, Gu Yue, and the others presented their already prepared identity cards to enter this core city of the West. Naturally, their identity cards were forged, but with their formidable strength serving as a deterrent and sufficient funds at their disposal, acquiring a legitimate identity card was not a daunting task. Tian and ZG had not yet departed from Xiong Yue City. They were assisting those transformed soul beasts in obtaining identity cards. As the seat of the federal government, Mingdu has always been the political, technological, and commercial epicenter of the continent. Over the years, it has developed a permanent population of over 30 million. With skyscrapers dotting the skyline, bustling streets filled with vehicles, and a strong sense of technological advancement. While Xiong Yue City was already quite prosperous, it paled in comparison to Mingdu. Lacking any basis for comparison, the group had no interest in leisurely sightseeing within the city and headed straight for the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. The academy was not laid out like a conventional institution. Instead, it comprised 3 massive metallic towers. The towering buildings, each several hundred meters high, stood prominently, surrounded by numerous smaller buildings that formed a cluster. The academy occupied a vast expanse, allowing for ample open spaces within the cluster, which had been constructed into battle arenas and soul guide experimental sites. Yunze and his companions disembarked from their vehicle a few hundred meters from the academy and began to disperse. Bai Ji and the others set out to assess the vicinity, selecting suitable shops and buildings, while Yunze and Gu Yue made their way toward the Sun and Moon Royal Academy as Yunze intended to register. Walking side by side into the building, they were greeted by a faint metallic scent that pervaded the air, as if the very atmosphere was composed of metal. A somewhat sharp sound resonated, and red lights illuminated on either side of the entrance as 4 tall men clad in gray uniforms approached swiftly. I had forgotten. Entering the academy requires identity verification. Without it, one will be recognized, Gu Yue remarked awkwardly. The Sun and Moon Royal Academy had no gates and no fixed guards. But this did not imply that entry was unrestricted. Both sides of the entrance were equipped with identity recognition sensors. Those who had not undergone verification would trigger an alarm upon being scanned and would subsequently face these 4 burly men. In addition to the 4 imposing soul masters, Yunze sensed other dangers lurking nearby. If he was not mistaken, numerous concealed soul guides were currently aimed at him. A simple explanation should suffice, Yunze said, observing the hostile demeanor of the 4 men, remaining unfazed. Please come with us, one of the men said in a deep voice, encircling Yunze. They meticulously scrutinized anyone who intruded upon the academy, seeking to ascertain their intentions and determining how to handle the situation based on the circumstances. Such matters would certainly not be dealt with at the entrance, as it would create a poor impression. Rather, they would escort him to a designated room. You speak, Yunze suggested to Gu Yue, knowing her words would carry more weight than his own, given his current lack of status as a mere 6-year-old child. Very well. Gu Yue nodded and presented her identity card to the 4 men. Her card was somewhat special, bearing a name stamped with a golden seal, the exclusive mark of the academy's principal. Upon seeing this seal, the 4 men's expressions shifted, and they immediately bowed in respect. He is my friend, and I need to take him to see the principal, Gu Yue stated succinctly. Upon hearing this, the 4 men exchanged glances and promptly stepped aside. Since Gu Yue had said so, they dared not obstruct her. They then produced a device resembling a remote control and pressed a green button. As the green button was pressed, the soul guides that had been aimed at Yunze retracted, and his identity was temporarily deemed compliant. Chapter 12. Principal Su Lin. Entangled, let us proceed. Gu Yue smiled gently, her youthful visage lending a playful charm to her expression. Yunze returned her smile as he followed her deeper into the hall. Inside, numerous students donned in white uniforms were present. As Yunze and Gu Yue passed by, they received awestruck and admiring gazes. The male students primarily focused on Gu Yue. Such a breathtaking woman was difficult for these young men to resist, their eyes drawn to her involuntarily. Among the female students, some admired Gu Yue, while others were captivated by Yunze. It was their first time encountering such a delicately crafted, uniquely adorned child with an extraordinary demeanor. This little brother is truly handsome. Look at that red hair, how cool it is. And that red robe. He carries himself with such grace. Indeed, his skin is exquisite. I just want to pinch his cheeks. Have you noticed? His pupils seem red as well. A group of nearby female students giggled and whispered, charmed by Yunze. Hearing their chatter, Yunze felt somewhat helpless. Being in a 6-year-old body certainly presented its challenges. The 2 arrived at the elevator entrance and stepped into the exclusive lift. a facility that ordinary students would not dare to use, nor would they be permitted. This elevator led to the highest fifth floor of the building, where the academy's upper echelons resided, a privilege reserved for the elite. Gu Yue inserted her identity card into a slot and pressed the button for the 51st floor. Ascending swiftly, in less than 30 seconds, the elevator reached its destination, and upon opening, they were greeted not by a corridor, but by an opulently decorated room. Who has arrived? A commanding voice resonated through the air. Gu Yue, accompanied by Yunze, exited the elevator and proceeded towards the left side of the room. The 50th floor essentially housed a single chamber, albeit one that occupied the entirety of the floor with an expanse nearing 1,000 square meters. Upon arriving at one of the room's entrances, the door slid open automatically. "Ah, our prodigious genius has arrived. Welcome, welcome," a silver-haired elder exclaimed, rising from his seat to greet Gu Yue. The elder, tall and slender, exhibited a slight stoop due to his advanced age. Yet his beaming smile and exuberant demeanor revealed a lively spirit. "Principal, such accolades are beyond what I can bear," Gu Yue replied lightly, adopting a more casual tone in the presence of the principal. "Indeed, if you cannot bear them, then who could?" Principal Su Lin chuckled in response. "That's him." Gu Yue gestured towards Yunze beside her. "Him?" Principal Su Lin paused, directing his attention to Yunze, who had previously escaped his notice amidst his focus on Gu Yue. It was only upon Gu Yue's remark that he began to scrutinize Yunze with intent. His initial impression was that of a remarkably refined child, but a deeper observation led to the realization that this child was indeed extraordinary. Upon a third glance, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had just sensed Yunze's soul power fluctuations, and the revelation nearly dropped his jaw. "A level 21 soul master?" Su Lin exclaimed incredulously, staring at Yunze in disbelief. To quell his doubts, he rechecked several times, each result confirming his initial assessment. "My dear boy, how old are you this year?" Su Lin inquired, his breath quickening with anticipation. 6 years old, Yunze responded nonchalantly. "Are you truly only 6? You aren't deceiving me, are you?" Su Lin's voice faltered, his expression gradually shifting to one of gravity. Yunze was indeed only 6 years old. He had awakened his martial soul just days prior, which was that of a phoenix, possessing innate soul power of level 20, as Gu Yue explained. An innate soul power of level 20. Su Lin appeared as though he had never encountered such a phenomenon, his astonishment evident on his face. It took him a considerable moment to regain composure, and he remarked, "No wonder you possess level 21 soul power at such a tender age. It is indeed due to your innate level 20. However, this innate level 20 soul power is rather terrifying, isn't it? Such a phenomenon has not graced the continent in nearly 20,000 years." Su Lin regarded Yunze with the gaze of one observing a marvel, his fervent desire to recruit him into the academy palpable. After surveying Yunze, he turned his attention back to Gu Yue and inquired with a smile, "Gu Yue, my dear student, what brings you and Yunze here?" "Oh, he is my friend, accompanying me for a tour of the academy. In a few days, I intend to bring him to apply to Shrek Academy. I came to request a month's leave from you, principal, and since I cannot bear to leave him alone, I brought him along as well. You wouldn't hold that against me, would you?" Gu Yue smiled gently and spoke. The expression on Dean Su Lin's face had already frozen upon hearing the mention of Shrek Academy, which diverged somewhat from his initial expectations. It was no wonder that Su Lin's smile appeared somewhat forced as he inquired, "Are you serious, Gu Yue? Are you suggesting that we should take Yunze to apply for Shrek Academy?" "Of course, it's true. With Yunze's remarkable talent, applying to Shrek Academy should pose no problem," Gu Yue replied. Yunze remained silent, quietly observing Gu Yue's performance. The notion of applying to Shrek was, of course, a fabrication. The academy, reputed to be the foremost institution on the continent, held no allure for him. The choice of academy was largely indifferent to him. His cultivation did not necessitate external guidance, and he could navigate his own path. His decision to attend the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon was predicated on the belief that he could better fulfill his plans there, realizing his commitments sooner. And once his strength was sufficient, he could depart without delay. Gu Yue's current assertion was a prearranged strategy to leverage Shrek in securing certain privileges for him. Ahem. While there is no issue with that, I believe Shrek Academy may not be the most suitable choice for Yunze. I would advise against applying. Su Lin stated earnestly with a slight cough. "Why is that?" Gu Yue feigned confusion. "There are numerous reasons, far too many to enumerate. But let me highlight the most critical point," Su Lin replied. Judging by his tone, it seemed that Shrek Academy was riddled with flaws and lacked merits. Shrek only enrolls students once every 3 years, and the latest admission cycle concluded half a month ago. This means that taking him to Shrek City now would serve no purpose. He must wait another 3 years. The people at Shrek place great emphasis on rules and are rather proud. Regardless of one's genius, they will not make exceptions. With a smirk, Su Lin exaggerated the situation. Reveling in the predicament. Dean, please don't mislead me. I've heard that Shrek does have special admissions. As long as one's talent is sufficient, one can be admitted regardless of the usual criteria, Gu Yue replied calmly. Su Lin's smile faltered as he replied earnestly, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Shrek Academy is indeed challenging to enter. Furthermore, it is not as favorable for students as you might believe. The treatment it offers is inferior to that of our own academy. Therefore, allowing Yunze to study at our academy would mean direct admission without examination. And he would immediately enjoy the privileges of a core student. In light of your standing, I could also take Yunze as my personal disciple and instruct him myself. Chapter 13. A 6-year-old, level 3 soul minter? Hearing Su Lin's tone, one might think he had made a tremendous concession, yet in reality, he was eager for this outcome. As for taking on a disciple, let us dismiss that notion. Yunze has his own teacher and will not seek another. Gu Yue declined on Yunze's behalf. The teacher in question is merely a fabrication. By asserting this, Yunze can sidestep considerable trouble. He has a teacher. Who could it be? Su Lin was momentarily taken aback, his face betraying a flicker of disappointment. My teacher has instructed me not to casually divulge his name, Yunze remarked, adding an air of mystery to this non-existent mentor. I see, Su Lin replied, understanding that further inquiries would yield no fruitful results, and thus refrained from digging deeper. His curiosity regarding Yunze's teacher was piqued, pondering the depth of his abilities, while simultaneously feeling a twinge of envy. Yunze, I extend to you a heartfelt invitation to join our Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Should you accept, I can assure you that we will cultivate you into an unparalleled powerhouse. Though our academy primarily excels in the instruction of soul-guiding devices, our capabilities in nurturing soul masters have significantly improved in recent years. While we may still trail behind Shrek Academy, the disparity is not insurmountable. It is a gap that can be bridged. To better harness your exceptional talents, we can enlist a titled powerhouse as your guiding instructor. What I mean is, your regular teacher would be a titled powerhouse with no instructor beneath that rank. You must understand that receiving daily instruction from a titled Douluo is a privilege that even the students of Shrek Academy cannot enjoy. The educational resources we offer are undoubtedly superior to those of Shrek Academy and are far more conducive to your development, Su Lin stated earnestly. He added, I assure you, I am not attempting to deceive you. If you agree to enroll, I will undoubtedly secure a titled Douluo to guide you. This I can guarantee in the name of the president of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. My word is not empty. Su Lin gazed intently at Yunze, awaiting his response. He was resolutely determined to recruit this prodigious youth, who possessed an innate soul power of 20, an extraordinary talent that could easily be deemed the most gifted soul master on the continent. Should they succeed in nurturing Yunze, he could rival the likes of Shrek's Yunming and perhaps even supplant him, emerging as the continent's foremost powerhouse. Such a prodigious soul master, having crossed paths with him, could not be permitted to remain with Shrek Academy. Every effort must be made to secure him. Regarding the advantages Su Lin mentioned, Yunze remained unfazed, as if the prospect of a titled Douluo as a mentor held no allure for him. I require none of that. All I seek is absolute freedom and access to the Academy's resources, Yunze stated. Su Lin was taken aback, not expecting these to be Yunze's desires. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I can grant you access to the Academy's resources, provided it does not involve highly confidential documents. As for the absolute freedom you speak of, may I inquire what precisely that entails? Simply put, it means absolute freedom. I wish to manage my own time within the Academy, without the obligation to attend classes, to heed the instructor's training regimens, or to allow others to interfere in my affairs. I shall adhere to the rules of the Academy and not disturb others. Likewise, I hope others will not encroach upon my autonomy. Yunze clarified his demands. Forcing him to attend classes like a child would be utterly impractical and a waste of time. Su Lin furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Can you still consider yourself a student of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy under such conditions? Attending the Academy without participating in classes or receiving guidance from teachers renders your enrollment meaningless, does it not? Are you merely interested in perusing the Academy's materials? Indeed, Yunzhe's enrollment at the Sun and Moon Royal Academy stemmed from two primary reasons: the esteemed background of the Academy's federal government and, more significantly, the wealth of resources it offered. For him, understanding the theory was tantamount to mastery. When it came to practical application, he could achieve remarkable proficiency. He yearned to grasp the methods of crafting advanced soul guides, mechas, and battle armors within the Academy. At this moment, Gu Yue interjected, "Dean, Yunzhe's request is actually based on his exceptional abilities. He possesses an extraordinary photographic memory and remarkable practical skills. Once he comprehends the theory, he can effortlessly apply it. His self-learning capability is astonishing. Much like a soul guide, he has mastered the level 3 soul guide formation and its engraving techniques through self-study. Strictly speaking, he can already be considered a level 3 soul master, a self-taught level 3 soul master. This illustrates the sheer magnitude of Yunzhe's self-learning prowess. If he were to be taught by a teacher, it might stifle the expression of his innate talent, which would be counterproductive." "Wait, hold on." Su Lin interrupted Gu Yue, digging into his ears in disbelief. "Did I mishear you, or did you misspeak? Is Yunzhe truly a level 3 soul master at the age of 6? Su Lin emphasized his words, his heart racing. If this were true, it would challenge everything he thought he knew. A slight smile graced Gu Yue's lips as she affirmed, "I did not misspeak. Yunzhe is indeed a level 3 soul master. Dean, if you have any doubts, you can bring the materials and let him demonstrate his ability to create a soul guide right here, thus validating the truth of my statement." Seeing the unwavering confidence on Gu Yue's face, Su Lin's mind sparked with a bold idea. He gazed intently at Yunzhe, no longer perceiving him as a mere anomaly, but rather as a celestial being, a treasure of unparalleled worth. "If you truly can produce a level 3 soul guide, you may consider this academy your home. You will have complete freedom. No teacher will interfere with your endeavors, not even I, granting you absolute autonomy," Su Lin declared, his breath quickening. If Yunzhe successfully crafted a level 3 soul guide, he would not only bestow upon him freedom, but would willingly relinquish his position as dean. However, he swiftly pivoted, adding, "But if you fail to produce it, you must obediently attend classes and adhere to the curriculum laid out by the Academy." "Understood," Yunzhe nodded, casting an appreciative glance at Gu Yue. She understood the meaning behind his gaze and smiled warmly. Their collaboration had been remarkably effective in achieving their objective. "What materials do you require? Speak freely, and I shall arrange for them immediately," Su Lin urged, his eagerness palpable. "Just prepare the materials needed to create a level 3 soul guide ray gun," Yunzhe replied. "Are you certain?" The difficulty of crafting a level 3 soul guide ray gun is not trivial. It rivals that of some level 4 soul guides, Su Lin questioned, feeling that Yunzhe was perhaps overestimating his capabilities by opting for one of the more challenging tasks within the realm of level 3 soul guides. "Absolutely," Yunzhe affirmed, his calm demeanor concealing an unwavering confidence. Chapter 14. Offspring of the Divine. Upon receiving the request, Su Lin promptly contacted the Soul Guide service to arrange for materials. Within 5 minutes, a middle-aged man arrived at the office bearing 3 sets of documents. After dismissing the man, Su Lin escorted Yunzhe and Gu Yue to his exclusive workshop, where the metallic ambience was particularly pronounced. Numerous rare metals adorned the shelves, abundant in both quantity and variety, showcasing nearly every type of advanced metal. However, the higher-grade metals required for crafting a third-level soul guide apparatus were conspicuously absent, hence the necessity for preparation. "I have arranged 3 sets of materials for you, which means you have 3 opportunities," Su Lin stated, granting Yunzhe a chance to err. Yunzhe merely smiled in response, glancing at Gu Yue, who produced a silver-white carving knife and handed it to him. Observing this, Su Lin could not help but inquire, "Do you not possess your own carving knife?" Typically, soul masters have their own tools, as a familiar knife enhances the precision of engraving formations. "No. This is actually my first attempt at crafting a soul guide," Yunzhe replied naturally, organizing the materials before commencing the engraving of the formation. "These materials have been meticulously prepared and require no further polishing. They merely need the engraving of the magical array before final assembly. The crux of crafting the soul guiding device lies in the engraving of the magical array, which is precisely what Su Lin is eager to witness, Yunzhe's engraving technique. Thus, he had the polished metals readied without delay. Is this his first attempt at creating a soul guiding device? Su Lin stood frozen, gazing at Yunzhe with a mix of disbelief and curiosity. He remained silent, his eyes fixated on Yunzei's hands, not daring to blink for fear of missing a critical step. Gu Yue observed with keen interest, her heart fluttering with anxiety. Would he succeed on his first endeavor? Deep down, Su Lin seethed with suspicion. How could someone exhibit such proficiency on their initial attempt at crafting a soul-guiding device? Yet, Yunzei's movements were anything but clumsy. They were remarkably adept. Each gesture was executed with precision, the lines of the engraving flowing seamlessly, without a hint of hesitation. The starting point, the trajectory, and the endpoint of the magical array were chosen with exceptional accuracy. One might even deem them flawless, leaving Su Lin unable to pinpoint any defect. This young man truly is a prodigy. Su Lin's face was adorned with a look of astonishment, coupled with an unmistakable thrill. A true connoisseur can discern the essence of a craft at a glance. As a 9th-level soul engineer, he recognized within mere minutes that Yunzei was an extraordinarily rare genius. The finesse of his techniques and his comprehension of the formation resembled not that of a mere 6-year-old child, but rather that of an elderly sage who had devoted decades to the study of soul-guiding devices. To possess such adept skills in the engraving of formations at just over 6 years of age spoke volumes about the child's prodigious talent in the realm of soul-guiding apparatuses. The more Su Lin observed, the more his astonishment deepened. Half an hour later, his mouth hung agape as if one could fit an egg inside. The components of a 3rd-level soul-guiding ray gun numbered 23, comprising 4 primary components and 19 auxiliary components. The engraving of the auxiliary components was relatively straightforward, requiring the inscription of 20 to 30 minor formations, which could be easily interconnected. However, the engraving of formations on the primary components posed a far greater challenge, marking the true difficulty in crafting soul-guiding devices. Each primary component necessitated the inscription of 2 core formations and 10 to 30 minor formations. The interplay of conflict between the core formations and the resolution of such conflicts into a cohesive whole was pivotal to the engraving process and a true test of a soul engineer's prowess. Yunzei had chosen to begin with the primary components, and over the past half hour, he had successfully resolved 1 primary component. The second primary component was nearing completion, with the engraving of its formations approaching a critical phase of core formation integration. Su Lin widened his eyes and moved closer, positioning himself at a vantage point that would not disrupt Yunzei's concentration. The manner in which Yunzei addressed the conflicts in the core formations left him in awe. Not only did he resolve the conflicts, but he also forged a tighter connection between the formations, enhancing their mutual amplification. Su Lin was taken aback to witness the modifications Yunzei had made. He was on the verge of exclaiming in surprise. What had initially been a mere hypothesis was now confirmed upon further observation. Yunzei had indeed refined the formations, rendering the 2 3rd-level formations more intricate and profound, surpassing the complexity of typical 4th-level formations. Although a finished product had yet to materialize, Su Lin was certain that the eventual output would undoubtedly exceed the standard capabilities of a 3rd-level soul-guiding ray gun. In fact, this soul-guiding device could hardly be classified as a mere 3rd-level apparatus. It could be categorized as a 4th-level device. For the core formations constituting this soul-guiding instrument were on par with 4th-level formations. Upon reaching this conclusion, Su Lin's gaze towards Yunzei grew increasingly fervent. Yunzei's innate talent for soul engineering surpassed his expectations. As time inexorably flowed, upon completing the engraving of the 3rd main component, Yunzei paused momentarily to rest. Although his soul power was considerably more robust than that of an ordinary soul master, he was still only at the 21st level, rendering his reserves somewhat limited. Engraving a level 3 formation at the soul sovereign rank without interruption had already pushed him to his limits, and his soul power was nearly depleted, necessitating a period of recuperation. Gu Yue produced a soul-guiding milk bottle she had prepared in advance and handed it to Yunzei, who accepted it gratefully, utilizing it to swiftly replenish his soul power. Yunzei, did you modify this formation yourself? Su Lin inquired, holding the engraved main component. His fingers traced the intricate patterns of the formation, experiencing a sensation akin to caressing a treasured artifact, unable to part with it. Indeed, Yunzei replied, while studying. I thought these formations might be better represented in this manner, so I endeavored to engrave them accordingly. Aside from combat, his greatest proficiency lay in alchemy, making him one of the foremost alchemists in the celestial realm. However, his expertise was not confined solely to alchemy. He also dabbled in formations and artifact crafting, albeit with less finesse than in alchemy. Nevertheless, his relative lack of mastery was still impressive, as he surpassed many in these fields. After all, with the cultivation level of an immortal emperor supporting him, coupled with his exceptional comprehension and the accumulation of countless epics, how far could he truly falter? This magical formation can be regarded as a modest offshoot of the broader array of formations, characterized by its simplicity and ease of modification. The enhancement of this tri-level formation was a spontaneous act. Had he not been mindful of his own soul power, the improvements would have been far more sophisticated. You have never attempted to inscribe it before. You merely felt in your mind that it could be altered, and thus you made the changes? Su Lin exclaimed in astonishment. Yunze nodded in affirmation. Su Lin felt a dryness in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless and uncertain of what to say. His heart was a tumultuous sea, with waves surging to heights of over 100 feet, and his pulse raced far beyond its usual rhythm, making it difficult to achieve tranquility. Classmate Gu Yue, could it be that Yunze is a scion of the divine? Su Lin inexplicably posed this question. Director, why would you inquire about such a thing? Gu Yue feigned surprise, yet inwardly found it amusing. He was no mere offspring of a deity, but a divine being in his own right. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that with Yunze's formidable prowess, his bloodline lineage must also be extraordinary, and it would not be unfounded to refer to him as a scion of the gods. Chapter 15, Level 4 Soul Guidance Device, Fire Pattern Engraving Knife. Not being a descendant of the divine, I cannot fathom how he possesses such unparalleled talent. This aptitude is unprecedented. Su Lin trembled with excitement. Almost certain that Yunze would undoubtedly surpass Yun Ming in the future, emerging as the indisputable foremost individual on the continent, perhaps even attaining divinity. The mere thought of this exhilarated him further. The current stature of Shrek Academy was built upon the emergence of divine entities. If they were to produce another in the future, they could truly stand shoulder to shoulder with Shrek, or perhaps even surpass it. Haha. I shall become the greatest dean of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Su Lin rejoiced internally. Even if Yunze does not ascend to godhood, he possesses the potential to break through the 9th level Soul Master barrier, becoming a 10th level Soul Master who rivals the divine. Regardless of the outcome, as the one who discovered his talents, I shall indelibly etch my name into the annals of the Academy's history. Yunze paid no heed to Dean Su Lin's fervent gaze. Once his soul power was restored, he continued to engrave the magic array. With the primary components completed, the engraving of the secondary components became significantly easier, progressing at an impressive pace, with each piece taking merely 7 to 8 minutes. After more than 3 hours, Yunze assembled his first soul guidance device, a level 3 soul guidance ray gun. Dean, please confirm this, Yunze said, holding it out for Su Lin to inspect. He was not overly excited, maintaining a calm demeanor. I have observed your crafting. I am well aware of its success. On behalf of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, I welcome your enrollment. Once you join, feel free to treat the Academy as your home. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out, Su Lin beamed. Though he spoke kindly, he accepted the ray gun not to verify its success, but to test its power. Yunze exchanged a knowing smile with Gu Yue. Su Lin escorted them to a special room, sparsely furnished with mere metallic instruments. With a swift pull of the trigger, the ray shot forth, striking the red target's center in an instant. The adjacent display screen immediately revealed the results. Killing power at the Soul Master level could be withstood by a level 44 defensive Soul Master at full strength. A level 47 offensive Soul Master could withstand it at full power. A level 51 agility attack Soul King could also defend against it completely, and a level 62 support Soul Emperor could endure it at full force. Shooting speed offered a probability of evasion for agility attacks. Overall assessment, a mid-level 4 soul guidance device. The test results materialized in data form, and upon witnessing these figures, Su Lin, having anticipated them somewhat, could not help but feel astonished. As he had surmised, this soul guidance ray gun possessed a power level corresponding to that of a level 4 soul guidance device. Can you sell me this soul guidance device, Yunze? I wish to delve deeply into the intricacies of the magical array, Su Lin expressed with palpable excitement. The array, improved by Yunze, possessed significant research value, igniting a fervent interest within him. This material originally belonged to the dean, who intended to directly utilize the soul guide crafted from it, rendering any discussion of sale unnecessary. Haha, you certainly have a way with words, my child, the dean replied with delight. Since it is you who transforms these metals into more valuable soul guides, I shall not take advantage of you. This is for you. Su Lin extracted a crimson engraving knife from his storage ring. Its blade adorned with intricate magical arrays and glowing fervently as if imbued with flames. The fire pattern engraving knife, Dean, is this not excessively valuable? Yunze hesitated to accept. You actually recognize this engraving knife? Su Lin inquired, astonished. I have encountered it in literature. It ranks 19th on the engraving knife list and can enhance the potency of fire-type soul guides by nearly 50% when utilized by a fire attribute soul master. The difficulty of inscribing magical arrays diminishes by approximately 20%, and it also lessens soul power consumption. The worth of this knife, for a fire attribute soul master, is at least over 100 million federal coins. It is indeed too precious for me to accept, Yunze replied. My child, your knowledge is truly profound. I now believe in your remarkable memory. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to comprehend so much. Su Lin admired Yunze increasingly. Then, deliberately adopting a serious demeanor, he stated, what is there to hesitate over? This is merely a welcome gift from me to you. Regardless of its value, just accept it. Were it anyone else, he would undoubtedly refrain from gifting such a cherished fire pattern engraving knife. However, Yunze was different. For a genius of his caliber, establishing a closer rapport was far more valuable than the knife itself. I shall purchase this fire pattern engraving knife from you for 33 million federal coins. Only then can I accept it with a clear conscience. Otherwise, I must decline. Yunze pondered momentarily before speaking, adhering to his principles of not easily accepting gifts. Though seemingly gratuitous, such gestures often came with unspoken obligations. Money was easily acquired, but favors were hard to repay. In comparison, he preferred a direct monetary exchange. My child, why must you be so obstinate? Just accept it. Do you think I am in need of that 33 million federal coins? Su Lindao was aware that Yunze might possess a formidable background, capable of producing 13 million federal coins. However, he had no intention of accepting it at that moment. He simply wished to bestow the item upon him. Moreover, the boy's calculations were rather astute. The top price for the fire pattern carving knife was indeed approximately 13 million. It could be said that he had benefited somewhat from the situation, given that the top price was set at such a figure. The actual auction price would likely fall below this amount. No, Yunze resolutely shook his head and stated, if the dean has no further matters, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to exit. The carving knife was impressive and would certainly aid him in the future. However, if it required a favor in return, he would rather forego it. Wait, Su Lin called out hurriedly, striding up to Yunze and presenting the carving knife with a resigned expression. Remember to transfer the 13 million federal coins to me. Yunze smiled slightly as he accepted the knife. Give me your account details, and I shall transfer the funds to you before tonight. Su Lin promptly produced his federal savings card, intending to test the boy's memory by showing him the card number. That will suffice, Yunze remarked, averting his gaze after barely 5 seconds. Following this, he provided Su Lin with some basic information before departing with Gu Yue via the elevator. Once he had seen the two off, Su Lin returned to his office and dialed a number. Come to my office. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man entered Su Lin's office, standing respectfully as he awaited instructions. Investigate this child in Star Moon City. I wish to know his detailed background, Su Lin said, handing the registration form for Yunze to the middle-aged man. Understood, the man replied, and after a brief exchange of instructions, he took his leave. Once the man had departed, Su Lin made another call. Tomorrow evening, I shall convene the highest council meeting of the academy. Ensure that all council members are notified and that their attendance is mandatory. No one is to be absent. Afterward, he placed another call, this time adopting a tone of warmth and respect. Teacher, the academy will hold a supreme meeting tomorrow evening, and I would like you to attend as well. Why must there be another supreme meeting? Wasn't one just held for Gu Yue recently? Came the surprised voice from the other end of the line. What is it about? If it's not of great importance, I shall refrain from attending. I am busy with my research. This matter is indeed somewhat related to Gu Yue. Su Lin began to explain patiently. After a lengthy silence, the voice on the other end finally trembled as it replied, Little Su, is what you say truly the case? Of course it is. Would I dare deceive you, teacher? Su Lin said earnestly. I shall arrive punctually tomorrow evening. Please ensure that child attends the highest council. I wish to meet him. Understood, Su Lin replied respectfully. Chapter 16. The Creation of Unique Techniques, the Demon God Technique. After departing from the dean's office, Gu Yue leisurely accompanied Yunze around the academy to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. The Sun and Moon Royal Academy may not occupy as extensive a land area as some larger institutions, given that it consists of merely 3 clusters of buildings. However, its usable space is by no means inferior to those larger academies. With 3 main buildings and 12 auxiliary structures, the total number of floors exceeds 400. And each floor boasts a usable area of over 1,000 square meters, rendering its total area impressively vast. Each of these edifices represents a fusion of soul-guiding devices and reinforced concrete, concealing peril within their resplendent exteriors. The interiors are replete with advanced technology, housing a soul-guiding artillery laboratory capable of withstanding the bombardment of an 8th-level fixed artillery shell, as well as a trial arena for the battles of titled Douluos. There are exhibition halls for mechas and battle armor, virtual training rooms, and all that other academies can offer their students resides within these structures. Where else would you like to explore? Gu Yue inquired of Yunze as they traversed the corridor between the buildings, having just concluded a tour of the academy's library. The library is not merely a single room or a single floor. Rather, it spans 5 levels, situated at the pinnacle of one of the main buildings. The collection of books and materials housed within these 5 stories represents the accumulated knowledge of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy over the course of millennia. With a history exceeding 10,000 years, the Academy's archives are limited to this time frame due to a catastrophic event that transpired a millennium ago. The cataclysmic explosion obliterated this ancient institution, erasing not just its literature but also claiming the lives of every individual within its walls. Following that calamity, the Sun and Moon Royal Academy could not be said to have merely suffered a setback, it had effectively met its demise. Had it not been for the substantial support from the royal family in subsequent years, this esteemed institution might have faded into the annals of forgotten history. Apart from the first floor, which is freely accessible, the remaining 4 levels require specific permissions for entry, with the topmost floor being the most restricted. Gu Yue guided Yunze through the first 4 levels, yet they were unable to access the 5th due to their current permissions. Although the principal, Su Lin, had promised Yunze unrestricted access, the 5th floor contained highly confidential documents that fell outside the purview of free access. Even the principal himself needed to submit an application, undergo scrutiny from the Academy's council, and sign relevant documents to gain entry. If he lacked the authority to grant Yunze access, it was of little use to continue exploring. With no particular desire to linger, Yunze decided to seek temporary accommodation outside, intending to refine some alchemical concoctions. His primary interest lay in the Academy's library, and having perused its contents, he felt no need to wander further. Is that all? Gu Yue remarked, her smile dimming slightly as she nodded with resignation. Very well, I shall escort you out. Yunze nodded in agreement, and they proceeded towards the entrance they had originally entered. By the way, what type of elixir do you intend to concoct? Gu Yue inquired with curiosity, tilting her head as her enchanting eyes fixed upon Yunze. To date, she had only witnessed him refine a transformation elixir once, during his previous instruction with Bai Ji. He had merely provided verbal guidance and refrained from practical demonstrations. Hearing now that Yunze would be refining elixirs piqued her interest significantly. Noticing Gu Yue's inquisitive demeanor, Yunze chuckled softly. It is not a novel elixir, merely the standard foundation establishment pill and the breaking stage pill. Since that fire pattern carving knife cost 31 million, I feel reluctant to take the earnings made by Bai Ji and the others without contributing something in return. Yue halted abruptly, surprised that Yunze's motivation for refining elixirs stemmed from this reason. She quickly replied, you need not feel obligated. You have aided us immensely. If anything, we owe you, not the other way around. Feel free to use the money we earned as you wish. Even if you were to spend it all, we would not complain. After all, the methods for acquiring wealth were taught to us by you. Utilizing the money is only fitting. Yunze lifted his gaze to glance at Gu Yue, perceiving the sincerity reflected in her eyes. With a faint smile, he remarked, each individual possesses their own way of handling matters. While you may consider my actions as a given, I do not share that sentiment. I am not one to take from others without recompense. Rather, I find solace in refining some elixirs as a means of atonement. However, just as Gu Yue was about to voice her thoughts, Yunze interrupted her. For me, alchemy is a trivial pursuit. There is no need for us to engage in excessive debate over this matter, Yunze stated. Hearing his words, Gu Yue cast him a resigned glance and refrained from further comment. The two continued on their path, and Yunze casually inquired, how is your progress with the demon god technique? At the mention of the demon god technique, A flicker of excitement sparkled in Gu Yue's eyes, only to dim shortly after as she shyly confessed, "This technique is rather profound and challenging to cultivate. I am still at the initial stage of the first layer." Yunza paused, turning his head to regard Gu Yue. Feeling his gaze upon her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Channel the demon god technique. And do not resist my spiritual energy," Yunza said calmly as he suddenly grasped her hand. Startled by the sudden contact, Gu Yue instinctively attempted to pull away. But upon realizing it was Yunza, she remained still, allowing him to hold her. Following Yunza's instructions, she began to quietly circulate the demon god technique. At that moment, she felt a surge of spiritual energy intruding. Suppressing her instinct to resist, she permitted Yunza to perceive her internal condition without obstruction. Gu Yue understood Yunza well enough to know he would not act against her interests at this juncture, nor would he take the opportunity to pry into her thoughts. Yunza carefully sensed the flow of energy within Gu Yue for several seconds before releasing her hand. "There are some issues with your cultivation. Tomorrow I shall assist you in correcting them. This will facilitate a much smoother practice," he stated. Understanding the challenges Gu Yue faced was not a daunting task. It merely required a bit of guidance. The demon god technique, crafted from his observations of the soul beasts and their soul power over the years, was a method tailored specifically for them. This technique comprises 7 layers, each divided into early, middle, and late stages, addressing both the cultivation of the body and the spirit. Attaining the 5th layer would grant one the ability to transcend the constraints of this world and achieve the status of a so-called deity. Upon reaching the 7th layer, one would presumably ascend to the rank of a god king, a judgment he made based on the energy within Gu Yue before her transformation. Half a year ago, he had imparted this technique to Gu Yue, exclusively teaching her as he wished to observe the results of her cultivation. While her progress was not slow, it had yet to meet his expectations. "Good," Gu Yue responded with enthusiasm. She could sense the remarkable nature of this technique and believed that its continued practice would significantly enhance her strength. This assistance is not merely limited to the present. Once she has fully restored her strength, it will continue to provide substantial benefits, thus bestowing her with lifelong advantages. Naturally, she aspires to master such a miraculous technique. Chapter 17. Alchemy as effortless as drinking water. The library. The two walked side by side, leaving the academy under the watchful gaze of their peers. The male students harbored feelings of envy, wishing they could enjoy a harmonious relationship with the goddess Gu Yue, just as this child did. Typically, Gu Yue maintained an aloof demeanor among her fellow students, rarely interacting with others aside from her studies. Consequently, throughout her years at the academy, she had not forged a single friendship, existing as an enigmatic figure deemed unapproachable by her classmates. Now, witnessing Gu Yue's closeness with the child, their envy was only natural. Despite her lack of friends, she attracted numerous admirers. Many self-proclaimed prodigies had confessed their affections to her, yet none succeeded, receiving only a curt dismissal. As Gu Yue strolled along the street, her communicator abruptly chimed, slowing her pace. She retrieved the device and discovered a call from the academy's principal, Su Lin, which prompted her to glance at Yunze with curiosity. "Principal, what brings you to contact me?" Gu Yue inquired directly upon connecting the call. A few minutes later, Gu Yue relayed Su Lin's message to Yunze. "It seems I have caught the attention of the Federal Research Institute," Yunze remarked with a light chuckle. Gu Yue nodded in agreement, stating, although Su Lin did not explicitly mention it, the prominent figure he referred to could only be one of a select few. Among these individuals, the one closely associated with the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon must be the principal of the Federal Research Institute. I suspect he will undoubtedly extend an invitation for you to join the institute, perhaps even wish to take you on as his disciple. Gu Yue smiled. These are experiences she has undergone, which are highly likely to transpire in Yunza's life as well. Coincidentally, he has also invited you to participate in this conference. Hence, it would be prudent for you to assist me by dismissing all of Yunza's propositions. "No problem. I will certainly cooperate with you," Gu Yue responded cheerfully. The two engaged in leisurely conversation and soon arrived at a hotel situated nearly 1,000 meters from the academy, where they booked 2 rooms for their stay. Su Lin intended to arrange an independent dormitory for Yunza, but he declined, favoring the convenience of residing off campus. Gu Yue, who typically resided in a 3-bedroom apartment within the academy, had opted for a hotel room solely to facilitate Yunza's guidance on her martial arts training in the evening. It remains uncertain whether she will eventually relocate to an external residence. Shortly after settling in, Gu Yue received a call from her instructor, Long Yaozhu. who had arrived in Mingdu and wished to meet her. Informing Yunze, she departed the hotel to meet Leng Yaozhu at their prearranged location. Upon returning to the hotel room, Yunze first called Biji, instructing her to transfer 130 million federal coins to Su Lin. Without inquiring about the reason, Biji promptly complied with Yunze's request. After the transfer was completed, Yunze began his alchemical endeavors. His storage ring contained a plethora of medicinal materials, along with an alchemical furnace, making the process remarkably convenient. While concocting foundational and breakthrough elixirs proved challenging for Biji and her companions, it posed no difficulty for him. He meticulously controlled his flames, confining the temperature within the furnace, ensuring the rest of the room remained unaffected. It took approximately half an hour to refine a large batch of elixirs, achieving a 100 success rate, resulting in 100 plump foundational elixirs. Should Biji witness this spectacle, she would undoubtedly question her own existence. For Yunze, alchemy was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. However, his soul power limited his continuous production. Each batch required a recovery period of over 40 minutes before he could proceed, and by 8 in the evening, he had amassed 600 pills, half foundational and half breakthrough, all of the utmost quality, with effects at least twice as potent as those crafted by Biji. Once his soul power was depleted, he practiced 2 martial arts techniques, and his absorption rate rivaled that of a high-tier soul king, allowing for rapid restoration of his soul power. Engaging in alchemy served as a beneficial training method for him. Throughout this process of depletion and recovery, his soul power became more concentrated and robust, significantly enhancing the overall speed of his cultivation. Observing the time, Yunze refrained from continuing his alchemical work, freshened up, changed out of his sweat-soaked attire, and donned a white long robe before stepping outside. After a light meal to satiate his hunger, he knocked on Gu Yue's door. Following dinner, Gu Yue returned to the hotel with Leng Yaozhu, refraining from disturbing Yunze and patiently awaiting his arrival. In the room, Yunze and Gu Yue sat cross-legged facing each other, their palms aligned. Do not resist the guidance of my soul power. Attentively memorize the forthcoming circulation route, Yunze advised. Understood. Gu Yue nodded earnestly, fully lowering her defenses to allow Yunze's soul power to enter her body. As Yunze's soul power circulated within her, Gu Yue synchronized her own soul power to follow its flow. After several cycles, she recognized the errors she had previously made. Diligently committing Yunze's circulation route to memory, she was astonished to discover that her soul power absorption rate had increased by nearly 30%. Yunze trained with Gu Yue for over an hour before addressing some of her queries regarding the demon god technique, and then he took his leave. The following morning, Gu Yue and Yunze arrived at the academy together. Gu Yue proceeded to her classes while Yunze made his way to the library. Presenting the identity card issued by Dean Su Lin, he gained direct access to the 4th level of the library. Who is this child? How is he able to enter the 4th level of the library? The students who came here to gather information were utterly astonished upon witnessing this scene. They were well aware of the regulations governing the library. Without the requisite permissions, entry to the corresponding floors was utterly impossible. The 4th floor was accessible solely to the core students of the academy in its upper echelons. Could it be that this child had already attained the status of a core student? Excuse me, why was that child allowed to enter the 4th floor? A particularly curious individual approached the guardian of the 4th floor, speaking with utmost respect and caution, fearful of inciting the elder's ire. The guardian, an elderly man well beyond 60, appeared frail and decrepit, requiring a cane even for the simplest act of walking. After confirming Yunze's identity, he reclined on a wooden chair, closing his eyes as if to feign slumber. Do not inquire about what is not your business. Return to your studies and do not disturb my rest. The elder's voice emerged, raspy and aged. The inquiring student promptly responded with deference and hurried away, too intimidated to press further. Throughout the encounter, the elder kept his eyes firmly shut, gently rocking in his chair, which creaked softly under his weight. This evening's assembly must pertain to that child, he mused internally. Just over 6 years old, yet possessing a soul force of level 21, truly unprecedented. Chapter 18. Gu Yue's appetites. The 4th floor library exuded an air of tranquility. At this hour, apart from Yunze, no other visitors were present. The higher the library's level, the more precious its tomes, and thus their quantity diminished significantly. The volumes on the 4th floor likely numbered less than a tenth of those on the 3rd. However, in terms of value, the texts housed here far surpassed those of the 3rd floor, delving into far more sophisticated realms. Yunze had already perused the fourth floor yesterday and had gained a substantial understanding of its layout and the arrangement of its books. With a clear purpose, he made his way to the section dedicated to mecha-related literature, examining the volumes on the shelves. Ultimately, he selected 3 books focused on the fabrication of black mechas. On this bookshelf, there are tomes concerning the fabrication of red mechas. However, the accounts are rather superficial and offer little assistance to him at present. Thus, he has chosen not to peruse them for the time being. Utilizing his identity card, Yunze entered the solitary reading room, where he began to delve into these materials. This private reading chamber is designated for individual use, allowing him to immerse himself in study without the concern of interruptions from others. He harbors a lingering fascination with the mechas of this world, having acquired a foundational understanding over the past few years. The literature pertaining to mecha knowledge was borrowed from the Day and Moon Royal Academy by Gu Yue, encompassing the theories of the white, yellow, and purple mechas. Should he decide to embark on the construction of a mecha now, he could likely produce a yellow one without difficulty. He has also grasped the theoretical principles behind the purple mecha, yet his current limitations in cultivation prevent him from transforming theory into tangible reality. With mastery over the theories of the white, yellow, and purple mechas, his next pursuit lies in understanding the principles of the black and red mechas. Once he has internalized these theories and elevated his cultivation, he shall be poised to commence the creation process. Through years of diligent research, a promising idea has already taken root in his mind. Once realized, it will undoubtedly elevate the mecha technology of this world to unprecedented heights. He remained engrossed until noon, and had it not been for Gu Yue's visit to seek out Yunze, he might have continued his indulgence. The Sun Moon Royal Academy boasts 6 dining halls, with the Mingwe Dining Hall being the most esteemed. Within its walls, the cuisine is crafted from the finest ingredients, rich in nutrition and energy. Consuming such fare not only satiates hunger, but also fortifies the body and enhances the speed of cultivation. Naturally, the exceptional quality of the food is accompanied by a steep price, with even a simple meal costing over 1,000 federal coins. Such pricing has dissuaded numerous students. Typically, those who dine at the Sun and Moon Canteen are either quite affluent or possess extraordinary talents, granting them complimentary dining privileges. The canteen, though modest in size, boasts exquisite decor akin to that of a high-end restaurant, with predominantly 4-person tables surrounded by soundproof panels to mitigate dining noise. Upon entering the canteen, Gu Yue inevitably drew the gaze of many. Her beauty was simply too striking to ignore. Accustomed to such attention, Gu Yue paid no mind to the curious stares and, undeterred, led Yunze to the serving window. Together, they selected 7 dishes, each in generous portions, ample enough to satisfy several adult soul masters. Yunze's appetite was moderate. Through his cultivation, he could absorb sufficient energy from his surroundings to replenish his vitality, thus requiring minimal food intake. Relying on energy to restore his vitality was essential, otherwise, with his previous level of cultivation, his vitality would swell beyond comprehension, and relying solely on food for sustenance would likely result in the consumption of countless lives with each meal. If this continues, it won't be long before the beings of myriad realms are devoured entirely. Gu Yue is still unable to absorb the energy of heaven and earth like Yunze to replenish her vitality. In order to satisfy the demands of her body, she must consume copious amounts of food, otherwise she will be overwhelmed by fatigue. Among the 7 dishes, 6 were prepared exclusively for her, reflecting her customary appetite. Those witnessing Gu Yue dine for the first time often find themselves rendered speechless, unable to fathom how such a breathtakingly beautiful woman could possess such a hearty appetite. Yunze, however, was well aware of Gu Yue's voraciousness and was not taken aback. He continued to eat normally, occasionally engaging in light conversation. Just as the two were midway through their meal, a tall and handsome young man approached their table, his face adorned with a charming smile as he bore a tray laden with exquisite dishes. "Little brother, may I sit beside you?" he inquired, directing his question at Yunze while attempting to ruffle his hair. Throughout his speech, his gaze remained fixated on Gu Yue, brimming with unmistakable admiration and fervor. Although his physique could rival that of an adult, he was merely a little over 14 years of age, having developed remarkably well. "I do not appreciate being called little brother. Since this is your first time addressing me as such, I shall forgive you. However, should you do so again, I will not take it lightly," Yunze replied, gripping the young man's outstretched hand to prevent him from touching his head. turning his gaze towards the young man. He spoke calmly, "Furthermore, it would be wise not to touch my head, or you may find yourself in grave danger." His demeanor revealed no hint of hostility, and his expression remained serene. Yet, it was this very tranquility in his words that sent a chilling wave of fear through the tall youth. The young man's gaze abruptly shifted to Yunze, his eyes wide with shock, and upon meeting Yunze's steady stare, he felt a surge of trepidation. Instinctively averting his gaze, Gu Yue regarded the tall young man with an icy glare, her voice laced with cold disdain. "Longchen, I have warned you before. Should you persist in your pursuit, do not blame me for being unkind. Do you truly believe my words were mere trifles?" Gu Yue did not conceal her murderous intent. She was genuinely resolved to take action against Longchen. This individual incessantly entangles her under the guise of pursuit. Yet does he truly believe she is oblivious to his ulterior motives? Firstly, he is enamored with his own appearance. Secondly, he is drawn by her lineage, seeking to elevate his own bloodline through a liaison with her. She feels utterly indifferent towards such a person, having repeatedly and explicitly rejected his advances. Yet he remains undeterred, perpetually pestering her, which has eroded her patience. Seeing Gu Yue genuinely perturbed, Longchen hastily shook his head and clarified, "Nana, please do not misunderstand. I am not attempting to harass you. I merely find Yunze, the young lad, rather endearing and wish to sit beside him. It is rare to encounter such an adorable little brother." He turned to Yunze with a smile he believed to be gentle, refraining from imposing his touch and preparing to withdraw his hand. However, he was met with a firm grip from Yunze, preventing any movement. "Oh, this little brother possesses quite a bit of strength. Yet, do release me. Should I exert my force, I may inadvertently harm you," Longchen remarked with a smile. He genuinely regarded Yunze as a child, speaking in a tone meant to soothe. The earlier sensation of unease had long since faded from his mind, and he had dismissed Yunze's warning, playfully referring to him as little brother. Noticing Gu Yue's demeanor towards Yunze, he surmised that the latter might be her sibling, thus wishing to cultivate a favorable relationship with Yunze in hopes of winning Gu Yue's affection. What an arrogant fool he is. Yunze has lived far longer than you can imagine, and yet you dare to call him little brother? Is this not courting danger? Gu Yue thought, regarding Longchen with a gaze akin to that reserved for the foolish. Chapter 19. The Perilous Radiance of the Holy Dragon's Spirit Master. "If you can free yourself without unleashing your martial spirit, I shall refrain from dealing with you," Yunze stated calmly. He set down his chopsticks with his right hand and grasped Longchen's wrist with his left, observing him with an unruffled demeanor. "Deal with me?" Longchen could not help but chuckle, a hint of disdain evident in his demeanor as he shook his head at Yunze and admonished him. "What an arrogant little brother you are." As he spoke, he forcefully attempted to retract his arm, only to find himself wide-eyed and astonished at Yunze's unexpected strength. The boy's power far exceeded his expectations. Despite having exerted considerable effort moments earlier, he found himself unable to budge an inch. "Do not fear harming me. Use all your strength," Yunze remarked nonchalantly. Longchen's previous amusement vanished entirely. He was no fool and had quickly recognized the extraordinary nature of the child before him. Remaining silent, Longchen concentrated his soul energy and, with a sudden tug, he made no attempt to hold back this time, channeling all his might to reclaim his arm. Yunze summoned his blood vitality, enhancing the strength of his arm, gripping Longchen's limb as though it were a mechanical appendage, utterly immovable. His arm remained in a vertical position, a feat that demanded an even greater force to maintain. Longchen clenched his teeth, truly exerting all his strength in the struggle, as evidenced by his trembling arm and the rattling of the plate. Yet, Yunze's grip was simply too formidable, surpassing Longchen's level entirely, rendering his efforts futile. While the phoenix may not be primarily known for its physical strength, it does not imply the absence of power. In fact, few beings in this world can claim to surpass a phoenix in strength. Even though Yunze's phoenix bloodline remained dormant, it bestowed upon him a strength far beyond that of an ordinary individual. His vitality was significantly more potent than his apparent soul power level suggested. What immense strength this child possesses. Several students had taken notice of the scene, their expressions filled with astonishment. Those who were aware of Longchen's formidable prowess were particularly taken aback, their mouths agape in disbelief. A four-ring bright sacred dragon soul master, unable to match the strength of a mere 6 or 7-year-old child. Even without the release of his martial soul, the outcome should not have been like this. Longchen glanced around, noticing the spectators' eyes filled with mockery and ridicule, which left him feeling utterly humiliated and awkward. He thought to himself that he must break free. A brilliant golden light enveloped him, and his soul power surged like a tidal wave, coalescing into luminous orbs behind him. In a contest of sheer strength, he was indeed no match for the child before him. He must unleash his martial soul. He refused to believe that he could not escape even after doing so. If that were the case, he would simply resign himself to his fate. Gu Yue's expression darkened as she saw Long Chun preparing to release his martial soul. She slammed her hand on the table, rising to her feet, and coldly declared, "Long Chun, you are courting death." The surrounding soul power erupted violently, unleashing a formidable dragon pressure that thickened the very air around them. Long Chun's body trembled, a profound sense of dread washing over him. As his soul power became chaotic under the weight of this dragon might, his bloodline felt severely suppressed, and his radiant holy dragon martial soul seemed to bow in reverence, as if it were compelled to submit to a king. This sensation enveloped him, making him feel an inexplicable urge to prostrate himself before Gu Yue, a sense of humility that lingered. The surrounding students instinctively retreated a few paces. Most did not possess dragon-type martial souls, yet they too felt the oppressive discomfort in the air. The atmosphere grew tense, a harbinger of imminent conflict. Nah, Long Chun thought, feeling a surge of trepidation. Unsure of how to respond in that moment, he retracted his martial soul to avoid further provoking Gu Yue, lest the situation spiral out of control. "I have told you countless times, do not call me Na. Our relationship permits you only to address me as Gu Yue," she retorted angrily. "This individual is truly perplexing. Despite our lack of familiarity, he incessantly calls out my name, as if we share an intimate bond. This behavior is utterly distasteful, even repulsive, and it appears I must find an opportune moment for Tian to decisively address this nuisance." At this juncture, Yunze also rose to his feet, releasing his grip on Long Chun, who stumbled back a few steps in surprise. "Let's head to the Soul Arena. You cannot escape a good thrashing," Yunze declared. He had previously cautioned this person against referring to him as little brother, yet his words fell on deaf ears as the incessant calling persisted. In former times, such an individual would have vanished from existence. Now, he could only administer a mild reprimand, refraining from lethal measures, at least within the confines of the academy. "Are you challenging me to a duel? You intend to strike me?" Long Chun questioned incredulously, his anger surging within him. Yunze had just embarrassed him in front of Gu Yue, reducing him to a laughingstock among their peers, and now he dared to provoke him further. Were it not for the academy's regulations, he would have taken more drastic action against this insufferable child. Indeed, Yunze did not deny his intentions, responding nonchalantly, "Shall we?" A sardonic smile crept across Long Chun's face as he turned to Gu Yue, gently inquiring, "Na, what do you think about your brother wanting to spar with me?" Gu Yue was utterly speechless. Long Chun had disregarded her warnings and continued to address her so intimately. She had resolved to eliminate Long Chun and was now too weary to correct him. Casting a concerned glance at Yunze, she cautioned, "He is a level 41 soul master with 4 purple soul rings. His strength is considerable. Can you handle him?" Long Chun was over a year older than her. He was not a dual practitioner of soul tools and soul mastery, but had devoted himself entirely to soul cultivation, which explained his ascension to soul master at the tender age of 14. "Not a problem," Yunze replied with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Long Chun felt deeply insulted, his fists clenching tightly, vowing to teach this boy a lesson soon. Reassured by Yunze's response, Gu Yue felt a wave of relief wash over her. If he said it would be fine, then it surely would be. "Let us proceed to the Soul Arena," Gu Yue replied coldly to Long Chun. "Let's go," Long Chun said, leading the way out of the cafeteria, discarding his tray into the trash. Gu Yue had no intention of continuing her meal and departed with Yunze towards the Soul Arena. "Come, let us witness the commotion." Many enthusiastic onlookers followed eagerly, unwilling to miss out on the excitement. As they made their way, Yunze, with nothing else to occupy his mind, casually asked Gu Yue, "What is the situation with Long Chun?" Gu Yue, under the impression that Yunze might have misunderstood the situation, hastily clarified, "He is merely a suitor of mine, one whom I have unequivocally rejected on multiple occasions. Yet, he persistently clings to me, causing me considerable annoyance. Were it not for the concern that eliminating him would bring unnecessary trouble, I would have already asked Tian to deal with him." She further emphasized, "He harbors intentions towards me, yet I feel nothing but aversion and disdain. Please do not misconstrue my sentiments." Chapter 20. The first battle, the fire abyss. Yunza could not help but smile. What I truly wish to inquire about is Long Chen's family background. What you have mentioned is something I have already gleaned from our earlier conversation. There is no need to reiterate. Isn't it to prevent any misunderstanding? Gu Yue mumbled, immediately regretting her words, her cheeks flushing slightly. Whether I misunderstand or not is inconsequential. There is no necessity for you to offer any explanations. Yunza replied with a gentle shake of his head, feigning ignorance of the deeper meaning in Gu Yue's words. Oh, Gu Yue said, her spirits somewhat dampened. Yunza's indifferent demeanor left her feeling quite unsettled. She understood the source of this discomfort. She harbored feelings for Yunza, which, in human terms, could be described as affection. Although Yunza currently bore the appearance of a 6-year-old child, his soul was that of an adult. It was this mature and composed spirit, rich in knowledge, that attracted her. Additionally, his ethereal and serene aura was immensely appealing to her. Beyond the allure of his intellect, Yunza's lineage also drew her in, instilling an instinctual desire to be near him. As for Long Chen's family background, I am equally in the dark and have not sought to learn more. I only know he is highly regarded by the Academy, which is why I refrained from eliminating him earlier. However, I no longer intend to endure. A fierce glint flashed in Gu Yue's eyes. Her patience had been utterly exhausted. Then let us act without restraint. However, we cannot take his life within the Academy. We shall wait until he departs the premises, Yunza remarked calmly. Indeed, that aligns with my thoughts, Gu Yue agreed. Within the Royal Academy of the Sun and Moon, there existed a primary battle soul arena and 9 auxiliary arenas, the latter of which students could freely utilize. In one of these auxiliary arenas, a circular combat platform with a diameter of 200 meters was situated at the center, surrounded by tiered seating capable of accommodating up to 3,000 spectators. Fortuitously, upon their arrival, the arena was devoid of ongoing battles, and Long Chen was the first to ascend the combat platform. Yunza followed suit, while Gu Yue positioned herself in the front row of the stands, eagerly anticipating Yunza's forthcoming display. The number of students present, combining those already there with the influx of newcomers, reached around 600 or 700, most of whom sought seating behind Gu Yue, indulging in both the spectacle and the beauty before them. Yunza, do not blame your elder brother for taking advantage of your youth, Long Chen said with ill intent. I hope you can indeed act as the elder, Yunza replied coolly. With a haughty snort, Long Chen's body resonated with a dragon's roar, his soul power surging forth as the holy light dragon martial soul materialized behind him. He grew in stature, his arms adorned with gleaming dragon scales, exuding an aura of sanctity. For soul rings emerged from beneath his feet, uniformly purple in hue, oscillating rhythmically around him. A resounding phoenix cry echoed as a fiery phoenix erupted from behind Yunza, soaring skyward, trailing a blaze. Flames engulfed Yunza's form, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air without igniting his garments. Although his attire was not fireproof, indeed, it was highly flammable. The flames that clung to it did not scorch the fabric, for his mastery over fire was so refined that the flames in contact with his clothes bore no heat, thereby rendering them incapable of igniting the material. The appearance of the phoenix caused the temperature within the arena to rise dramatically, transforming the previously cool atmosphere into one of oppressive heat. 2 soul rings, also purple, rose from Yunza's feet. Witnessing these 2 rings, many students in the stands rose in shock, incredulity etched upon their faces. A 2-ring Great Soul Master? At just over 6 years of age, the students stood in stunned silence, utterly astounded. Long Chen's pupils constricted, equally taken aback. A soul master of merely 6 years was indeed a bit exaggerated. Are you prepared? Yunze inquired, refraining from launching an attack, while Long Chen was still in shock. Upon hearing this, Long Chen swiftly composed himself, taking a deep breath and nodding at Yunze. Observing Long Chen's affirmation, Yunze wasted no further time. As his first soul ring illuminated, unleashing the flames of the inferno, the violet soul ring's energy surged forth, igniting the ground in a fierce blaze that rapidly expanded outward from Yunze's center. The metallic surface seemed as though it had been doused in oil, allowing the flames to burn fervently upon it. Even before the towering flames, reaching over 1/2 meter in height, approached him, Long Chen could feel the searing heat, making each breath a struggle, as if the very air before him had been consumed by fire. He quickly retreated, activating his second soul ring, Dragon's Roar. The resplendent holy dragon behind him roared forth, its powerful sound waves palpable, rippling outward in dense waves. The sound waves, like a gust of wind, tilted the flames, some even being propelled into the air, yet the sound waves failed to extinguish the fire. Not only did they not quench the flames, but they also did nothing to hinder their relentless advance. This is the Phoenix's flame, a force not so easily extinguished. A heaviness settled in Long Chen's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, the fourth soul ring on his body illuminated, unleashing the power of the dragon. The sacred bloodline of the holy light dragon surged within him, infusing him with formidable strength, enveloping his form in golden radiance, as a fine layer of scales emerged upon his skin. With his legs bent, he exerted forcefully, choosing not to evade the encroaching flames, but rather to confront them head-on. He harbored no doubt. Could the flames unleashed by a great soul master truly pose a threat to one of his rank, a soul engineer? Long Chen plunged into the fiery abyss. Engulfed in flames, the searing heat ignited his garments in an instant, scorching his flesh. Despite the enhancement from his fourth soul skill, Long Chen found it impossible to disregard the inferno, his entire being ablaze. However, while he could not ignore the flames, he was not reduced to rolling on the ground in agony. With the protection of his soul power, he managed to endure. Yunzhe concentrated his thoughts, and the fiery nine-headed bird's spirit surged forth from his body, expanding dramatically as it ascended into the air. The creature halted at a height of several meters, its wings unfurling to reveal a span exceeding 5 meters. Bathed in flames, the 9 heads swayed slightly, exuding an intimidating aura. The central head opened its formidable maw and unleashed a fireball, plummeting toward Long Chen. The other heads followed suit, releasing a barrage of fireballs that rained down upon Long Chen. Although the fireballs were not overwhelmingly terrifying, Long Chen prudently evaded them, dodging left and right. A few fireballs missed him and exploded upon impact with the ground, scattering flames and becoming part of the inferno. With a fierce roar, Long Chen leaped high into the air, shattering a fireball that he could not evade. The ensuing explosion knocked him back to the ground, causing him to stagger. The fiery 9-headed bird continued its assault, spewing forth fireballs, while Yunzhe lunged forward, launching a side kick at Long Chen, timing his attack perfectly. As Long Chen regained his balance, Yunzhe struck, denying him a moment to breathe. His leg, enveloped in flames, swung toward Long Chen's face with the force of a flaming club. Instinctively, Long Chen crossed his arms to block the kick, managing to absorb the impact. However, the strength behind Yunzhe's leg was formidable, compounded by flames that seemed capable of scorching even his soul power, causing Long Chen's arms to weaken and collide painfully against his face. He staggered, unsteady, and fell to the side. Yunzhe shaped his hands as if drawing a bow, gathering flames into a longbow, an arrow of fire poised on the string, fully drawn. With a swift release, the fiery arrow shot forth, its piercing whistle cutting through the air. Long Chen, still recovering, was struck in the left arm before he could stabilize himself. The arrow's penetration was astonishing, enhanced by the flames. Long Chen's dragon scales melted away like snow, allowing the arrow to pierce through his defenses and sink into his flesh. The contact with the searing heat ignited a plume of charred smoke from his arm, the excruciating pain contorting his face. Yunzhe landed gracefully and immediately drew another arrow, firing it with precision. Long Chen, disregarding the pain, attempted to evade, but his speed paled in comparison to that of the arrow, and he was struck again. A pain cry escaped him as he collapsed, the flesh around the wound scorched. The fiery 9-headed bird relentlessly unleashed fireballs, resembling a rain of miniature meteors upon Long Chen. He sprang to his feet, dodging swiftly, channeling all his soul power to alleviate the searing agony in his arm. The phoenix flames clung tenaciously to his flesh, burning as if unquenchable. He had to suppress them with his soul power, or they would spread throughout his body. Breathing heavily, Long Chen narrowly avoided another fireball, pressing his hand against his arm. Panting, his eyes burned with malice, filled with venomous intent as he glared at Yunzhe, his gaze seemingly capable of devouring him whole. Unfazed, Yunzhe propelled himself forward, his foot striking the ground like an arrow, stirring up fierce winds that caused the flames behind him to flicker. Come, Long Chen roared, charging toward Yunzhe with determination. His combat style favored close quarters, and Yunzhe's approach presented an opportunity. As they neared, Yunzhe leaped, his arm enshrouded in flames, delivering a thunderous punch, the sound echoing like a regal phoenix's cry. The flames on his fist took the shape of a phoenix, the punch's force akin to the majestic bird soaring, radiating immense pressure and blistering heat. The collision of fists unleashed a whirlwind of energy, causing Long Chun to stagger backward, his arm aching from the impact. Yunze, airborne and without a point of leverage, was momentarily pushed back by the force, yet he landed smoothly, expertly managing the energy of the clash. In that instant, flames erupted from Yunze's fist like a flamethrower, an overwhelming heat washing over Long Chun. He quickly closed his eyes, crossing his arms defensively. The blazing fire enveloped him, his soul power unable to fully withstand such extreme temperatures, leaving patches of his skin scorched. Long Chun found himself in a dire predicament. His clothing lay in tatters, exposing large areas of charred flesh, surrounded by flames. Even if he attempted to extinguish the fire on his garments with soul power, it would reignite. Thus he conserved his energy. He forcefully protected the fabric covering his vital areas, for that material could not be lost. As Long Chun steadied himself, fireballs rained down upon him, leaving him no time to adjust. In the moment he dodged, Yunze anticipated his position, activating his second soul ring, the Phoenix Heavenly Flame Arrow. As the soul ring illuminated, Yunze charged forward, flames coalescing into fiery wings behind him. He leaped high into the air, flapping the wings as he soared 6 or 7 meters off the ground. Shaping his hands into a bow, a flaming longbow manifested, adorned with phoenix patterns. As he notched another fiery arrow, this bow, when juxtaposed with its predecessors, is conspicuously larger, exuding a formidable power, while the arrows resemble a phoenix poised for flight. The melodious call of the phoenix resonates as the arrow is released, soaring forth with astonishing speed towards Long Chun, leaving a fiery trail in its wake. A profound sense of peril envelopes Long Chun, and he looks up in horror, his pupils dilating as the fiery phoenix looms larger. Before he can react, the arrow pierces through his right chest, a sharp sting from the torn flesh intertwining with the searing pain of flames consuming his blood. A chilling scream escapes Long Chun's lips as his body is propelled by the phoenix arrow. Behind Yunze, the phoenix hovers in midair, its wings beating gracefully, while the flaming longbow in his hands dissipates into fire, and he refrains from striking again. The battle has concluded, and there is no longer a need for further action. Just moments ago, he contemplated the possibility of delivering a lethal blow to Long Chun. However, he refrained, allowing the arrow to strike Long Chun's right chest, sparing his life. If only temporarily. Long Chun's body slid across the ground for quite a distance before coming to a halt, with a look of resentment. He cast a glance at Yunze before succumbing to unconsciousness. The wound on his right chest was charred and emitting wisps of black smoke. The blood that flowed from it was searing hot, filling the air with the acrid scent of burnt flesh. Silence enveloped the arena as the spectators stood in stunned disbelief, their expressions a tableau of incredulity. Am I mistaken? It seemed as though Long Chun was completely overwhelmed, with little to no ability to retaliate. One student murmured, questioning his own perception. Surely that cannot be, another replied uncertainly. After a brief moment of shock, fervent discussions erupted among the crowd, their gazes toward Yunze akin to that of observing a mythical beast. Gu Yue displayed a radiant smile. As he had predicted, defeating Long Chun posed no challenge. Yunze descended gracefully, his phoenix wings dissipating, and with a simple wave of his hand, the flames on the ground swiftly converged towards him, entering his body. Within seconds, the arena was devoid of flames, and Yunze did not spare a glance at Long Chun as he made his way down from the platform. Defeating Long Chun elicited no extraordinary feelings within him. It felt as though he had merely accomplished a mundane task. Gu Yue hurriedly descended the stands, making her way toward Yunze. Behind the stands, several elderly figures bore expressions of astonishment, having witnessed the entire match. They were still grappling with the reality of what had transpired. Truly remarkable, possessing innate soul power of level 20. He is indeed a prodigy. Impressive, truly impressive. One elder praised excitedly. The other 4 nodded in agreement, acknowledging the extraordinary talent displayed throughout the battle, where he consistently maintained the upper hand. I initially believed Yunze's aptitude for soul tools far surpassed his talent as a soul master, but it appears that is not the case. His abilities as a soul master are equally formidable, remarked one of the elders in admiration. The elderly figure in question is none other than Su Lin, the esteemed head of the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon. After the conflict between Yunze and Long Chun transpired, he was promptly informed of the incident. Rather than intervening, he chose to observe the spectacle, eager to witness Yunze's prowess in battle. The outcome of the fight took him by surprise. He had anticipated Long Chun's victory, yet it was Yunze who triumphed, and with such a significant advantage. This child must be nurtured with utmost dedication. He is destined to surpass Yun Ming, the elder remarked earnestly. His commendation was noteworthy, as Yun Ming is recognized as the most formidable figure on the continent. The head of Shrek Academy, a level 99 limit Douluo, and a 4-character battle armor master. Chapter 22, A School in Awe, a Rising Star. I too believe he can become someone who surpasses Yun Ming. Headmaster Su Lin nodded, casting a glance at Long Chun on the arena. He turned to the elder beside him and instructed, "Take the child to receive treatment. He has sustained considerable burns. If we delay, he may be in grave danger. Once he regains consciousness, remind him to forget this affair and never to oppose Yunzei. Should he dare to wield his family's influence for revenge, the Academy shall show him no mercy." In his final words, Su Lin's eyes flashed with a hint of menace between Long Chun and Yunzei. His allegiance was unequivocally with the latter. The latter's talent was not one to be compared with the former's. It was evident to any sensible observer where the emphasis should be placed in terms of cultivation. "Very well," one of the elders replied. Yunzei departed the battle arena alongside Gu Yue. In the corridor, Gu Yue remarked to Yunzei, "Earlier, the headmaster and several other senior officials were watching the match. Her perceptiveness was remarkable. Although the officials had concealed their auras, she had still sensed their presence." Yunzei was not surprised. He acknowledged, "I noticed. The reason I targeted Long Chun's right chest with that final strike was to gauge their stance." His sensitivity to aura was acute, and he had detected the arrival of Su Lin and the others instantaneously. This perception is entirely instinctual and unconnected to the strength of one's mental prowess. The formidable presence exuded by Su Lin and others surpasses his own. An oppressive danger that cannot be concealed. Even when the enigmatic Tian conceals his aura and approaches him, he can detect it instantly. Let alone Su Lin and his companions. What stance should they adopt? Gu Yue momentarily found herself at a loss. "Of course, it pertains to the choice between our alignment and that of Long Chun," Yunzei softly articulated. "Their intervention signifies an allegiance to Long Chun, while their inaction would imply a preference for us. You may command Tian to act without hesitation. There is no need for restraint, as the Academy will not foster any discord with us for Long Chun's sake," Gu Yue affirmed. Upon exiting the building housing the Soul Fighting Arena, Gu Yue proceeded to the Sun and Moon cafeteria to continue her meal, as she had not yet satisfied her hunger. Yunzei, on the other hand, made his way to the library, resuming his reading of the unfinished tome on Black Tier Mecha, his mind unperturbed and naturally tranquil, unaffected by the earlier conflict. While he remained composed, the Academy erupted in a frenzy. The news of the battle spread like wildfire, and within half an hour, it was common knowledge. A witness had recorded the skirmish using a soul-guiding device, and it was subsequently broadcast on the Academy's large screen. The revelation that a level 21 Great Soul Master had decisively overwhelmed a level 41 Soul Sect was sensational and alarming, prompting students to view the footage to ascertain its authenticity. After watching the video, the reactions were uniformly astonished, faces awash with disbelief. Beyond Yunzei's remarkable combat prowess, his level 21 soul power left them equally astounded. Within an hour, the name Yunzei became indelibly etched in the minds of the students, who adorned him with a plethora of laudatory epithets. Thus, Yunzei emerged as a figure of renown within the Academy. His formidable abilities coupled with his striking demeanor captivating many female students. Discussions surrounding Yunzei proliferated, predominantly centered on the battle. As they struggled to find topics beyond this momentous event, he ascended to the 4th level of the library, where fellow students who had encountered Yunzei relayed the news of his exploits. Upon the announcement of this news, the crowd was once again astonished. They were well aware of the stringent requirements to access the 4th level of the library. Thus, being granted entry was a clear indication of Yunzei's extraordinary identity. A multitude of individuals flocked to the library, eager to witness firsthand the remarkable qualities that Yunzei possessed. Unbeknownst to him, Yunzei remained oblivious to the commotion, quietly engrossed in his studies within the reading room. As he gazed about, he realized several hours had passed, and the sky had darkened. Checking the time, he noted there was still an hour until the meeting commenced. Yunzei glanced at the page number of the book, then closed it, leaving the reading room and returning the book to its rightful place. Upon descending the stairs, he encountered a gathering of students who, moments ago engrossed in their readings, now turned their attention towards him. "He looks even more handsome than in the video," one female student remarked shyly to her companion. Yanza, undeterred by their scrutiny, descended the steps with an air of nonchalance, making his way directly towards the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. An elderly man resting beside the fourth step observed this scene and nodded with a smile, appreciating Yunza's composed demeanor and tranquil mindset. Those surrounding him watched as he passed by, contemplating whether to approach and greet him, yet none dared to take action. In that moment, Yunza exuded a chilliness that contrasted sharply with his usual warmth, creating an aura that discouraged familiarity. Even the adult students felt a sense of trepidation in his presence, inexplicably wary of this distant version of Yunza. As he arrived at the first floor's library, he encountered Gu Yue. "You've come down. I thought you might have lost track of time while reading." She greeted him with a smile. Her purpose for being there was to remind Yunza, concerned he might become too engrossed and forget the time, especially with a meeting scheduled for that evening. "I would never lose track of time. It was merely a matter of a meal, so I chose to read a bit longer. I didn't want to overindulge, knowing we have the meeting tonight," Yunza replied. The two walked side by side towards the exit. "I can't help but wonder if the way everyone is looking at me means news of my battle with Long Chun has spread," Yunza pondered aloud. Gu Yue looked at him in astonishment. "How did you know?" Yunza smiled lightly, casting a glance at the surrounding students. Their expressions and gazes conveyed to him a multitude of emotions: shock, envy, curiosity, indicative of the fact that if the incident had not spread, they would not regard him with such astonishment. "You are truly remarkable," Gu Yue praised earnestly. To discern such information merely from simple expressions and glances is quite impressive. "It is nothing extraordinary," Yunza replied modestly. "With enough observation, one naturally becomes adept at perceiving more. It is merely a matter of accumulated experience." Despite his humble demeanor, the sparkle in Gu Yue's eyes remained. With a bright smile, she remarked, "Indeed, the news of the battle has circulated widely, and you have become quite the celebrity in the academy. I hear many female students wish to meet you. If you were a bit older, they might even throw themselves at you." Her words carried a hint of something unusual, tinged with jealousy. Such sentiments are simply the whims of youth. In time, their fervor will surely wane, Yunza remarked nonchalantly. Having once been revered by countless beings, he was far less concerned about such trivial matters now. Upon hearing Yunza's words, Gu Yue felt an indescribable joy. She chose not to dwell on the topic any longer and instead suggested, "Let us go for a meal, then attend the meeting together." "Have you eaten yet?" Yunza casually inquired. "Is there none?" "You must act quickly, otherwise, time will slip away." "Not at all. I eat rather swiftly," Gu Yue retorted, though her confidence appeared somewhat shaky. Chapter 23. The Federal Research Institute, Gu Ming Main Building, Conference Hall on the top floor. The metallic long table at the center of the hall was already occupied by numerous individuals, primarily elderly men. Dean Su Lin occupied the seat of honor. Alongside him sat an elder with snow-white hair. From their seating arrangement, it was evident that this elder's status rivaled that of Su Lin. In truth, the elder's standing surpassed Su Lin's. His name was Gu Ming, the former dean of the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon, now serving as the president of the Federal Research Institute and a pivotal member of the federal parliament. He held a significant position within the Federation, a figure whose mere stomp could send tremors throughout the realm. Dean Su Lin was obliged to address him as teacher, and had it not been for Gu Ming's insistence, Su Lin would have never dared to sit beside him. On either side of the table sat 12 individuals, all seated upright with solemn expressions. Even those who typically laughed and joked had subdued their demeanor. In the presence of Gu Ming, they dared not misbehave, driven by both fear of his status and respect for his age. Many among them were either former students of Gu Ming or the pupils of his students, with none of lesser generation than he. The seating arrangement of Yunza and Gu Yue was also quite intriguing. Yunza sat beside Gu Ming, while Gu Yue was next to Yunza. They were both seated on chairs that had been temporarily added, indicating Gu Ming's regard for them. At that moment, the spirit guidance screen opposite the conference table showcased a battle, specifically the earlier confrontation between Yunza and Long Chun. The footage paused, plunging the vast conference hall into silence. With all eyes fixed upon Yunza, shock, admiration, and relief were evident on the faces of the attendees, as the video had left them profoundly impacted. Good. Gu Ming was the first to break the silence, enthusiastically exclaiming the word thrice as he rose to his feet. With his standing, the others promptly followed suit, not daring to remain seated. Reluctantly, Yunza and Gu Yue also stood up, with everyone else rising. It would be inappropriate for them to remain seated. Though they were reluctant to rise, circumstances compelled them to make a show of it. The kind-hearted Gu Ming gazed at Yunze, gently patted his shoulder, and smiled, the wrinkles on his face crumpling together like withered bark. Now over 2 centuries old, his body had become stooped, and his sparse white hair bore witness to the passage of time. His face, lined with deep creases, was not particularly handsome when smiling. Yet it exuded a warmth and kindness that was far from unpleasant. Yunze offered a slight smile, choosing to remain silent. "Everyone, please take your seats." Gu Ming gestured with his left hand, prompting the others to sit down, following his lead. "Child, would you like to be my student?" Gu Ming inquired with hopeful eyes. "Seeking a disciple in the traditional sense. I already have a teacher. I cannot accept you as my master," Yunze replied firmly. Gu Yue added, "Elder." When Yunze's teacher took him as a disciple, he made him promise not to accept another master. Yunze's refusal furrowed the brows of the council members and Dean Su Lin, revealing a hint of displeasure. It was known that many sought to be Gu Ming's student, yet he often declined them. Thus, being openly rejected when he had extended the offer was quite a blow to his dignity. Gu Ming remained silent, though the discontent of those present lingered unspoken. Gu Ming's eyes flickered with deep disappointment, his aged face appearing somewhat forlorn. With a sigh, he said, "It seems we are fated not to be master and disciple. Since you have already pledged yourself to another, let us disregard my earlier words. Although you cannot be my student, feel free to come to me with any questions regarding soul-guiding devices in the future." "Thank you," Yunze replied politely. Though he had no intention of seeking his assistance later, nonetheless, it was only courteous to acknowledge the goodwill. Gu Ming said, comforted as he patted Yunze's hand. Expressing his sentiments, "I had hoped to invite you to join the Federal Research Institute, but after viewing this video, I have reconsidered. Your talents should not be confined solely to soul-guiding devices. A dual pursuit would be more suitable for you. Focus on your studies at the academy, where they will nurture your potential." "Thank you." Yunze expressed his gratitude once more. Gu Ming nodded with a smile, conversing with Yunze for a while longer before allowing them to depart. Once Yunze and Gu Yue left, Gu Ming signaled to Su Lin beside him, saying, "Xiao Su, please share what you have learned about Yunze." "Yes, Dean," Su Lin responded respectfully, beginning to relay the gathered information. In such a brief span of time, he has essentially grasped the situation regarding Yunze, showcasing an impressive capability for intelligence gathering. Of course, this information was not concealed by Yunze and his associates. Rather, it was deliberately made visible for others. "Let us share our perspectives," Su Lin suggested. Coming from a hidden aristocratic family, investing substantial resources in such an individual may not yield fruitful returns for the academy. I share this sentiment. Nurturing someone from a secluded lineage could ultimately lead to a futile endeavor, resulting in no gains whatsoever. I hold a contrary view. I believe this child possesses considerable potential. If we nurture him, he will undoubtedly remember our kindness and not be ungrateful. Furthermore, a child with such innate talent is destined to become an extraordinary powerhouse. Regardless of whether he continues his studies at the academy, he will always be associated with the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon, and that is sufficient. Once he surpasses Yu Ming, our academy's reputation will undoubtedly overshadow that of Shrek Academy. Old Wang is correct. This child is truly worthy of investment. The council members expressed their differing opinions. Enough, Gu Ming interjected, prompting an immediate silence among the directors. "Xiao Su, share your thoughts." Su Lin rose, surveying the room, and stated, "I have high hopes for this child. I believe he is worthy of our full support. I too concur with the vigorous cultivation of this child." Gu Ming affirmed. With Gu Ming's stance made clear, further discussion seemed unnecessary. The matter was effectively settled. Upon leaving the conference room, Yunze and Gu Yue exited the academy and returned to their hotel to rest. Amidst the bustling streets illuminated by neon lights, the two walked leisurely, engaged in casual conversation. "By the way, my teacher, Leng Yaozhu, has arrived in Mingdu. She will be staying for a few days. Would you like to meet her?" Gu Yue inquired. "She is your teacher. Why would I want to meet her?" Yunze replied with a smile. "Her arrival in Mingdu is somewhat related to you." Gu Yue teased with a charming smile, leaving a hint of mystery. "Related to me?" Yunze pondered briefly and then surmised. "Is it because Xingyue City reported my awakening status to her?" Chapter 24. The Spirit Ascension Tower, Qualifications for Ascension. "How did you know?" Gu Yue was both surprised and somewhat bored. Yunze was exceedingly intelligent, to the point where few challenges could truly perplex him. It was evident that attempting to test him would be an arduous task. It was not difficult to surmise that I had no connection with Leng Yaozhu, and you would not deliberately mention me in her presence. She should not have known of my existence, yet she came seeking me. With a moment's reflection, one could deduce that her soul awakening indicated her intention to take me as her disciple. You have guessed correctly. She indeed harbors such a thought. Gu Yue remarked with a hint of admiration. I understand you might not consent, which is why I refrained from discussing your situation at this time. I merely wished to inquire about your opinion. Yunze maintained his usual calm demeanor and casually asked, Then why do you wish for me to meet her? For the sake of benefits, she serves as the vice master of the Spirit Transmission Tower, wielding considerable power. From my understanding of her, even without formally becoming her disciple, she would still offer you advantages. I wish to assist you in obtaining qualifications to ascend the Spirit Tower at the headquarters and to elevate your spirit. The spirits there possess superior quality, and their absorption would significantly enhance your strength. Gu Yue exclaimed cheerfully, her hands clasped behind her back, occasionally bouncing like a lively, cheerful girl. In the presence of others, she maintained an aloof and indifferent demeanor. This vivacious side of her only emerged when interacting with Yunze. The Ascension Tower of the Spirit Transmission Tower is not exclusive to the headquarters. Many major cities have their own ascension facilities, though the effects at the headquarters are notably more potent. The term ascend the tower simply refers to the method of acquiring spirits through challenges, offering a broader selection of spirits with relatively higher quality. I suspect that the combat video from yesterday has already circulated. Lung Yao Zhu will inevitably come across it and seek out the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Since you are destined to meet, it would be prudent to do so sooner rather than later. Arrange a time to meet her tomorrow, and I shall accompany you, Yunze suggested. All right, Gu Yue replied. The two returned to their respective rooms, where Gu Yue promptly contacted Lung Yao Zhu to schedule their meeting for the following day. Meanwhile, Yunze sat cross-legged in meditation, with soul power surging madly towards him, allowing for rapid cultivation that lasted until the late hours of the night. Around 2 or 3 a.m., following the awakening of his martial soul, his need for sleep diminished. Just a few hours were sufficient to leave him refreshed. With no sense of fatigue, his cultivation was not solely focused on soul power, but also on mental fortitude, ensuring he felt invigorated even during late-night sessions. At his tender age of just over 6, he was confident that as he grew older, he could endure sleepless nights without weariness. The next morning, the two made their way to the academy, following the same routine as the previous day, one attending classes while the other explored the library, and then sharing a meal at noon. Following the events of yesterday's battle, Yunze had become a prominent figure within the school, garnering considerable attention along the way. Numerous female students approached him to greet him, yet he responded with indifference, ignoring their advances. Yunze paid little heed to the attention, maintaining his focus on his pursuits. His cool demeanor acted as a splash of cold water, dousing the enthusiasm of many, resulting in fewer distractions. In the evening, Gu Yue brought Yunze to a high-end restaurant to meet Lung Yao Zhu. Upon realizing that the individual Gu Yue had introduced was the very person she sought, Lung Yao Zhu was both surprised and delighted, immediately proposing to take him as her disciple. In a display of unity, Gu Yue and Yunze reiterated that he already had a teacher and respectfully declined Lung Yao Zhu's offer. Although disappointed, Lung Yao Zhu accepted this reality, still maintaining a favorable attitude towards Yunze, partly due to her belief in his talent and also because he was a friend of Gu Yue. Teacher, I would like to request qualifications for Yunze to enter the Ascension Tower and ascend the tower, Gu Yue proactively suggested. You mischievous girl. You didn't bring Yunze here just for that, did you? Lung Yao Zhu replied, her expression revealing that she had seen through Gu Yue's intentions. As she spoke, she produced 2 tokens, one inscribed with the characters for ascension and another bearing her name. To ascend, simply present this token. It will grant you access to any ascension tower. For the headquarters tower, show this token. Lung Yao Zhu succinctly explained their significance. Thank you. Yunze expressed his gratitude, silently acknowledging this small favor. Thank you, teacher. Gu Yue echoed her appreciation. You, indeed. Lung Yao Zhu cast a playful yet exasperated glance at Gu Yue, a smile gracing her face, before turning to Yunze. No need for thanks. Both the qualifications for the Ascension Tower and the Tower Challenges are intended for talented soul masters, and it is evident that you meet those criteria. Thus, it is only fitting that this token is given to you. Pausing, her expression shifted to seriousness. She continued, Yunze, I understand that you previously declined to join the Spirit Transmission Tower, and logically, I should refrain from pressing you further. However, your exceptional talent has certainly captured the interest of myself and the Spirit Transmission Tower. Therefore, we extend our invitation to you once more. Would you consider joining the Spirit Transmission Tower? Yunza shook his head decisively, stating, I'm afraid I cannot join any other factions as my family intends to emerge and has already established a significant presence. Your family is planning to emerge? Long Yaozhu inquired, glancing toward Gu Yue, who stood beside Yunza. Gu Yue nodded and replied, Indeed, this decision was made some time ago. Previously, we were merely testing the waters, remaining low-key. After years of exploration, the family has formulated a clear developmental trajectory and is now prepared to make a genuine entrance into the world. Since the family is set to emerge, its members are no longer permitted to affiliate with other factions. They must dedicate their efforts to our family's power. I belong to a collateral line, so the family's expectations of me are not particularly stringent. My joining another faction did not compel me to withdraw. However, Yunza, being a direct descendant and the family's young master, faces stricter requirements and cannot join any other factions. Her words were, of course, a fabrication, a premeditated excuse. Given the circumstances, I shall not press the matter, Long Yaozhu remarked with a hint of regret. By the way, what is the name of the faction your family intends to establish? If necessary, our transmission spirit tower could offer some assistance. Dragon Phoenix Hall. Dragon Phoenix Hall, you say? Long Yaozhu noted this name carefully. Biki's efficiency was commendable. Within 3 days, she had secured the required building. Located over 1,000 meters southwest of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, the property resided in a bustling commercial district, boasting an excellent location, albeit at a rather exorbitant price. Acquiring the 10-story building cost a staggering 13 billion federal coins, a considerable investment. Upon purchasing the building, renovations commenced immediately. The first floor would be transformed into a forge, the second into a pharmacy, and the third into an alchemy room. The 4th through 9th floors would be converted into individual rooms for rest, while the top floor would be developed into a comprehensive studio. This studio was constructed for Yunza, serving as a comprehensive facility for forging and manufacturing soul-guiding devices, as well as mechs. For them, progress held greater importance than finances, resulting in an extravagant investment of 400 million directly into the renovations, which were entirely outsourced with a requirement for completion within a month. The adage that money can move mountains is not without merit. Once the funds were secured, the pace of the building's renovation was nothing short of astounding. What would typically require several months to complete was finished in just 24 days, reducing the timeline by more than 70%. Chapter 25. The longevity pill formula. The top of the building bore the grand inscription Dragon Phoenix Hall, emblazoned above an emblem depicting a dragon and a phoenix. This emblem, designed by Gu Yue, featured a fiery phoenix and a silver dragon gazing at one another in flight, symbolizing freedom and the soaring spirit. On the day of the building's completion, everyone moved in. Yunza and Gu Yue, along with other high-ranking members, resided on the 9th floor. Others were assigned accommodations based on their abilities and races, distributed from the 4th to the 8th floors, with each person possessing their own private room. Floors 4 through 9 were equipped with large conference rooms, with the smallest yet most significant located on the 9th floor. At night, the modestly sized conference room, barely 100 square meters, was illuminated by a crystal chandelier, making it appear as bright as day. The layout remained simple, featuring a rectangular table, specially designed metal chairs, and a few potted plants. Yunza and Gu Yue occupied the seats of honor, flanked by Tian, Bai Ji, Ziji, and Xiong. The king of 10,000 demons and the spirit of demons had ventured into the mountains and rivers to seek spiritual materials, returning only once a month. Although there were still soul beasts over 10,000 years old, they were not yet qualified to attend such meetings. Bai Ji, how much money do we have left? Yunza inquired, turning to Bai Ji. After purchasing the building and the renovations, along with our recent acquisition of herbs, we've spent nearly 1,750 million. It appears we have around 60 million federal coins remaining, Bai Ji replied. Originally, we could have saved close to 200 million. But Yunza requested a transfer of 130 million, significantly reducing our balance. I have approximately 40 million federal coins here. I will transfer the entire amount to you shortly. Once we gather a total of 100 million federal coins, please transfer it to this account, Yunza said, retrieving a white card inscribed with a series of numbers from his storage ring and sliding it across the table to Bai Ji. Bai Ji took the card, hesitating for a moment before she could not help but ask, young master, if we transfer all this money, what will happen next? Rest assured, the investments we make next will yield returns 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. We shall not face bankruptcy, Yunza replied with a gentle smile. Young master, may I inquire about your plans moving forward? Bai Ji asked, her excitement evident. In recent years, she has been in charge of finances, aware that the pursuit of wealth in the human realm is fraught with challenges. Now, when Yunze speaks of returns magnified 100-fold or even 1,000-fold, her curiosity is piqued, and she yearns to uncover the secret of such profits. This brings us to what I am about to elaborate on regarding Yunze. The account on that card belongs to the Federal's largest auction house, the Sun and Moon Auction House. The 100 million I ask you to transfer is intended for their promotional expenses. Promotional expenses? Apart from Gu Yue, the others are filled with skepticism. Is it necessary to advertise when establishing a faction? Yunze seems to sense their thoughts and clarifies, the entity we need to promote is not the Dragon Phoenix Palace, nor the Medicine King's Pavilion, but rather the longevity elixir I am about to concoct, to ensure the Dragon Phoenix Palace flourishes in a remarkably short span. Ample funds and visibility are imperative, and these can be secured through the longevity elixir. Bai Ji and Tion listen intently. The so-called longevity elixir, as the name suggests, extends one's lifespan. Tomorrow, I shall commence the alchemical process, aiming to refine 5 elixirs that grant a century of extended life for auction. The refining process is expected to take 3 to 4 days, during which the auction house will promote the elixir across the continent. By the time the potion is ready, the news will have already spread far and wide. The official auction is scheduled for 10 days hence, coinciding with the grand opening of the Medicine King's Pavilion and the Forge. It is indeed audacious to solicit promotion for an elixir that is yet to be created. Only he would dare to undertake such a venture. After all, should the concoction fail or fall short of expectations, the repercussions would be dire. However, his confidence stems from an unshakable belief in his ability to produce the longevity elixir without error. The Sun and Moon Auction House is not naive. Typically, they would not engage in promotional activities without tangible proof of the goods. Their willingness to promote Yunze is a considerable risk, taken largely due to their respect for Gu Ming. As for why Gu Ming would vouch for Yunze, it is because Yunze has promised him a longevity elixir. Should the elixir prove ineffective, both Yunze and Gu Yue would be bound to serve the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon for life. Such terms compelled him to step forward as a guarantor. In Gu Ming's eyes, both Yunze and Gu Yue are destined to become formidable forces in the future. For their sake, what is the loss of a little reputation? Moreover, should this elixir of longevity prove to be genuine, he could extend his life by a century, a temptation he could scarcely resist. Ultimately, regardless of the authenticity of the elixir, the prospect was one of undeniable profit, which is why he readily acquiesced when Yunze requested his endorsement. Yunze, in turn, required Gu Ming's influence to disseminate the news of the elixir throughout the continent. Thus, both parties found themselves fulfilling their respective needs. In comparison to the prospective gains from the widespread announcement of the elixir, the single gift of that pill was trivial. In the coming days, you must prepare diligently. Both the elixir and the forged metals need to be prominently displayed, Yunze instructed. Bai Ji and Xiong Jun nodded in agreement. Bai Ji, here is the formula for the 1-year longevity elixir. You must learn to concoct it swiftly, Yunze said, placing 2 sheets of paper filled with intricate characters on the table. Bai Ji grasped the formula with her spiritual power, casting a cursory glance at it, and was immediately overcome with a sense of pressure. The crafting of the longevity elixir is evidently more challenging than that of the foundation building and breakthrough pills, with intricate procedures that render mastery quite formidable. If this year's longevity formula proves so arduous, one can only imagine the complexities of a century's worth. How astonishing! Exclaimed Bai Ji. Yunze smiled gently and replied, once your alchemical skills advance, you shall find it no longer daunting. This particular elixir requires your utmost diligence, as the profitability of Yawang Pavilion, potentially reaching 10 billion a day or even more, hinges upon it. 10 billion a day? Bai Ji's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized the formula in her hands, struggling to comprehend. Young master, is this elixir truly so valuable? A mere year of life doesn't seem substantial. Indeed, for us spirit beasts, a year of life holds little significance, yet for humans, whose lives are fleeting, a single year is worth more than gold. When affluent individuals nearing their end learn of such a longevity elixir, they would readily part with 10 billion without a second thought. This longevity elixir, produced in mere handfuls each day, could fill our coffers to overflowing, Gu Yue interjected. When Yunze sought out Gu Ming, she was present and had inquired about the longevity elixir on their return journey, recognizing the terrifying financial potential it possessed. The spirit of the transmission tower is already quite lucrative, but this longevity elixir undoubtedly surpasses even that in profitability. Who, after all, would not wish to extend their years? Chapter 26. The Exceptional Forging Hammer and the Spiritual Metal by Ji was no fool. Upon hearing Gu Yue's words, she grasped the formidable nature of the longevity pill. I will master its refinement as swiftly as possible, Bai Ji assured. Today, you should memorize the formula, then prepare some herbs. Tomorrow, while I concoct the elixir, you may practice beside me, and I shall offer my guidance. Thank you, young master, Bai Ji said, her eyes sparkling with excitement and gratitude. With the prospect of receiving Yunzai's mentorship, her alchemical skills were bound to ascend to new heights. After imparting further instructions, Yunzai dismissed the others and ascended to the top floor. Upon scanning his card, the grand doors parted, revealing the interior of the room. The entire floor had been opened up, encompassing over 700 square meters, which could be divided into 4 distinct areas: an unadorned alchemical zone, a forging area with numerous workbenches, a mechanized zone filled with various components, and a spirit guide apparatus area. The room housed an array of rare metals, all procured from the Stardo forest, where mineral resources were abundant and diverse. Metals that were seldom found on the market were available by the ton. Obtaining these metals was an effortless endeavor. As Yunzai entered, the lights within the room illuminated automatically, and the doors closed behind him. He proceeded directly to the forging area, retrieving a piece of fiery red metal and holding it in his hand. Flames erupted from his palm, enveloping the metal. His method of heating the metal was remarkably simple. He relied solely on his own phoenix flames, eschewing any furnace. The extreme temperature of the phoenix flames swiftly elevated the metal's temperature to over 1,000 degrees, causing even the fiery metal to begin softening. The flames not only softened the metal but also played a role in purifying it. Impurities were reduced to ash and vanished, leaving even the most entrenched impurities unable to escape their fate. After heating the metal with his spiritual energy for several minutes, Yunzai sensed through his mental acuity that no impurities remained within. Placing the molten fiery metal upon the forging table, the flames did not extinguish. Instead, they continued to consume the metal, with the phoenix flames merging with it. With a resounding clang, Yunzai grasped the forging hammer and struck down, producing a clear and melodious sound as sparks erupted from the surface of the metal, which dented under the impact. It was as if flames were unleashed from the hammer, delving deeper into the metal's refinement. With 3 consecutive clangs, the hammer's stacking effect activated, making it seem as though he had struck the metal 4 times. He initially exerted full strength, followed by 70, 50, and 30% of his force. This stacking effect allowed Yunzai to achieve remarkable efficiency with his strikes. Typically, a hammer's stacking effect would max out at 3 levels, but Yunzai's forging hammer boasted 4 levels, surpassing even the finest quality. The forged hammer possesses not only the stacking hammer effect but also a tempering effect. With each strike, flames of energy surge forth, refining the metal and enhancing its fiery attributes. The product of 1,000 forges can embody 2 extraordinary effects, intrinsically linked to his blood. Even though his current cultivation is modest, his blood is exceptional. A single drop would cause ordinary metal to shatter explosively. Therefore, he diluted a drop of his blood several dozen times, allowing him to let a single drop fall upon the hammer without causing it to burst. With a single drop of blood, the forge was infused with 2 extraordinary properties. Yunzai swung his arm deftly. Despite being merely 6 years of age, he possessed strength far beyond his years. The heavy forging hammer, weighing over 100 pounds, was wielded with effortless grace. The rhythmic clangs echoed like a melodious symphony, resonating with increasing clarity and an enchanting cadence. Yunzai's forging techniques were entirely self-taught, devoid of any specific striking methods or rhythmic patterns. Yet this spontaneity allowed the metal to transform into the desired shape, enhancing both its hardness and fiery attributes. Chaotic yet orderly, the metal danced upon the anvil with each strike of Yunzai's hammer, exuding a joyful spirit. After hundreds of blows, Yunzai lifted the hammer with his right hand while retrieving a vial with his left, containing water infused with his blood. The blood dispersed evenly within the liquid, turning the once clear water a brilliant crimson, resembling flames igniting within. In truth, it was not merely an illusion of fire. Real flames existed, albeit restrained by Yunzai's control, preventing the water from evaporating. Under the guidance of his soul force, the vial's cap was removed, and a single drop of blood-tinged water floated forth. Landing precisely upon the metal, the fiery essence trembled violently, and a torrent of flames erupted, akin to an explosive detonation. Yunza regarded the inferno with indifference, and in an instant, the raging flames lost all their vigor, retracting as if they had never surged at all. The drop of blood, diluted dozens of times, melded with the fiery metal, enhancing the spiritual essence of the blazing fire gold to an extraordinary degree. Yunza continued to wield the hammer, his soul power long since depleted. The strength he now employed stemmed solely from his own vitality. The metal on the forging platform danced joyously, akin to a playful sprite, leaping and frolicking with exuberance. With a resounding clang, Yunza struck the final blow, retracting his hammer as two palm-sized pieces of fiery gold remained, still quivering on the anvil. He casually set the forging hammer aside and paid no further attention to the newly crafted sentient metal. Instead, he moved to the alchemy area, settling into a meditative posture to restore his soul power. Indeed, this was sentient metal. His recent forging had imbued it with a spirit, elevating it beyond the realm of ordinary metals. What typically required the expertise of a fifth-level forger, he accomplished effortlessly, encountering no obstacles throughout the process. With a soul power of 22, he had already attained the status of a fifth-level forger, capable of executing spiritual forging with ease. Just days earlier, he had broken through to this level, demonstrating an astonishing rate of advancement. He had not registered with the Forging Association, as he held little regard for such formalities, thus lacking the certification of a fifth-level forger. After more than an hour, he replenished his expended soul power and vitality. The fiery gold on the anvil radiated intense flames, which flared even more vibrantly upon his arrival, betraying a hint of joy. With a slight smile, Yunza lifted the fiery gold and approached the soul-guiding device crafting area. Seating himself and employing a fire pattern carving knife to inscribe array formations upon the metal, he aimed to engrave 6 core array formations and 32 ordinary ones. A substantial undertaking comparable to the creation of a 4th-level soul-guiding device. Yunza approached the metal as an artist would a canvas, tracing elegant lines with the fire pattern knife, imbuing the work with an artistic flair. When his soul power was exhausted, he entered a meditative state to recuperate before resuming his carving, laboring until shortly past 3 in the morning to complete the intricate engravings. Yunza awoke after 10 the following morning, for the dual exertions of forging and array carving had significantly taxed his mental fortitude, prompting a longer rest. Typically, he would rise by 8, finding a few hours of sleep ample for his needs. Chapter 27. The Thunder Array, the coming tribulation in the northern reaches of Mingdu, over 200 miles away. A group stood upon a desolate mountain. Gu Yue, Di Tian, Bai Ji, and Xiong Jun gazed intently at Yunza, their eyes following his every movement. "Miss, do you know what the young master is doing?" Unable to contain his curiosity, Emperor Tian inquired. Gu Yue displayed a contemplative expression, somewhat uncertain as she replied. "He must be delineating some sort of formation." Yunze, with his finger, inscribed intricate patterns upon the ground, the essence of soul power coalescing at his fingertip, imbuing each line with latent energy. After rendering several lines, he would embed a conical metal spike, using it as a reference point to continue his inscriptions, subsequently placing another spike. This cycle of repetition persisted, with each set of lines differing from the last, ultimately converging to form a complex and elaborate diagram. The intricacies of these lines demand an immense expenditure of soul power. Yunza has meditated to restore his soul energy 4 times, working tirelessly from morning until afternoon. Yet he has yet to complete his task. As he gazes upon the gradually forming patterns, Gu Yue feels a wave of dizziness wash over her, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze, her expression betraying shock. It is not only she who is affected. Even the more formidable figures such as Emperor Tian, Bai Ji, and Xiong Jun experience a sense of vertigo as they concentrate on the intricate designs. The patterns of these lines are exceedingly strange when gazed upon. One unconsciously attempts to outline them in their mind, leading to drowsiness and headaches. The formation is nearly complete. You must all avert your gaze, lest you faint from your inability to comprehend its profound intricacies. Yunze's voice resonated. Upon hearing this, the group hastily diverted their eyes, daunted by the revelation. It was hard to fathom that they could succumb to drowsiness merely from observing a line pattern. It was utterly astonishing. Yunze clapped his hands, and a circular formation, composed of dozens of curves and several conical metallic structures, was completed. He stepped into the center, removing the central conical metal piece, causing the once flaming lines to instantly dim as if they had lost their energy source. You may look down now, but be cautious not to tread upon these lines. Yunze instructed the others. They attempted to observe the underground pattern, discovering that the previous sensation of dizziness had indeed vanished, which they found truly marvelous. What exactly have you inscribed, Yunze? Gu Yue inquired curiously as she approached. It is merely a simple thunder control formation, which will prove useful shortly. Yunze explained with a smile. Thunder control? Not only Gu Yue, but also Di Tian and the others were equally perplexed, feeling a sense of trepidation. They harbored an instinctive fear of thunder, having been traumatized by the wrath of heavenly tribulations. You will understand once the elixir is refined. Yunze did not intend to elaborate further at that moment. He retrieved the alchemical furnace and began preparing for the concoction. He heated the furnace, and at the requisite temperature, added a portion of the medicinal materials, sealing the furnace for refinement. After more than 20 minutes, he added more materials. Once Yunze's soul power was depleted, Di Tian began to infuse his own soul power into Yunze's body, ensuring the flames remained uninterrupted. The challenge of concocting the century-extending elixir was significantly greater than that of the transformation elixir, yet in Yunze's view, it posed no real difficulty. It merely required a longer duration and more mental effort. The success rate remained absolute, 100%. Yunze's soul power ebbed and flowed, repeatedly cycling through this process without interruption for 4 days. During this time, while refining the elixir, he concurrently guided Bai Ji in her alchemical endeavors, managing both tasks with remarkable composure. While Yunze remained unfazed, Bai Ji, in her initial attempts, exhibited some trepidation, relying on Yunze's timely reminders to avert potential explosions. Nevertheless, despite her inexperience, under Yunze's tutelage, Bai Ji successfully completed her first elixir. It is not merely that Bijia possesses exceptional alchemical talent, but rather that Yunze's guidance is exceedingly meticulous, akin to holding her hand throughout the process, making failure an unlikely outcome. After several attempts, Bijia has become quite familiar with the craft. Her initial clumsiness has dissipated, and she has, in some measure, mastered the basics. On the 4th day, shortly after 8 in the evening, a thunderclap shattered the tranquility of the night. The thunderclap startled Gu Yue and Di Tian, who sensed the overwhelming might emanating from the heavens and instinctively looked up. The sky had transformed. The night that was once adorned with twinkling stars now became a chaotic tapestry of dense strands of lightning. The air around them turned oppressively heavy, foreshadowing imminent danger. How could a heavenly tribulation appear? Di Tian exclaimed, recognizing the familiar aura he had encountered on several occasions before. Bai Ji and Xiong Jun displayed expressions of shock and confusion, equally bewildered by the sudden emergence of the tribulation. The force of this heavenly trial seemed somewhat feeble, even less formidable than the one Bai Ji had faced 100,000 years ago, which brought her a sense of relief. Fortunately, it is not particularly strong, she mused. Di Tian and Xiong Jun also perceived the diminished strength of the tribulation and heaved a sigh of relief. Among them, Gu Yue remained the most composed, her calm demeanor allowing her to quickly assess the formation on the ground. She recalled the words of Yunze regarding the manipulation of lightning. Could it be that he anticipated the arrival of this tribulation? Gu Yue murmured. Di Tian, Bai Ji, and Xiong Jun possessed keen hearing, and even her quiet words did not escape their notice as they exchanged uncertain glances towards the meditative figure of Yunze. Surely, this tribulation was summoned by the young master? Bai Ji boldly speculated. The others shared her suspicions, pondering the possibility. Unfazed by the thunder, Yunze continued his alchemical pursuits with an air of tranquility, adjusting the flow of flames from both hands to one. Seated at the center of the formation, he carefully reinserted the previously extracted conical metal into its place, deftly weaving hand seals to activate the formation. As he initiated this process, flickering embers ignited along the lines of the formation, and within moments, the entire array was ablaze with light, signaling the activation of the lightning manipulation array. With a thunderous roar, the formation unleashed a tremendous pulling force, drawing upon the surrounding spiritual energies of heaven and earth, converging at an astonishing speed towards the array. The resonance of this maneuver summoned an overwhelming surge of soul energy within a radius of several miles, culminating in a terrifying concentration around the formation. The energy transitioned swiftly from gaseous to liquid, coalescing into a semi-spherical shield, with viscous liquid swirling above, punctuated by small vortices. Both Gu Yue and Emperor Tian along with their companions, were left astounded by the sheer magnitude of this formation's power. After activating the array, Yunze calmly retrieved several finely forged pieces of spirit metal from his storage ring. These comprised a total of 15 pieces, varying in shape and size, yet uniformly adorned in a fiery red hue, their surfaces ablaze with flames. The appearance of the metal caused a dramatic spike in the ambient temperature, scorching the ground beneath and distorting the air above it. Emperor Tian, assist me in levitating these metals with your soul power and place them within this shield, Yunze instructed, gesturing towards the soul energy barrier overhead. Although Emperor Tian was uncertain of Yunze's intentions, he obediently complied. With a raised hand, he levitated all 15 pieces of metal and positioned them within the liquid soul energy. Observing the shield's liquid-like nature, Emperor Tian felt a pang of uncertainty. Would this truly withstand the impending thunder? A resounding roar echoed as the storm clouds above gathered their might, culminating in a colossal purple lightning bolt that descended from the heavens. This principal lightning strike, as thick as a water barrel and serpentine in its trajectory, was accompanied by numerous branching bolts, exuding a formidable aura capable of cleaving mountains. Upon impact with the circular liquid soul energy, it was as if a stone had plunged into a quagmire. Despite the ferocity of the strike, minimal disturbance ensued. The small vortices whirled rapidly, absorbing the cascading lightning within their grasp. What had initially been a tremendously potent bolt was gradually consumed by the soul energy whirlpools, a portion dissipating upon impact. Yet the overall integrity remained unscathed. The absorbed lightning coursed through the liquid soul energy, transforming into serpentine electric entities that writhed and surged with ferocity at astonishing speeds. The 15 pieces of spirit metal became the targets of these electric serpents, which bit into the fiery metal, staining it with a purplish-red hue. Prepared to defend against the thunder, Emperor Tian and his companions halted in astonishment, gazing upwards at the liquid soul energy. With a thunderous crash, another bolt of lightning struck, even larger and more ferocious than the last, exuding a potent aura of destruction. Once again, it fell into the liquid soul energy with minimal disruption. As the lightning was absorbed, morphing into electric serpents that surged towards the spirit metal. Rather than recoiling from these electric serpents, the spirit metal exhibited signs of exhilaration, akin to a child encountering a feast, reveling in its bounty. They greedily absorbed the destructive lightning, which served as a nourishing sustenance for their growth. Boom, boom. Two thunderous sounds reverberated, evoking a sensation of space fracturing, as if the world were enveloped in thunder. The soul energy, a semi-transparent liquid, allowed Tian and his companions to vaguely discern two massive bolts of lightning descending from the heavens. Instantly, they tensed, adopting defensive stances. The condensed essence of soul energy withstood the trial. The two bolts of thunder could not harm it. Do not be anxious. Such a degree of thunder cannot disrupt the formation, Yunze remarked in a calm tone. Xiong Jun, infuse your soul energy into me. Xiong Jun, momentarily taken aback, quickly transferred his formless energy into Yunze's body. Yunze focused on alchemy, unperturbed by the thunder, exuding an air of complete control. Observing the liquid soul energy repel the incoming thunder, Tian gradually felt a surge of excitement, his heart ablaze with newfound hope. He had long suppressed his 90,000-year tribulation, daunted by uncertainty. Yet, the miraculous formation orchestrated by Yunze ignited a glimmer of possibility. If he could have a stronger formation to shield him during the tribulation, would he not be? The very thought caused even Tian's composed nature to falter, his breath quickening. Bai Ji seemed to share this realization, clasping Tian's hand as their eyes met, each understanding the other's thoughts. Gu Yue gazed at Yunze's silhouette with her enchanting eyes, watching intently for a long while, a smile unconsciously gracing her face. Half an hour later, the thunder ceased its assaults, and the storm clouds gradually dissipated, signaling the retreat of the tribulation. The hemispherical pool of liquid soul energy remained intact, appearing utterly undamaged, as the tribulation had failed to affect it. Yunze extracted the central conical metal, and the formation instantly lost its energy, causing the gathered liquid soul energy to disperse. The high concentration of soul energy permeated the vicinity, rendering the air remarkably refreshing. A single breath brought an invigorating sense of clarity. Despite its richness, the soul energy contained traces of lightning, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation. The elixir furnace descended, marking the conclusion of the 4-day alchemical endeavor, with the tribulation dissipated. The elixirs were complete. Before the furnace was opened, no scent escaped, All the fragrant essence remained sealed within. Yunze and Gu Yue rushed forward, supporting the fatigued Yunze, her heart aching at the sight of his weary visage. I am fine. Yunze waved his hand dismissively, retrieving 6 jade white bottles from his storage ring and handing them to Gu Yue. Please assist me in storing the elixirs from the furnace. Allow me, Ji volunteered, stepping forward to take on the task of packaging the elixirs. Gu Yue naturally did not object, handing the bottles to her while she continued to support Yunze. As the furnace opened, a peculiar fragrance wafted into the air, its richness causing every pore to open and the soul to transcend. 6 elixirs, each the size of a lychee and resplendently green, were carefully placed into the jade white bottles by Ji using her soul energy. One was destined for Gu Ming, while the remaining 5 would be auctioned. Upon seeing the 6 plump, lustrous elixirs, envy filled by Ji's eyes, she wondered when she might possess such alchemical prowess. Tian approached Yunze, cradling the 15 pieces of spiritually endowed metal that had endured the Thunder-S trial with his soul energy. The surface of the metals flickered with lightning, crackling like frying beans, their energy somewhat volatile. While the surface showed little change, their overall strength and resilience had significantly improved, becoming far more sentient. Was the recent tribulation summoned by you? Gu Yue posed a question she had long wished to ask. Yunze shook his head and glanced at the jade vial in Ji's hand, stating that it was, more accurately, the vial that had drawn their attention. The gazes of Tian and the others also converged upon the exquisite emerald and white jade bottle. The lifespan of living beings adheres to the natural order, its duration dictated by the heavens. To defy this celestial decree and alter human longevity invites divine retribution. While a year's extension may seem trivial, a century is indeed significant for a mortal. The laws of the world do not permit such transgressions. Hence, the heavenly tribulation descends to obliterate these elixirs. I established this formation in anticipation of the impending tribulation, prepared for its consequences, Yunze articulated slowly, his voice somewhat hoarse after days of relentless vigilance. In truth, he had not only made preparations but had also harnessed the power of the tribulation to temper the ethereal metal with lightning, enhancing its quality. So this is how it is. Gu Yue and the others understood, their doubts resolved. Young master, how powerful of a heavenly tribulation can your thunder control formation withstand? Tian inquired, a sense of urgency in his tone. Ji and Xiong looked at Yunze with a mix of anticipation and anxiety, fearing a disappointing response. Understanding their concerns, Yunze pondered for a moment before responding. Once I attain the Soul King level, the formation I have devised will be capable of withstanding tribulations of divine caliber. This assessment is based on the ancient power I sensed from Gu Yue, which she claims is of divine level. Is that truly the case? Emperor Tian and his companions gasped in unison, their excitement palpable, as Yunze's words effectively lifted the weight of impending doom that had loomed over them. Gu Yue, with a beaming smile, recognized this as monumental news for the soul beasts, for it signified that they would no longer need to fear the tribulations of heaven. Chapter 29. The Efficacy of Longevity. Gu Ming's elation. Yunze nodded and stated, this formation is relatively basic and quite easy to learn. At a suitable time, I will meticulously document its setup and provide it to you. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Instead of assisting them in setting it up, it would be far more efficient to instruct them directly. Writing down the details of the formation would take no more than 10 minutes, after which they could learn autonomously, as long as they are not dullards. They would surely master it by following the instructions. Thank you, young master. Emperor Tian and his companions bowed deeply in gratitude, their emotions genuine and heartfelt. Yunze waved dismissively, rising to his feet and instructing Emperor Tian to open the spatial passage back to Mingdu after a hearty meal and a night's rest. The following day, around 11 in the morning, Yunze dialed the communicator of the esteemed director, Gu Ming. Esteemed elder, I kindly request you to visit the Dragon Phoenix Hall on Mingwei Street, southwest of the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon, tomorrow. I shall deliver the promised longevity pill. Yunze stated directly, omitting any superfluous conversation and addressing Gu Ming as primary concern. There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by a flurry of hurried sounds. Give me 20 minutes. The call ended abruptly as Gu Ming rushed out of the research facility. His movements belied his 2 centuries of age. 20 minutes later, Gu Ming arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Phoenix Hall accompanied by another elder. At that moment, Yunze, Gu Yue, and Emperor Tian awaited them on the first floor. As the 2 elders approached, their expressions shifted. Both Gu Ming and his companion narrowed their eyes, their brows furrowed in unison. They scrutinized Emperor Tian, their bodies instinctively responding to a formidable presence. Their soul power commencing its natural flow, a reflexive response in the face of a strong adversary. This individual is exceptionally powerful. The thought resonated simultaneously in both their minds, causing their muscles to tense involuntarily. Gu Ming, a super Douluo of level 98, donned with a 4-character battle armor, felt the weight of the strength emanating from Emperor Tian, indicating an extraordinary prowess. The elder accompanying him, with a soul power level of 97 and a 3-character battle armor, was no less formidable. Emperor Tian's aura was profound and inscrutable, devoid of any detectable fluctuations of soul power, yet it instilled a sense of unease akin to being pricked by needles. Esteemed elder, exercise caution, the accompanying elder advised in a low tone. Gu Ming gestured dismissively and strode confidently toward Yunze and his companions, while the elder hesitated momentarily before hastening to follow. Esteemed elder, Yunze and Gu Yue exchanged brief pleasantries. Gu Ming nodded, momentarily forgetting to inquire about the longevity pill. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the tall, cloaked figure of Emperor Tian and could not help but ask, who might this be? He was nearly certain that the man before him was an extraordinary being, a formidable limit Douluo, possibly even a quasi-deity. I hail from a secluded lineage, the Yun family, and I currently serve as the Vice Master of the Dragon Phoenix Hall. You may call me Yin Tian. The Emperor Tian introduced himself, extending his hand. Gu Ming memorized these words and likewise extended his hand to shake hands with Emperor Tian, saying, I am Gu Ming, the president of the Federal Research Institute. This is Su Chuan, a student of the Ancient Master, and currently the vice president of the Federal Research Institute. Su Chuan introduced himself proactively. Emperor Tian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Ancient One, let us speak inside, Yunze suggested, leading Gu Ming and Su Chuan into the building. The first floor was a forge, divided into 2 sections, with over 70% of the space dedicated to forging, while the remaining 30% was a shop displaying finished metal products. A wall separated the 2 areas, with a large metal door leading to the other side. The group paused at the well-decorated shop. Upon entering, Emperor Tian closed the door, and the lights illuminated the space brightly. Noticing Emperor Tian shut the door, Su Chuan immediately tensed up, moving closer to Gu Ming on guard. Ancient One, I won't be escorting you upstairs for a tour this time. I apologize for the inconvenience. But you may absorb the elixir here, Yunze said with a light laugh. On the 2nd floor, the transformed jade swans were arranging the elixirs, while on the 3rd floor, Bai Ji was refining pills, and above that was the resting area, along with his workshop. In comparison, the ground floor was the most suitable place for Gu Ming to absorb the elixir. Gu Ming, however, was unconcerned with this arrangement. His gaze was fixed intensely on Yunze, unable to refrain from urging, where is the elixir? Yunze smiled slightly, retrieving a small jade bottle from his storage ring and handing it to Gu Ming. This contains a longevity elixir. Once consumed, you may immediately refine its energy. With your cultivation level, you should be able to completely absorb it in about half an hour. Gu Ming's withered hands trembled slightly as he carefully accepted the vial, eagerly opening it, and the aroma of the elixir wafted out. Ah, Gu Ming emitted a comfortable moan, his cheeks lifting slightly, arms outstretched. Greedily inhaling the fragrance of the elixir, the sensation of bliss was indescribable. Su Chuan, standing behind him, instinctively closed his eyes, breathing deeply, feeling as if he were floating. As Gu Ming poured the elixir into his palm, his hand trembled uncontrollably. Upon contact with the elixir, an overwhelming desire to consume it surged within him. Without questioning any potential side effects, Gu Ming unhesitatingly swallowed the elixir whole. He then sat cross-legged, channeling his soul power to begin refining the elixir within his abdomen. Su Lin had intended to advise Gu Ming against rushing, but it was too late. He could only remain by his side, providing protection. Yunze and Gu Yue took seats, the former perusing a book while the latter rested her chin on her hands, staring vacantly at Yunze. Emperor Tian leaned against the counter with arms crossed, observing Gu Ming with keen interest. Nearby, a soul-guided video recorder was in operation. As the elixir's potency permeated Gu Ming's organs and limbs, miraculous transformations began to occur within his body. His skin, once as dry as old tree bark, swelled and gradually became plump, regaining some moisture lost to the passage of time. New hair sprouted on his head, with some gray strands reverting to black, and his vitality surged. Witnessing this scene, Su Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Even with some prior mental preparation, the turmoil in his heart was undeniable. Gu Ming himself felt the changes in his body, overwhelmed with excitement. Had he not known that the elixir's effects had yet to fully manifest and required further refinement, he would have been tempted to leap with joy. The duration of the refinement was approximately, as Yunze had anticipated, nearing half an hour. Is this truly me? Holding the mirror that Yunze had handed him, Gumming scrutinized his reflection with great seriousness. He gently pinched his once dry face, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. He now appeared akin to a man in his 50s. Although signs of aging remained, he bore a striking resemblance to someone entirely transformed. His posture was no longer stooped. His skin had regained its vitality, and the hair that had once receded now flourished, predominantly dark once more, his spirit rejuvenated. After several moments of contemplation, Gumming erupted into joyous laughter, a profound sense of elation washing over him, his eyes glistening with emotion. The feeling of reclaiming lost years was ineffable. He reveled in the delight of a child, dancing with exuberance and laughter. "Congratulations, Master Su Chuan," he heard a voice exclaim. "Old Master, a brief exuberance will suffice," Yunzu advised. Gumming couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Upon hearing this, Gumming moderated his enthusiasm, yet his face remained aglow with an irresistible smile. "Thank you, Yunze. This elixir is akin to granting me a second life. This gratitude I shall forever remember," Gumming declared earnestly, bowing slightly to Yunze, a gesture devoid of hierarchy. Merely a sincere expression of his appreciation. Yunze shook his head and replied, "Old Master, you provided the guarantee, and in return, I offered you the elixir. It is a fair exchange, and there is no need for further gratitude." Though he spoke thus, Gumming replied with solemnity, "This century of life is of immeasurable importance to me. To say it has granted me a second existence is not an exaggeration. Even if you were to ask me to trade all my possessions for this, I would gladly comply. Such a gift transcends any mere guarantee." Yunze merely smiled. Shifting the subject, "Old Master, I recorded a video of your transformation after consuming the elixir and wish to broadcast it across the continent to validate its authenticity. I hope you will consent." "Consent? Without a doubt," Gumming responded enthusiastically. "Not only do I agree, but I also wish to assist in promoting it. When those individuals previously contacted me for confirmation, I was rather vague in my responses. Now, however, I can provide a definitive answer." Haha. With his spirits soaring and vitality restored, Gumming's demeanor had shifted, shedding his previously serious tone. "That will require your assistance, Old Master," Yunze remarked. "Merely a trivial matter." Gumming waved dismissively. Then, with a beaming smile and fervent gaze fixed on Yunze, he inquired, "Yunze, could you provide me with a few more of those elixirs? Rest assured, I will compensate you at market value." This elixir of longevity, which promises a lifespan of a century, is something he naturally wishes to consume in greater quantities, aspiring to live for several hundred years or even longer. However, such an ancient remedy is not as commonplace as cabbage. Acquiring it in multiples is not feasible. There are only 6 doses in total, of which you have already consumed 1, leaving 5 remaining. These 5 will not be available for sale. They can only be procured through the auction at Yunze Dao in 5 days. Furthermore, after consuming 1 dose, a resistance to the remedy develops, and taking an additional dose will significantly diminish its efficacy. It is my estimation that if you were to take a second dose, it might extend your life by a maximum of 60 years. The third dose would likely yield merely 20 additional years, with diminishing returns thereafter. Therefore, even if you intend to bid at the auction in 5 days, I would advise against purchasing more than 1 or 2 doses, as acquiring more would not be prudent. After all, the auction price for this elixir is anticipated to reach astronomical heights. Even with your financial resources, it is doubtful you could acquire them all. Of course, if you were immensely wealthy and intended to purchase on behalf of others, that would be a different matter entirely, and acquiring 5 doses would be inconsequential. Gu Ming, a seasoned 9th-level soul mentor and a 9th-level mecha master, finds it all too easy to amass wealth due to his esteemed status. Compounded by his role as the president of the Federal Research Institute, his personal fortune is likely in excess of 100 billion. And he probably has not even kept track of the exact amount, opting not to dwell on the surplus. Upon hearing this, a profound disappointment flickered in Gu Ming's eyes. He had hoped to rely on this elixir to extend his life by several hundred years, but it appears he had been overly simplistic in his expectations. He then chuckled softly, a hint of admiration in his gaze as he looked at Yunze Dao. You are indeed quite astute. Understanding how to maximize the price of the elixir through auctioning. Often, auctions yield significantly higher returns than fixed pricing, thus optimizing the profits from the remedy. Yunze smiled in silence. It seems I must diligently gather funds over the next few days to secure 1 or 2 more doses, extending my life by several decades. Which is still quite favorable, Gu Ming remarked with a laugh. I also wish to bid for 1, Su Chuan added, his heart filled with yearning for such a miraculous elixir. The temptation to live for a century is overwhelmingly great, one that few can refuse, especially for powerful soul masters like themselves. Rest assured, if either Gu or Su manages to procure the elixir, I can offer you a generous discount of 20%. Yunze chuckled lightly. Really? Both Gu Ming and Su Chuan exclaimed in surprise, their eyes fixed intently on Yunze. Naturally, I can manage this little matter, Yunze replied. As the young master of our Dragon Phoenix Hall, my word on the 8% discount is final, Gu Yue said with a cheerful smile. Tian also nodded in agreement. They understood Yunze's intention. Offering these two an 8% discount would embolden them to bid more aggressively at the auction, ultimately benefiting the overall price elevation. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly a good child. Gu Ming laughed heartily, growing increasingly fond of Yunze. Su Chuan's gaze toward Yunze also held a newfound gratitude. The discount undoubtedly provided them with a greater opportunity to acquire the medicinal pills. By the way, Yunze, may I inquire about the esteemed individual who concocted this longevity pill? I would greatly appreciate an introduction. The ability to create such a miraculous potion is truly admirable. I wish to meet him and perhaps forge a friendship, Gu Ming expressed. Gu Yue maintained her composure, though she secretly wished to laugh, tempted to reveal that the person before them was indeed the very expert he sought. Yunze then displayed a sorrowful expression, saying, the creator of this pill is my grandfather. He endured a heavenly tribulation while refining these 6 pills and has sustained severe injuries. He is currently in seclusion at home for recuperation and will likely be unable to venture out for the next few years. Gu Yue found it hard to suppress her laughter. While Tian wore a peculiar expression, both remained silent, watching Yunze spin his tail. Is he injured? Does he require assistance? I know many healing spirit masters, including one renowned as the strongest healing spirit master on the continent. If needed, I can request her aid. Gu Ming said, a look of urgency crossing his face, as if this fictitious elder were his dearest friend, eager to personally check on his condition. That won't be necessary. Our family possesses an ultimate-level healing spirit master who has already treated my grandfather. He is now well, merely needing a few years of quiet recovery, Yunze replied. He was indeed referring to Bai Ji, who would later manage the Medicine King Pavilion, making it unnecessary to conceal her existence. An ultimate-level healing spirit master? Both Gu Ming and Su Chuan widened their eyes, their hearts skipping a beat. Your family has an ultimate-level healing spirit master? Gu Ming turned to Tian, inquiring with a tone of verification. One of the figures, Tian, spoke up. Both Gu Ming and Su Chuan's gazes shifted towards Tian, Yunze, and Gu Yue, their curiosity and regard for this ancient family intensifying. They had never encountered a healing soul master of the utmost level, even among the esteemed Shrek. None had yet reached such heights. If what they claimed were indeed true, and there existed a healing soul master of the pinnacle within the family, the depth of this lineage would be nothing short of formidable. Chapter 31. Cause and Effect. The Eternal Eastern Wind. After bidding farewell to Gu Ming, Su Chuan, and the others, Gu Yue burst into laughter, her voice ringing like silver bells, exceptionally melodious. Yunze, I never expected you to possess such a facet. It is indeed intriguing, Gu Yue chuckled. She was, of course, referring to Yunze's fanciful tale of fabricating a grandfather, which had led Gu Ming to address this grandfather as Brother Yun. One could only wonder what expression would cross his face upon realizing that Brother Yun was, in fact, Yunze himself. When I crafted this false identity, I never anticipated he would directly refer to me as Brother Yun, Yunze remarked with a gentle smile. Moreover, I cannot claim to have taken advantage of him. If anything, I am at a disadvantage. Given my true age, I could easily be his ancestor. There was an additional matter he withheld. Fortunately, he did not possess his former strength, otherwise. Before the utterance of Brother Yun, Gu Ming would have faced dire consequences for offending the dignity of the Celestial Emperor. In the future, when Yunze regained some of his power, though not necessarily to the extent of the Celestial Emperor, achieving the status of a divine being, Gu Ming would find himself in peril due to this address of Brother Yun. The majesty of the celestial cannot be trifled with. This is not a matter of seeking retribution. Rather, it is a celestial respect that imposes calamities upon those who dare to offend. The greater the strength of the offended, the more terrifying the calamity becomes. At that time, even the simplest of tribulations could lead to Gu Ming's demise. He found it difficult to intervene in this matter, for not pursuing it, in a certain sense, equated to acquiescing to the title of Big Brother. This burden of consequence was one that Gu Ming could scarcely bear. In summary, the appellation of Big Brother unwittingly brought upon Gu Ming an almost insurmountable calamity. Those who referred to Yun Zhe as little friend or younger brother would encounter even more terrifying tribulations. At this juncture, Gu Yue became intrigued and inquired, "Yun Zhe, could you share with me how long you have lived?" Tian similarly gazed at Yun Zhe, eager to learn the answer. "A very long time. So long that I have forgotten the exact number of years," Yun Zhe replied, his voice imbued with an ancient melancholy. He had existed for an eternity, transcending epochs, witnessing the universe descend into chaos and then evolve anew, yet he remained, undying and eternal, a relic of ages past. Is it millions of years, or tens of millions? Gu Yue boldly speculated. Much longer than that, Yun Zhe replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further as he stepped out the door. Intending to peruse some materials at the academy. Could it truly be that long? Gu Yue murmured, grappling with the abstract notion of very long. After a moment of hesitation, she promptly followed Yun Zhe. She had not attended classes at the academy for several days, and it was time to return. Within 5 days, news regarding the century-extending elixir from the Sun and Moon auction house had already spread across the continent. It is akin to a formidable soul-guided cannonball detonating in the depths of the ocean, unleashing colossal waves of unprecedented magnitude. The phrase "extend life by a century" sends a jolt through the populace, igniting their innermost desires for longevity. Many regard it with skepticism. After all, the notion of living an additional century seems somewhat exaggerated. Were it merely an extension of a year or even 10, their doubts might have been somewhat alleviated. However, the prospect of a full century's extension, presented without any gradual progression, leaves them grappling with disbelief regarding the authenticity of the elixir. Yet, a flicker of belief remains. Bolstered by the esteemed credentials of the individual promoting this elixir, Gu Ming, the director of the Federation Research Institute and the vice president of the Federation. Given his stature, it seems implausible that he would make baseless claims, and this notion fuels their ambivalence. Numerous prominent figures have reached out to Gu Ming via soul-directed communication, seeking clarity, but received only vague responses until the afternoon of the 5th day, when Gu Ming himself initiated calls to select individuals, exuding unabashed joy during the conversations. On the 6th day, 2 videos went viral, flooding the screens of major live streaming platforms and public displays within an hour. One video, spanning 30 minutes, depicted the process of Gu Ming consuming the longevity elixir, a rather monotonous affair that viewers attentively watched and even replayed. The second, a brief 3-minute recording by Gu Ming, shared his experiences post-consumption of the elixir. He needed no promotional rhetoric. The mere presentation of the video and his personal account served as the most effective advertisement. In the headquarters of the Spirit Transmission Tower, within the office of the Tower Master, a middle-aged man sat behind a metallic desk, tall and imposing. With a prominent nose and handsome features, he exuded an aura of authority. His presence was as formidable as an unmovable pillar, radiating an air of invulnerability. Before him stood a young man, clad in white with golden hair, whose appearance bore a resemblance to that of the middle-aged man, his aura equally formidable. "Grandfather, what did the elder say?" the fervent Jianggu asked. At that moment, the elder Dongfeng's eyes sparkled with an intense brilliance, brimming with desire and excitement. Upon confirming with the elder, he learned that the elixir was indeed genuine and could extend life by a century. As Jianggu reached the conclusion of his statement, his voice grew louder, tinged with exhilaration. The fact that the Tower Master of the Spirit Transmission Tower could barely contain his emotions speaks volumes about the profound impact this elixir has had. He had previously harbored doubts about the elixir, but after viewing the videos and making repeated confirmations, he found himself compelled to believe. "This is splendid. We must secure these elixirs," Jianggu exclaimed, raising his fist in exhilaration. A century of life. The average limit Douluo barely lives for over 200 years. Thus, this additional century equates to a direct enhancement of half a lifetime. This temptation is one that even a man in his 20s finds irresistible. Who among us does not yearn for a longer life? Gu Dongfeng nodded earnestly, feeling an overwhelming necessity to obtain the longevity elixir. To live for an additional 100 years implies boundless possibilities. Perhaps he could harness this century to attain a higher realm. The mere thought ignited a fervor within Gu Dongfeng, yet he remained grounded, not allowing excitement to cloud his judgment. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly remarked, "The number of individuals or forces desiring this elixir is undoubtedly vast. Those factions comparable to our transmission tower surely harbor ambitions to secure at least one. While it is true that the transmission tower possesses wealth, we are not yet at a stage where we can easily overshadow other forces. Acquiring 5 elixirs is simply unrealistic." "What do you mean, grandfather?" Gu Zhangting inquired tentatively. Gu Dongfeng pondered carefully, then slowly raised 2 fingers, his gaze resolute. "We must at least secure 2, and if possible, strive for more. Zhangting, please assess the funds at our disposal. I must seek out your great-grandfather." He should have confirmed this matter with the ancients by now. With that, Gu Dongfeng rose and vanished from the room. His departure so swift that the naked eye could hardly discern it. Chapter 32. The Sea God Pavilion Conference, Southern Legion Shrek City. A metropolis even larger than the famed Ming capital stands as the foremost city of the continent. Nestled at its heart is the renowned Shrek Academy. Although it bears the title of an academy, it is more akin to a city within a city. At the core of Shrek Academy lies Sea God Island. Within the Sea God Pavilion, a rustic wooden table surrounded by wooden chairs accommodates 9 members of the pavilion, with the current pavilion master, Yunming, seated at the head. Judging by appearances, the Sea God Pavilion's leader is the youngest among them, appearing to be merely 27 or 28, with striking features and a warm smile. Though he exudes no discernible aura, he emanates an undeniable sharpness, standing as resolutely as a divine spear, radiant and capable of piercing the heavens. "I have confirmed with the ancients. The elixir is indeed real and can extend one's life by 100 years, Yunming stated. While his status is not inferior to that of Gu Ming, the latter is a contemporary of his teacher, rendering Yunming's reference to him as the ancients entirely appropriate. The utterance caused a palpable change in the countenance of those present. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, a glimmer of longing emerged in their eyes. "Even if we, at Shrek, cannot secure all of the elixirs, we must endeavor to acquire at least 1 or 2, remarked the elderly matron, her demeanor earnest. Clad in modest attire, she lacked the opulence of others, exuding an air of nonchalance and detachment from worldly matters. Though age had diminished her beauty, her ability to occupy a guest seat of prominence indicated her extraordinary status, second only to the esteemed leader, Yunming. Yunming nodded in agreement, stating, "My intention is to procure at least 2, one for you, sister Yu, to consume, and the other for research. I have lived enough. So it is better that you keep it for yourself, to prolong your life by a century, as you may indeed have the opportunity to reach that realm." Long Yu declined, expressing her desire to extend her life, yet acknowledging the necessity of selflessness. The elixir would yield greater benefits if consumed by Yunming. With a resigned smile, Yunming replied, "That realm is exceedingly difficult to attain. Even with an additional century, I harbor little confidence in breaking through. Living another century certainly holds greater potential. Do not refuse. Once we have secured it, you shall consume it," Long Yu asserted, her tone leaving no room for dissent. "Let us defer discussions of ownership until after we acquire it. It is premature to consider such matters," interjected Yali, seated to Yunming's left. Both Yunming and Long Yu nodded in agreement, thus concluding the topic of possession. "Yue, how much liquid capital do we currently possess?" Yunming inquired, directing his gaze toward one of the elder women present. The matron, referred to as Yue, pondered for a moment before responding, "Approximately over 10 billion. With some mobilization, we should be able to gather nearly 20 billion Federation coins in a short span." Shrek City, the foremost metropolis of the continent, boasts a commercial scale that rivals that of the capital, Mingdu, with annual tax revenues reaching astronomical figures. All of these taxes are allocated to the Shrek Academy, and combined with the Academy's various enterprises, their amassed wealth is beyond imagination. "Ensure that they raise the 20 billion Federation coins within 3 days, Yunming commanded. "Understood," replied Kai Yue. "Sister Yu, Zhuo Feng Wu Yu, you shall accompany me to Mingdu in 3 days, Yunming announced. "Very well," the three responded in unison. "Brother Yun," Yali hesitated, her gaze at Yunming clearly conveying her desire to join. Yunming offered a gentle smile, placing his hand on Yali's smooth palm, shaking his head gently. This time, I cannot take you with me. The elixirs are too precious, and certain factions, unable to secure them, may resort to direct confrontation. I cannot bear to risk your safety. Boss, with your strength, do you truly believe there are those who would dare to challenge us? In this tumultuous world, one could guess that the moment your magnificent spear gleams, those individuals would scarcely have the time to flee, let alone dare to seize the elixirs. Feng Wuyo concurred. Yet, Yuming shook his head, adopting a grave tone. If it were anything else, naturally, none would dare approach. But this situation is different. The allure of extending one's lifespan by a century is far too enticing. So much so that even high-ranking military officials and hidden aristocratic families may be tempted to pursue it at any cost. In such a scenario, my adversaries would not be mere titled Douluos but entities of equal standing to myself. Faced with such equals, I may find myself unable to safeguard you adequately. His final words were directed at Yali, filled with profound emotion. Upon hearing this, Yali abandoned any thoughts of accompanying him, unwilling to become a burden. Only a Douluo unencumbered by worries can truly unleash their formidable prowess, rendering them invincible. Yali harbored no concerns for his safety. Yunming's words cast a somber atmosphere over the assembly, brows furrowing in contemplation. Zhuosher could not help but inquire, Boss, is it truly as dire as you suggest? He felt that Yunming might be overthinking the situation. With the current prestige of Shrek Academy, who would dare provoke them? The temptation of longevity is indeed compelling. The allure of a century's lifespan is substantial. Even I have entertained thoughts of seizing it. Do you believe those others would remain unaffected? Yuming spoke with genuine sentiment, admitting that he truly contemplated the act of seizing, not as a jest. However, due to his own status and the reputation of Shrek, he would not take action lightly, suppressing his desires for acquisition. Boss, you wish to seize it? Feng Wuyo raised an eyebrow at Yuming's uncharacteristic levity, sharing a knowing expression. Let us see when the time comes. Should anyone disrupt the order, we shall intervene. It would be rather enjoyable to play the role of the hidden observer. If not, then so be it, Yuming stated. The group grasped his meaning, smiles gracing their faces as they looked forward to the upcoming auction. In the southern region of the continent, where the Southern Legion is stationed, a vast room exuded a blend of opulence and antiquity, luxurious yet unpretentious, a testament to the passage of time. Behind a grand desk sat an elderly man. Despite his snow-white hair and the marks of age etched upon his face, he maintained an upright posture, embodying vitality in his years. Clad in military attire, he appeared remarkably imposing, the 3 dazzling stars on his shoulders serving as a mark of his esteemed rank, Federal 3-star General. Lu Zhongyan, the leader of the Southern Legion, the Legion commander, and the current patriarch of the Sacred Angel family, was also one of the 7 3-star generals of the Federation. A firm knock echoed through the room. Enter. Dad, what is it you wish to discuss? A tall, middle-aged man entered, dressed in the uniform of a general, bearing a resemblance to Lu Zhongyan. Lu Zhongyan's expression hardened as he replied sternly, This is the military. What should you call me? The man felt a touch of embarrassment and promptly stood at attention, saluting with a resonant and powerful voice, General. The expression of Lu Zhongyan softened somewhat as he replied, You must return to your family immediately and gather 150 billion federal coins to transfer to my federal card. Once you have secured the funds, you are to escort Elders Lisu and Lu Zhongye to the Ming capital. In 4 days, I expect to see you there. Is that understood? Yes, Lu Zhongming replied loudly, but instead of exiting the office, he lingered as if hesitating to speak. Chapter 33, Federal 3-star General Lu Zhongyan. If you have something to say, then say it. Do not dally around, Lu Zhongyan admonished. Old General, are you planning to attend the auction of the longevity elixir in the Ming capital? Lu Zhongming inquired. Lu Zhongyan nodded and replied, It can now be definitively established that the longevity elixir is indeed authentic. Such a miraculous potion is something I must strive to obtain. Your grandfather has little time left, mere months to live. If we were to acquire this elixir, he could extend his life by a century. This endeavor is driven not only by familial affection, but also by the future growth of our clan. If he can live for another 100 years, alongside myself, the Lu family would possess 2 individuals of extraordinary capability. Your grandfather remains a semi-divine being, with both of us. The Lu family standing in the south would be further elevated, solidifying a foundation for future development. Beyond enhancing our family status, It would also grant your grandfather more time to comprehend the mysteries within our bloodline. Our sacred angel family is descended from the lineage of the Spirit Hall's master from 20,000 years ago, who achieved divinity. In a certain sense, we are all descendants of the divine, and our blood may harbor the secrets to attaining godhood. Should we unearth these mysteries, we might indeed have a chance to reach that realm. Although the likelihood of this endeavor's success is slim, as our ancestors have repeatedly failed, we must still endeavor to undertake this quest. If my father could live for another 100 years, even if we cannot fully uncover the secrets of our bloodline, we would still make new advancements, leaving invaluable experiences for future generations. Should we succeed, it would undoubtedly be a monumental occasion for our entire family. At this point, Lu Jingyan felt a surge of excitement coursing through his veins. Hearing Lu Jingyan's words stirred Lu Zhongming as well. The thought of divinity electrified his senses, rendering his emotions nearly uncontrollable. Their bloodline was the greatest treasure awaiting their discovery, and if fully developed, the attainment of divinity might no longer be a mere fantasy. Lu Zhongyan quickly composed himself, gesturing to Lu Zhongming. Hurry and take care of the task I assigned you. You had better not let me down. Both the funds and the personnel must arrive punctually. This elixir is imperative for me to secure, and if you fail to obtain it, I shall hold you accountable. Lu Zhongming promptly saluted in response. After several days of information circulating, the capital had become the center of attention on the continent. Numerous members of prominent families and high-ranking military officials flocked to the capital, preparing to participate in this upcoming auction. With the arrival of these formidable individuals, the governor of the capital felt increasingly overwhelmed, as maintaining public order and preventing chaos became the pressing dilemma before him. This matter involves numerous prominent figures, many of whom he cannot afford to offend. A misstep could jeopardize his position as governor. He is likely the one most opposed to the auction of the longevity elixir. Without this incident, he would not be mired in such troubles. It is not an exaggeration to state that the longevity elixir has captured the attention of the entire nation. However, the promotional efforts have conspicuously omitted any mention of the Dragon Phoenix Palace, allowing it to remain undisturbed during these recent days. This is a deliberate maneuver by Yunze, intending to unveil the Dragon Phoenix Hall to the public only on the day of the auction. At that moment, he plans to display some formidable prowess to create a sufficient stir while simultaneously averting numerous complications. Otherwise, had the Dragon Phoenix Hall been disclosed prematurely, it would likely attract a considerable number of intrusions in the days leading up to the event, which would be an arduous task to manage. The situation mirrors that of the Sun and Moon auction house, which has been overwhelmed recently, besieged by inquiries regarding the elixirs, rendering it nearly impossible to conduct business. Were it not for the assurance given by the management under the esteemed name of the Sun and Moon auction house that the elixirs were not housed within, the establishment might have faced theft, potentially from a criminal of terrifying strength capable of obliterating the entire auction house. The excitement generated by the elixirs presents a double-edged sword for the auction house. On one hand, the substantial buzz elevates its prominence, while on the other, the elixirs are likely to fetch exorbitant prices, yielding a lucrative profit from the minimum 5% commission on items valued over 100 million. However, maintaining order on the day of the auction poses a significant challenge. As for Yunze, he merely observes the ensuing excitement with a detached demeanor, allowing his daily life to proceed unperturbed. Over the past month, he has predominantly spent his days in the fourth floor library, exhibiting an astonishing reading efficiency, completing an average of 1 book every 3 days. He has essentially mastered the intricacies of black mecha production, rectifying inaccuracies he encountered, which amounts to an enhancement of the black mecha. However, this upgrade remains theoretical for the time being, as he is unable to implement it in practice. The actual effects of the upgrades will only become apparent once he successfully constructs the black mecha. Having grasped the art of black mecha creation, he then turned his attention to the study of soul-guiding devices, once again immersing himself for an entire day. On the eve of the auction, Yunze summoned Gu Yue and the others, including Di Tian, for a brief meeting to discuss the arrangements for the upcoming auction. That night, countless individuals fell asleep with hearts full of anticipation. The auction was scheduled for 4 o'clock the following afternoon, yet discussions regarding it commenced early in the morning. With the price of the elixir becoming a topic of fervent debate, numerous live streaming platforms and media personnel gathered outside the auction house from dawn, eager to secure prime positions for filming. This auction is destined to be recorded in history, capturing the attention of the entire populace, who naturally cannot miss the opportunity to witness it. The auction house submitted a request for security to the police department, and 500 officers arrived at noon to maintain order outside the venue. The auction house opened its doors at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, as staff began to lay out the golden carpet, a symbol of the highest standard of auction. Today's auction is singular, with all personnel diligently preparing for this event. Starting from 2:30, the auction house began to usher qualified participants into the assembly hall. Those permitted entry were undeniably individuals with fortunes exceeding 1 billion. Among them were both spirit masters and ordinary citizens. Although wealth predominantly resides within the realm of spirit master factions, there are still many affluent individuals among the common populace. These ordinary individuals possess an intense yearning for longevity. As for them, reaching the age of 100 is often deemed a luxury. The prospect of directly extending their lives by an additional century renders it nearly impossible for them to remain composed or to refrain from competing for such an opportunity. Some affluent magnates are even prepared to exchange their entire fortunes for a century of life, underscoring the profound determination they exhibit in this pursuit. It is noteworthy that entrants are permitted to bring only one companion or friend, and no more. This is primarily due to safety considerations, as well as to accommodate a greater number of bidders within the venue. In addition to the main entrance, the auction house has established a special passageway designated for distinguished guests. Those who enter through this exclusive route are personally greeted by the auction house's executives, who accompany them to the private rooms within the auction hall, all the while wearing warm smiles. Chapter 34. 6 reds and 3 oranges, shocking the entire audience. With just 10 minutes remaining before the auction officially commences, within the auction house's most prestigious hall. This is the highest specification auction hall of the Sun and Moon auction house, encompassing over 1,000 square meters. The hall is designed in a fan shape, adorned with exquisite decorations. A semicircular auction platform, with a radius of 10 meters, is positioned against the wall, behind which looms a massive square screen, illuminated by several expensive soul-guiding lamps. The VIP seating, located several meters from the auction platform, is arranged in a fan shape, with small tables beside each seat, laden with fine fruits and beverages. The spacious seating arrangement ensures that the area does not feel cramped, with 10 rows accommodating a maximum of 200 individuals. Behind the VIP seating, there are 10 private rooms, resembling containers, also arranged in a fan shape, constructed from one-way transparent glass that obscures the interior from outside view. The seating in the VIP area is fully occupied, yet only 100 of the attendees are genuine participants in the auction. The remaining 100 are their friends or attendants. Once seated, the attendees quietly survey their surroundings, with no murmurs breaking the profound silence of the hall. Access to the auction hall is restricted to the first 100 arrivals. Those arriving late, regardless of their wealth, are denied entry. Only individuals of status and prestige are permitted within this auction hall, carrying an inherent pride and adhering to etiquette, refraining from casual conversation that might disrupt the order. 2 soul-guiding cameras are operational around the hall, capturing the proceedings for live broadcast across various platforms. To maintain decorum, media representatives are prohibited from entering the venue and must await the conclusion of the auction for interviews. Those wishing to witness the auction can only do so through the official live stream established by the Sun and Moon Auction House in collaboration with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. No alternative media channels are available. The live broadcast garnered immense attention, with the total number of viewers surpassing 1 billion even before it began. As people eagerly anticipated the event, the emergence of the centenary longevity pill represented a monumental medical revolution, signaling that the extension of life was no longer a mere dream. Although this elixir remains unattainable for many, it does not diminish their interest in it. They all hope that, one day, the price of the pill will decrease, making it accessible to them as well. In the auction hall, a woman with an oval face and willow-shaped eyebrows, her delicate features adorned with light makeup and dressed in a pale gold gown, ascended the auction platform. Upon taking the stage, she bowed slightly to the audience, her face radiant with a smile, and declared, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Supreme Auction Hall of the Sun and Moon Auction House. I am your auctioneer, Qian, and it is my honor to preside over today's auction." With another graceful bow, her melodious voice and composed demeanor showcased her exceptional professionalism. The audience erupted in applause. With a beaming smile, Qian surveyed the audience before continuing. "The auction will commence at precisely 4 o'clock this afternoon, Federal Time. Before we begin, we have a brief warm-up session regarding the 5 centenary longevity pills. I believe many of you are curious about the origins of this miraculous elixir. She paused, noticing the intrigue sparked among the guests, and with a satisfied smile, she continued, "Next, we shall reveal the answer to this question to our esteemed guests and the citizens of the Federation. I believe many viewers at home have formed some conjectures. Indeed, the source of this pill is none other than the Long Wang Palace, with which we are collaborating for this live broadcast. Now, let us invite the Vice Master of Long Wang Palace, Lord Yuntian, to present the highly anticipated longevity pill and share a few words." Qianqian directed her gaze towards a small door on the right side of the auction hall, and the audience, along with the live stream, turned their attention to it. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a figure over 2 meters tall, muscular, with a straight back, clad in simple black attire, Ditian. He walked toward the auction platform with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression unchanging despite the gazes fixed upon him. As he walked, the sound of soul rings resonated, with each step causing a red soul ring to rise. The first red soul ring elicited wide-eyed astonishment. But as subsequent rings continued to emerge in red, many gasped in disbelief. Viewers of the live stream were left speechless, instinctively exclaiming 2 simple yet profound words of admiration, which flooded the chat, overwhelming the screen. Some soul masters in the VIP section rose to their feet, equally incredulous as they observed Ditian's soul rings, their breaths quickening. In the rear VIP room, several powerful individuals could no longer remain seated. They stood and approached the glass window for a closer look. While they could accept the sight of red soul rings, the emergence of 3 orange soul rings behind Ditian left even their seasoned hearts shaken. "Orange. Ferocious beast soul rings," Yiming remarked gravely, furrowing his brow as he fixed his gaze on Ditian and his 9 soul rings. He occupied the most prestigious position in the VIP room, which faced the auction platform, alongside his 3 companions from Shrek, with no service staff present. "I have never seen such an exaggerated soul ring configuration," Feng Wuyu stated solemnly, clearly taken aback by the spectacle. Although the advent of the Spirit Ascension Tower had significantly improved the longevity of soul rings, making 1,000-year and even 10,000-year rings commonplace, his own configuration consisted of 4 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. His leader's was even more astonishing, featuring several 10,000-year soul rings with a black base. Yet, none had reached the level of a red base with at least 20,000-year ferocious beast soul rings. Beside him, Zhuoshi nodded gravely, while Long Yue, standing alongside Yuming, displayed an expression of shock. "Sister Yu, what is the matter?" Yunming cast a glance at Long Yu beside him, astonished to witness such an expression on Sister Yu for the first time. The soul rings of Yuntian were not bestowed by soul spirits, but were genuine soul rings. A statement infused with incredulity in Long Yiyu's tone. Upon hearing this, both Zhuoshi and Feng Wuyu's expressions shifted dramatically, and Yunming's pupils constricted as he scrutinized the 9 soul rings intently. "Indeed, there were 9 soul rings," Yunming exclaimed, emphasizing the term soul ring, feeling a tumult of emotions within. The 6 red and 3 orange soul rings provided by soul spirits contrasted starkly with the authentic 6 red and 3 orange. They were entirely different concepts. Given that soul beasts were on the brink of extinction due to human hunting, encountering even a 10,000-year soul beast was a rare occurrence, let alone the formidable 100,000-year or 200,000-year soul beast rings. While the Stardo forest still harbored a few, they were confined by the Spirit Transmission Tower for experimental purposes, prohibiting any attempts to obtain them. If acquiring a 10,000-year soul beast's soul ring was fraught with difficulty, the prospect of obtaining those from 100,000-year and 200,000-year ferocious beasts was even more outlandish. He simply could not fathom how this individual had procured 9 soul rings. Had he perhaps eradicated the few remaining soul beasts in the Stardo forest? The thought sent a shiver down Yunming's spine, as he found it implausible yet somewhat reasonable, plunging him into a conflict of reasoning. Chapter 35. Yunming's assessment: this individual's martial soul must be a dragon type, for I can sense the draconic aura emanating from him, Long Yu discerned, seemingly affirming her judgment with meticulous consideration. After a pause of several seconds, she continued, "Moreover, his martial soul appears to possess an extreme dark attribute, reminiscent of my dark sacred dragon martial soul, albeit with some distinctions. Why is it that neither I nor the old man Zhuoshi could perceive his draconic essence?" Feng Wuyu expressed his confusion. Long Yue shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "He is at least a demigod-level powerhouse. It would be surprising if you could sense his presence." Feng Wuyo scoffed at the ridicule, while Zhishiji chuckled insidiously. This person might be stronger than I am, Long Yue remarked solemnly, then turned her gaze towards Yunming, seeking his insight. As a being of her caliber, her perception was remarkably acute. Oftentimes, she could discern the strengths and weaknesses of opponents merely from their aura, without the need for confrontation. After a moment of contemplation, Yunming stated, "Without releasing my battle armor, I cannot contend with him. Should I unleash my armor and engage him with all my might, I would have a 70% chance of defeating him. But I would suffer severe injuries in the process, potentially leading to my demise." Upon hearing this, both Feng Wuyo and Zhishiji were taken aback. And even Long Yue was startled, plunging the room into silence. The notable figures within the VIP chamber sensed the overwhelming power of Emperor Tian, and a palpable pressure enveloped them. Nearby, Yunze, Gu Yue, and Xiong Jun were present. Yunze lounged on the sofa, casually perusing the book in his hands, though he remained attuned to the sounds emanating from the stage. Gu Yue and Xiong Jun, on the other hand, gazed out the window. The three of them alone in the room, with the service staff having been instructed to remain outside. Bai Ji, Ziji, and the summoned one Yao Wang, along with the spirit beings, stayed behind in the Dragon Phoenix Hall. On the auction stage, 9 soul rings pulsed rhythmically around Emperor Tian, the energy under his meticulous control. Not a trace of it escaping, and his martial soul remained unmanifested. Here, amidst a multitude of ordinary individuals, if he were to unleash his formidable presence, it is likely that these common folk would meet their demise instantaneously. Upon the release of his soul rings, the gazes directed towards him underwent a profound transformation, imbued with both reverence and envy. "Greetings, I am the Vice Master of the Dragon Phoenix Hall, the Heavenly Emperor of Cloud." He introduced himself with a frigid demeanor, his countenance exuding an aura of authority that instilled a sense of trepidation among those present. Even the titled Douluos regarded him with apprehension, a sentiment engendered by the oppressive force of his 9 soul rings. The hall erupted in fervent applause, a manifestation of respect for this formidable titled law. With a gesture of his hands, the clapping swiftly subsided. "Before we commence the auction, I have 3 points to elucidate," he proclaimed, as the 9 soul rings gradually retracted, returning to his being. The venue fell into a profound silence, and those watching the live broadcast became attentive, eagerly anticipating his forthcoming remarks. Firstly, regarding the origins of this elixir, the century-extending pill was concocted by the patriarch of our reclusive family, the Yun clan. A total of 6 pills were crafted, one of which has already been graciously bestowed upon the esteemed director of the Federal Research Institute, Gu Ming. The remaining 5 will be auctioned shortly. I understand that the most pressing concern on everyone's mind is whether this pill can be replicated. At this, the audience listened with heightened intensity, some even displaying signs of anxiety, fearing the negative response. After a brief pause, he continued, "To speak candidly, I cannot ascertain whether it can be reproduced." The crowd exchanged glances, puzzled by this ambiguous response. Our family patriarch faced the tribulation while refining these 6 pills and has sustained considerable injuries. Although he has received treatment from a limit-healing soul master, he will still require an extended period of recuperation to regain his strength. The ability to replicate this elixir is contingent upon his recovery. If he heals well enough to withstand the tribulation once more, he may be able to concoct it again. If not, it will be impossible. Hence, I must assert that, at this juncture, we cannot definitively determine the outcome," he elucidated. Such ambiguous answers not only engender anticipation for the elixirs, fostering interest in the Dragon Phoenix Hall, but also illuminate the rarity of these 5 precious pills, thereby augmenting their auction price. Simultaneously, he alluded, perhaps inadvertently, to the existence of elite healing soul masters, thereby underscoring the formidable power of the Dragon Phoenix Hall. Some individuals may focus on the elixir's potential for alchemy, while others may be captivated by the elite healing soul masters. The presence of both an elite battle soul master and an elite healing soul master raises the question of whether the might of the Dragon Phoenix Hall is exceedingly formidable. After articulating the first point, Emperor Tian paused for approximately half a minute before continuing. "Second, this auction is jointly hosted by our Dragon Phoenix Hall and the Sun Moon Auction House. Anyone daring to create disturbances during the auction or forcibly seize the elixirs will be seen as provoking the Dragon Phoenix Hall, potentially declaring war." As he surveyed the audience, his gaze gravitated towards a few VIP rooms situated at the back, his tone laden with significance, regardless of the strength of their background or the magnitude of their influence. We at the Dragon Phoenix Hall shall pursue the matter to its conclusion until we utterly eradicate the threat. His emphasis sent shivers through the guests, while those within the VIP rooms furrowed their brows. This man is rather audacious. Immediately have someone investigate the Dragon Phoenix Hall and the Yun family backing them. I wish to ascertain whether they possess the capital to follow through, commanded an elderly gentleman clad in understated attire, addressing the middle-aged man beside him. Standing tall and erect like a pine tree, the elder exuded a sense of stability akin to a mountain, his eyes deep and piercing, radiating an oppressive aura that few dared to meet. His speech bore an unassailable tone, a testament to his long tenure in high office. A demeanor typically cultivated only by seasoned military veterans. The middle-aged man responded with a powerful voice, akin to that of a subordinate answering a superior in the military. Commence an investigation into the background of the Dragon Phoenix Hall, he instructed. Many shared their curiosity and trepidation regarding this suddenly emerging Dragon Phoenix Hall and the Yun family behind it. Not to mention the formidable presence of at least a demigod-level powerhouse before them, which warranted their heightened attention. Emperor Tion's words rendered the hall silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as no one dared to utter a sound. Simultaneously, we shall provide protection for the bidders. Those who successfully acquire the elixirs may choose to consume them here, where we will ensure their safety throughout the process. I assure you by my martial soul that as long as you ingest the elixir here, no harm shall befall you, guaranteeing a secure and uninterrupted absorption. However, should you wish to leave with the elixirs, we will not provide protection. From the moment you exit the auction house, whether you are robbed or harmed, it shall bear no consequence to us. Chapter 36, World-Renowned, Priceless Auction. Emperor Tion spoke slowly, pausing once more before continuing. The third point is somewhat tangential. I wish to take this opportunity to promote the Dragon Phoenix Hall. The Dragon Phoenix Hall specializes in elixirs and forging, currently offering two types of elixirs for sale, the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Breaking Through Pill. The former can elevate a soul master's innate soul power by 1 level, proving effective for children aged 6 to 12. This enhancement of innate soul power is limitless, should your innate soul power be at level 9. It can be raised to the qualifications of full innate soul power. The Breaking Through Pill enables soul masters below the soul sect to break through without any side effects, even overcoming significant bottlenecks with multiple doses. The headquarters of the Dragon Phoenix Hall is located on Mingyue Street, southwest of the Sun Moon Royal Academy, easily identifiable upon arrival. The Apothecary Pavilion, where elixirs are sold, is situated on the 2nd floor and has opened its doors today. Friends in need may visit to make purchases. By the way, for this grand opening, we have prepared premium Foundation Establishment Pills and Breaking Through Pills, each boasting effects more than twice that of regular elixirs, with a limited quantity of 300 of each. Additionally, our alchemists are capable of refining longevity pills, with 10 currently available for sale at the Apothecary Pavilion, which may also pique your interest. These 10 longevity elixirs, crafted over the past few days by Biki, showcase her increasingly refined alchemical skills. The sound of gasps filled the air, as Emperor Tion's words stirred quite a commotion. Many were astonished by the effects of both the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Breaking Through Pill, particularly the former, which astonishingly had the capacity to elevate a person's innate soul power to its fullest potential. This is truly astonishing. Although the distinction between the 9th and 10th rank is merely 1 level, the actual disparity is undoubtedly far greater than a single tier. The latter possesses a significantly superior innate talent. This elixir now serves as a catalyst, potentially elevating those innate 9th level soul masters to the status of possessing full innate soul power, thereby enhancing their natural abilities to an extraordinary extent. The emergence of this elixir carries extraordinary significance for the entire realm of soul masters, promising to elevate the overall cultivation of the community. It is no wonder that they are so astonished. Previously, these two types of elixirs at the Apothecary Guild in Star Moon City were scarcely advertised, and due to a low success rate in production, they did not sell in large quantities, thus failing to create any substantial commotion. However, now, with the announcement before an audience of over 1 billion in the live broadcast, the ensuing uproar is all too predictable. It is likely that within a day, news of this elixir will become common knowledge among the masses. As for the authenticity of these elixirs, there is little doubt among the crowd. After all, the century-long longevity elixir is genuine. Could these new elixirs possibly be counterfeit? Moreover, the annual longevity elixir has not gone unnoticed either. One bold individual rose to inquire respectfully. Might I ask, Your Excellency Yun Tian, can this foundational elixir be consumed multiple times? To which D. Tian replied, a maximum of 2 can be taken. The first will yield full effects, while the second will provide approximately 1/3 of the efficacy. Any attempt to consume a third will result in negligible effects. This response, though somewhat disappointing, is nonetheless acceptable and understandable. Being able to consume 2 doses is already quite commendable. Were it possible to partake without restriction, would that not imply that anyone could become a naturally gifted soul power wielder? This is evidently unrealistic. The elderly man continued to inquire. What exactly is the longevity elixir for this year? It is a potion that grants an extension of life by 1 year. It is important to note that this 1-year extension is applicable to soul masters of the title Douluo level. For soul masters below the title Douluo rank, the lifespan extension would be even greater. Ordinary individuals taking this elixir could expect an extension of approximately 4 to 5 years. Similarly, the century-long longevity elixir can extend the life of an ordinary person by about 500 to 600 years. The 1-year longevity elixir is recommended to be taken in a maximum of 2 doses, while the century elixir should not exceed 3 doses, as any excess would yield negligible effects. Upon hearing this, the ordinary individuals present were filled with excitement, as the notion of 500 to 600 years resonated in their minds, making it difficult for them to maintain their composure. This clarification from Emperor Tian further solidified the determination of ordinary bidders to participate in the auction. After all, it was a matter of an additional 500 to 600 years of life. The live broadcast became chaotic, with emotions running high as the effects of this elixir ignited fervor among the crowd. In the city of Ming, several quick-thinking individuals rushed eagerly to the Dragon Phoenix Hall to procure the elixir. Many students under the age of 12 from the Sun Moon Royal Academy abandoned their classes and frantically raced towards the Dragon Phoenix Hall, their sights set on the foundational elixir. Each one harbored the desire to acquire a top-tier foundational elixir to elevate their innate soul power by 2 levels. Who could resist such an enticing temptation? That is all I wish to convey. It is almost 4 o'clock, and the auction for today is about to commence. Emperor Tian had no intention of elaborating further. As for the matters concerning the forging shop, there is nothing particularly noteworthy to mention, as long as these individuals visit the apothecary pavilion to purchase the elixirs. They will inevitably pass by the forging shop and will naturally take notice of the finished metal products on display. This is also the reason why the forge is established on the 1st floor. The intention is to utilize the apothecary pavilion to attract clientele for the forge. With a wave of his hand, an emerald jade vial materializes before him, suspended in midair. The Emperor Tian unscrews the cap, and the fragrant aroma of the elixir instantly wafts through the air. The moment the exquisite jade vial made its appearance, it captured the attention of all present. Many felt their breaths quicken and their hearts race at the sight of it. The rich fragrance of the elixir had accumulated within the vial to such an extent that when the cap was removed, the potent aroma was visibly palpable. A light brown mist wafting through the hall. The atmosphere was filled with pleasurable murmurs as both soul masters and ordinary individuals alike found their pores opened wide, their very cells instinctively and greedily absorbing the essence of the elixir, invigorated by a delightful sensation that compelled them to vocalize their enjoyment. In that moment, the crowd paid no heed to their decorum, straining their noses to inhale as much of the fragrant essence as possible. Those situated in the VIP room could not perceive the aroma, yet they gleaned much from the reactions of those in the audience. After 15 seconds, the vial's cap was replaced and the fragrance dissipated, leaving the attendees yearning for more as they settled back into their seats. It was time to commence. The jade vial was placed upon the central metallic column of the auction stage, the lights converging upon it, while the soul-guided screen behind it displayed a 3-dimensional image of the vial. The host did not depart from the stage, but instead stood to the side, hands clasped behind his back. Wang Quan offered a respectful bow to the host before addressing the VIP section. The starting bid for the elixir is 1 billion Federation coins, with each subsequent bid to be no less than 100 million Federation coins. I hereby declare the auction for the 1st century longevity pill officially open. Esteemed guests, please place your bids. With a chime, a message appeared on the grand soul-guided screen. VIP seat 55 bids 11 billion. Each bidder had a button beside their seat, allowing them to place the minimum bid with a mere press. Friends or attendants accompanying the bidders were not provided with auction buttons, and the numbering from 1 to 100 represented the order of the bidders. Bids from the VIP section would be displayed distinctly. VIP 55 bids 11 billion, Wang Quan announced, pointing towards the respective seat. She was exceptionally familiar with the layout, able to identify each number's position with her eyes closed. Chapter 37. Tang Sect S. Zong Xin. Intense competition before the echoes of her words fully faded. A second chime rang out, followed closely by a third and a fourth. VIP 79 bids 40 billion, Wang Quan noted. As within less than a minute, the auction price soared to 40 billion. The price cannot be deemed anything but exorbitant. Having already secured a place among the top 10 highest auction prices in the history of the Sun and Moon auction house. As Wang Yao's voice faded, golden characters illuminated the spirit guide screen. The fourth VIP room had bid 5 billion. Wang Yao's voice was noticeably charged with excitement. Several beams of light focused on the fourth VIP room, and the live broadcast camera turned to that direction. Before the audience could fully grasp the situation, more golden characters emerged. The sixth VIP room had bid 60 billion. Wang Yao excitedly recited, marveling at the exceptional nature of these high-profile bids, which surged in increments of 10 billion. A bidder from the VIP section called out 65 billion. This individual was a commoner, the head of the foremost real estate company in the eastern region. The 23rd VIP room bid 65 billion, and the golden characters reappeared, followed by the 7th VIP room bidding 70 billion. Inside the second VIP room, Yunming gazed intently at the auction platform, uttering the price, while Feng Wuyu beside him understood immediately and entered the figure on the spirit guide screen. The second VIP room bid 80 billion. As this figure was announced, the attendees in the VIP section furrowed their brows, their hands hovering near the buttons, caught in contemplation and hesitant to proceed. The ancient Dongfeng from the fourth VIP room, after a moment's hesitation, declared a price of 90 billion. As Wang Yao announced this amount, her heart raced. Not only at the Sun and Moon auction house, but even across other auction houses, such a bidding price exceeding 80 billion had not occurred in nearly a century. The last instance was over 150 years ago when a 10,000-year spirit bone fetched an astronomical sum of 120 billion. In this era, marked by the extinction of spirit beasts and the rarity of spirit bones, the preciousness of a 10,000-year spirit bone is evident, making such a sky-high price entirely reasonable. In the fifth VIP room, Gu Ming was discussing with the Su brothers, Su Lin and Su Chuan, deliberating whether to place a bid. Teacher, I believe the price of the elixir will only escalate from here. It is better to secure the first one if possible, Su Lin suggested. Indeed, I share your thoughts. Gu Ming nodded, signaling Su Chuan to place a bid. The fifth VIP room bid 100 billion, and Wang Yao exclaimed loudly, causing an uproar throughout the venue. This price startled many. Most viewers of the live broadcast were left dumbfounded, struggling to swallow as they heard the figure of 100 billion. Such an enormous amount typically only appeared in their dreams. The price remained steady for over a minute, only shifting when Wan inquired. The seventh VIP room offered 11 billion, while Qiangu Dongfeng gravely stated that he must possess this first elixir. 2 minutes later, the fourth VIP room bid 12 billion. The third VIP room then raised the offer to 13 billion, causing Wan to gasp in astonishment, as this figure had equaled the highest auction price in history. The attendees in the VIP section could not help but glance towards the third room, eager to discern the identity of the eminent figure behind the glass. Few among them could match the 13 billion bid, yet they hesitated, pondering whether the auction price might soon decline. Within the fourth VIP room, Qiangu Dongfeng clenched his fist, also gazing towards the third VIP room. The layout of the VIP lounge is such that Room 1 is adjacent to Room 2, while Room 3 borders Room 1, and Room 4 lies next to Room 2, with all other rooms following this pattern. He cast a detached gaze, refraining from utilizing his mental prowess to investigate. As the master of the spirit transmission tower, his placement in Room 4 signifies that the individuals within the first 3 rooms hold a status and rank deemed superior by the auction house. It is evident to anyone that the individuals in question are Yunming from Shrek Academy, Wu Qing and Duo Qing from the Tang sect, and the illustrious Chen Xinjie, the sea god Douluo and master of the battle god Hall. Although he is reluctant to concede, it is undeniable that the prowess and influence of these 4 figures from these 3 formidable factions surpass his own. The 3 factions, the Tang sect, are likely situated in the third VIP room. As for who occupies the first and second rooms, he remains uncertain. Whether it is Chen Xinjie or Yunming, he refrains from foolishly deploying his mental energy for exploration, as there is no necessity to provoke them unprovoked, particularly with Yunming from Shrek Academy. who harbors deep-seated grievances against their spirit transmission tower. Should he be given a reason, it is quite possible that he would seize the opportunity to propose a sparring session, a prospect he would rather avoid. Contrary to his assumptions, the first VIP room is not occupied by Yun Ming or Chen Xinjie, but rather by Yun Zhe and his companions. At this moment, Chen Xinjie is leading the Sea God Legion on a mission as the Legion commander. It would be implausible for him to abandon the entire Legion. Furthermore, although his family, the Qin clan, is indeed a prominent lineage, they are not as financially robust as several other formidable families, with numerous powerful factions surpassing them. He is well aware that even if he were to participate in the auction, he would not be able to bid successfully. He has no interest in engaging in acts of theft, so he chooses not to attend. In the third VIP room, the individual correctly guessed by Qian Gudong Feng is none other than the Tang sect's passionate Douluo, Xiong. Xiong, appearing to be in his 40s, possesses a tall and handsome figure with strikingly deep-set eyes. However, his actual age exceeds mere 40s. In terms of financial prowess, our Tang sect is not inferior to your spirit transmission tower, Xiong remarked with a faint smile, glancing towards the fourth VIP room, seemingly locking eyes with Qian Gudong Feng. Just as Qian Gudong Feng could deduce that he or the emotionless Douluo was in the third VIP room, Xiong surmised that the fourth VIP room housed Qian Gudong Feng and his companions. While the average person may struggle to ascertain which among Shrek Academy, the Tang sect, the Spirit Transmission Tower, and the God of War Hall is the strongest, those present possess a clear understanding. The allocation of VIP rooms by the auction house is undoubtedly based on strength. Could the Spirit Transmission Tower possibly rank above the Tang sect? In the seventh VIP room, an exuberant bid of 14 billion was exclaimed by Wan, her excitement palpable as the historical auction record was shattered. The bidding once again astounded the crowd. Even Xiong was taken aback, not expecting his offer to be surpassed so swiftly. In the first VIP room, Gu Yue could not help but smile at Yun Zhe, saying, "It seems these individuals' desire for the longevity pill exceeds our expectations. Do you believe the auction price will surpass 200 billion? Yun Zhe continued to peruse his book, responding, "That should pose no problem." Gu Yue remarked with a grin, "If this pill is indeed so valuable, should you produce more, we could rapidly become the wealthiest force on the continent. However, as the saying goes, rarity enhances value. If the quantity of this pill increases, its worth will diminish. Moreover," Yun Zhe paused thoughtfully before adding, "the hidden value of this pill far surpasses its monetary worth. Nothing is superior to the possession of it." Chapter 38, 220 billion, on credit? Gu Yue appeared puzzled, glancing at Yun Zhe as if to inquire about the meaning behind his words. Noticing her gaze, Yun Zhe looked up and said, "There are only 5 pills. What do you think those who fail to bid successfully will do?" Gu Yue contemplated this for a moment before tentatively suggesting, "They might either resort to stealing from the successful bidders or come to us for refinement." As she spoke, a realization dawned upon her, and her voice rose slightly. "Are you suggesting we use the century longevity pill to attract those council members or top-tier powerhouses to seek us out, thereby securing their allegiance?" Yun Zhe smiled faintly, shifting his gaze back to his book, and softly replied, "That is essentially the idea. With the new federal election looming in 4 years, our goal is to secure at least 10 parliamentary seats, striving to position Emperor Tian, Xiong and Bai Ji within the executive committee. Achieving this objective necessitates support from the military and certain politicians, and the century longevity pill is the key to garnering their backing. How can you be certain these individuals will support us merely for the longevity pill?" Gu Yue inquired. "The allure of extended life is far more potent than you might imagine," Yun Zhe replied with profound implications. Just as their conversation unfolded, the price shifted again, with the fifth VIP room bidding 150 billion. Gu Ming was equally fixated on this longevity pill, promptly raising the bid by 10 billion. After all, they enjoyed a 20% discount, making 120 billion acceptable. In the seventh VIP room, Lu Zhongyin's brow was furrowed tightly, his expression grim as the price of the pill soared beyond expectations. "Father, what shall we do now?" Lu Zhongming stepped forward with a sense of urgency, inquiring about their allocated funds, which amounted to 150 billion. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Zhongyin spoke in a low voice. "The bid is 200 billion. However, before Lu Zhongming could articulate his thoughts, he was abruptly interrupted by Lu Zhongyin's raised hand. "Given my standing, it is acceptable to owe 50 billion initially. Let us secure the elixir first, and the funds can be settled later, Lu Jingyan asserted. The Lu family's commercial empire spans the southern continent, and they could undoubtedly muster 200 billion, though it would require some time. Bid from the VIP room No. 7, 200 billion. Wan's throat felt parched, rendering her almost speechless. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they turned their gaze towards VIP room number 7, while viewers of the live broadcast stared in disbelief. 200 billion? The likes of Qian Gu Dongfeng, Zhang Xian, Yun Ming, and Gu Ming frowned. The price had escalated dramatically from 150 billion to 200 billion, a bold move that underscored the determination of room No. 7 to secure the first elixir. When Wan first inquired if anyone wished to continue bidding, silence enveloped the room. The price was exorbitant. A few individuals in the VIP section contemplated whether to proceed, grappling with complex thoughts. Does any VIP wish to offer a higher bid than 200 billion from room number 7? Wan asked, striving to maintain her composure. Silence prevailed. As the price was indeed steep, only 1 or 2 patrons appeared willing to challenge it, yet they hesitated, embroiled in their inner conflicts. Ultimately, one individual gritted their teeth and pressed the bidding button. VIP room number 92 bids 201 billion. In the next moment, Wan's voice rang out once more. VIP room number 7 bids 210 billion. Unwilling to relent, room number 92 pressed the button again, only for room No. 7 to escalate the bid to 220 billion. This time, he refrained from continuing, fully aware that even if he raised his bid, the 7th VIP room would persist. 220 billion, twice. Were there any higher bids from other distinguished guests? Qian had already inquired for the second time. A profound silence enveloped the room, with other VIP areas also succumbing to quietude. Among them undoubtedly lay those capable of bidding further, yet after careful consideration, they chose to withdraw. 220 billion, 3 times. Qian's arm trembled slightly as she struck the gavel, congratulating the 7th VIP room for securing the first longevity elixir of a century. The hall sparkled with golden light, the illumination converging upon the window of the 7th VIP room, where the soul-guiding screen displayed the message, "Congratulations to the 7th VIP room." Inside the 7th VIP room, Lu Jingyan finally exhaled in relief, having been quite anxious moments before, fearing another bidder would emerge. "Everyone follow me." Lu Jingyan's voice was tinged with excitement as he briskly departed the VIP area. "Please take a brief respite. Once the transaction is completed between Yun Tianmin and the guests in the 7th VIP room, we shall resume the auction," Qian announced. Tian picked up the elixir from the auction stage and, alongside Qian, exited the auction hall, heading backstage. "The elixir is exceedingly precious. To avert any unforeseen incidents, only one will be auctioned and transacted at a time, with representatives from the Dragon Phoenix Hall directly overseeing the exchange, as the auction house cannot bear the responsibility nor dares to act as an intermediary. In the opulence of a private chamber, only Lu Zhongming, among those brought by Lu Jingyan, entered, while others remained outside, awaiting their turn. Tian cast a penetrating gaze upon Lu Jingyan, although he too was a limit Douluo. His power, while slightly inferior, was not vastly different. "This is the century-long longevity pill. It is advisable for you to consume it on the spot to ensure its authenticity," Tian asserted as he presented the pill. Lu Jingyan returned a scrutinizing glance, feeling a pressure from Tian that was more formidable than that of his own father. Upon receiving the pill from Tian, he unscrewed the cap and inhaled its fragrant aroma, which invigorated his senses and ignited an overwhelming desire to consume it. After resealing the vial, he shook his head and replied, "There is no need. I shall take this pill with me. Given your esteemed strength, I trust you would not resort to deception. Moreover, even if such an act were to occur, my Southern Legion possesses the capability to reclaim justice. Hence I am untroubled by the prospect of acquiring a counterfeit elixir." His words exuded confidence and authority, bluntly implying that anyone daring to deceive him would face the wrath of the entire Southern Legion. Tian remained unfazed and produced a savings card of the highest federal caliber, stating, "Let us commence the transfer." This savings card imposes no limitations on transfers or deposits, specifically tailored for the auction house to facilitate transactions for the Dragon Phoenix Palace. Within the room, there exists a dedicated device for transferring funds. One merely needs to insert both cards simultaneously to initiate the transfer process. Speaking of the transfer, a fleeting look of awkwardness crossed Lu Jingyan's face as he cleared his throat. "Lu Jingming, exhibiting a keen sense of propriety, stepped forward and courteously inquired, "Your Majesty, we have currently prepared 150 billion federal coins. May we transfer this amount to you first, and the remaining 70 billion shall be remitted at a later date?" Upon witnessing the somber expression on Emperor Tian's face, Lu Zhongming hastily assured him, "Rest assured, we will not renege on our promise. Within 3 days, we shall fulfill the remaining payment. We are the sacred angel family of the Southern Legion, renowned for our integrity, and we would never resort to dishonoring our commitments." The head of the auction house spoke with utmost reverence, fearful of offending either party. Chapter 39. The trials of ancient Eastern winds. Emperor Tian furrowed his brow as he regarded Lu Jingyin, who appeared somewhat ashamed and at a loss for words. "I shall consult the Lord of the Hall before proceeding. Should he disapprove, you shall not leave with this elixir today," Emperor Tian stated solemnly before exiting the room. "What an attitude!" Lu Zhongming remarked with displeasure once Emperor Tian had departed. Lu Jingyin waved his hand, indicating for Lu Zhongming to be silent. After leaving the chamber, Emperor Tian sought a secluded spot to contact Yunza via the soul-guiding telephone, relaying the current situation. Soon, he returned to the room, where Lu Zhongyin and Lu Zhongming awaited him with palpable tension. "The Lord of the Hall has consented. Transfer 150 billion first, and the remainder within 3 days," Emperor Tian announced. Lu Zhongming felt a surge of excitement, while a smile graced Lu Zhongyin's face. "Thank you," the latter expressed gratefully. "Indeed," Emperor Tian replied with a slight nod. Lu Zhongming began the transaction, while Lu Zhongyin engaged in a brief conversation with Emperor Tian, conveying goodwill. Within minutes, the transaction was completed, and upon checking, Emperor Tian confirmed that 150 billion federal coins had been added to the account. Once assured of the accuracy, Emperor Tian took his leave and returned to the auction hall to retrieve the second elixir and continue the bidding process. Lu Jingyin and his companions realized they could not acquire the second elixir and thus did not return to the VIP room number 7, opting instead to depart directly. They flew away with remarkable speed, faster than a soul-guiding train, remaining vigilant throughout, for the significance of the elixir allowed no room for error. The auction for the second elixir proceeded fervently, with the price swiftly escalating to 100 billion. Although VIP room number 7 had withdrawn from the bidding, the price remained robust, eventually surpassing 200 billion. Ultimately, the fourth VIP room's ancient Eastern winds secured it for an astonishing 235 billion, shattering the previous record of 220 billion within the span of half an hour. In the fourth VIP room, a voice inquired, "Grandfather, shall we not bid for the second elixir?" Qian Guzhong Ting inquired with a hint of reluctance. Qian Gudong Feng shook his head, expressing a sense of helplessness, and replied, "Although I am the master of the transmission spirit tower, I cannot recklessly squander wealth. The mobilization of 300 billion federal coins has already drawn pressure from the council members of other families. If I were to request another 200 billion, I fear I might face impeachment from my position as tower master. Acquiring another longevity elixir would be beneficial for our transmission spirit tower. Why do they oppose it?" Qian Gu Zhongting asked in confusion. Qian Gu Dongfeng scoffed coldly. "For our Qian Gu family, it is indeed advantageous, but for them, it is quite the contrary. The longer we, the Qian Gu family, live, the longer they remain suppressed, which is intolerable for certain ambitious families." Realization dawned upon Qian Gu Zhongting, who furrowed his brow and nodded, understanding the intricate web of interests involved. "Let us proceed to acquire the elixir," Qian Gu Dongfeng said, stepping out first, his expression somewhat frosty. The limitations on funding had left him displeased. Qian Gu Dongfeng, indeed affluent, promptly settled 235 billion federal coins. After obtaining the longevity elixir, he returned to the auction room. Although he lacked the funds to purchase the elixir outright, he could engage in bidding. He would not allow the Tang sect or Shrek Academy to acquire the elixir so easily. The auction for the third elixir commenced, and the price surged steeply, reaching 200 billion federal coins in less than 10 minutes. Qian Gu Dongfeng raised the bid by a mere 1 billion each time, deliberately irritating the Tang sect and Shrek Academy, which left Yunming and Zhang Xian with somewhat grim expressions. They understood Qian Gu Dongfeng's intentions and contemplated abandoning their bidding, allowing him to secure it and see if he could afford it. However, they were wary of taking such a risk. With only 3 elixirs remaining, if they relinquished this one, they would be compelled to secure one of the last 2. In that case, Qian Gu Dongfeng would raise the price without restraint, putting them at a greater disadvantage. Qian Gudong Feng also feared that the two might forego their bids. If he secured it and couldn't afford it, he would suffer great embarrassment. Thus, when the price reached 240 billion, he refrained from further bidding. He felt a sense of relief upon seeing the Tang sect acquire it at a higher price than he had bid. Congratulations to the third VIP room for acquiring the longevity elixir at the price of 240 billion federal coins, the announcement echoed. And the auction for the fourth longevity elixir commenced shortly thereafter. In the second VIP room, Yunming directly stated after making a phone call, "Lend me 50 billion federal coins. Did you not bring sufficient funds this time?" In the VIP room, Xiong inquired, initially believing that 2 billion was sufficient to secure the elixir. To his astonishment, the price soared unexpectedly high, far exceeding the 2 billion funds they had brought. Yunming remarked that while the price of the fourth elixir might be lower than the third, it would undoubtedly surpass 2 billion. They would have to borrow money to make the purchase. It was already too late to make calls for fundraising. Their only option was to seek assistance from the Tang clan. "Very well, provide me with the account details, and I shall arrange for the funds to be transferred immediately." Xiong readily agreed. "Thank you." Yunming expressed his gratitude before hanging up the phone. Xiong had not anticipated that Yunming would end the call so abruptly, as he had intended to exchange a few jests. With the funds secured, Yunming and his companions felt emboldened in their bidding. After a fierce round of competition, they successfully acquired the elixir for a staggering 233 billion. Employing a psychological strategy, Yunming incrementally raised the bid, concealing any overt determination to secure the elixir. This left the ancient east wind feeling uncertain, apprehensive that he might suddenly withdraw, thus refraining from further raising the bid, allowing Yunming to acquire it at a more favorable price. As for the other bidders, they had become mere background figures at the 200 billion mark. The price had exceeded their financial capabilities. Those who could afford it were overshadowed by the financial might of forces like the Tang sect and Shrek Academy, forcing them to relinquish their aspirations. During a break while Yunming and his companions engaged in back-end transactions for the elixirs, Gu Ming reached out to Yunze via a soul-guiding device. "Yunze, if I manage to win the elixir, would it be possible for me to exchange it for an equivalent item?" Gu Ming inquired, somewhat bashfully. His utmost limit was 150 billion, which was insufficient to secure the final elixir. Hence, he made this call. In truth, he could borrow money from his two disciples, Su Lin and Su Chuan, and collectively, they could likely procure the fifth elixir. However, he found it difficult to humble himself. He had never borrowed money in his life, and asking his own disciples for financial assistance was a matter of personal pride. If he could exchange items instead, it would not be considered borrowing, but rather a fair transaction, contingent upon whether the Dragon Phoenix Palace would accept such a payment method. Without hesitation, Yunze responded, "Certainly. What do you intend to offer in exchange?" Chapter 40. Crafting the two-character battle armor. Gu Ming's heart leaped with joy, his tension dissipating as he smiled. "Soul-guiding devices or mechas would suffice. It is your choice." Yunze pondered for a moment before replying. "I have no interest in those. If possible, I would prefer the privilege to access the fifth-floor library of the Academy, even if it comes with time restrictions." Some finished soul-guiding devices and mechas held no value for him. Only the unseen knowledge contained in the materials sparked his interest. The privilege to access the fifth-floor library? Gu Ming was taken aback, not expecting Yunze to make such a request. "Yes, as long as you can grant me access. I will consider the elixir's final price as merely 100 billion, Yunze declared. "Really?" Gu Ming expressed his delight, indicating that this was no jest. After pondering for a moment, he remarked, "Very well. However, the fifth-level library holds significant importance. I can only assist you in securing an entry qualification for a year at most." Yunze readily agreed, recognizing that a year would afford him ample opportunity to explore many things. After concluding the call, Yunze rose and turned to Gu Yue, saying, "Let us depart promptly. It would be inconvenient to navigate through the crowd once the event concludes." Gu Yue had overheard the conversation between Yunze and Gu Ming and understood that a deal had been struck. The fifth elixir was effectively assured. Thus, she stood and left with Yunze. Xiong followed closely behind them. As the trio exited the first VIP room, they encountered four individuals approaching down the exclusive corridor. Xiong furrowed his brow and instinctively stepped closer to Gu Yue, attempting to shield her from these four strangers. Yunze glanced at the group before averting his gaze, maintaining a calm demeanor as he walked, seemingly unperturbed. He sensed the extraordinary nature of the four. particularly a young man who appeared to be in his 20s, whose strength seemed to rival that of Emperor Tian. Yet, the prowess of these four bore no relevance to him. He continued on his path, treating them as if they were ordinary passers-by. As the three of them brushed past the four, Yunming turned his head to glance at Yunzhe, who noticed the look but chose to disregard it. The trio continued on their way, while Yunming and his companions halted, turning back to observe them. 6 years old, and at level 22? Yunming murmured, his voice laced with astonishment. Long Yiyu wore a similarly shocked expression, while Feng Wuyu and Zhuo Shi were slower to comprehend, glancing at Yunming in confusion. What are you talking about, boss? Their attention had been primarily drawn to the tall, rugged man, neglecting the others. The child they had just seen appeared to be merely 6 years old, yet possessed a soul power reaching level 22, as Yunming noted. The imposing figure of the robust man had captured his interest, but nothing compared to the shock of encountering a 6-year-old with such extraordinary soul power. What? Zhuo Shi and Feng Wuyu exclaimed, eyes widening as they swiftly turned to see Yunzhe and his companions round a corner, vanishing from sight. After the auction concludes, let us contact the auction house to investigate the backgrounds of those three, Yunming stated, having noticed that they had emerged from the first VIP room. Yunzhe and his companions exited through a private passage, avoiding the main entrance where media thronged, likely to be obstructed upon stepping outside. Along the way, they inevitably discussed the four individuals they had just encountered. All three recognized the exceptional nature of those four, but remained unconcerned. For it was evident that those who could access the VIP rooms were far from ordinary. Upon exiting the auction house, I swiftly returned to the Dragon Phoenix Palace, where I found 3 lengthy queues forming before its grand entrance. 4 imposing figures, robust and towering, stood guard at the door, exuding an air of amiable strength. These were the transformed dark golden grizzly bears. Among them, one particularly astute bear manifested its martial spirit, a colossal shadow of a dark golden grizzly bear looming behind. Adorned with 9 soul rings, 7 black and 2 red, spiraling rhythmically. It endeavored to restrain its energy, mindful to avoid causing harm to any bystanders. The remaining few dark golden grizzly bears possessed a vigorous vitality, and the soul rings they had coalesced after their transformation predominantly featured a black base, with the presence of red rings as well. The queues were remarkably orderly, with no one attempting to cut in line. The crowd maintained a serene silence, and the atmosphere of decorum was impeccably preserved. It is all due to the prowess of the martial souls and the 9 soul rings. With the title Douluo of the 9th rank present to instill fear, who would dare to act recklessly? It seems the promotion has been remarkably effective, Gu Yue remarked with a smile, as they stood at the rear of a lengthy queue observing the scene. Even from a considerable distance, one could see that the Dragon Phoenix Hall was already teeming with people, and outside, 3 lines stretching over 100 meters were forming, with the number of individuals waiting continuing to rise, thus illustrating the immense impact of the promotion. Let us enter through the back door, Yunzhe suggested, as he, along with Gu Yue and Xiong Jun, made their way around to the rear of the building. Before them stood a formidable metallic gate, securely locked. Bear Jun produced a key, unlocking the entrance, and the trio ascended the narrow staircase. Bear Jun proceeded to the 2nd floor to assist, while Yunzhe and Gu Yue made their way to the 10th floor studio. Please hand me the design blueprints for the battle armor, Yunzhe requested. Here you go. Gu Yue responded with a warm smile, producing several sheets of designs, all of which were her own creations. Yunzhe accepted the blueprints and scrutinized them closely. I propose eliminating the battle skirt and incorporating an energy shield deployment mechanism into the waist guard. This modification would not only enhance its aesthetic appeal but also its practicality. Absolutely. Proceed with your ideas, Gu Yue replied without hesitation. Yunzhe chuckled softly. Ultimately, this is your battle armor. It primarily reflects your vision. I am merely here to offer suggestions. I find your recommendations quite valuable. Feel free to implement them directly, Gu Yue stated. With no further comments, Yunzhe settled at the table, grasped a pen, and commenced his revisions. He removed the somewhat superfluous battle skirt and added a diamond-shaped crystalline design to the belt, replacing the headband with a retractable helmet. Gu Yue stood beside him, leaning slightly forward with her hands clasped behind her back, watching with keen interest and occasionally stealing glances at Yunzhe's profile. It has become significantly more attractive, Gu Yue remarked, holding the modified blueprints with a beaming smile, radiating an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The new battle armor was overall sleek yet elegant, featuring a streamlined appearance. The metallic dragon wings on the back appeared seamlessly integrated, while the multicolored gemstone at the chest served as a striking focal point. If you are pleased, let us proceed with this design. I shall assist you in crafting it from all-spirit forged metal, Yunze declared. All-spirit forged? Does that not imply the very essence of the battle armor? With my current abilities, I am unable to don the two-character battle armor, Gu Yue hesitated. The requirement for wearing such armor is at least a soul emperor level, and she is still quite distant from that. When forging the elemental spirit gold, I will infuse your blood into it. Thus, the crafted battle armor will become akin to a part of your body, significantly reducing the difficulty of donning it. With your soul sect cultivation, you will be able to wear this two-character battle armor, albeit limited by your cultivation level. You may only unleash around 60 to 70% of its full power. Nevertheless, this is still vastly superior to the one-character battle armor, and you should have no trouble dealing with the soul sage, Yunze explained. Under normal circumstances, wearing the two-character battle armor would grant one strength comparable to that of a soul Douluo. Very well, I shall rely on you. Gu Yue replied with a sweet smile, her voice cheerful. It is but a minor task, Yunze remarked as he approached the metal rack to retrieve a piece of elemental spirit gold, intending to forge a hammer tailored to Gu Yue's characteristics. A hammer forged in such a manner would resonate better with her, enabling her to don the two-character battle armor even before reaching the Soul Emperor level. Chapter 41. The Billion Auction concludes. Setting a historical record, he did not use his 1,000 forging hammer, but instead opted for an ordinary iron hammer to begin forging a piece of elemental spirit gold the size of a watermelon. The primary characteristic of elemental spirit gold is its affinity with elements. It harbors no aversion to any element and can accommodate the 7 elements quite well. Yunze swung the hammer rapidly, the rhythmic clinks of metal striking metal echoing continuously, as the elemental spirit gold transformed in shape and shrank in size. Though Gu Yue lacked knowledge of forging, she watched with keen interest from the side. 1,000 forging does not require 1,000 strikes. It is sufficient to imbue the metal with a semblance of life to be deemed 1,000 forging. Different levels of blacksmiths require varying numbers of strikes to achieve this. Some may need over 1,000, others merely hundreds, and some may accomplish it with just a few dozen strikes, or even one, depending on the blacksmith's understanding of the metal. Yunze had yet to reach the pinnacle of 1,000 forging, primarily due to his limited strength. With power akin to that of Xiong, he could achieve it with a single strike. After more than 100 strikes, he completed the 1,000 forging, endowing the metal with initial life, transforming the elemental spirit gold into the shape of a hammer. Drip a drop of blood onto it. Yunze indicated to Gu Yue. Has it been completed so swiftly? Gu Yue was somewhat astonished. She had anticipated that this would be an exceedingly lengthy process. Yunze, now adept at elemental forging, possessed a profound understanding of metals, rendering the task of forging a mere formality that required little time. Following Yunze's instructions, Gu Yue pricked her finger, allowing a drop of her blood to fall upon the dark elemental spirit gold. As the blood made contact, it instantaneously melded into the material, causing the hammer to tremble and emit a clear, melodious resonance. Moments later, the color at the point where the blood had dripped began to shift, transforming from black to a vibrant spectrum representing the 7 elements. From this initial point, the multicolored hues radiated throughout the entire hammer body, completing the transformation in less than a minute. The elemental spirit gold, initially merely attuned to the elements, had now acquired the attributes of the 7 elements due to Gu Yue's drop of blood. Though these attributes were not particularly potent, their existence was already commendable. Should I personally test the effects of this forging hammer? Yunze inquired, retrieving the prepared hammer handle to attach it to the hammer body. I'll give it a try. But forging is beyond my capability, Gu Yue chuckled, already taking hold of the forging hammer as she spoke. At that moment, she experienced an inexplicable affinity, as though this hammer had been her companion for many years. With a resounding clang, Gu Yue attempted to strike the forging table with considerable force. Upon impact, a cascade of 7-colored energy erupted from the hammer's striking surface, dispersing like ethereal smoke. Witnessing this extraordinary effect, Yunze instantly comprehended its significance, nodding in approval as he remarked, elemental rendering. Forging metal with this hammer can endow it with the capabilities of the 7 elements. It is exceptionally suited for your unique effects. The extraordinary effects of this hammer are indeed exceptionally suited for Gu Yue, amplifying her 7 elemental powers and enabling her to manipulate elements with remarkable efficiency. A true epitome of extraordinary capability. However, Should this hammer be employed to forge metals for others, the appended 7 elemental abilities would be rather trivial, akin to a formidable-sounding ability that ultimately proves to be useless. After all, no matter how remarkable the 1000-forging hammer may be, it cannot bestow formidable 7 elemental powers upon any metal, as that exceeds its inherent scope of capability. Wouldn't you agree? Gu Yue replied with a radiant smile. For the time being, the armor I assist you in forging can only be made from a single metal, elemental spirit gold, magic silver, and scale origin iron are all commendable choices. Which do you prefer? Yunze inquired. As a 6th-level soul mentor, Gu Yue was well aware of the properties of these 3 metals and did not require further inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, "Let it be elemental spirit gold. This hammer is crafted from elemental spirit gold, and using it to forge armor from the same material should yield even greater potency. The magic silver and scale origin iron can be integrated later when we create the 3-character armor." Yunze nodded in agreement, saying, "We do not have much elemental spirit gold in reserve. Once Tian returns, please have him procure half a ton from the Stardo forest." "Understood," Gu Yue replied. At the Sun and Moon auction house, as the 5th elixir was secured by the VIP room No. 5 for a staggering price of 24 billion federal coins, this auction, which had captivated the entire continent, came to a close. The total transaction for the 5 elixirs reached an astounding 116.8 billion federal coins, setting a new record for the highest transaction price in a single auction, outstripping the second place by over 70 billion. The figures presented are profoundly shocking, leaving everyone momentarily astounded. When did the unit of measurement billion necessitate the addition of 1,000 before it? Many find themselves enviously contemplating the Dragon Phoenix Hall, which has mastered the art of concocting such elixirs, allowing them to amass wealth with an ease akin to quenching one's thirst. In contrast, forces like the Tang sect and the Spirit Transmission Tower, which amass gold at a rapid pace, would require several years to accumulate such wealth. The Dragon Phoenix Hall, however, achieved this feat in mere hours, rendering the comparison all the more staggering. Following the conclusion of the auction, the media gathered frantically outside, eagerly awaiting the exit of the esteemed guests who participated in the bidding for interviews. Reports on this auction began circulating within a minute of its conclusion, disseminated across various media platforms. The astonishing figure of 116 billion federal coins was prominently displayed, drawing a considerable amount of attention. The identity of the 5 bidders who secured the elixirs became a hot topic of discussion, with the Tang sect, Shrek Academy, and the Spirit Transmission Tower frequently mentioned. Most believe that these 3 factions each acquired 1 elixir, while the fates of the remaining 2 remain a matter of speculation, with no definitive conclusions. Media outlets inquiring about the identities of the esteemed guests were met with refusal. The auction house resolutely maintained its stance, refusing to disclose any identities and providing no commentary on the swirling rumors. Not only the media, but representatives from Shrek Academy also encountered obstacles at the auction house. They sought information regarding the individuals in the first VIP room, yet the Sun and Moon auction house regarded the Dragon Phoenix Hall's members as the pinnacle of esteemed guests, unwilling to offend such a significant client for the sake of appeasing Shrek's sentiments. The former not only brought prestige to the auction house, but also generated a staggering transaction volume of hundreds of billions, yielding over 58 billion in profit. It can be said that the Dragon Phoenix Hall enabled the Sun and Moon auction house to earn what it previously could not achieve in an entire year. While one must ponder what Shrek has contributed in return, these 2 factions are keen to avoid offending either side, yet if compelled to choose, the auction house would undoubtedly prefer to antagonize Shrek Academy, as offending the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion for Shrek's sake is hardly worthwhile. After all, their ties to Shrek Academy are minimal, and with a federal backing, they harbor no fear of incurring Shrek's displeasure. It is noteworthy that while the nominal total transaction amount is stated to be 116.8 billion, the actual figure is a mere 102.8 billion, with Gu Ming having collected 14 billion less. The Sun and Moon auction house is aware that the actual monetary exchange does not reflect such a grand total. However, they publicly maintain the figure of 116.8 billion. When it came to calculating their commission, they proposed using the figure of 102.8 billion. But this was met with refusal, as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion insisted on adhering to the 116.8 billion figure, having earned over 10 billion this time. They are unlikely to quibble over a few million. A gesture of generosity could foster goodwill with the auction house. The Sun and Moon Auction House holds a deep admiration for such magnanimous clients and has designated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion as one of their most esteemed patrons, extending numerous privileges to them. Chapter 42. The Terrifying Wealth Accumulation Ability. Angel Statue, the Auction House, and the Alchemy Masters have garnered significant attention. Yet it is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, as the provider of the elixirs, that has attracted the most scrutiny. Numerous media outlets rushed to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's building before the auction concluded, eager for interviews. However, they were met with the steadfast opposition of some blunt, yet formidable dark gold terrorclaw bears, who insisted on orderly queuing, forbidding any attempts to cut in line under the guise of interviews. No exceptions were made. This indeed left the media professionals in a state of bemusement. Confronted by the formidable figure of the nine-looped seal, they dared not trespass and instead opted to queue patiently. A few astute individuals seized the opportunity to interview the nine-looped dark golden grizzly bear, leaving the sealed Douluo as the guardian. This in itself constituted a significant story. However, the dark golden grizzly bear paid them no heed. Growing irritated by the disturbance, it swiped a paw at the ground, and even before making contact, 5 deep claw marks appeared on the hard surface. This scene horrified both the interviewers and those waiting in line. The interviewers, with great trepidation, managed to capture a few photographs of the claw marks before hastily retreating, leaving no further disturbances. Outside the shop, 3 long lines stretched no less than 100 meters. While the business on the second floor thrived, with a dozen individuals bustling about, it was not until after 7 in the evening that the crowd outside the building dispersed, all wearing expressions of disappointment, regretting that they had not arrived earlier, resulting in the elixirs being sold out. Those fortunate enough to acquire the elixirs left in high spirits, laughing heartily, while onlookers might have thought them mad, spurred by some unseen excitement. Once the elixirs were sold out, BG accepted a media interview, emphasizing the prominence of the apothecary pavilion and discussing the upcoming sales plan for the elixirs. Each day, 5 longevity elixirs would be sold, along with 20 premium foundation building and breaking through elixirs each, and 100 standard foundation building and breaking through elixirs. Only Yunza possessed the ability to concoct the premium elixirs, while BG was responsible for the longevity elixirs, and the other 2 types were produced by the transformed emerald swans. After more than a month of diligent practice, these metamorphosed emerald swans had begun to learn the art of alchemy, albeit with a low success rate. However, with repeated attempts, their output was steadily increasing. By 9 o'clock that evening, in the 9th floor conference room, formidable soul beasts sat on either side of the table, with Tian and Xiong occupying the prominent positions at either end. The longevity elixirs were priced at 500 million each, the premium foundation building elixirs at 50 million, and the premium breaking through elixirs at 8 million. The total elixirs prepared for that day amounted to 1,510, all of which were sold, yielding a total income of 327 billion and 50 million, BG exclaimed with excitement. In Xingyue City, due to the elixirs being relatively unknown, their initial pricing was low, with foundation building elixirs costing only 5 million and breaking through elixirs 50,000. Knowing that this time the elixirs would gain widespread recognition across the continent, there was no concern regarding sales, and thus, the prices were significantly raised. The longevity elixirs, priced at 500 million, were not feared to be unsold. Although they were not as economically viable as purchasing the 100-year longevity elixirs, those desiring a longer life had no choice but to opt for the yearly longevity elixirs. The purchasers of the yearly longevity elixirs were primarily ordinary individuals who, upon consumption, could extend their lives by several years, a prospect they deemed worthwhile. After a brief pause, BG continued, "Moreover, according to our upcoming sales plan, if we sell out the elixirs each day, our revenue will reach 59 billion and 6 million. As the young master previously mentioned, after a single auction, we will no longer be in want of funds." BG was exhilarated. Her recent experience in financial management made her particularly sensitive to monetary matters. The mere thought of earning tens of billions daily filled her with a unique sense of satisfaction. Tian and the others wore smiles, understanding that with wealth in the human realm, many matters would become significantly easier to handle. After a moment of shared joy, Yunza interjected, dousing their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. "However, do not become overly jubilant. Such high revenues will not persist for long. After a while, they will inevitably decline. Both the foundation building and breaking through elixirs have limitations. once the suitable and financially capable soul masters purchase one or a few. The sales volume of these elixirs will inevitably decrease. At that point, achieving daily revenues of over 50 billion will become impossible. Upon hearing this, BG's excitement was somewhat tempered, and the others similarly calmed, nodding in agreement. BG, you will be responsible for concocting the longevity elixirs every day. After completing each batch, ensure to summarize your experiences and strive to improve the success rate. The longevity elixirs are the cornerstone of the apothecary pavilion's income, as long as 5 are sold daily. That guarantees a base income of 25 billion. While not many can afford to spend 500 million federal coins, there are certainly enough buyers. So we need not worry about a lack of customers, Yunza remarked. In truth, relying solely on the yearly longevity elixirs, they could become the most profitable force on the continent, also yielding the highest profits. Although the price of the longevity elixirs was steep, the cost of production was merely a fraction of the selling price. If BG could enhance her success rate without wasting resources, the cost would decrease substantially. The profits from the other elixirs were equally staggering. For instance, the 300 billion revenue they generated that day had a total material cost of merely 10 billion, underscoring the high profit margins. The assurance of a minimum of 25 billion federal coins invigorated BG. Tion. During this time, several factions are likely to approach us, so be prepared to handle them. Regarding the 100-year longevity elixirs, cultivate their expectations, but ensure they do not perceive the elixir as easily obtainable. You must find the right balance, Yunza advised. Understood, Tion replied. In the southern region of the continent, within the Lu family's hidden chamber, though it was a secret room, the space was quite expansive and well lit. At the rear of the chamber, against the wall, stood a colossal statue of an angel. The statue, towering at 7 or 8 meters, depicted a female figure with an indistinct face, 6 wings sprouting from her back, and a golden sword in hand, embodying an air of divine grace mixed with a certain fierce elegance. Before the angel statue, an elderly man, hunched over with skin resembling withered tree bark, sat cross-legged. He appeared utterly drained, bearing the marks of extreme old age. Father, this is the 100-year longevity elixir. Lezheng reverently presented an emerald vial before the old man. The elder struggled to lift his nearly closed eyelids, a flicker of life momentarily flashing within his sunken eyes. Trembling, he reached out to grasp the elixir, though his movements were sluggish, as if his hand were weighed down by an immense burden. Seeing this, Lezheng's face clouded with sorrow, and he hurriedly opened the vial, extracting the elixir and bringing it to the elder's lips. As the scent of the elixir wafted towards him, the old man's body shuddered. His once desiccated form seemed to suddenly absorb a refreshing stream of vitality. Eagerly, he swallowed the elixir, and within him, his soul force began to circulate autonomously, refining the potion. Lu Zheng'an watched anxiously, his clenched fists soon dampened with sweat. Only when he observed his father's skin regaining some moisture and vitality did he finally exhale a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, laughter erupted within the chamber, resounding joyously and thunderously, as if the elder were liberating himself from all previous burdens. The sound, imbued with formidable soul power, caused the chamber to tremble slightly. Fortunately, the chamber was robust, and no cracks appeared in the walls. The old man gradually calmed his laughter, yet the smile on his face remained undiminished, still enveloped in the exhilaration of renewed life. He fondly caressed his rejuvenated skin, his face, arms, even lifting his garments to touch his belly, exhibiting peculiar behavior. After consuming the 100-year longevity elixir, his withered skin regained its vitality, and he now appeared to be of a similar age to Lu Zheng'an, shedding the signs of impending death. Congratulations, father, Lu Zheng'an exclaimed excitedly. The elder roared with laughter, patting Lu Zheng'an's shoulder. It is thanks to you that I can live for another 100 years. This is merely what a son ought to do, Lu Zheng'an replied, not exhibiting an ounce of the authority befitting a 3-star general in the presence of his father. The elder patted Lu Zheng'an's shoulder once more, then turned his gaze toward the angel statue, his expression becoming reverent as he bowed respectfully before it. Lu Zheng'an followed suit, as the Lu family held deep respect for this statue, venerating it as a divine entity. It cannot be said that they merely worship it. The statue is the very embodiment of a deity, having fallen 2,000 years prior. In the eyes of the world, this divine ancestor is viewed as a villain, an evil figure, subject to scorn and derision. Yet, in the eyes of their descendants, she is a source of pride, revered as the faith of all members of the angelic lineage, deserving of eternal veneration. They do not perceive any wrongdoing on her part. If any fault were to be attributed, it would be that she lost to the sea god Tang San in the divine war 2 millennia ago. In the realm of victors and vanquished, defeat casts one as the villain, regardless of inherent morality. Historical records will forever exalt the victors and denigrate the defeated. Had their ancestor triumphed in that divine conflict, the praise would now be for the angel god, while the sea god would be the one scorned. Since I have been granted another 100 years, I shall strive to explore that realm and restore the unparalleled glory of my angelic lineage, Lu Zhengtian declared. His gaze resolute. The transmission tower, Shrek Academy, and Tang sect had all returned to their respective strongholds, with the elixirs safely delivered. However, none of the three factions consumed the elixirs immediately. Instead, they set about researching them, hoping to uncover the elixir formulas. Yet, the elixirs concocted by Yunze were far beyond their comprehension. The elixirs were subjected to scanning and analysis by specialized instruments, yet the results yielded nothing but unknowns. Not a single ingredient could be identified, let alone the formula itself. Even the strongest alchemists they had recruited were utterly baffled by the elixir's composition. Yunze's alchemical methods were exceptionally unique. Once the elixirs were completed, all the ingredients melded perfectly, rendering them impossible to analyze for individual components. Not only were they unable to decipher the ingredients, but even celestial beings from the immortal realm who specialized in alchemy found themselves at a loss. Therefore, their efforts were destined to be in vain. These factions are equally tenacious, unable to comprehend the intricacies at once. They have not relented, but rather persist in their endeavors to decipher the mysteries. When faced with insurmountable challenges, they opt to allow those in need to partake. Gu Ming, having obtained the 5th longevity elixir, consumed it directly, recognizing that retaining such a potent substance could invite calamity. Thus, it is prudent to partake sooner rather than later. Demonstrating his acumen, he did not discreetly ingest it. Instead, he arranged for witnesses from the Federal Research Institute, ensuring that the news of his consumption would circulate organically. The second elixir seemingly granted him an additional 60 years of vitality, rendering him even more youthful and full of life. He also honored his promise by securing for Yunze a year's unrestricted access to the 5-story library. This year, the privilege of unrestricted access was something he had to labor for in order to secure it for Yunze. The justification provided to the council was that Yunze was still very young, merely over 6 years of age. Even if he were to gain entry, it would pose no concern, as the intricate and complex materials would be beyond his comprehension. Furthermore, the soul guiding devices capable of recording could not be taken inside, alleviating worries about potential leaks of the contained information. With such reasoning, coupled with his own esteemed position, he managed to persuade the council to grant Yunze a year of access. In truth, these words echoed his inner thoughts. He did not believe Yunze would grasp anything within the 5th level. Those documents were not comprehensible, not just to a 6-year-old child, but even to seasoned 8th-level soul mentors. It was precisely this belief that led him to acquiesce to Yunze's request. Otherwise, he would not have consented so easily, given the paramount importance of the materials within. From the day following the auction, various factions began to visit the Dragon Phoenix Hall, comprising politicians, powerful soul masters, and affluent business magnates. Their motives were largely aligned: to express goodwill towards the Dragon Phoenix Hall and to inquire about the legendary longevity pill. During the auction, Emperor Tian had mentioned that the longevity pill might or might not exist, a vague assertion that left them restless and eager for a definitive answer. For those unable to cultivate, the desire for the longevity pill was even more fervent than among the soul masters. Possessing such a pill could mean an extension of life by 5 or 6 centuries, a temptation few could withstand. Some individuals, during their audience with Emperor Tian, even proclaimed their willingness to offer anything for the chance to acquire the longevity pill, demonstrating the depth of their resolve. Those who made such declarations were wealthy, yet not among the elite. Otherwise, they would have simply purchased the pill at the auction. Additionally, there were influential politicians, many of whom were elderly and faced with the brevity of life, who were particularly eager for the longevity pill. To obtain it, they were willing to offer anything, subtly hinting to Emperor Tian that they sought to exchange power for something in return. In response to these non-soul master politicians, Emperor Tian's answers regarding the existence of the longevity pill were more straightforward, instilling them with hope. Upon learning of the high likelihood of the longevity pill's existence, These politicians' attitudes towards Emperor Tian grew increasingly cordial. Emperor Tian understood that winning over these politicians was not a task to be accomplished overnight. Nor did he rush to reveal his intentions directly. He limited his discussions with each politician to 20 to 30 minutes. After a brief period of familiarization, he would allow them to depart. It is worth noting that those who merited an audience with Emperor Tian were either federal legislators, high-ranking military officials, or leaders of prominent families and powerful factions. Ordinary individuals, even those of the titled Douluo rank, lacked the status necessary to warrant a personal meeting with such an extraordinary powerhouse. In truth, had it not been for the impending federal elections, his pride would have led him to dismiss even these federal legislators and military leaders, whom he held in low regard. Chapter 44. The fifth level of the library. The swift passage of May, the task of meeting with these individuals was entrusted entirely to Emperor Tian, while Yunze and Gu Yue continued to lead their student lives. Gaining entry to the fifth level of the library was no simple feat. Each visit required the accompaniment of the dean, Su Lin, along with 4 other council members. The fifth level of the library was devoid of guards, marked only by a formidable metal door, said to be impenetrable even to a limit de law. Not only the door, but the walls were also constructed from specially designed metal, capable of withstanding the assault of a 9th-level fixed soul-guiding cannon. The dean, Su Lin, and the 4 council members each retrieved a key, inserting them into the 5 keyholes beside the door and turning them simultaneously, causing the door to gradually slide open. This marks the 10th day that Yunze has ventured into the 5th level. There is no need for the dean to provide further instructions upon the door's opening. He simply steps inside. Su Lin and his 4 associates stand outside, waiting for Yunze to enter. After he does, the key turns, and the grand door slowly closes. The 5th level requires all 5 of them to be present simultaneously to unlock it, yet even then, it merely grants access, without the approval of the Academy's council. They cannot enter at will. Let us depart, Su Lin suggested, leading the 4 council members away. They would return at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when Yunze was scheduled to emerge. The 5th level boasts an expansive space, devoid of bookshelves and printed volumes. At its center stands a solitary metal table accompanied by a chair. On the table rests a slanted soul-guiding screen, measuring 30 by 20. The moment Yunze steps inside, the screen illuminates automatically. The nearly 1,000-square-meter room contains little more than this. Its simplicity is striking, and without specific mention, one would hardly assume it to be a repository of texts. Having visited for 10 consecutive days, Yunze is well acquainted with the surroundings. He sits down, placing his palm on the dark green handprint on the soul-guiding screen. A straight beam of light sweeps up and down, and the handprint glows brilliantly. At the moment it reaches full brightness, a mechanical voice chimes. Identity verification successful. Yunze, welcome to the intelligent library. Upon the voice concluding, the imagery on the soul-guiding screen shifts instantaneously. 5 options emerge: soul tools, mecha, soul masters, battle armor, and records. The text of these 5 options is enclosed within red squares, set against a white background. The overall aesthetic is minimalistic and unadorned. Yunze selects the soul tools option, which he has been perusing for the past 10 days. Upon entering, titles of various books rapidly appear, arranged from largest to smallest. There are a total of 58 volumes. A modest collection, yet each one is of immeasurable value, pertaining to 9th-level soul tools. Among these are detailed methodologies for crafting formidable soul tools, such as the 9th-level fixed soul-guided cannonball, 9th-level array soul tools, and the 9th-level Eye of Fear. Additionally, one book delves into even more advanced 10th and 12th-level soul tools. The first volume Yunze decides to explore concerns these 10th and 12th-level soul tools, and he completes it in less than a day, specifically 5 hours. Generally, he spends 5 hours inside before departing, and upon his return, it is already the following day. This book is essentially a manuscript on the research of level 10 and level 12 soul guidance devices, rather than a detailed guide on their fabrication. Upon finishing the book, my understanding has broadened, particularly regarding the 3 projectiles revered as god-slaying weapons. The specific methods of crafting these projectiles are likely preserved within the Federal Research Institute. As this text contains only scanned information on the subject, I opened the 3rd-ranked book. The device is remarkably intelligent, displaying the page number I had perused yesterday, page 165. I resumed reading from where I left off yesterday, completing a page and gently tapping the bottom right corner of the screen, prompting the page to automatically turn to the next one. The diminutive soul-guiding screen is indeed a marvel of technology, a collaborative creation of the Royal Academy of the Sun and Moon and the Federal Research Institute. It houses a significant portion of the most essential literary resources from the Royal Academy, employing a unique storage method that maximally safeguards against data breaches. Upon glancing at the time, Yunza noted it was already 1 o'clock, the appointed hour for Su Lin to arrive with 4 board members to unlock the door. After descending from the library, he was greeted by the ever-patient Gu Yue, who approached him with a bright smile. I have reached level 42. I wish to celebrate my breakthrough. Would you accompany me to dine at the Sun and Moon Hotel outside the academy? Gu Yue inquired cheerfully. Her hands clasped behind her back, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Yunza, reminiscent of a little girl seeking praise. Due to her transformation, she encountered little resistance in her advancement. During class today, her soul power had naturally surged forth, leading to her breakthrough. Yunza glanced at Gu Yue, then instinctively averted his gaze, nodding in agreement. Let us go. With his affirmation, Gu Yue beamed radiantly, her steps becoming lighter as she walked alongside Yunza towards the academy's entrance. You seem utterly unfazed by my breakthrough, she remarked. What is there to be surprised about? A breakthrough is quite a commonplace occurrence, is it not? As time swiftly passed, May slipped away before they realized it. The fervor surrounding the auction that captivated attention over the past 5 months has gradually subsided, no longer serving as a topic of casual conversation for people. It is now mentioned only occasionally. The popularity of the Dragon Phoenix Palace has also waned somewhat, yet remains robust, attracting visitors from all corners of the continent daily, eager to purchase elixirs, resulting in flourishing business. The annual longevity elixir, priced at 500 million each, continues to be in high demand, leading to frenzied purchases, often selling out within mere minutes of opening. The sales of foundation-building pills and breakthrough pills have seen a decline, though the drop in foundation-building pills is minimal. After all, no young soul master would wish to forgo a potion that could enhance their innate soul power. However, many are constrained by financial limitations, which has contributed to the decrease in sales. The revenue of the Dragon Phoenix Palace has also diminished from nearly 60 billion daily in the first half of the month to approximately 40 billion now, maintaining a relatively stable income with little fluctuation. Reports concerning the daily earnings of the Dragon Phoenix Palace had been rampant 4 months ago, astonishing many with their staggering figures. Even formidable forces such as Shrek Academy, Tang Sect, and the Spirit Transmission Tower have cast envious glances, as the Dragon Phoenix Palace has proven to be extraordinarily profitable at an astonishing pace. Many factions, including these, have contemplated the idea of deciphering the formulas for elixirs, intending to concoct and sell them independently. Such a substantial cake, everyone yearned to partake, yet all endeavored in vain. For no faction possessed the prowess to decipher the elixir's formula. Failing to achieve this, some individuals resorted to more nefarious schemes, contemplating the infiltration of the Dragon Phoenix Hall to pilfer knowledge from its alchemists. Moreover, there were those driven by extreme malice who, under the cover of night, ventured into the Dragon Phoenix Hall, intent on abducting several alchemists in hopes of acquiring the coveted recipes. All these endeavors have ended in failure. The alchemy at the Pill King Pavilion is solely conducted by transformed emerald swans. There are no human alchemists, making it impossible for them to be lured away. The Dragon Phoenix Palace has amassed an astounding wealth but has refrained from expansion or recruitment, thus denying any opportunities for infiltration. As for the audacious intruder, they were stripped of their title, Douluo rank, and martial soul, left to hang atop the Dragon Phoenix Palace for 3 days. He is a sinister soul master, and there is no need for interrogation to ascertain his affiliation. After 3 days of being displayed as a deterrent, he was handed over to the Federal Police Department. A favor easily granted. Chapter 45. A provocation from Shrek Academy due to the popularity of the Medicine King Pavilion. The business of the forging shop on the first floor flourished as well, with numerous patrons arriving daily to purchase metals. The 7th-level soul-forged metal crafted by Xiong was particularly sought after, drawing the attention of many powerful mecha and battle armor artisans eager to acquire it. One day, with leisure time on his hands and the desire to enhance his understanding of metals and hopes of breaking through to the 8th-level holy artisan, Xiong dedicated nearly 10 hours each day to forging. His robust physique made such lengthy sessions a trivial endeavor. Had he not needed to allocate time to instruct other dark gold terrorclaw bears in the art of forging, he likely would have extended his hours even further, as forging was no burden to him, with ample time devoted to his craft and a success rate exceeding 80% in soul forging. He produced 7 to 8 pieces of soul-forged metal each day. Once sold, this yielded an impressive profit of several million, and when combined with metals of other grades, the daily revenue of the forging shop could reach 50 to 60 million. This level of income was among the highest in the forging industry. Holy artisans, particularly those as prolific as Xiong, reaped substantial financial rewards. The quantity of metal he forged in a month equaled that of some holy artisans' annual output, making it impossible for him not to profit. The Dragon Phoenix Hall thrived, operating with remarkable efficiency, as everything unfolded seamlessly. In these past 5 months, Yunza's daily life has been rather uncomplicated. Mornings are devoted to reading, afternoons to forging metals and crafting mechas, while evenings are reserved for rigorous training. Typically, he practices until 3 in the morning, and the nearly 8 hours of training each night has significantly accelerated the enhancement of his soul power. Over the course of 5 months, his soul power has transcended the 6th level, averaging more than 1 level gained per month. Presently, his soul power has reached the 28th level, and soon he will break through to the next level once again. On that day, Yunze was diligently studying in the 5th floor library, engrossed in materials concerning soul-guiding devices and mechas. He had thoroughly perused the texts on battle armor, having absorbed and mastered the knowledge contained within. Once his soul power reached the requisite level, he would be capable of crafting them directly. While he was deeply immersed in his studies, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. The students from Shrek Academy boisterously proclaimed, "We, 5 in number and averaging 14 years of age, have come to challenge your strongest under 20. We merely wish to demonstrate the chasm that separates you from the mightiest academy on the continent." Their voices resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the Sun and Moon Royal Academy and spilling into the surrounding streets. Perhaps fearing that their words had not been heard clearly, they repeated their declaration multiple times. The students within the academy furrowed their brows, and some hot-headed individuals rose from their seats in anger. "How dare these 14-year-old brats come to provoke us?" One exclaimed. "Brothers, let us go and teach them a lesson." Many stood in indignation, ready to heed the call and confront the troublemakers. "Sit down," bellowed a middle-aged instructor standing at the podium, his voice imbued with soul power. The command made the agitated students shudder. "Teacher, they have provoked us at our doorstep. Should we merely remain seated?" One student retorted, visibly agitated. The instructor's expression darkened, not because of his own students, but due to the audacious challengers outside. From their brash words, he discerned their origin. Shrek Academy, the longtime rivals of Sun and Moon Royal Academy, with a history of animosity. Though he too harbored a desire to confront them, he ultimately maintained his composure. Casting a glance at the furious students, he felt a sense of satisfaction, yet maintained a stern faade. "Did you not hear my command? Sit down. The academy will handle this matter. You need not concern yourselves with it. I will count to 3. If anyone remains standing, do not blame me for being unkind." The teacher exuded an undeniable authority. Upon hearing his words, the students promptly settled down in fear, the clattering of chairs and desks echoing in the room. The very student who had initially risen to speak, upon receiving a piercing glare from the teacher, hastily took his seat, no longer daring to demand an outing to confront them. Numerous students, incensed by the commotion, were subdued by the instructors present, preventing any outbursts. Gu Yue, engrossed in crafting a soul guide in her designated laboratory, paused to listen to the disturbance. Approaching the window, she drew back the curtains and gazed curiously towards the entrance of the academy, her brows slightly furrowed. "Why has my bloodline suddenly stirred?" she murmured to herself, contemplating before stepping out of the laboratory. At the academy's entrance, 5 individuals, 3 boys and 2 girls, stood side by side, appearing to be around 14 or 15 years of age. When the noise first erupted, several staff members rushed out from the academy, and a crowd began to gather, buzzing with speculation. The director of the academy, Douluo, approached the 5 with a grim expression. "You are from Shrek Academy?" The boy standing at the center of the group stepped forward, nodding, and replied, "We hail from the outer academy of Shrek Academy, class 1 of the 1st year." Standing over 1.7 meters tall, he possessed a well-proportioned physique that, while not overly muscular, radiated a sense of strength. His strikingly handsome features were complemented by a pair of captivating large eyes. In the presence of this middle-aged man, whose strength far surpassed his own, he maintained a demeanor of respectful confidence, not allowing the reputation of Shrek to falter. "Excellent," Douluo retorted, a sardonic smile masking his fury. It appears that gaining admission to Shrek Academy has inflated your egos to such an extent that you no longer regard our Royal Academy of Sun Moon with any respect. His words dripped with indignation, feeling deeply humiliated. When had it become acceptable for mere newcomers from Shrek to speak so boldly to them? Tang Wuling beamed with a radiant smile and replied earnestly, "You jest. It is precisely because we hold the Sun Moon Royal Academy in high regard that we have come to challenge it. We have no interest in competing against lesser institutions." The four companions behind him nodded in agreement. Had they not esteemed the Sun Moon Royal Academy, they would not have bothered to make the journey. "Very well. We truly appreciate your recognition," Duan Jingli said with a cold smirk. It would have been somewhat more palatable to hear such words from the ancient beings of the Sea God Pavilion, but when uttered by these students, it felt decidedly uncomfortable. "Follow me. The Sun Moon Royal Academy accepts your challenge." With that, he turned and strode towards the academy. After a brief hesitation, Tang Wuling and his companions followed suit, unperturbed by the prospect of danger within. Firstly, it was unlikely that the Sun Moon Royal Academy would trouble a group of mere teenagers. Secondly, with their affiliation to Shrek, any aggression towards them would mean enmity with Shrek itself. They surely lacked the courage to act so recklessly. In the first building, Duan Jingli led Tang Wuling and the others towards the elevator. Chapter 46. Tang Wuling, bloodline of the Golden Dragon King Gu Yue had already arrived. Her gaze swiftly honing in on Tang Wuling, who followed behind Duan Jingli as her blood surged with a familiar resonance. The essence of the Dragon Clan, such a familiar sensation. Gu Yue carefully attuned herself to this dragon aura. As she observed Tang Wuling, he too felt an instinctual pull and turned to the direction of her presence. Their eyes met, and while Gu Yue frowned slightly, Tang Wuling found himself momentarily entranced, thinking to himself how beautiful she was. Simultaneously, his bloodline stirred with excitement. He initially attributed this reaction to the sight of a stunning girl, quickly averting his gaze as a flush crept onto his cheeks. After reluctantly pulling his gaze away, he found himself glancing back several times, each time hastily redirecting his eyes, as if fearing she might catch him staring. "Boss, you wouldn't happen to have spotted a beauty, would you?" A boy of similar height draped an arm over his shoulder, peering in the direction of Tang Wuling's gaze. Numerous individuals within the vicinity shot daggers at Shrek's group, and Gu Yue was obscured by these figures, making her difficult to discern without careful observation. Xie glanced over, only to see the unfriendly faces of the students, quickly averting his gaze to avoid potential conflict. "No, I merely noticed someone who looked familiar. Thought they might be an acquaintance." Tang Wuling deflected, seeking to cover his momentary lapse. Resisting the urge to look back, he followed Duan Jingli into the elevator. Gu Yue did not follow. Instead, she remained rooted to the spot, lost in contemplation. The resonance of his bloodline was capable of harmonizing with her own. Could it be the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yue arrived at an answer that quickened her heartbeat. Although it seemed utterly astonishing, the restlessness of her bloodline affirmed the truth of her revelation. She could scarcely conceive of any lineage, apart from that of the Golden Dragon King, capable of stirring the Silver Dragon King's bloodline. With this realization, she hastened to a secluded corner and dialed a number. "Tian, you must come to the Sun Moon Royal Academy immediately." 10 minutes later, within the confines of her exclusive laboratory, with doors and windows securely closed, Tian stood before her. "Miss, are you truly serious?" Tian was both excited and astonished. The mere mention of the Golden Dragon King struck him profoundly. "My senses cannot be mistaken. That Shrek Academy student undoubtedly possesses the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King," Gu Yue declared earnestly. A flicker of fervor ignited in her eyes at the thought of absorbing and merging with the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, causing even her composed demeanor to waver, leaving her slightly parched with anticipation. "Miss, please describe his appearance. I shall fetch him immediately," Tian urged impatiently. "Not so fast. They are still within the academy, and the crowd here is too numerous for you to act. Moreover, he is a student of Shrek Academy, which complicates matters. I must first consult Yunze's opinion," Gu Yue interjected firmly. Tian furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before responding. "Miss, you are overly reliant on the young master. After all, he is an outsider." His words were abruptly interrupted by Gu Yue's commanding presence. Her gaze icy as she emanated a powerful draconic aura. "Tian, if you still heed my commands, refrain from uttering such sentiments. I do not wish to hear them. Nor will I. It is my prerogative to consult whomever I choose, and you should not presume that my current weakened state allows you to dictate to me." Tian. Feeling the weight of her draconic pressure, bowed respectfully, his tone imbued with reverence. Do you not cast a cold glance at him? Respect is advisable. Should you dare to speak of Yunze as an outsider again, beware of the reckoning that will follow once my strength is restored. Dition trembled slightly, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. Meanwhile, after assigning Tang Wulin and his companions to a resting room, Duanjingli sought out Dean Su-Lin. In the dean's office, the director of education and several vice deans were seated on the sofa, their expressions grim. Shrek Academy increasingly disregards us. The Royal Academy of Sun and Moon, openly challenging us, one vice dean bellowed angrily. He had overheard the earlier remarks and was seething at being provoked by a group of youngsters. What good does shouting do? You should be thinking about which students to send to contest. Losing would be far more embarrassing, an elderly woman retorted sharply. The director of education interjected. They are all around 14 years of age. Then we should send our 14-year-old students to compete. If they are too old, winning will only invite ridicule. I propose we enlist Kuang Zhantian, Jin Machin, Wang Daimin, Shui Lufeng, and Gu Yue to battle. With two martial soul fusion techniques and the formidable strength of Gu Yue, Shrek Academy stands no chance, the vice director suggested. Everyone present was aware of the dual martial soul fusion techniques and showed consensus regarding this lineup. Just as they were about to finalize their decision, Dean Su-Lin interjected. I believe such a lineup, even if victorious, would lack significance. Is it truly insignificant? The crowd gazed at the dean in bewilderment. Noticing the playful smirk that curled at the corners of his lips, they realized that the old man was undoubtedly concocting some mischievous scheme. After sipping his tea, the dean spoke slowly. Firstly, this battle must not lack an audience. I intend to invite the entire faculty and student body to witness it, and furthermore, I shall extend invitations to external guests, aiming to fill every seat in the Sun and Moon Grand Stadium, allowing over 100,000 people to collectively witness this confrontation. Simultaneously, I will liaise with major streaming platforms to broadcast this event, ensuring that the entire Federation can behold it. The title shall be Shrek Academy's Insolent Provocation. Sun and Moon Royal Academy's Indignant Response, 6-year-old Prot G's Crushing Victory. Upon hearing this title, the expressions of those present turned peculiar. One of the vice deans could not restrain himself, exclaiming, while there's no issue with the live broadcast, and I can tolerate a lengthy title. The phrase 6-year-old Prot G's Crushing Victory seems a tad excessive. Surely, we cannot humiliate Shrek Academy by having a mere child, devoid of combat prowess, replace the formidable Gu Yue. If we were to lose, the disgrace would be monumental. Indeed, we must not be overconfident. After all, those 5 individuals hail from Shrek Academy, and their strength cannot be underestimated. Let us not be careless. Others nodded in agreement. This is not mere overconfidence. Have you all forgotten about Yunze? Su-Lin spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, but soon their eyes brightened. One individual clapped their hands in approval, exclaiming, Indeed. How could we have forgotten about Yunze? When he was at the 22nd rank, he was already capable of defeating Long Chen from the Soul Sect. Now that he has reached the 28th rank, his combat prowess must have significantly increased. He should have no trouble dealing with the Soul Sect. Chapter 47. Yunze takes the stage. Gu Yue's spiritual power. The mention of Long Chen brought a flicker of regret to the eyes of the gathered individuals. This young man possessed remarkable talent and had once been the recipient of their high hopes. But unfortunately, he had attracted the ire of those he should not have. Months ago, he had vanished without a trace, and despite their family's efforts, they had yet to uncover any sign of him. The implications of his disappearance were all too clear. As for the identity of those responsible, they were all well aware but chose not to speak of it publicly, allowing the Long family to speculate on their own. After a brief discussion, the consensus emerged to allow Yunze to take the stage, partnering him with Gu Yue, Wang Daimin, Shui Lufeng, and Jian Mo Chun for the upcoming battle. Once the arrangements were finalized, the group dispersed to prepare. Since Shrek Academy had boldly issued a challenge, it was imperative to respond with considerable fanfare. In the 5th-level library, Yunze was engrossed in his reading when he sensed movement at the door. The timing seems off, he murmured to himself. Entry into the 5th level prohibited the carrying of any soul-guiding items, including timepieces, and there were no instruments to indicate the time within. Thus, he was unaware of the current hour, but he had always been keenly attuned to the passage of time. Since his arrival, only a little over 3 hours had elapsed. Well before the agreed-upon opening time, deciding against continuing his reading, he made his way toward the door, suspecting that their early arrival was indicative of some pressing matter. Su Lin was about to call out when he caught sight of Yunze emerging. "Director, is there something you need?" As Yunze approached, he inquired. "I would like you to participate in a 5-on-5 skirmish shortly. Should you emerge victorious, the Academy will bestow substantial rewards." Su Lin spoke in a gentle tone, exhibiting a courteous demeanor. Having learned from his brother Su Chuan that Yunze was the young master of the Dragon Phoenix Hall, he felt no need to assert any authoritative stance as the principal. Rest assured, most of them possess the cultivation of soul masters, with only one being a quasi-soul sect. Their strength and combat aptitude are likely comparable to that of Long Chun, whom you have previously defeated, Su Lin elaborated. He had not witnessed Tang Wulin and his companions in action, yet given their affiliation with Shrek Academy and their audacity to issue a challenge, he surmised their capabilities were far from ordinary. Hence he rendered a favorable assessment, likening them to the caliber of genius represented by Long Chun. Yunze, without much contemplation, acquiesced. It was difficult to decline, especially since they had taken the initiative to open the gates, indicating their eagerness for his participation in this contest. To refuse might invite relentless persuasion, so he preferred to respond affirmatively without hesitation. His prompt agreement delighted Su Lin and the 4 council members, and upon closing the door, they escorted Yunze to the preparation room. The so-called preparation room was merely a lounge within the Sun and Moon Grand Stadium, and upon Yunze's arrival, there were already several individuals present. The director of instruction, Duan Jingliang, Gu Yue, and 3 other students whom Yunze did not recognize, 2 females and 1 male, were there. Gu Yue, who had previously been seated alone on a sofa, approached Yunze immediately upon his entrance. Yunze nodded slightly in acknowledgement before settling onto the couch. The gazes of the 3 students fixated on Yunze. Although they had never interacted with him, they were well aware of his illustrious reputation. The tale of Long Chen, who had triumphed over a level 41 soul sect with his level 22 soul power, had made him a household name. It is noteworthy that when that battle had transpired, the Academy was unaware of the formidable force backing Yunze. Concerned that the footage might lead to unforeseen troubles for him, they suppressed the incident, erasing all related videos, resulting in the general public being largely oblivious to Yunze's existence. Now, however, the Academy's higher-ups harbored no such worries. With the backing of the Dragon Phoenix Hall, Yunze's safety was no longer a concern, and exhibiting terrifying combat prowess posed no risk. With everyone gathered, Su Lin entered the room, drawing the group's attention to himself. "I believe you are all aware of who our forthcoming opponents are, so I shall refrain from reiterating that," he continued. "This upcoming match is crucial for the honor of our Academy. Should we falter, we will lose face and become a laughingstock throughout the Federation. Therefore, I implore you to give your utmost effort. Apart from the prohibition against lethal actions, there are no other constraints. We must secure victory in this contest, demonstrating to the entire Federation and Shrek Academy that our Sun and Moon Royal Academy is not a place to be trifled with. We must prove that our students are not inferior to theirs. Nay, we must affirm that you are superior." As Su Lin's voice crescendoed, he sought to ignite passion within the children, aiming to uplift their spirits. Indeed, Shuang and the others felt their blood surge with fervor, embracing a noble ambition to uphold the honor of their academy. Their sense of pride was ignited. In contrast, Yunze and Gu Yue remained rather indifferent, unaffected by his rhetoric, quietly observing Su Lin as he passionately expounded. The more Su Lin spoke, the more animated he became, even stirring his own emotions. Had it not been for a timely reminder from the director of instruction, he might have continued his lengthy discourse. "Ahem, I believe I have conveyed my thoughts sufficiently. Now, it is time for you to familiarize yourselves with one another and formulate your strategy," Su Lin declared. Just as he finished, a thought struck him, and he added, "You 5 will be led by Gu Yue. She is the captain, and the others are to adhere to her directives." Had Yunze been slightly older, Su Lin would undoubtedly have appointed him as captain. Unfortunately, his youth rendered him unsuitable for such a role. Shuang and her companions harbored no objections. Well aware of Gu Yue's capabilities, renowned as a once-in-a-millennium genius of soul guidance, her prowess as a soul master was equally formidable. The only one who might surpass her in talent was the 6-year-old Yunze. If one were to assess the combat strength among the 5, it was clear that Gu Yue stood unrivaled. She was reputed to have the ability to defeat a 5-ringed soul king. With such a powerful individual as captain, they naturally acquiesced, voicing no dissent. Yunze held no reservations about Gu Yue's leadership. In fact, he was indifferent to who assumed the captaincy. provided they did not impose excessively upon him. Gu Yue instinctively glanced at Yunzhe, and upon seeing his approving smile and nod, she graciously accepted the role of captain and introduced herself. I am Gu Yue, wielding the Silver Dragon Martial Soul, a level 44 assault system soul master. With her cultivation of the demon god art progressing smoothly, and as her level increased, her Silver Dragon King essence began to overflow with energy to aid her training. Over the past 5 months, her soul power had risen by more than 2 levels, all while balancing her research into soul-guiding artifacts. In comparison to her soul power, her mental fortitude advanced even more rapidly, reaching over 4,600 mental points. Perhaps soon, her mental prowess would transcend into the realm of the spirit abyss. As deep as a chasm, as forbidding as a prison, it is a mental realm attainable only by soul Douluo or even title Douluo. Chapter 48. The Tale of Defeating Shrek Students. Xiong, Martial Soul, Ice Sword, Level 42 Assault System Soul Master. Wang Dainin, Martial Soul, Ice. Level 38 Control System Soul Master. Jian Machin, Martial Soul, Heavenly Tiger Shield, Level 41 Defense System Soul Master. With the introductions of these 3, Yunzhe also presented himself. I am Yunzhe, wielding the Phoenix Martial Soul, a Level 28 Assault System Soul Master. Xiong, Wang Dainin, and Jian Machin, having had little prior interaction with Yunzhe, were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment at his soul power level. Just 6 months prior, when Yunzhe battled Longchen, he seemed to have been only at level 22, and now he had reached level 28. 1 level per month? Lu Frost. Could you elaborate on the effect of the martial soul fusion technique between you and Diamond? The director of instruction inquired, bringing the 3 individuals back from their astonishment. Lu Frost nodded in affirmation, calming her emotions before recounting the details of her martial soul fusion technique with Wang Diamond. After a span of several minutes, the group gained a brief understanding of their companion's abilities and devised a strategy. Subsequently, Gu Yue and Yunzhe temporarily departed from the lounge. In a secluded room, Yunzhe cast a questioning glance towards Gu Yue as they were alone within the confines of the chamber. There exists a student within Shrek Academy who possesses the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, a lineage that shares a common origin with mine. I wish to extract and absorb it, Gu Yue succinctly articulated. Are you concerned that disturbing that student might incite the wrath of Shrek Academy, resulting in adverse consequences for us? Yunzhe replied. Unlike a curious child, he refrained from inquiring further about the Golden Dragon King, showing little interest in the specifics. He recognized that the bloodline held significance for Gu Yue, and that her intention to extract it could indeed offend Shrek Academy. This was the crux of her discourse. Gu Yue had prepared to explain the origins of the Golden Dragon King to Yunzhe, yet she was taken aback by his lack of inquiry, reducing her prepared remarks to a simple acknowledgement. Let Emperor Tian proceed with discretion, as long as there is no concrete evidence. Shrek Academy will not be able to trace us. Furthermore, even if they were to discover our involvement, it would not substantially affect our plans to infiltrate the Federation. After all, we never anticipated garnering Shrek Academy's support in the Federation election. If we become adversaries, so be it, Yunzhe remarked nonchalantly. In that case, I shall feel at ease. Once they have departed from the Academy, I will have Emperor Tian secretly bring him to us, Gu Yue expressed with a hint of excitement. By the way, do you not wish to hear the tale of the Golden Dragon King? For a brief moment, Gu Yue felt a surge of joy before inquiring. Well, feel free to share what you wish. After all, there remains ample time before the competition begins. Listening to stories can be quite delightful. Yunzhe nodded in agreement. With a smile illuminating her face, Gu Yue took his hand and led him to the sofa. Commencing her tale, I have previously mentioned that my true form is that of the Silver Dragon King, yet I have not divulged the specifics of my origins. Allow me to elaborate. In the celestial realm of the gods, there existed a supreme deity known as the Dragon God, the sovereign of soul beasts and the most formidable of all divine beings, whose power overshadowed even the 5 great divine kings. As Gu Yue recounted her story, she delved into memories of a time when soul beasts and humans coexisted harmoniously in the divine realm, only to reveal the gradual accumulation of tensions between the 2 races, culminating in a tragic and catastrophic war. Her emotions ebbed and flowed with the progression of her narrative, oscillating between joy and sorrow, as she immersed herself entirely in the tale. In contrast, Yunzhe maintained a placid demeanor, adopting the role of an observer, neither rejoicing nor lamenting. He had long since become accustomed to the harsh realities of such scenes, having witnessed them repeatedly. Among the brutal episodes he had encountered, the battles Gu Yue described ranked among the least harrowing. Eventually, the dragon god was slain by the god of Azura, his body cleaved in two, giving rise to the Silver Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King. I am the Silver Dragon King, she continued. As for the whereabouts of the Golden Dragon King, I am uncertain. When I fled the divine realm, he had not yet departed, so I am unaware of his circumstances, only knowing that he remains alive. He may currently reside in the divine realm or perhaps on the continent. She paused momentarily before adding, it is even possible that he resides within one of the Shrek Academy students. This is her conjecture. The specifics remain unclear, and she needs to capture that individual for a thorough examination to obtain answers. Yunza has gathered a basic understanding of their origins and pondered before saying, if that person truly embodies the Golden Dragon King, do you believe that Emperor Tian and his allies would favor you or the Golden Dragon King? Gu Yue was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Yunza to pose such a question, and she lowered her head to contemplate the meaning behind his words. Are you concerned that Emperor Tian and his companions might betray me? Gu Yue gazed at Yunza, her eyes sparkling with intensity. Mutual indifference would not serve your interests. It could potentially lead to your own demise, Yunza remarked. Are you showing concern for me? Gu Yue replied, her smile radiant, her thoughts somewhat whimsical. It is merely a simple friendship, Yunza stated with a hint of detachment. Oh, Gu Yue expressed a tinge of disappointment, her voice elongated and endearing, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. She then confidently and earnestly added, rest assured, Emperor Tian and his companions have been by my side for hundreds of thousands of years. They will unwaveringly support me, and the scenario you describe will not come to pass. As long as you are assured, Yunza maintained his calm demeanor and said, there is one more point you must heed. When you consume him, ensure that his soul is utterly extinguished. Otherwise, after devouring him, you might not remain yourself. Yunza's enigmatic statement left Gu Yue in deep contemplation, her expression growing serious. With the various resources of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy mobilized, news of Shrek Academy's provocation towards the Sun and Moon Royal Academy spread at an unimaginable pace. Within half an hour, it had become the current hot topic, garnering immense attention. The Sun and Moon Royal Academy launched an official live stream across major platforms. With a captivating title, Shrek Academy's Disrespectful Provocation, Sun and Moon Royal Academy responds with fury, 6-year-old student delivers a crushing defeat live. Many, upon seeing this title, felt their curiosity piqued and eagerly entered the live stream to witness the unfolding events. Such a breathtaking spectacle is not to be missed. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a rare occurrence, perhaps once in a millennium or even in 10,000 years. On the continent, the majority are undoubtedly ordinary individuals. Their inability to cultivate does not imply ignorance of the existence of Shrek Academy. This esteemed academy is renowned across the continent, and the tales of its association with the Tang sect are well known and widely circulated. It is precisely due to the awareness of this institution's formidable reputation that the headline has captivated the attention of the populace, igniting curiosity about how a 6-year-old student could possibly overpower a pupil from Shrek Academy. Numerous Soul Master factions have joined in the commotion. Although they regard the headline as somewhat exaggerated and arrogant, there is a palpable excitement among them. Chapter 49. The Sun and Moon Grand Arena at Shrek Academy. On Sea God Island, within a grand hall, the audacity of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy is astonishing, daring to humiliate our Shrek Academy in such a manner, exclaimed Zhuoshi, seething with indignation. They had all learned of the live broadcast's title and were incensed. How can you even speak? If it weren't for your precious disciple instigating the provocation, would this incident have occurred? Without hesitation, Gu Yue shot him a fierce glare, her voice laced with fury. Zhuoshi, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her words, nonetheless retorted forcefully, their final assessment is a challenge to 10 individuals. And there are no stipulations preventing those 10 from being from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Their challenge to the students of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy is entirely within the rules. How can you blame my disciple for this? Moreover, we encouraged them to head to Mingdu precisely so they could challenge the students of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Now that they have done so and issued a challenge, you instead choose to cast blame. Does that not seem unreasonable? Zhuoshi's argument grew more compelling, his voice rising in volume. Gu Yue, infuriated, found herself at a loss for a retort, as Zhuoshi's assertions were indeed factual. They had intended for the students to challenge the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Previous students had done so as well, though none had caused such a stir. Under the vigorous promotion by the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, it was now common knowledge, if not universally acknowledged. What vexed her most was the live broadcast title. A blatant affront to Shrek Academy. Enough, the matter is already at hand. Discussing it further serves no purpose. Do not quarrel here, an elder interjected, attempting to mediate. Upon his utterance, both Gu Yue and Zhuosher snorted in unison, ceasing their dispute. Yue, what is the response from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy? An elder inquired. Gu Yue's expression darkened as she coldly replied, they claim there is nothing wrong with the title, asserting it is entirely factual and refuse to amend it. Upon hearing this, the faces of those present turned grim. Some felt their soul powers surging, clearly struggling to contain their inner fury. There is hardly any issue here. Do these individuals truly believe that a 6-year-old child could vanquish the members of Shrek? Since they are unwilling to amend their ways, they shall await the consequences. Contact with Changkong and inform him that this contest must result in victory, leaving no room for defeat. Should they falter, he would no longer need to teach at Shrek Academy, and the 5 students would face repercussions, an elder stated solemnly. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Yue made a call to Wu Changkong. The incident has caused an immense uproar within Shrek Academy. Upon seeing the provocative headline, both students and faculty were engulfed in fury, their indignation palpable. The Sun and Moon Royal Academy swiftly became their collective adversary, with many expressing their disdain and vitriol. Some of the more formidable students even began deliberating on a suitable time to issue a challenge, intent on delivering a severe humiliation to the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, thereby illustrating the vast disparity between them. Numerous alumni of Shrek Academy, now holding positions within the federal government or military, upon encountering this headline, promptly contacted the Sun and Moon Royal Academy to exert pressure, demanding a retraction of the misleading title to prevent any negative repercussions for Shrek Academy. In response to this matter, the Sun and Moon Royal Academy exhibited an unwavering stance, regardless of the intensity of the pressure exerted by callers. Their response remained resolute. No changes would be made. Such a formidable demeanor may incite the ire of many. However, the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon remains utterly indifferent. This time, they have openly clashed with Shrek Academy, determined to ensure that Shrek pays the price for this provocation. Otherwise, do they truly believe that the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon is a mere soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? The Day and Moon Grand Stadium, located in the capital city, is the largest stadium on the mainland, capable of accommodating up to 150,000 spectators. Its design is reminiscent of ancient coliseums, grand and majestic, with a vintage charm that does not appear antiquated. Beneath its archaic facade lies an array of modern technology. The stadium features 20 entry passages, through which a multitude of individuals are currently streaming, casually seeking their seats. Numerous staff members from various academies are diligently organizing and guiding the crowd, ensuring that order prevails in the stands, with no signs of congestion or chaos. As time progresses, the number of attendees swells, and after a little over an hour, the stands, designed for 150,000, are nearly filled to capacity. Initially, it seemed improbable that so many would gather. Yet the enticing broadcast titles have drawn a considerable number of enthusiastic spectators to witness the event live, swiftly reaching the full capacity. In the lounge of Shrek Academy, Tang Wulin and his companions sit quietly on the sofa, having just concluded their tactical discussions. The absence of Wu Changkong is notable. After receiving a call from Gu Yue, he made no substantial arrangements and chose not to meet with Tang Wulin and the others, entrusting the entirety of the battle to them. He has faith in his disciples, believing that these children are the most exceptional first-year students from Shrek's outer academy, unrivaled among their peers. The door creaks open, and the director of education, Duan Jingliang, steps in, drawing the attention of Tang Wulin and his companions. "Follow me," he commands succinctly, leading the way outside at a leisurely pace. The 5 rise, exchanging encouraging and resolute glances with one another. Tang Wulin follows Duan Jingliang, with the others trailing behind him. It is evident that Tang Wulin is the core of the group, earning the trust and confidence of his peers. As they approach the entrance of the stadium, the cacophony of noise from outside becomes palpable, a heavy and chaotic sound, the source of which remains unknown. Hearing this din, the 5 feel a twinge of apprehension, sensing that a monumental spectacle awaits them. With their communicators confiscated at the entrance, they are unable to receive the latest news updates, leaving them unaware of the magnitude of the buzz surrounding this challenge. However, as the saying goes, ignorance breeds courage, and in this moment, Tang Wulin and his companions embody this sentiment. The clamor from outside does not instill fear. Instead, they walk with heads held high, their strides confident, expressions imbued with pride. The forthcoming battle is not merely a means to fulfill their final examination, but also an opportunity to fight for the honor of their academy. They cannot afford to tarnish Shrek's reputation. The thought of soon bringing glory to their institution ignites a fervor within each of them, their blood surging with excitement, overshadowing any anxiety they may feel. Chapter 50. The entrance of both sides. Home field advantage. Clearly, they are brimming with confidence, possessing a solid belief, if not absolute certainty, of their chances in the impending battle. It is a well-known adage within the academy that students hailing from Shrek Academy are destined to surpass their counterparts from other institutions at the same age. A conviction they hold steadfastly. Upon exiting the waiting area and stepping fully into the stadium, they are momentarily taken aback by the sheer volume of spectators. A brief silence envelopes the stands as the audience's gaze converges upon the 5 students from Shrek Academy. Soul-guiding cameras focus on them, and the live broadcast shifts to feature Tang Wulin and his companions, while 4 colossal soul-guiding screens in the center of the stadium also display their images. Under the scrutiny of such a vast crowd, an almost palpable pressure envelopes them, rendering them uneasy. The more delicate among them, such as the fragile and charming girl Su Xiaoyan and the stout Su Lizzie, appear somewhat pale, just as Tang Wulin takes a deep breath. Preparing to support his companions in alleviating this weighty pressure, a translucent white protective shield gradually rises from all around. This ethereal dome, reminiscent of a tangible substance, ascends until it coalesces at a height of 100 meters, resembling an inverted bowl. With the shield in place, the pressure on Tang Wulin and his companions diminishes significantly. The external noise fades away, and the invisible weight dissipates entirely. With so many eyes upon them, the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon is keen to avoid any whispers of impropriety, should they be accused of leveraging their home advantage to exert pressure on their opponents, thus preventing the latter from showcasing their true capabilities. It would indeed tarnish their reputation. In this match, they aspire to secure a victory that is both honorable and just. This does not imply that the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon operates with utmost integrity. Rather, it signifies their unwavering confidence in achieving victory, rendering unnecessary any superfluous tactics to enhance their chances of success. The rising white shield, while not entirely eliminating their home field advantage, certainly minimized its impact, rendering any criticism unwarranted. Tang Wulin and his 4 companions ascended the circular combat stage, while the 5 members of the Sun Moon Royal Academy had yet to make their entrance. What does this mean? Tang Wulin inquired, gazing at the middle-aged man suspended in midair, his brow furrowed. The man, unfazed by Tang Wulin's accusatory tone, offered a faint smile. There is a sequence to the entrance. As guests, you naturally take precedence. Despicable and shameless, resorting to such petty schemes, Su Xiaoyan muttered, visibly indignant. Su Lizzie, Yixinglan, and Xie shared her displeasure, their expressions cold. Their later entrance was a clear indication of the Sun Moon Royal Academy's intent to overshadow Shrek Academy. Boss, let us be a bit more ruthless this time, Xie suggested, his voice deliberately loud, unrestrained. Yixinglan, Su Lizzie, and Su Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. Agreed. Tang Wulin affirmed, his gaze icy. The middle-aged man hovering above merely smiled coldly, choosing not to engage further with the young ones, as it would lower his stature. The 5 members of the Sun Moon Royal Academy emerged from the waiting area, their reception starkly contrasting that of Shrek Academy. The cheers for the former were muted upon their entrance, whereas the appearance of the Sun Moon Royal Academy students elicited thunderous applause, showcasing the undeniable advantage of the home ground. Leading the way was Gu Yue, breathtaking in her beauty, her silver hair cascading like a shimmering waterfall down her back. The loose-fitting uniform did little to conceal her tall and graceful figure. Those encountering Gu Yue for the first time were often left in awe, particularly the males, many of whom found themselves captivated. Following Gu Yue was Yunze, the youngest at just over 6 years old and the shortest among the 5. Yet he was strikingly noteworthy. His features were exquisitely refined, even more so than those of many girls, yet he did not evoke a perception of femininity. With fair skin and a phoenix tattoo gracing his brow, his regal aura was enhanced by his hair, which blazed like fire, making him all the more extraordinary. Yunze's allure to women mirrored Gu Yue's appeal to men, perhaps even surpassing it. However, the admiration women held for him was devoid of romantic inclination, reflecting a pure appreciation for beauty and elegance. In contrast, the three individuals trailing behind them appeared somewhat ordinary, lacking in both looks and charisma. Is this truly the 6-year-old student? It appears that there is something extraordinary about him. He was remarkably handsome even as a child, and undoubtedly he has matured into a strikingly attractive young man. His looks are commendable, yet I find myself curious about his abilities. I secretly hope he will deliver a thrashing to the students of Shrek Academy. Many share this sentiment. As the bustling chat rooms are filled with a flurry of comments discussing Yunza, all eyes are on him. It is clear that he is the child mentioned in the title who is destined to confront the Shrek students, thus drawing considerable attention. Gu Yue and her companions moved forward with determination. As they approached the white shield, a gap appeared, allowing them entry, once they passed through. The gap sealed seamlessly behind them. Tang Wulin's gaze immediately brightened upon spotting the beautiful woman at the forefront, but soon his emotions became rather conflicted. He felt both joy and a hint of aversion at the sight of her. For reasons he could not fathom, he did not wish to become her adversary. He silently hoped that when the time came, he would hold back against her. Simultaneously, Gu Yue's blood surged with a similar restlessness as she observed Tang Wulin. Her gaze akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Standing in the center was the one who possessed the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King. Gu Yue remarked to Yunza beside her, and the 5 of them formed a line, with Yunza positioned closely next to her. Noticing Yunza's keen interest in Tang Wulin, she commented softly, intrigued by him as he seemed far more captivating than the others. In truth, even without Gu Yue's words, he had already discerned who the bearer of the Golden Dragon King bloodline was. Among the 5 opposite them, the individual at the center stood out as the most unique, emanating the aura of a deity from this realm, harboring 2 souls within. Upon reflection, it becomes evident who possesses the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King. The truth is unmistakable. Although Yunza currently finds himself diminished in power, his spiritual awareness significantly weakened and his perception incomparable to what it once was. He still retains a degree of sharpness. It is precisely this keen perception that enables him to discern the anomalies within Tang Wulin. Indeed, he alone is capable of detecting the peculiarities within Tang Wulin's being. Others, even Gu Yue, who shares a unique connection with the Golden Dragon King, remain oblivious to it. He is not the embodiment of the Golden Dragon King, but rather harbors within him the essence of the Golden Dragon King. Yunza whispered to Gu Yue beside him. Gu Yue's eyes widened in astonishment as she glanced at Tang Wulin, then turned back to Yunza to quietly inquire. Are you certain? This revelation, previously unanticipated by her, now voiced by Yunza, left her astounded and filled with myriad questions. There can be no deception. The specifics will be discussed later, Yunza asserted, having unwavering confidence in his own perceptions. Gu Yue took a deep breath, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions, temporarily suppressing the various doubts swirling in her mind. Chapter 51. Frantic Mockery. Testing the edge of destruction. Yunza and his 4 companions stood facing Tang Wulin and his quintet, their gazes instinctively drawn to one another. Among the Shrek Academy group, all eyes were predominantly fixed upon Yunza, as his youth made it nearly impossible for them to overlook him. The expressions of the 5 were far from pleasant, tinged with anger. What did this mean for the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon? Did they hold Shrek Academy in such disdain? To send a mere child, no older than 6 or 7, to humiliate them was utterly intolerable. What is the meaning of this? Tang Wulin inquired, his voice low and laden with reproach as he looked up at the elder. His discontent and fury were palpable in his tone. This is our Academy's super genius. Should you manage to defeat him, then you may indeed consider yourselves capable, the elder replied, hands clasped behind his back, a smile playing on his lips. It appeared as though he took pleasure in deliberately humiliating Tang Wulin and his companions, yet the statement was grounded in undeniable truth. Yunza was indeed a super genius of the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon, and among students aged 15 or even 18, aside from Gu Yue, there were none who could match him in a one-on-one duel. To assert that defeating him would signify true competence was not a mere insult, it was a factual observation. However, to the audience and to Tang Wulin's group, such words resonated as deeply offensive. Within this realm, there exists a sound amplification device that magnifies voices, allowing even the elderly's resonant tones to permeate through the energy shield, making the conversations audible from outside. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in laughter, eager to partake in the spectacle, their expressions reflecting a sense of amusement. Tang Wulin clenched his fists, his gaze becoming frigid, while beside him, Xie, Yixinglan, Su Lizzie, and Su Xiaoyan wore expressions of indignation. We might not hold back, So I hope your super genius won't be reduced to tears, Tang Wuling remarked coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Yunzhe. Indeed, child, we are quite formidable. If you fear pain, it would be wise to withdraw and send someone more capable. Xie jeered at Yunzhe, his voice loud and feigned ferocity intended to intimidate the boy. Haha, well said. Child, behold my fist, as large as a sandbag. One blow, and you shall feel the pain for a long time. Su Lizzie chuckled, playfully waving his pudgy fist. His robust stature indeed resembled that of a small sandbag. Su Xiaoyan stifled a laugh, while Yi Xinglan's lips curled into a smile. The adversaries had resorted to using a mere child to insult them, and they were prepared to retaliate in kind. A verbal skirmish they were not afraid to engage in. As their taunts escalated, the atmosphere grew tense and charged. Gu Yue's expression turned frigid, the elemental fluctuations in the air becoming tumultuous, as if on the verge of spiraling out of control. The words hurled at them ignited a spark of wrath within her. The expressions of Xiong and his companions also soured. This was not merely a slight against Yunzhe, but an affront to the entire Sun Moon Royal Academy. Even the elder hovering above frowned, yet Yunzhe, the target of the derision, remained remarkably composed. His face betrayed no signs of displeasure or anger, as if the preceding remarks had not been directed at him. His calmness was unnerving. I hope you can make me cry, Yunzhe stated with an eerie tranquility, his demeanor utterly indifferent. Do you seek to inflict pain? This is the first time I have encountered such a request, my dear boy. This peculiar inclination is rather unseemly and should be promptly corrected. Su Xie admonished in a didactic tone. He was utterly unrestrained in his mockery, entirely oblivious to the precarious edge he was flirting with. Yunzhe cast a fleeting glance at Su Xie, one that sent a chill down his spine, imbued with a soul-stirring coldness, as if he had caught the attention of death itself. Disregarding Su Xie, he had no penchant for verbal disputes. In his eyes, the three conversing individuals were already akin to the living dead. For reasons unknown, he perhaps could not strike them down at this moment, but in the future, these three would find themselves on an inevitable path to demise. Without providing any verbal retort to their derision, he addressed the four individuals beside him. You all may leave. I shall handle them alone. His tone remained composed, yet it brooked no dissent. Upon hearing this, Xiong and the others instinctively prepared to vacate the competition stage. Even Gu Yue found herself unable to utter a word of refusal, as though Yunzhe's command possessed an inexplicable enchantment. Xiong and the others were somewhat at a loss. Their instincts urged them to descend, yet their rationality plunged them into hesitation. Are you capable of this? Gu Yue intended to express her desire to remain and assist him in confronting them, but the words transformed into a mere four-character inquiry. Dealing with them is more than sufficient for me, Yunzhe assured. Xiong, Wang Danian, and Jian Machin exchanged glances, momentarily caught in indecision, unsure whether to depart or stay. The elder, suspended in midair, possessing formidable strength, overheard their conversation and exhibited a look of astonishment before swiftly appearing before the five. Yunzhe, are you serious? The elder inquired, furrowing his brow, referring to Yunzhe's insistence that Gu Yue and the others withdraw. Does the academy not wish to humiliate Shrek? What could be more insulting than a 6-year-old child single-handedly defeating the five from Shrek's outer court? Let them depart. Should we lose this match, I will take full responsibility, Yunzhe declared. The elder hesitated slightly. Yunzhe's words stirred him, instilling a vague sense of trust within him. He was aware of Yunzhe's background and his connection to the ancient, and if they were to lose, Yunzhe could indeed bear the repercussions. After a swift and tumultuous internal struggle, he made a decisive choice and instructed Gu Yue and the others, you all may leave first. Upon hearing the elder's words, Xiong and the others no longer hesitated and proceeded toward the edge of the competition stage. Take care of yourselves, Gu Yue said, her voice laced with concern. After receiving a nod in response, she too departed the scene. The sight of Gu Yue and her companions descending from the stage bewildered many, sparking a flurry of speculation among the spectators. The live stream chat erupted into a cascade of question marks, filled with confusion. What is happening? Are they not going to fight? Su Lin and other senior officials of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy furrowed their brows, utterly perplexed by the situation. What on earth are they doing over there? Su Xie questioned, filled with uncertainty. Are they perhaps afraid? Su Xiaoyan remarked. Let us observe what they have to say. Tang Wuling responded solemnly, having noticed that the 6-year-old child had yet to depart. The elder soared back into the air, gazing toward the translucent soul guide shield. and proclaimed loudly, in response to the students' request, the 5-on-5 match will now be modified to a 1-on-5 contest. With Yunze from the Sun Moon Royal Academy facing off against the 5 first-year students from Shrek Academy's outer court. The competition will commence in 1 minute. Both teams are advised to prepare accordingly. As soon as the words were uttered, the audience erupted in astonishment, with many rising to their feet, their faces reflecting disbelief as if they had misheard. The barrage of question marks in the live chat was dense, each individual seemingly bewildered. Even the Royal Academy of the Sun and Moon, despite their confidence, could not possibly be this self-assured. Surely, one would not suggest that a 6-year-old child could take on 5 opponents? A senior official from the academy was incensed, ready to voice his discontent, but was halted by Su Lin's gesture. Given the circumstances, we could only continue to observe the unfolding events. Any discussions could wait until after the competition, Su Lin remarked. In response, the dissenting officials were compelled to suppress their grievances, their gazes shifting back to the competition stage. Chapter 52. The disheartened Tang Wulin. The battle armor emerges. The audience in the stands, along with those watching the live stream, erupted in exclamations of disbelief, their expressions reflecting incredulity. On the competition stage, Yunze had no intention of wasting further time and had already unleashed his martial soul. The flame phoenix sword, enveloped in a broad swath of fiery brilliance. The air around it warped, and even through the protective barrier, the audience could feel the intense heat emanating from the flames. For Tang Wulin and his 4 companions on the stage, the increase in temperature was even more palpable, becoming stiflingly hot. The moment Yunze's soul rings ascended, Tang Wulin and his companions widened their eyes in shock. Not only they, but also those witnessing Yunze's soul rings for the first time were left speechless, many rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Was this truly a 6 or 7-year-old second ring soul master? 2 purple soul rings circled around Yunze, pulsating and radiating waves of searing energy. You'd best release your martial souls quickly. I will make my move in 30 seconds. At that point, do not claim that I am bullying you for not having released your martial souls, Yunze stated calmly. At this moment, the 5 opponents showed no signs of releasing their martial souls. He offered a brief reminder, a final gesture of concern for the young competitors. After this, regardless of whether they chose to release their martial souls, he would proceed with his attack. It seems this is some sort of prodigy, Xie remarked, somewhat dazed. A 6 or 7-year-old second-ring soul master. Yu Xinglan, Su Lizzie, and Su Xiaoyan were equally stunned. Such cultivation was truly extraordinary, even within the ranks of Shrek Academy. Such an existence was unheard of. Tang Wulin, reacting swiftly, called out, "Everyone, quickly release your martial souls and prepare for battle. This individual is extremely dangerous." The bloodline within him stirred restlessly, an oppressive sensation settling in his heart, a feeling that only arose in the face of imminent peril. Although it seemed utterly unbelievable and absurd, what danger could a 6 or 7-year-old second-ring soul master truly pose? However, intuition told him that this sensation was no mere illusion. The child before him was peculiar, possibly harboring some weapon or hidden trump card that could pose a threat to them. Yi Xinglan and the others were slightly taken aback, unable to comprehend why Tang Wulin made such a statement. Yet, out of trust in him, they complied and released their martial souls. Tang Wulin was the first to unleash his martial soul, as the blue-silver grass materialized in the palm of his right hand, gently swaying, accompanied by the emergence of 3 purple spirit rings. His blue-silver grass differed from the ordinary variety. It was larger, and its leaf veins shimmered with a hint of gold, indicating a clear mutation. The Star God sword appeared in Yu Xinglan's grasp, its surface glimmering with starlight. She too bore 3 purple spirit rings, but her soul power had already reached the 40th level, just 1 spirit away from breaking through to the soul zone rank, making her the most formidable among the 5. Su Lizzie's martial soul manifested as a bun, while Xie wielded a dagger adorned with a dragon motif. A luminous dragon dagger martial soul. The charming young girl Su Xiaoyan held a staff, speckled with starlight, exuding a potent aura of stellar energy. Her martial soul was the Star Staff. Originally, her martial soul had been the Star Will Eye Staff, but by a stroke of fortune, it underwent a positive mutation, shedding its ice attributes and retaining only the enhanced starlight capabilities, thereby significantly elevating its overall power and earning the new name of Star Staff. All of them were 3-ring soul masters, with no presence of a soul zone. The competition commenced. The elder, standing in mid-air, bellowed, heralding the commencement of this 1 versus 5 contest. As the match began, Tang Wulin surged forward, his first spirit ring illuminating, and blue-silver vines entwined around him. The blue-silver grass beneath him grew wildly, transforming into thick, serpentine tendrils, intertwining like ferocious snakes eager to ensnare their prey. The central strand of blue-silver grass shimmered with golden light, revealing faint dragon scales upon its surface, while its tip resembled a serpent's head. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the ethereal image of a golden serpent within this strand, representing Tang Wulin's spirit, glimmering in gold. Yunze observed as Tang Wulin charged towards him, his first spirit ring glowing with fiery intensity. From his center, flames erupted violently, enveloping the ground and spreading forth, the air warping under the searing heat of thousands of degrees. The moment the blue-silver grass met the flames, it was reduced to ash, vanishing more swiftly than melting snow. However, the strand of blue-silver grass housing the spirit did not succumb immediately, bolstered by soul power. Its heat resistance proved commendable. Nonetheless, its forward momentum significantly slowed, its surface igniting and writhing as the spirit within suffered excruciating torment from the flames. Witnessing the effortless incineration of his blue-silver grass, Tang Wulin was taken aback. This was unexpected. His soul power surpassed that of his opponent, and the blue-silver grass had undergone a mutation, endowing it with respectable heat resistance. Even if it were to be constrained by fire, such a drastic defeat was unforeseen. The current predicament shattered his expectations. His blue-silver grass martial soul felt as fragile as parchment before this adversary. Swiftly retracting the blue-silver grass imbued with golden light, the three purple spirit rings contracted and vanished, replaced by a halo of golden rings. With the emergence of the golden rings, his vitality surged, revealing an underlying formidable power within his not overly robust frame. No longer stationary, Yunze propelled himself forward, intent on confronting Tang Wulin directly. Tang Wulin welcomed this challenge, knowing that his strength was paramount, and questioned whether this individual could indeed surpass him in might. The two collided with a punch, and in that instant, Tang Wulin's eyes widened in astonishment as he was sent hurtling backward. Stumbling several steps, he noticed a charred wound forming on the back of his right hand, the result of Yunze's punch, which harbored not only immense force, but also the searing heat of flames. How could this be possible? Tang Wulin was taken aback, gazing at Yunze as one might look upon a monster. Among his peers, he had never lost a contest of strength, even against slightly older soul masters. None possessed strength that rivaled his. Yet, here he was, defeated by a child several years his junior, a fact he found difficult to accept. Not only was he astonished, but also nearby, Xie and Yi Xinglan were equally shocked, unable to fathom the turn of events. They were well aware of Tang Wulin's extraordinary strength, rivaling that of the Titan giant ape soul master, Yuan In Yehue, who had already achieved the rank of Soul Zone. Initially, they believed that Tang Wulin would effortlessly secure victory through sheer power, but it became evident that they had underestimated Yunze, who was indeed formidable. Tang Wulin's strength was considerable, and at present, Yunze lacked the means to easily counter it, resulting in a recoil that pushed him back. However, Yunze maintained an orderly stance, skillfully dissipating the force of the impact before charging forward once more. His arms, shoulders, legs, and torso were adorned with fiery red armor. Although he could defeat the 5 opponents without releasing his battle armor, it would be a grueling struggle, leaving him in a disheveled state. Should he choose to unleash his battle armor, the battle would become significantly simpler. Chapter 53. The Dual Character Battle Armor Master. As the armor manifested, several astute spectators rose in astonishment, their faces displaying expressions of sheer disbelief. Battle armor. This child is actually a battle armor master, someone exclaimed, their voice trembling as if they had encountered a demon. Dean, is this truly battle armor? Questioned a senior academy official, their throat tightening with uncertainty. Although he himself was a 3-character battle armor master and understood the intricacies of battle armor, he found this situation utterly preposterous. A battle armor master at just over 6 years old, and the armor emerging from his very being, this was the hallmark of a 2-character battle armor master. Yet, how could this be? A 1-character battle armor master in their teens was already considered a prodigy. A 2-character battle armor master at such a tender age defied all logic. Why yes, it should be, Dean Sulin stammered, his eyes fixated on Yunze within the protective shield, unblinking. At Shrek Academy, the senior officials watching the live broadcast were equally stunned, exchanging glances that reflected their shared astonishment. Even the Sea God's Pavilion Master, Yun Ming, rose in surprise, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, as tumultuous waves of emotion surged within him. Ming, is this truly a two-character battle armor? Beside Yunming, Yali inquired, her tone betraying her unease. Yunming remained silent, yet his expression conveyed the answer to Yali. On the competition stage, a set of fiery red armor adorned Yunza, fitting his form impeccably as if it had been custom-made for him. The armor's design was exquisite, with aesthetically pleasing lines that combined simplicity with an air of grandeur, exuding a commanding presence when worn. Its surface was embellished with resplendent phoenix patterns, appearing almost otherworldly, imbuing the armor with an ethereal quality. Upon the infusion of the phoenix martial spirit, a pair of fiery wings unfurled from his back, each feather layered and indistinguishable from the true wings of a phoenix. This is precisely the two-character battle armor crafted by Yunza. The design, forging, the intricate engraving of the soul guide formation, and the final assembly were all accomplished by him alone. The entire process was executed solely by him. And with the infusion of spiritual refinement and drops of his own blood, this armor became profoundly attuned to him, significantly reducing the difficulty of donning it. The nurturing over the past few months has allowed him to further merge with the battle armor, and he can now don it normally. With his 28th level of soul power, he is undoubtedly the first to fully wear the two-character battle armor. However, while he has succeeded in wearing it, the power he can unleash remains quite limited, barely reaching 1/10 of its potential. His soul power is ultimately too low, even with its exceptionally high quality. It is insufficient to fully realize the might of the two-character battle armor. Moreover, the metal of the armor, which has been refined through the tribulations of his blood, has already transcended to a sublime state, its quality akin to that of soul-forged alloys. Such armor, crafted from this metal, boasts a power far beyond that of ordinary two-character battle armor, demanding even greater soul power. The fact that he can unleash 1/10 of its power with his 28th level soul power is already at his limit. Attempting to exert a stronger force would come at a considerable cost. Upon donning the armor, Yunzai's aura surged several-fold, and even the 1/10 of its power was sufficient to elevate his strength far beyond that of Tang Wulin and his companions. Having witnessed battle armor before and studied its intricacies, Tang Wulin quickly recognized the armor adorning Yunzai. How is this possible? He exclaimed, his understanding shattered. How could a child of 6 or 7 possess battle armor? Behind him, Yu Xinglan, Xie, Su Xiaoyan, and Su Lizzie reacted similarly, bewilderment etched on their faces. Everyone, stop standing there. This person is a battle armor master. Wulin cannot face him alone. We must attack together. Yu Xinglan shouted decisively. With that, she charged forward first, her soul power emanating outward to shield her body and clothing from the flames. Initially, they had intended to simply observe, allowing Tang Wulin to defeat the 6 or 7-year-old child alone. After all, if they were to gang up on him, even if victorious, it would invite criticism for needing to surround a mere child, thus tarnishing the reputation of Shrek Academy. But given the opponent's seemingly unreasonable strength, they could no longer afford to hesitate. They had to join forces, for enduring criticism was far preferable to losing the match. Su Lizzie's soul rings began to glow as he prepared to create buns, while Xie followed Yi Xinglan into the fray, moving even faster than her. Su Xiaoyan was highly focused, seeking the opportune moment, her first soul ring gathering energy, ready to be unleashed at any moment. Upon witnessing Yunzai release his battle armor, Tang Wulin immediately retreated, wary of confronting him directly. Against an opponent without battle armor, he had the advantage in strength, but now that Yunzai had donned the armor, his power had surely multiplied several times. He was no match for him. With his bloodline awakened, his right hand was enveloped in dragon scales, his fingers elongated and sharpened, resembling dragon claws. He swung forcefully at Yunzai, unleashing 5 golden claw marks, a manifestation of the golden dragon claw. After he unlocked the first seal, he awakened a power which he named the golden dragon claw. The claws, sharp beyond measure, were imbued with a shattering effect, rendering them immensely destructive. As 5 golden claws hurtled toward him, Yunzai's right hand curved to gather strength, the flames around him swiftly concentrating upon his fist. With a resounding roar, he unleashed a punch, releasing a torrent of energy and flames simultaneously, the force rampant and the flames threatening to consume all in their path. When the flames collided with the golden claws, an explosion ensued, scattering some of the flames, yet the majority retained their original trajectory. The golden claws vanished amidst the fire, and this clash merely diminished the flame's potency slightly. The flames surged toward Tang Wulin at an astonishing speed, absorbing the flames ignited along the ground, thereby amplifying the power of the fiery assault. Tang Wulin's pupils constricted. Though the flames were still a distance away, he felt the suffocating heat enveloping him. Crossing his arms defensively before him, he exerted all his strength to propel himself off the ground, attempting to evade to the side. However, the flames grazed his left waist, instantly reducing his garment to ashes upon contact, searing his skin. A cry of anguish escaped Tang Wulin as the fiery energy hurled him away. "Wulin!" came Ske's anxious voice as he suddenly appeared before Tang Wulin while he was still airborne. He brandished the light dragon dagger, aimed squarely at the approaching Yunze, targeting his neck. Yunze maintained an expression of calm, raising his left hand effortlessly to grasp Xie's wrist, which held the dagger. Although Xie's movements were swift, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye, Yunze seemed to anticipate the dagger's trajectory, positioning his hand precisely as Xie's wrist collided with it, as if he had walked into a trap. In the distance, Su Xiaoyan's first soul ring illuminated in an instant, activating the star wheel chains. Chapter 54. Overwhelming Victory. Truly weak. With her staff raised high, radiant starlight emanated from it, and a circle of star wheels suddenly appeared beneath Yunze, chains entwining around him, intent on binding him. The star wheel chains, the first soul skill of control type Soul Master Su Xiaoyan, utilized the star wheel as a conduit to conjure chains that ensnare the opponent, with an effect that was undeniably effective. The original guaranteed binding time was 1 second. However, after her martial soul evolved into the star staff, this duration extended to 1.5 seconds. Yet, in this world, there is no such thing as absolute certainty. Though her soul skill could be considered a divine control technique, its flaws remained evident. It required the chains to ensnare the opponent. Although the chains wrapped around at an incredible speed, entangling the target within 0.3 seconds, should one manage to escape the binding range in that brief interval, the effectiveness of the soul skill would be nullified. For Yunze, a reaction time of 0.3 seconds was ample, affording him sufficient opportunity to counter. Grasping Xie's hand, he forcefully pulled him toward the star wheel's position, while his phoenix wings beat behind him, and purple lightning crackled across the surface of his battle armor. In that fleeting moment, his speed surged dramatically, akin to teleportation, as he appeared 5 meters away, breaking free from the chains of confinement. With an outstretched hand, he grasped the air before him. Though this action seemed utterly nonsensical, it directly conjured forth a figure, none other than Xie. 2 Xies? Certainly not. The one initially seized was merely a projection birthed from a soul technique, while this was the true entity. To attempt to deceive him with such trivial illusions was merely a folly, had he been susceptible to such crude doppelganger arts. His extensive existence would have been in vain. Xie, ensnared by Yunze's grip around his neck, felt the searing flames scorch his skin, leaving it burnt. Simultaneously, Yunze's hold was unyielding, suffocating him. The asphyxiation rendered him powerless, his legs flailing helplessly, while his right hand relentlessly thrust the light dragon dagger towards Yunze. Yet, it only produced the sound of metal clashing, inflicting no harm upon Yunze whatsoever. It is prudent to maintain a low profile in life, especially when one lacks sufficient strength. Engaging in verbal sparring can only lead to one's own demise, offering nothing else in return. Yunze remarked coolly, and with a swift motion of his left hand to the right, the resonant clang of metal echoed as he firmly seized a sword. The wielder of the sword was none other than the star god sword soul master, Yixinglan. At that moment, Yixinglan was filled with dread, engulfed by despair. That last strike was her third soul skill, immensely powerful, and yet it had been caught with such ease. Furthermore, she had held nothing back, exerting her full strength. Her sword fell like rain, creating a flurry of sword shadows, so rapid that it bewildered the eye, concealing the true lethal strike among the myriad of illusions. In the past, her opponents had been overwhelmed by these sword shadows, unable to discern the genuine threat. Yet this youth before her had not even cast a glance, effortlessly seizing her authentic sword assault. How could she not be astonished? Yunze tilted his head, regarding Yixinglan with an expressionless visage before abruptly yanking his left hand. Yixinglan felt an irresistible force as her body was uncontrollably propelled towards Yunze. Releasing her grip on the star god sword, she clenched her fist and unleashed a strike. The entire sequence transpired in less than 1/10 of a second, too swift for the naked eye to perceive. The punch landed squarely on Yi Xinglan's abdomen, contorting her face in pain as her body shot forth like a cannonball. "Sister Xinglan," Su Lizzie shouted, disregarding the flames, and immediately bolted in the direction Yi Xinglan had been propelled. The Star God sword was seized by Yunzhe, who flung it effortlessly towards a certain direction. Empowered by his formidable strength, the simple toss sent the sword soaring like an arrow. Lizzie, upon noticing the trajectory of the Star God's sword, paled in terror. No sooner had he spoken than Su Lizzie's anguished scream echoed through the air. The Star God sword, launched by Yunzhe, struck Su Lizzie with pinpoint accuracy in the right side of his chest, penetrating deeply. The force behind it sent him careening away. Su Lizzie crashed to the ground. Losing consciousness instantly, devoid of his soul power for protection, flames engulfed his entire being. The elder watching from the sky was momentarily stunned. Taking a while to regain his senses, with a swift motion of his palm, he summoned the unconscious Su Lizzie upward, whereupon a surge of powerful soul energy emanated from him, extinguishing the flames that engulfed Su Lizzie. After placing a finger at Su Lizzie's nostrils to check for breath, he finally exhaled in relief upon confirming that the latter was still alive. After all, this is a student of Shrek Academy. If he were to perish here, the consequences would be dire, compelling Shrek to come knocking. Xie continued to struggle, though his efforts waned, as the lack of oxygen rendered him on the brink of unconsciousness. Yunzhe, having no immediate intention to end his life, tossed him into the air like a small chick, where an elder caught him with soul power. With a gaze filled with terror, Xie glanced at Yunzhe before succumbing to unconsciousness. Yi Xinglan was also lifted from the ground by the elder's soul power, her complexion exceedingly pale, her hands clutching her abdomen as her body convulsed in pain. Tang Wulin's eyes were tinged with crimson. Witnessing the brutal treatment of his three companions ignited an overwhelming fury within him, instilling a fierce intent to kill. From a distance, Su Xiaoyan appeared somewhat dazed, continually retreating, her mind seemingly frozen in fear as she muttered repeatedly, "Monster, this is a monster." Yunzhe appeared before Tang Wulin, who instinctively lunged at him with a claw. The latter's right hand effortlessly grasped Tang Wulin's outstretched talon, seizing the claw itself rather than the wrist. With exertion, his right hand enveloped the claw in flames, the intense heat seemingly intent on melting it away. Tang Wulin had intended to endure the pain, yet the agony coursing through his right hand was excruciating. Far surpassing the torment of breaking through his seal with spiritual items, the pain penetrated to his very bones, proving unbearable. Yunzhe regarded Tang Wulin with a serene demeanor, his expression unwavering and calm throughout, as if a tranquil lake remained undisturbed. Yet it was this placid gaze that plunged Tang Wulin into despair, causing his soul to tremble in fear. The voice declaring Shrek Academy's surrender reverberated throughout the entire stadium, a resounding shout. The audience within the arena fell into silence, rendered speechless by the fierce battle on the stage, allowing the proclamation to be heard distinctly. All eyes turned to the source of the voice, a striking young man in the back row, whose expression was particularly grim, emanating a palpable aura of menace. The man leaped forth, releasing his martial soul midair, the icy battle armor manifesting as he soared straight towards the center of the stadium. The man in question is none other than Wu Changkong, a distinguished instructor from the Shrek Academy. It was he who guided Tang Wulin and his companions through their final examinations. And the audacious challenge to the Sun Moon Royal Academy was indeed conceived by Tang Wulin himself, though it was Wu Changkong who uttered the provocative words. The senior officials of the academy, momentarily stunned, were jolted back to reality by his voice, prompting one of the directors to hastily take flight. Outside, someone had declared Shrek Academy's surrender, and the elder in the air relayed this message. Equipped with a specialized device, he was able to hear the sounds from the outside world, despite the energy shield. At this juncture in the battle, he no longer wished to continue, fearing that Yunzhe might inadvertently unleash lethal force. Upon hearing his words, Yunzhe released his grip on Tang Wulin, and his battle armor began to retract into his being, as the flames on the ground surged towards him, enveloping his form. The somewhat fragile Yunzhe spoke but 3 simple words before descending, retracting his martial spirit, and walking towards the edge of the competition arena. Chapter 55. Is this all Shrek has? Su Lin's mockery. The energy shield began to dissolve from the top, swiftly vanishing, revealing the situation within the arena with greater clarity. Instead of an overwhelming roar, akin to a flood or a collapsing mountain, silence reigned. The audience appeared dazed, some still reeling from the shock, their expressions rather vacant. Suddenly, a singular voice broke the stillness with an enthusiastic cheer, followed by applause, which ignited a spark of energy in the crowd. Yunze, Yunze, the audience chanted in unison, their voices rising in excitement. Many faces flushed with fervor. Their right hands were raised and lowered in rhythm, perfectly synchronized with their cheers, creating a palpable sense of exhilaration. This battle has undeniably astonished everyone, including those who witnessed the match through live broadcasts, leaving them in a state of utter disbelief. Their perceptions utterly transformed. Many still find themselves in a daze, grappling with the surreal notion that such a victory has been achieved. It seems as though only a mere few minutes have elapsed since the match commenced. The 6-year-old battle armor master single-handedly confronted 5 Shrek Academy students, emerging victorious in a manner that can only be described as overwhelming. Throughout the encounter, the 5 from Shrek Academy were utterly dominated, seemingly dispatched in a single blow. With no opportunity to retaliate, it is simply inconceivable. The outcome defied all expectations. Who could have anticipated that 5 Shrek Academy students would be so thoroughly overpowered by a mere child of 6 or 7? The Sun and Moon Royal Academy had no exaggerated notions in their minds. The live broadcast title was indeed accurate. The majority of the audience in the venue were supporters of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, who were now reveling in jubilant celebrations, vocally expressing their elation. For years, the Sun and Moon Royal Academy had been bullied by Shrek Academy, and today they finally delivered a resounding counterattack. Allowing their long-repressed emotions to flow forth, an outburst akin to a flood breaching its dam, impossible to contain. Yunze, however, remained largely unfazed by the deafening cheers. Walking with composed grace towards the stage, indifferent to the uproar, the Shrek students, or the man in the sky who bore a murderous intent towards him. Gu Yue approached him immediately, a smile illuminating her face, clearly ecstatic, as she naturally positioned herself beside Yunze. "You are truly remarkable. You've managed to master a 2-word battle armor," she exclaimed with delight. "I can only say it's a preliminary mastery. I have yet to unleash its true potential." Yunze replied modestly. "That is still incredibly impressive. At just over 6 years old, you are a 2-word battle armor master. You are undoubtedly the first of your kind on the continent," Gu Yue remarked with admiration. To her praise, Yunze merely smiled, feeling no particular joy or pride in the achievement. Above the arena, Wu Zhongkong gazed down at Yunze with a murderous intent, his frost sword itching to be wielded. Xie and Tang Wulin had been learning under him since Tianhai City, and he could not stand idly by upon witnessing their distress. This was the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Even if one were a teacher from Shrek Academy, chaos could not be allowed to ensue. Before Wu Zhongkong stood an elder, who had manifested his martial soul, with 9 soul rings swirling around him, emanating a powerful energy far surpassing that of Wu Zhongkong. Though Wu Zhongkong did not disclose his identity, his willingness to represent Shrek Academy and surrender, coupled with his age, allowed one to deduce that he was indeed a teacher from Shrek Academy. What other conclusion could there be? With a chilling gaze, Wu Zhongkong sharply interrupted the elder's speech, exuding an air of dominance. The elder furrowed his brow, choosing to extend courtesy without resorting to direct confrontation. Yet he was taken aback by the audacity displayed by his opponent, who retaliated with hostility. His expression darkened as he retorted without hesitation, "Otherwise, it would lead to a war between the 2 academies. Although Shrek Academy is formidable, my Sun and Moon Royal Academy is no pushover. Should you dare to make a move today, I assure you that neither you nor those 5 children will leave this venue unscathed." Wu Zhongkong tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze fixed intently on the elder, who met his stare with equal defiance, anger etched on his face. Just then, Su Lin, the dean, interjected, his voice resonating with authority, overpowering the deafening cheers of the crowd. The noise in the arena gradually subsided into silence as Su Lin appeared mid-air with a swift motion. He cast a glance at Wu Zhongkong and said coolly, "Take your students to receive treatment. You are not yet qualified to invoke the authority of Shrek Academy." Wu Zhongkong's anger intensified. Su Lin regarded him coldly, the pressure of his strength palpable, making Wu Zhongkong feel as though a mountain had descended upon him. Yet, maintaining his composure, he opted for restraint in the face of overwhelming power. "I shall remember this humiliation. Shrek Academy will remember it too," he declared before soaring downwards. "You truly cannot bear to lose," mocked the director beside Su Lin. "We must exhibit the dignity expected of a prestigious institution by allowing our finest healing spirit masters to assist them," Su Lin replied. The elder understood Su Lin's intent. Regardless of whether the other party accepted, They were committed to this course of action, as such gestures could enhance their reputation. "I shall attend to this matter immediately," the elder stated before departing. Once he was gone, Su Lin cleared his throat and addressed one of the live cameras, offering a respectful gesture with an apologetic expression. "Friends of Shrek Academy, I sincerely apologize. One of our students, Yunze, acted without consideration and has severely injured several of your students, some of whom are even in life-threatening condition. This is truly excessive. Despite his extraordinary talent as a two-word battle armor master, a rare genius in a millennium, I will not condone his actions. Rest assured, I will personally discipline him. He has acted recklessly, assuming that he could easily prevail against your students, believing that they were not formidable enough. We had anticipated that Shrek Academy, being the foremost institution on the continent, would cultivate exceptional students, and thus, he exerted his utmost effort. Alas, he was mistaken." Su Lin spoke with heartfelt sincerity, ultimately letting out a sigh as he once again clasped his hands in front of the camera, expressing his sincere apologies and hoping for understanding. Upon hearing these words, the audience exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions unusually peculiar, with some unable to suppress a chuckle. What a farce masquerading as an apology. It is nothing short of a public mockery, a cruel twist of the knife upon the wounds of Shrek Academy. Furthermore, the claim to punish Yunze is a blatant ruse. It is evident that he is being lauded instead, for one would not shower praises upon him otherwise. The students and teachers of Shrek Academy erupted in fury upon hearing these words, with many hurling accusations of hypocrisy and vileness at Su Lin, branding him a small-minded individual reveling in his triumph. The elders of the Sea God Pavilion could scarcely maintain their composure, their energy surging with palpable intensity. Watching the live broadcast, Yun Ming's expression darkened, and even the usually gentle Yali appeared displeased. Had they not endured similar indignities? Chapter 56, A Surge of Opinions. DT on in pursuit. This is merely a playful exchange among children, a trivial skirmish, and we hope it does not tarnish the harmonious relationship between our two academies. Such friendly competitions can indeed continue. They foster mutual growth among the students. However, we kindly request prior notice for future events, as sudden visits leave us unprepared. When friends come from afar, it is imperative to extend a warm welcome. We must not neglect Su Lin's earnestness. His words were delivered with a pleasant demeanor, devoid of overt mockery, yet each phrase dripped with subtle scorn. "Ah, the Dean truly excels in psychological warfare. I suspect the members of Shrek Academy are on the verge of hemorrhaging from indignation," someone guffawed. Without a doubt, someone may have already slammed their fist on the table. The Dean's sharp wit is unparalleled. When it comes to mockery, he reigns supreme. The audience buzzed with chatter, many applauding Su Lin's eloquent remarks. After uttering these words, Su Lin felt that he had said enough and refrained from further mockery. Instead, he stated, "There is one point I must emphasize. Please do not disturb Yunze. This child cherishes his tranquility and does not wish to be observed. I also hope that you will refrain from causing him any disturbance. Here, I might as well reveal his identity to you." Upon hearing this, many listened intently, their curiosity piqued. They were indeed eager to learn more about Yunze's identity. Su Lin, addressing the camera, declared, "Yunze is the heir of the reclusive Yun family, specifically the current vice master of the Longwang Palace. His grandfather is said to be the formidable figure who concocted the century-long longevity elixir. Furthermore, he is a key individual that our Day and Moon Royal Academy and the Federal Research Institute are determined to nurture and support. Anyone who dares to harm him will undoubtedly face severe repercussions. For those who harbor thoughts of stifling a genius, it would be wise to reconsider and ponder whether they can withstand the wrath of the Longwang Palace, the Day and Moon Royal Academy, and the Federal Research Institute." Su Lin's voice resonated throughout the venue, his words echoing through the live broadcast to those who were not present. He was unequivocally unveiling Yunze's background to intimidate those who might act recklessly. The Longwang Palace is currently flourishing, boasting 2 known limit-level powerhouses. Such strength alone is enough to instill fear in many. Coupled with the backing of the Day and Moon Royal Academy and the Federal Research Institute, very few would dare to make a move against him. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment, shocked by Yunze's identity as the Vice Master of the Longwang Palace. That concludes this sparring session. Please exit in an orderly manner without crowding, Su Lin announced, having no intention of prolonging his speech, allowing the audience to begin their departure. As people gradually exited, discussions about Yunze erupted, their astonishment palpable. Major live broadcasts also concluded. prompting those in the streams to exit with lingering curiosity and begin browsing the Star Network for related news. Reports on this battle quickly emerged, garnering over 1 million views in less than 10 minutes. The headlines were audacious, showing no regard for the sentiments of Shrek. With titles such as 6-year-old battle armor master defeats 5 Shrek students, capturing attention and inciting widespread interest. Such reports proliferated like mushrooms after rain, appearing everywhere on the Star Network forums, each title more striking than the last. Shrek student overwhelmed by a 6-year-old. Is this the best of Shrek Academy? The first academy of the continent revealed to be overrated, students defeated by a child, the true value of the first academy of the continent. Reports with such captivating titles have garnered over 10 million views, and the audience continues to grow rapidly, with projections suggesting it will surpass 100 million. The discussions below regarding Shrek Academy, Sun and Moon Royal Academy, and Yunza are so abundant that one cannot keep up, with participants exceeding 10 million. The uproar caused by this battle was so immense that it could be said to have sent tremors throughout the entire federation. Major media outlets frantically flocked to the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, eager to interview Yunze, while others sought to speak with Wuchang Kong and his companions. After Yunze and Gu Yue exited the venue, they were escorted back to the Dragon Phoenix Palace by Tian, for it was unlikely they would be found within the academy. The media displayed remarkable cunning, having found no leads within the academy. They swiftly made their way to the Dragon Phoenix Palace, while others opted to remain behind for interviews. Wuchang Kong declined the medical assistance offered by the Sun Moon Royal Academy, instead reaching out to the Tang sect branch in Mingdu for aid. The personnel from the Tang sect arrived promptly, with the branch leader personally coming to escort Wuchang Kong and Tang Wulin along with their companions. Despite Wuchang Kong's esteemed status, he could not summon the Tang sect's titled Douluo leader to attend to them, an arrangement orchestrated by the Sea God Pavilion. The Tang sect and Shrek Academy share a deep bond, akin to that of brotherly factions, and given the current predicament faced by Shrek Academy, the Tang sect could not turn a blind eye. They rebuffed all interview requests and departed in silence, appearing somewhat disheveled. 6 soul-guided vehicles emblazoned with the Tang sect emblem were stationed in front of the Sun Moon Royal Academy. As Wuchang Kong and the 6 from Shrek Academy entered the 3 central vehicles, 2 individuals occupied each vehicle, accompanied by healing soul masters from the Tang sect, who commenced their restorative efforts for the injured within the confines of the cars. The vehicles, possessing considerable size, can accommodate up to 7 individuals, providing ample space for soul masters to unleash their martial spirits for healing purposes. At the forefront sits the branch leader, while at the rear are several formidable members of the Tang sect, tasked with providing protection. As the automobile departs from the Sun Moon Royal Academy, the surrounding media is swiftly cast aside. High above, at an altitude exceeding 500 meters, a man clad in black discreetly follows the soul-guided vehicles. His elevation is not particularly lofty, yet he remains unnoticed. Even the branch leaders of the esteemed title possess no inkling that they are being tailed. Inside the soul-guided vehicle, Wuchang Kong and Tang Wulin sit together, while a healing soul master of the Soul Sage rank attends to Tang Wulin's injuries. His wounds are serious, albeit not life-threatening, primarily consisting of abdominal burns and a fractured right palm. The atmosphere within the vehicle is profoundly quiet, with Tang Wulin's pallid complexion reflecting his despondency. The recent defeat weighs heavily upon him. He feels disoriented, grappling with the surreal notion that they have indeed lost. Wuchang Kong, typically stoic and aloof, now remains even more silent, at a loss for words and unwilling to speak. Suddenly, the tranquility is shattered by the ringing of Wuchang Kong's soul-guided communicator. Upon checking, he discovers it is a call from his teacher, Zhua Shi. Hesitating, he contemplates answering yet finds himself hesitant to do so. The communicator rings for nearly half a minute before he gathers the courage to respond. Teacher. The soul-guided vehicle soon arrives at the Mingdu Tang sect branch, where the severely injured Xie, Su Lizzie, and Yi Xinglan are carried inside. Tang Wulin is also assisted by Wuchang Kong as they walk. Among the 5, only Su Xiaoyan emerges with minimal injuries, not due to any reluctance from Yunze to hold back, as Yi Xinglan had already engaged. There was no reason to spare Su Xiaoyan. However, she simply did not have the opportunity, as Shrek Academy conceded defeat before her turn came. Under the guidance of the Tang sect branch leader, Wuchang Kong and the others enter the Tang sect branch. Meanwhile, in the sky, Tian stands quietly, having no intention of leaving, awaiting the arrival of night, which would provide the opportune moment to act. With his dark attributes, he thrives in the night, capable of moving undetected to infiltrate and extract his target. Chapter 57. Wu Changkong's words. Overextending talent? Within the Tang sex division, Tang Wulin and his companions were settled into their quarters, each assigned a separate room. Except for Su Xiaoyan, the remaining four were attended to by dedicated caretakers. Tang Wulin reclined on the bed, while Wu Changkong occupied a chair nearby, a female healing soul master tending to Tang Wulin's injuries. Upon concluding her infusion of soul power, the healer retracted her martial soul and presented a jade vial to Wu Changkong. This is a specially formulated hemostatic balm from the Tang sect. Apply it to the areas where the child has suffered burns. It may cause some pain, so he must endure it, she advised. Thank you, Wu Changkong expressed gratefully. There's no need, the female healer replied with a smile before departing the room. Endure it, Wu Changkong said to Tang Wulin as he poured the balm into his palm. After evenly distributing it, he applied it to the wound on Tang Wulin's abdomen. Tang Wulin gritted his teeth, suppressing any cries of pain. The sensation was akin to salt being poured into a wound, but he found it bearable. Once the balm was applied, Wu Changkong rose, intending to leave. Teacher Wu, how did Yunze manage that today? His strength is far beyond what one would expect at his age, Tang Wulin inquired weakly. He was still perplexed about how Yunze had cultivated to become a second-ring great soul master at merely 6 or 7 years old. Most astonishingly, he possessed a battle armor, while they, as Shrek Academy's elite, were still far from achieving such a feat, despite being among the best of their peers. Yet this child had already manifested complete battle armor, and it had emerged from within him. Tang Wulin understood the significance of battle armor emerging from one's body. It was indicative of a two-character battle armor master. How could that be possible? Wu Changkong paused, not turning back, lost in contemplation. This question had indeed caught him off guard. After a prolonged silence, he shook his head and replied, I do not know. Yunze is peculiar. His strength defies logic. I cannot provide you with an answer based on my understanding. Perhaps when we return, we can ask the teachers. They may possess greater insight and could offer a reasonable explanation. The lack of an answer left Tang Wulin feeling somewhat disheartened, and he couldn't help but ponder how Yunze had achieved such prowess. Wu Changkong turned to face Tang Wulin, his expression serious. Do not let this defeat diminish your confidence or fighting spirit. Do not feel disheartened. Yunze is merely an anomaly. The world is filled with more ordinary individuals. You, being among the top in Shrek's first-year outer academy, are undoubtedly a prodigy among your peers across the entire Federation. While your cultivation speed may not be the fastest, your innate bloodline talent, combat aptitude, and leadership qualities far surpass those of others. You are already exceptional. How can you allow one setback to lead you into despair and loss of faith? Teacher Wu, I, Tang Wulin, feel a sense of shame and have refrained from rebutting those words. Indeed, I have been somewhat disheartened. Wu Changkong raised his hand to silence Tang Wulin, continuing with a tone that bore a hint of sternness. Remember, you are a Shrek Academy student, the finest among the new scholars of the continent's foremost institution. No matter what you lose, you must never relinquish the confidence that surpasses your peers. From the moment you were admitted to Shrek Academy, you were destined to rise above the anonymity of an ordinary soul master. The instant you triumphed over your fellow classmates, you sealed your fate as a formidable force among your contemporaries. You may not yet be the strongest among your peers, but you must strive to become that person. As a Shrek student, you must possess and deserve this faith and determination. If you currently fall short of Yunze, does that imply you will always remain inferior? I cannot see the future, though I am uncertain of how Yunze attained the rank of a 2-ring soul master and donned a 2-word battle armor. However, I can assure you that he must have employed some extraordinary means to achieve such feats, possibly through the ingestion of certain elixirs. The Dragon Phoenix Palace is capable of concocting miraculous longevity pills. Thus, it is not beyond possibility that they could also produce potions that facilitate rapid cultivation and enable one to endure the powers of battle armor ahead of time. While such elixirs may grant Yunze a temporary edge far exceeding that of his peers, they will undoubtedly exact a severe toll on his innate talent. If his talent becomes depleted, do you truly believe that his future cultivation speed will remain formidable? This is a rationale he finds quite reasonable, yet he cannot assert its veracity with certainty. Upon hearing this, Tang Wulin's eyes sparkled with renewed brightness, the earlier feelings of defeat and frustration dissipating significantly. If this is indeed the case, then I shall surely surpass him in the future, Tang Wulin declared confidently, clenching his fists. Wang Changkong observed the glimmer of confidence and pride returning to Tang Wulin's gaze and nodded in satisfaction. I believe in you. Once your injuries have healed, you all must dedicate yourselves to rigorous training. The manner in which you lost today shall be the manner in which you reclaim your victories in the future. Understood, Tang Wulin replied emphatically, a glint of determination in his eyes. Rest assured, Teacher Wang, the indignities we suffered today will be repaid doubly in the times to come. After leaving the room, Wang Changkong proceeded to visit Xie, Su Lizzie, and Yi Xinglan. Only after confirming that their lives were no longer in peril did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you for your assistance. Wang Changkong expressed his gratitude to the head of the Mingdu Taimen branch. The individual referred to as the head was an elderly man named Hu Song, who, despite being over 60, was still robust due to his titled strength as a Douluo, exuding vitality. Hu Song waved his hand and chuckled. Old Master Kai from the Sea God Pavilion personally called upon me for assistance. How could I possibly refuse? You need not be so formal with me. These young individuals hail from the Tang sect, and their exceptional talents merit diligent cultivation. For such outstanding disciples of the Tang sect, even without Elder Kai's request, I would still extend my assistance. Wu Changkong refrained from further pleasantries, trailing half a pace behind Hu Song as they engaged in casual conversation. By the way, I just received a call from Elder Kai. He mentioned that your teacher will arrive in Mingdu tomorrow to fetch you, so be prepared, Hu Song remarked. Understood. Wu Changkong replied. At this moment, the vicinity surrounding the Longlong Hall was teeming with people. Media personnel crowded near the entrance. While curious onlookers gathered a bit further away, two imposing figures stood guard at the entrance, both exuding their martial spirits. A terrifying dark golden giant bear loomed behind them. Its 9 soul rings pulsating rhythmically, the energy contained skillfully without spilling over. The two men shared the same soul ring colors, 7 black and 2 red. A combination that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers, causing them to hesitate in approaching. The Longlong Hall had ceased operations for the day. Whether media representatives or genuine buyers of medicinal pills, all were denied entry. Chapter 58. The Divine Core of the Golden Dragon King. Sealed Yunze displayed no interest in the interviews, as he was diligently forging on the 10th floor. Gu Yue sat nearby, resting her chin on her hand while watching intently. Previously, she had observed with rapt attention, akin to an enamored girl, yet now her mind wandered. The wait felt interminable and torturous. She found herself inwardly lamenting the absence of Tian. After successfully forging a piece of metal, Yunze proceeded to restore his soul power. To him, everything unfolded as usual, with nothing particularly noteworthy to anticipate. Before long, darkness enveloped the sky, and the crowd surrounding the Longlong Hall dwindled significantly, leaving only a few media personnel lingering at the entrance. Outside the Tang sect headquarters in Mingdu, Tian sensed the opportune moment had arrived and commenced his actions, stealthily infiltrating the Tang sect headquarters. In a certain room, Tang Wulin lay in a deep slumber, blissfully unaware of the presence that had approached his bedside. During the night, those responsible for watching over them had departed. Originally, the room contained only Tang Wulin. But now Tian had joined him. With a swift motion, Tian pressed his hand against Tang Wulin's neck. His actions were rapid. Upon feeling the pain, Tang Wulin awoke, but before he could fully open his eyes, consciousness slipped away from him. Lifting Tang Wulin from the bed, a spatial portal appeared behind Tian, who retreated into it, vanishing from sight with his captive. From the moment Tian appeared to the instant he departed with Tang Wulin, no more than 30 seconds elapsed. The entire process executed in absolute silence. In the Longlong Hall on the 10th floor, the unconscious Tang Wulin was laid upon the workbench, positioned supine. The gazes of Yunze, Gu Yue, and Tian converged upon him, each pair of eyes revealing distinct emotions. Gu Yue's gaze burned with fervor, her excitement barely contained, while Tian also exhibited eagerness, albeit to a lesser degree. Yunze maintained his calm demeanor, his hand pressed against Tang Wulin's chest, meticulously assessing his condition. Yunze, have you discerned his condition? Gu Yue turned her gaze to Yunze, sensing the presence of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline within Tang Wulin. However, she could not ascertain more information in the short term and thus sought Yunze's assistance. Yunze withdrew his hand and briefly organized his thoughts before addressing Gu Yue. The corporeal form of the Golden Dragon King should be deceased. What resides within him is merely the Dragon Core, the energy nucleus that once belonged to the Golden Dragon King in his lifetime. In your world, there exists the concept of deities, and this Dragon Core could also be referred to as a divine core. it is merely a nomenclature. This divine core contains not only a portion of the Golden Dragon King's core power, but also remnants of his soul. I am uncertain how this divine core came to reside within Tang Wulin, yet one fact is undeniable. After entering his body, the divine core is inclined to merge with his bloodline, as the Golden Dragon King seeks to usurp this individual's form. Should he succeed in extinguishing Tang Wulin's soul, the Golden Dragon King could seize this body and achieve resurrection. Upon hearing that the Golden Dragon King could be revived, Gu Yue furrowed her brow. Although they shared a lineage, she harbored no desire for the Golden Dragon King's return. She had inherited the elemental powers of the Dragon God, embodying positive emotions, while the Golden Dragon King had inherited the physical might of the Dragon God along with negative emotions. It was evident that a being endowed with negative emotions, such as the Golden Dragon King, would possess a volatile temperament. His resurrection would undoubtedly be detrimental to her. Despite their shared bloodline and inherent affinity, she wished to avoid coexisting with such a temperament. Furthermore, given the Golden Dragon King's nature, he would undoubtedly seek to absorb her bloodline, a calamity she could not permit. Of course, she saw no fault in the notion of bloodline absorption, as she too aspired to assimilate the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. They were essentially equals, neither being nobler than the other, determined solely by who possessed greater prowess. Yunze paused and continued. However, someone has intervened to save Tang Wulin, placing several seals within him, preventing the divine core's energy from overflowing at once. Had all the energy been released, Tang Wulin would have undoubtedly perished, yet now sealed. The energy can only seep out gradually, granting him a sliver of hope. As it trickles out, he will absorb it incrementally to strengthen himself. Once he has sufficiently fortified his being, he will be able to fully integrate the energy of the divine core. At that juncture, if he can eliminate the remnants of the Golden Dragon King's soul, he shall become the new Golden Dragon King, a Golden Dragon King with an entirely new soul. Only a deity from the divine realm could have enacted seals potent enough to restrain the Golden Dragon King's divine core, Gu Yue pondered, her gaze shifting towards Tang Wulin, reflecting the change in her thoughts. The presence of these seals suggested a connection to the divine realm, indicating that he may very well have originated from there. Otherwise, how could he possess the Golden Dragon King's divine core and such formidable seals? The one who placed the seals on him left a spiritual mark. Perhaps you can discern whether you recognize it, Yunze suggested. How can one go about identifying it? Gu Yue inquired about the identity of the God King who had established this seal. Her curiosity piqued. That soul mark was presumably left to guide and protect Tang Wulin. When one begins to absorb the essence of the Golden Dragon King within him, the soul mark would naturally manifest, Yunze elucidated. I see. Then I shall commence the absorption of the Golden Dragon King's essence now, Gu Yue declared, her eagerness palpable. Her urgency stemmed not from a desire to uncover the identity of the God King, but rather from the allure of the Golden Dragon King's essence. With that, she began to activate her bloodline power, intending to extract the essence using the Silver Dragon King's lineage. Yunze grasped Gu Yue's hand, glanced at her with a smile, and remarked, "When did you become so impatient?" At his comment, Gu Yue felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Stammering and at a loss for words, she halted the activation of her bloodline. "Is there anything else I should be aware of?" Gu Yue asked softly, recognizing that Yunze's words were undoubtedly laden with significance. Yunze released her hand and turned his gaze to Tang Wulin. To absorb the Golden Dragon King's bloodline within him, 3 points must be heeded. What are those 3 points? Gu Yue asked eagerly. The first, and most critical, concerns the Golden Dragon King's divine core within him. Currently, this core is sealed, its energy dormant, appearing malleable. However, should the seal be broken, the energy would surge forth like a flood. Will your body withstand such an onslaught? Furthermore, within the divine core lies the lingering essence of the Golden Dragon King. In the past, you may have had no trouble dispelling this essence, but now, with your spiritual power yet to reach the spirit abyss realm, do you believe you can extinguish the soul of a being of divine caliber? Yunze spoke slowly, his 2 inquiries casting Gu Yue into a contemplative silence, her earlier joy dulled by the weight of reality. Nearby, Tian furrowed his brow, listening intently. Chapter 59, Unforeseen Troubles. Engraving the array, Yunze did not allow Gu Yue's silence to deter him. He continued, "The second point pertains to the soul mark within him. I cannot presently ascertain the extent of its power, but I know it lies beneath the divine level. Tian should be able to contend with it. However, The battle cannot occur here. Should it manifest now, the ensuing conflict could reduce the Dragon Phoenix Palace to ruins. As for the third point, Yunze hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features as he instinctively looked up. What is it regarding the third point? Gu Yue, witnessing Yunze's rare display of confusion, felt a surge of anxiety. The third point is, in fact, an instinct of mine. Extracting the Golden Dragon King's bloodline might attract unforeseen complications. What those complications are, I cannot clearly articulate at this moment, Yunze explained, acknowledging his current limitations, as his cultivation and spiritual power were weak, preventing him from utilizing many methods or deducing the nature of the impending troubles through his vague sensations. Can we manage it? Gu Yue inquired nervously. The lack of a strong premonition indicated that it was not an insurmountable dilemma. A bit of preparation would suffice to address Yunze's situation. Gu Yue let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Do you have any effective strategies regarding the first point? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, revealing an inexplicable reliance on Yunze. Yunze had already devised a plan in his mind and replied naturally. You simply need to refrain from forcibly consuming the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King through your own lineage. Although this divine core has already fused with Tang Wulin's bloodline, it is not irreversibly bonded. Your bloodline shares a common origin with that of the Golden Dragon King. If you were to forcibly absorb it using your bloodline's power, it would likely incite a violent reaction from the divine core, causing it to detach from this person's body. The seal is constructed upon the foundation of this person's body. Once the divine core separates, the seal will shatter as well, unleashing the full energy of the divine core. At that point, it would not be you consuming him, but rather he consuming you. The purpose of the seal is to restrain the energy of the divine core, not to facilitate a tighter fusion with Tang Wulin's bloodline, which allows for the possibility of detachment. Under normal circumstances, the divine core would not separate. However, if it encounters the bloodline of the Silver Dragon King, the situation changes dramatically. When faced with the choice of seizing Tang Wulin's body or absorbing the Silver Dragon King's bloodline to replenish your own, the latter is evidently more alluring. Gu Yue displayed a contemplative expression but timidly asked, if I do not forcibly absorb it, how then should I absorb it? A sense of awkwardness enveloped her, a blush creeping across her cheeks as she stood before Yunze, feeling utterly foolish and devoid of ideas. Noticing Gu Yue's discomfort, Yunze offered a gentle smile, reassuring her, the method I propose utilizes a formation, so it is entirely understandable that you could not conceive of it. I shall construct a formation that will extract the essence emanating from the divine core within him, allowing you to directly absorb this refined essence. Without the activation of your bloodline, this forced extraction will not incite any turmoil within the Golden Dragon King's divine core, alleviating any concerns regarding the potential breach of the seal. In addition to the extraction formation, I will also establish one to dismantle the seal, facilitating the premature release of the Golden Dragon King's essence. There are a total of 18 layers to the seal within him. The first 3 layers have already been broken, and I intend to assist in breaching an additional 7 layers, extracting all of that energy. As for the remaining 8 layers, they pertain to residual souls, complicating the absorption process significantly. I advise against tampering with them for the time being. Subsequently, I will impart to you a soul-devouring technique. Once you have refined it to the first level, you may then contemplate absorbing the essence of the Golden Dragon King that harbors residual souls. At that juncture, the dissipated essence of the Golden Dragon spirit will serve as nourishment for your own soul, enhancing your spiritual strength and maximizing the benefits of the Golden Dragon King's essence. You are truly kind, Gu Yue thought, her heart swelling with emotion as she gazed affectionately at Yunze. His willingness to aid her and impart such invaluable techniques warmed her heart and brought forth a sweetness within her. Yunze, however, chose to disregard the glimmer in her eyes. Chuckling lightly as he shook his head, do not be so moved. It might lead me to feel as though I am deceiving an innocent maiden. Assisting you is, in truth, also a means to aid myself. I have no interest in the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, yet I am keen on acquiring some of its energy to enhance my own cultivation. That is perfectly acceptable. Take as much energy as you desire, provided I receive its original bloodline. Gu Yue responded without hesitation, simultaneously dismissing the notion of being an innocent maiden in her heart. The essence energy would be immensely beneficial to her, and should Yunze require it, she would not hesitate to share. Tian hesitated, shaking his head in resignation. Contemplating the situation, the master truly is. Consider it a reward for the young master. Without him, The master might indeed struggle to absorb the Golden Dragon King's essence, he consoled himself. As Yunza looked up and observed Gu Yue's earnest expression, he refrained from commenting further and shifted the topic. Let us choose the location for the bloodline extraction at that mountain peak we frequently visit, scheduling it for 5 days hence. I need these few days to inscribe several formations. Tian, you will accompany me. Your assistance is required for the completion of these formations. Absolutely, Tian affirmed. Yanza and Gu Yue descended to rest, while Tian remained in the workshop to keep watch. The Golden Dragon King's bloodline within Tang Wulin was of paramount importance, and thus, Tian took it upon himself to guard it vigilantly, ensuring no unforeseen circumstances arose. At dawn, Yanza contacted Su Lin via soul communicator, informing him that he would not be attending the academy for the next few days. Without the call, Su Lin and the 4 council members might have proceeded to the 5th floor library as usual, unnecessary trips that could be avoided. Su Lin, under the impression that Yunza was merely seeking to evade the media and maintain a low profile for a few days, agreed without further thought. In the morning, Yunza and Tian arrived at the area outside the mountain peak, where they had previously concocted pills, seeking a spacious ground to commence the inscription of formations. He intended to inscribe 3 formations in total, each infused with his blood and repeatedly charged with Tian's complete energy, while Yunza diligently inscribed the magic arrays. The Tang sect's branch in the Ming city was fervently searching for Tang Wulin's whereabouts. Report to the Hall Master. We have scoured every corner. Yet there is no trace of Tang Wulin, nor any footage of him leaving his room, a Tang sect steward relayed to Hu Song. How could he possibly be untraceable? The anxious Wu Chong Kong exclaimed, his face a mask of urgency. Hu Song raised a hand to silence Wu Chong Kong, addressing the steward with authority. Immediately retrieve the surveillance footage from the streets surrounding the Tang sect. Examine it meticulously, leave no stone unturned, and ensure we uncover Tang Wulin's whereabouts. Additionally, extract his photograph from yesterday's footage and have several people circulate the area with it, inquiring if anyone has seen him. Understood. The steward bowed and promptly exited the hall. Chapter 60. Extraction of Bloodline. The emergence of golden shadows. Once the steward had departed, Hu Song turned to Wu Chong Kong and inquired solemnly. Has Tang Wulin recently offended anyone? I suspect that yesterday a formidable individual infiltrated his chamber and absconded with him. Moreover, this individual must possess remarkable skills in concealment. Perhaps even spatial abilities. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable to stealthily enter and carry away Tang Wulin. When speaking of this formidable figure, a profound apprehension flickered in his eyes. To dare penetrate the Tang clan and, without any trace of detection, abduct Tang Wulin, this person's prowess must surpass even his own. Likely at the level of a supreme Douluo. Wu Chang Kong furrowed his brow tightly, lost in contemplation, and slowly remarked, we only arrived in Mingdu yesterday. Upon entering the city, we went directly to the Sun Moon Royal Academy. If we have offended anyone, it could only be them. The Sun Moon Royal Academy? Hu Song frowned and shook his head, retorting, they have no reason to act against Tang Wulin. If you were to say that Tang Wulin's side had triumphed, I might find some motive, but it was clearly the Sun Moon Royal Academy that emerged victorious. What reason would they have to target Tang Wulin? Although the Sun Moon Royal Academy is at odds with Shrek Academy, they would not stoop to such underhanded tactics against a student. After all, this would tarnish their reputation significantly. If word got out, their millennia-long prestige would be utterly destroyed, and they would face the wrath of Shrek Academy. The benefits are negligible, while the repercussions are vast. Unless they have lost their senses, they would not commit such folly. Wu Chang Kong found Hu Song's reasoning somewhat compelling. After further reflection, he added, before coming to Mingdu, Tang Wulin encountered evil soul masters and eliminated several of them. Upon hearing Wu Chang Kong's account, Hu Song deemed the involvement of evil soul masters a more plausible scenario. Not wishing to escalate the matter prematurely, he only began to mobilize his connections throughout Mingdu to search for Tang Wulin after failing to locate him by noon. Under the authority of his position as the Tang clan branch leader, Hu Song approached the Federal Police Department, urging them to deploy their resources in the search. Notices for Tang Wulin's whereabouts began to surface in various locations around the city, with prominent advertising spaces replaced by missing person announcements. The Tang clan would not ordinarily make such a commotion over Tang Wulin. The scale of the operation was instigated by Shrek Academy. The higher-ups at Shrek Academy were well aware of Tang Wulin's exceptional talents. Setting aside his extraordinary cultivation potential, His unparalleled forging ability alone warranted their significant investment in locating him. Furthermore, as a disciple of both Zhuang Shi and Feng Wuyu, failing to find him would leave them without an explanation. Zhuang Shi arrived in Mingdu that afternoon, and upon reaching the Tang clan branch, he expressed his frustration without regard for Hu Song, directly laying blame. Given their long acquaintance, Hu Song did not take the reprimand to heart. Recognizing that he bore responsibility for Tang Wulin's disappearance within his jurisdiction, Zhuang Shi had initially come to escort Tang Wulin and his companions back to Shrek Academy. Now that Tang Wulin was missing, their plans would inevitably be delayed. In recent days, Shrek Academy has fervently mobilized its connections to locate Tang Wulin. Yet no information has emerged. It is as if he has vanished from the earth. To the north of the Ming capital, beside the mountains over 200 miles away, intricate lines intertwine upon the flat ground, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that outlines a dragon's head. At the mouth of this line lies a solitary figure, Tang Wulin, the very one whom Shrek Academy has been desperately seeking, his eyes shut tight, ensconced in a deep slumber. Standing outside the lines are Gu Yue, Di Tian, and Xiong Jun Yunze is positioned beside Tang Wulin, tracing a small blade across his fingertip, drawing forth a shallow yet significant wound from which no blood flows. Utilizing his soul power, he compresses the wound, allowing droplets of blood to fall onto the core of the formation. After the blood has been dripped, Yunze strides outward from the formation, moving with an air of nonchalance, careful not to tread upon the intricate lines. The wound on his hand rapidly heals, soon leaving no trace of its former existence. The formation has been activated. Golden light begins to emanate from the point where the blood fell, swiftly spreading along the lines. At the moment Yunze exits the formation's bounds, all the lines illuminate, causing the ground to tremble, while the skies shift ominously. Darkening as energy gathers in a swirling vortex. A vast amount of natural energy converges upon the formation's domain, its heightened concentration rendering it visible to the naked eye. Deepening in hue. Under the influence of the golden radiance from the formation, the amassed energy transforms into a golden hue, morphing until a colossal dragon gradually takes form. Tang Wulin's body elevates from the ground, suspended in midair, as the massive dragon, measuring dozens of meters in length, coils around him, casting an imposing gaze downward. As the dragon's maw opens, an immense suction force erupts, as if it seeks to draw Tang Wulin into its depths. In reality, his physical form remains unmoved. It is the golden energy within him that is truly being extracted. Golden energy begins to overflow from Tang Wulin, materializing in the shape of small dragons, vibrant and lifelike, reminiscent of miniature dragons. These golden entities thrash and struggle, emitting fierce roars of defiance, exuding an air of ferocity. Upon witnessing these golden dragons, Gu Yue is overtaken by an intense desire to devour them, her gaze fixated, compelled by an impulse to approach and absorb their essence directly. These golden little dragons are undoubtedly a fragment of the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, and one can easily imagine the allure they hold for her. The process of bloodline extraction is excruciatingly painful, akin to skinning or muscle tearing. Had it not been for Yunze administering a temporary numbing elixir to Tang Wulin, he would likely have awakened from the agony, screaming in sheer torment, potentially even succumbing to the pain. Yunze harbors no sadistic tendencies, and his intent was to prevent Tang Wulin from suffering a fatal fate, hence the concoction of this elixir for him to consume. For a duration of 24 hours, Tang Wulin would feel no pain, regardless of any injuries he sustained, and would sleep soundly. The struggles of the golden little dragons were futile against the overwhelming pull of the dragon, as they were drawn into its belly. As the golden dragons departed from his being, Tang Wulin's vitality began to wane, initially subtle, but becoming increasingly evident as dozens of golden dragons were expelled, resulting in a marked decrease in his vigor until it stabilized at a lower level. After 30% of the seal was broken, the energy of the Golden Dragon King that Tang Wulin absorbed was entirely siphoned away, leading to a significant decline in his vitality. An unusual energy fluctuation emanated from within him, revealing a golden trident pattern at his brow, from which beams of light radiated. Yunze immediately sensed the anomaly, forming a hand seal that intensified the formidable presence of the golden dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. The beams converged above Tang Wulin, coalescing into a humanoid silhouette, golden and translucent, resembling a specter of light, obscuring its true visage. "What are you doing?" The golden apparition inquired vehemently, its voice laced with fury. It had been in slumber, roused by the loss of bloodline within Tang Wulin. Tian and Xiong Jun instinctively positioned themselves in front of Gu Yue and Yunze, slightly shifting to ensure both had an unobstructed view. "Do you recognize this being?" Yunze asked, his demeanor unfazed by the apparition's emergence. Gu Yue scrutinized the golden silhouette, attempting to gauge its essence, but shook her head in confusion. "I do not recognize it. I cannot discern its appearance, nor can I sense any divine energy emanating from within." This left Gu Yue feeling somewhat awkward. "Not knowing is of little consequence. The outcome remains unchanged," Yunze remarked casually, his interest in the identity of the being negligible. With a swift hand seal, the dragon unleashed its ferocious might, and a resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, dissipating the swirling energies in the sky. Chapter 61. The gaze of the Master of Dimensions. The dragon surged toward the golden apparition, its jaws agape, revealing an abyssal darkness capable of consuming all. What audacity! The golden silhouette instinctively uttered these words, striking forth with a palm, as the sound of crashing waves resounded. The colossal hand, formed from the gathered waters, collided with the mighty dragon. A tempest of wild energy manifested as visible shockwaves dispersed in all directions. After a brief stalemate, the hand shattered, and the dragon was violently repelled. The golden silhouette staggered back a distance, regaining its composure just in time for the razor-sharp golden claws to pierce through the air, slicing the very fabric of space. A shimmering aquamarine shield materialized around the golden silhouette, but upon contact with the golden claws, it instantly fractured. This claw was unleashed by Emperor Tian, infused with the formidable might of the dragon god's talons, enabling swift release and formidable offensive power. The golden specter reacted with remarkable agility, promptly deploying a protective shield that prevented the lethal claws from making contact with its form. Despite its current ethereal state, it is conceivable that tangible attacks could affect it. Should it endure such a blow, its corporeal form would undoubtedly suffer greatly. The sound of the shattering shield echoed continuously, and after being propelled several dozen meters away, the golden specter's shield was utterly destroyed. Emperor Tian materialized in front of the golden specter, interposing himself between it and the colossal dragon behind. As the Black Dragon King, with its golden eyes, emerged as his martial spirit, encircled by 6 crimson and 3 orange soul rings. In terms of aura, Emperor Tian, at the quasi-divine level, surpassed the golden specter and showed no fear of his adversary. While the golden specter may be a soul imprint of a certain deity, its origins are indeed extraordinary. However, its power, as previously assessed by Yunze, has not reached the divine level. At most, it could only exhibit quasi-divine combat prowess, and whether it could continue to exist after demonstrating such strength remains an enigma. The roar of the colossal dragon captured the golden specter's attention, prompting it to exclaim in alarm, "Wretched beast, how dare you?" Had he possessed a clear visage, the expression upon his face would undoubtedly have been one of sheer terror. As the ensuing scene shattered his composure, while shouting, he propelled himself forward with a vigorous leap, the air beneath him exploding in response, his body surging forth like a flash of lightning. Naturally, Tian would not allow him to pass effortlessly. He advanced to intercept, delivering a fierce punch that sent ripples of energy through the nearby peaks, causing rocks to tumble. Xiong Jun positioned himself protectively in front of Yunze and Gu Yue, mitigating the turbulent energy waves. Shielded by the protective energy of the formation, Tang Wulin remained unscathed, suspended in midair. However, he was not at ease. The golden dragon had opened its maw wide, and in the presence of its malevolent gaze, he was swallowed whole. There was no gruesome spectacle. In fact, none would arise, for the dragon was a manifestation of the formation. Its primary function not to consume, but to extract bloodlines and dismantle seals, gathering the essence of the Golden Dragon King in the process. At that moment, Tang Wulin found himself within the belly of the dragon, the internal energies assaulting the seal of the Golden Dragon King. The 4th layer of the seal melting away like ice in the presence of fire. The golden figure seethed with rage. He could sense that Tang Wulin was alive. Yet the current circumstances were intolerable. Tian ignored his fury, intensifying his assault and denying him any opportunity to breach the dragon's defenses. With a sweep of his hand, the golden trident materialized, and as he gripped it, his aura significantly elevated, emanating an air of divine authority. Clutching the trident, he exerted considerable pressure upon Tian. Though it was not enough to surpass him or even dominate the confrontation, He was desperate to extricate himself from Tion's grasp to halt the golden dragon's destruction of the seal within Tang Wulin and its absorption of the bloodline. Yet, Tion stood as an insurmountable barrier before him, rendering his ferocious attempts futile, leaving him in a state of agitation. Tion intentionally sought to draw the battle away, while the golden figure aimed to close the distance. Thus, they found themselves in a stalemate, the range of combat fluctuating. This golden figure possessed considerable strength, yet unfortunately encountered Tion, which elicited a satisfied smile from Gu Yue as she observed his performance. She instinctively glanced at Yunze beside her, noting that he was gazing skyward, prompting her to follow his line of sight. Nothing appeared amiss. "What are you looking at?" Gu Yue inquired softly, unconvinced that Yunze was merely observing for amusement. "Behold the third trouble I mentioned earlier," Yunze replied calmly, devoid of any hint of anxiety. "The third trouble?" Gu Yue's expression tightened as she turned her attention back to the sky, intently attuning herself to the atmosphere. Upon closer inspection, she turned pale, her voice laced with urgency and uncertainty. It seemed as though an eye in the sky was fixated upon them. The once clear sky had transformed into a somber hue, a vortex of energy conjured by some arcane formation, within which a faint red light emerged. This red glow was so subtle that it could easily be overlooked. Yet upon closer scrutiny, one would be horrified to discover that it had coalesced into the shape of an eye. At that moment, the eye was gazing directly at them, and meeting its gaze instilled within her a profound sense of trepidation. Indeed, there was an eye observing them, Yunze confirmed, and his subsequent words sent a chill coursing through her. If her intuition was correct, it was the gaze of the sovereign of this realm, focused upon them, specifically upon Tang Wulin. "What?" Gu Yue exclaimed in shock, finding it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure, a shiver running down her spine. She understood all too well what being under the scrutiny of a realm's master entailed. Such beings possessed, at least, divine-level power. And now they had attracted the attention of such an entity. What could the outcome possibly be? Noticing her distress, Yunze offered a reassuring smile, saying, "This realm's master must have some reservations, preventing him from taking direct action. He is merely observing us, and while he can exert psychological pressure, he cannot do anything further. If he were truly inclined to intervene, he would have acted already, rather than simply watching from afar, so there is no need for excessive worry. His intuitive judgment is sound. While challenges may arise during the absorption of the bloodline, they are not insurmountable. Were the realm's master able to strike directly, the foreboding would not be of a mere premonition, but rather an acute life-threatening warning." At these words, Gu Yue's taut nerves began to ease significantly. The fact that he could not act directly was a relief. Yet, why would the realm's master be concerned with Tang Wulin? Did they share some connection? Gu Yue pondered, perplexed. Yunze shook his head and replied, "I am not entirely certain of the specifics. However, I suspect that the master of the realm is paying attention to him, perhaps due to the divine king's soul imprint." The sensation of being watched only emerged after the appearance of that golden silhouette, indicating that the master of the realm likely cast his gaze upon us after sensing the fluctuations of the divine king's soul imprint. This suggests a probable connection between the two. As for the exact nature of that connection, I cannot ascertain. This is merely what can be deduced from the available information. Chapter 62. Successful Extraction. Intervention of the Realm. Gu Yue nodded, her gaze flickering with uncertainty, a sense of trepidation towards the master of the realm growing within her, prompting thoughts of retreat. It is said that even a cornered dog may leap over a wall. If we were to provoke the master of the realm today, inciting his wrath, it is likely that none of us would escape unscathed. Although her strength had been restored, rendering her unafraid of the master of the realm, she recognized that sometimes one must yield for the sake of tranquility. Noticing Gu Yue's sudden silence, Yunze cast a glance her way and, from her expression, inferred her thoughts. He remarked, "The master of the realm's bottom line appears to be Tang Wulin's life. As long as we do not harm Tang Wulin, we should not force him to take action against us. After all, our objective is merely to extract the energy from the first 10 layers of the seal. We do not intend to take Tang Wulin's life, thus there is no inherent conflict that must inevitably erupt." "How do you plan to handle Tang Wulin after extracting the energy?" Gu Yue inquired, striving to maintain her composure. Yunze contemplated for a moment and replied, "It will depend on the circumstances. If the master of the realm can only watch, there would be no reason to release Tang Wulin. However, if he can intervene indirectly, we may have to take a step back and let Tang Wulin go, seeking another opportunity to extract the remaining essence of the seal later." I hope he can only watch. Gu Yue expressed her hopes, wishing for the master of the realm to remain uninvolved. To this, Yunze merely smiled, refraining from further comment. He preferred not to envision events unfolding too smoothly, always preparing for the worst in any endeavor. Tian was tasked with obstructing the golden silhouette, while Xiong was responsible for safeguarding both Yunze and Gu Yue. The golden dragon, formed from the array, was designated to extract and condense the bloodline. Each performed their roles, and thus far, everything proceeded rather smoothly, aligning with their expectations. As a substantial influx of energy coursed in, coupled with the array Yunze inscribed to break the seal, the Golden Dragon King's seal within Tang Wulin was rapidly disintegrating. Minutes passed, and 3 seals had already been broken, with the dragon absorbing all the essence emanating from the divine core and consolidating it. In an unknown expanse, a tall man with a cold demeanor and glinting eyes gathered an energy mirror before him, revealing a vivid scene within its depths. The scene depicted here is precisely where Yunze and his companions find themselves, showcasing the battle between Tian and the Golden Spectre. The golden dragon that has consumed Tang Wulin and the distant figures of Yunze, Gu Yue, and Xiong observing the fray. If it were not for the 10,000-year plan of the third party, you would all be doomed, the deep, frosty voice of a tall man declared, devoid of any semblance of emotion. As he uttered these words, a sanguine glow enveloped him, manifesting his murderous intent. Numerous constraints prevented him from intervening directly, leaving him to watch helplessly, consumed by anxiety. The reason he could perceive this scene was closely aligned with Yunze's conjecture. It was the Golden Spectre that had captured his attention. While others might be unaware of whose soul imprint the Golden Spectre belonged to, he was acutely aware, prompting him to pursue the source of that aura, leading him to the present moment. I have a plan. A thought penetrated the tall man's mind, softening his austere gaze. Ain, quickly, share your idea. The man's remote dialogue revealed through his demeanor that this thought originated from his beloved. We cannot act directly, but we can enlist others to rescue Wulin. Shrek Academy values him greatly. Since his disappearance, they have been searching vigorously. If we inform them of Wulin's location, they will undoubtedly come to his aid. Given Shrek Academy's strength, rescuing Wulin should pose no challenge, Ain conveyed through her thought, communicating from a distance via a unique method. After a moment of contemplation, the man deemed the plan feasible and quickly conferred with Ain on the particulars. The third party seeks to secure the welfare of this world, yet these individuals harm his son. It is truly infuriating and disheartening. I feel for the third party. He could not help but exclaim. Soon, Ain's gentle and melodious voice echoed in his mind. Do not lament. Those who harm Wulin will face our reckoning in due time. For now, let us swiftly open the spatial gateway, ensuring it is done discreetly to avoid detection of your energy fluctuations by the abyssal plane. Fear not, for I shall not engage directly. My energy fluctuations will remain undetectable by the abyssal plane, the man replied confidently. At Shrek Academy on Saga Island, the ancient golden tree at the island's center began to sway gently, suffusing the vicinity with golden light. Mere moments after the ancient tree stirred, a middle-aged man appeared before it, displaying a look of astonishment. The newcomer stood tall and straight, exuding an extraordinary presence, his gaze steady yet piercing. Seemingly devoid of any soul power fluctuations, he was, in fact, one of the continent's most formidable powerhouses, the master of the Sea God Pavilion, Yunming. Why has the golden tree suddenly exhibited such unusual activity? Yunming murmured to himself, filled with perplexity, as he began to reach out with his spiritual energy to communicate with the golden tree. Shortly after his arrival, several figures soared from various corners of the Sea God Island, the esteemed elders of the Sea God Pavilion, including Li and Long Yiyu, were stirred and gathered before the golden tree. They stood silently behind Yunming, maintaining an atmosphere of quietude. Yunming, what is happening? Long Yiyu inquired as soon as Yunming concluded his communication. The golden tree had been dormant for decades. Such a sudden change undoubtedly signified an event of consequence. Whether favorable or adverse remained uncertain, which rendered her somewhat anxious. The others also cast anxious glances at Yunming. The significance of the golden tree was immense, and they could not afford to be indifferent. Displaying a look of astonishment, Yunming turned to face the assembly. Pausing momentarily before speaking, the elder Jean has just informed me of Tang Wulin's location and urged us to rescue him. What? Long Yiyu, Li? And the others exhibited expressions of surprise, evidently taken aback that the golden tree had stirred for such a purpose, drawing them all in. Questions swirled in their minds. Why would the golden tree convey information related to Tang Wulin, and how did it come to know his whereabouts? Before anyone could voice their inquiries, Yun Ming interjected, "Let us discuss the particulars later. For now, I must go retrieve Tang Wulin. Song Lao, Li Lao, accompany me." Had it not been for the golden tree signaling a rescue for Tang Wulin, he would certainly not have taken direct action. After all, given his identity and stature, a first-year student from the outer courtyard would hardly warrant such attention. Yet, with the golden tree explicitly requesting his intervention, it became imperative to take this matter seriously. This individual must possess extraordinary qualities, else what could have stirred the golden tree? The two elders, referred to as Song Lao and Li Lao, nodded in acknowledgement. They were seasoned members of the Sea God Pavilion, contemporaries of Yun Ming's mentor, and possessed formidable super-Douluo strength. Chapter 63, The Golden Dragon Pearl. The emergence of Yun Ming with a thunderous explosion, a mountain peak shattered into countless fragments, debris scattering and dust billowing. After evading the assault of the Golden Shadow, Tian swiftly counterattacked, appearing before the golden figure in an instant, delivering a punch that sent him flying over 100 meters. The Golden Shadow was propelled straight ahead, crashing into a mountain, creating a deep indentation several meters wide, causing the peak to tremble and rocks to tumble. Following this was a series of 5 golden claw marks, each extending over 100 meters, arc-shaped, both slender and resilient, sharp enough to take one's breath away, seemingly capable of slicing through anything. Even the fabric of space struggled to withstand the sharpness of the claw marks, leaving fissures that began to mend themselves in their wake. The golden figure, in a desperate bid to escape the pit it had created, had no time to dodge and could only raise its trident in a defensive posture. The clang of metal resonated sharply, echoing in the air, soon accompanied by the sounds of impact and collapse. This is indeed the true mastery of Emperor Tian, the Dragon King's Claw, also known as the Dragon God's Claw, a formidable skill imparted by the Dragon God himself. Possessing extraordinary power, when unleashed, it exudes an overwhelming sense of invincibility, capable of tearing through all obstacles. The golden apparition was effortlessly sent hurtling away, colliding again with the mountain peak. The fierce claws propelled the golden figure backward, and in an instant, 5 smooth fractures appeared on the mountain, with a central point pierced through, leading to its eventual collapse. The golden figure was hurled hundreds of meters away, and when he regained his composure, he was in a state of disarray, gasping for breath, his hand gripping the trident trembling. Noticeable fractures marred the trident, perilously close to shattering into pieces, with the brink of disintegration merely a hair's breadth away. This is also related to the fact that this trident is not the true divine artifact. It is fundamentally a manifestation of condensed energy, possessing merely a trace of the artifact's formidable power. Previous assaults may have been mere skirmishes, yet the moment the Dragon God's Claw is unleashed, the ensuing devastation transcends trivial injuries, delivering a devastating blow to the Golden Shadow. It is worth noting that this Golden Shadow is an incarnation of mental imprint, not a corporeal form. Hence, bleeding and dismemberment are notions that hold no significance for it. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be drenched in blood, with severed limbs not being an impossibility, rendering it in a far more precarious state. Although there is no bloodshed or dismemberment, the dire condition it currently endures is palpable through its aura. The intense battle lasting over a dozen minutes has taken a considerable toll on both sides. And coupled with the direct confrontation of the Dragon God's Claw, the Golden Shadow finds itself at the brink of collapse, nearly on the verge of dissolution. The duration of this fierce conflict may not seem extensive, yet the intensity of their combat has wrought devastation upon this mountainous terrain, rendering over half of the peaks to mere flatlands. Numerous craters and fissures mar the ground, while the air crackles with a chaotic energy reminiscent of a bombardment from a 9th-level soul-guided artillery shell. Many spatial rifts linger, slowly mending. Both combatants are exerting themselves to the utmost, leading to an extraordinary depletion of energy. A mere 10 minutes of their struggle equates to what would normally transpire over several tens of minutes. In the distance, Tang Wulin emerges from the maw of the golden dragon, his form intact and unscathed, devoid of any unsightly residues. The vitality within him remains unchanged from before his encounter. The essence of the Golden Dragon King he had absorbed has been entirely drawn out, leaving his energy at a minimal ebb. Presently, the situation is unchanged. The divine core still resides within him, yet there is no trace of the Golden Dragon King's energy permeating his being. Throughout the ordeal, No remnants of the Golden Dragon King's essence lingered within his body, hence his vitality remains stagnant. The Golden Dragon shows no inclination to siphon Tang Wulin's own bloodline, displaying a distinct lack of interest. From the act of the dragon expelling Tang Wulin, it is evident that the seal on the divine core has been lifted by 10 layers. The 10 layers of energy have all been absorbed and refined by the colossal dragon, leaving not a trace of waste. From the 11th layer onward, the seal contains the remnant soul of the Golden Dragon King. Yunzhe has no intention of disturbing it for the time being, and thus halts the unraveling of the seal. At the moment Tang Wulin was expelled, the golden silhouette cast its gaze upon him, and upon sensing his transformation, its fury intensified. "You shall pay the most excruciating price for this, indeed," the golden silhouette uttered through clenched teeth. "Humph, you lack the ability to do so," Tian scoffed coldly, taking immediate action, determined to shatter this silhouette today. "Let us bear the cost. In the future, I shall ensure you pay dearly as well," Gu Yue remarked with a disdainful curl of her lips. Yunzhe disregarded these remarks entirely, gesturing towards the golden dragon. The majestic and formidable dragon approached obediently. Xiong Jun moved aside, allowing the golden dragon to come before Jing Xian, its massive jaws opening to reveal a golden orb that slowly floated out. The orb, no larger than a fist, was crystal clear and smooth, within which 10 tiny dragons swam with fervor. Swam may be too gentle a term. They were in a frenzy, seemingly attempting to break through the barrier and escape. Upon seeing this orb, Gu Yue's throat twitched, her breath quickened, and her eyes fixated upon it, filled with an intense desire to absorb its power. This is a desire that emanates from the depths of one's very essence, difficult to suppress. Yunzhe extended his hand to accept the dragon pearl, scrutinizing it for a moment before passing it to Gu Yue, saying, "Please keep it safe." The object of his interest lay in its pure energy. The bloodline, which surpassed energy in significance, held no allure for him. Gu Yue paused momentarily, then came to her senses as she accepted the dragon pearl. Upon contact, her soul power instinctively activated, beginning to absorb the bloodline strength contained within. However, she remained composed. Aware that the time for absorption was not now, she promptly suppressed her soul power, halting the process. The objective had been fulfilled, and we can depart. Yunzhe's words abruptly ceased, and his gaze shifted to the left. Noticing Yunzhe's sudden silence, Gu Yue felt a chill in her heart, sensing something amiss. As she stowed the dragon pearl into her storage ring, she followed Yunzhe's line of sight. It was not only Yunzhe who sensed the anomaly. The protective Xiong Jun, along with the battling golden silhouette and Tian, also felt it. Their attention converged on a specific spot where the ground was relatively flat. A circular spatial passageway had suddenly materialized, the transition from point to circle occurring in an instant. 3 figures emerged, hovering several meters above the spatial passage. The man in the center was the first to fix his gaze upon Tian. "Is it you?" Yunming frowned, recognizing Tian with surprise, clearly not anticipating to encounter the vice master of the Dragon Phoenix Palace here. Tian also furrowed his brow, equally taken aback by this encounter. The situation had become somewhat precarious. Over 5 months ago, during an auction, he had met Yunming while trading elixirs. The latter had briefly introduced himself as hailing from Shrek Academy. Yunming then turned his attention to the golden silhouette opposite Tian, revealing a look of astonishment as he discerned its true nature. A soul mark? Chapter 64. Yunming's Malice. You all come at once. Suppressing his astonishment, he scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Soon, his gaze landed upon Tang Wulin, lying in the distance, his expression darkening. "You must provide me with an explanation," Yunming stated in a deep voice, regarding Tian and the golden silhouette. As he spoke, his soul power began to surge, releasing a terrifying pressure. Uncertain of who had abducted Tang Wulin, he referred to you, rather than singling out an individual. Elder Song and Elder Li immediately unleashed their martial souls. The former wielded a silver longsword, while the latter manifested a flood dragon. The colors of their soul rings mirrored each other, 8 black and 1 red, emanating a potent soul power exceeding level 95. The red soul rings adorning Tian and Xiong Jun instilled a sense of pressure, their expressions grave as they prepared for battle. The golden silhouette sensed from the man's tone that he had come to rescue Tang Wulin, which put it at ease. Already considerably weakened, it could no longer sustain itself and transformed into a beam of golden light, racing toward Tang Wulin. Within the golden beam, There was no longer any trace of soul fluctuation. It was merely pure mental strength, accompanied by fragments of memory. Before the golden light dissipated, it lent a final assist to Tang Wulin. Upon witnessing this scene, how could Yun Ming remain oblivious to who had abducted Tang Wulin? His gaze towards Tian grew increasingly hostile. At this moment, Tian had already arrived before Yunze and Gu Yue, standing shoulder to shoulder with Xiong Jun. Their crimson soul rings strikingly prominent. Both Tian and Xiong Jun felt the weight of the situation. The opponent's power was formidable, and they also had to protect Yunze and Gu Yue, thus their chances of victory appeared slim. Is their arrival connected to the Lord of the Plain? Gu Yue inquired with uncertainty, glancing at Yunze. He nodded and replied, without the Lord of the Plain's involvement, the members of Shrek Academy could not possibly know that we had taken Tang Wulin, nor could they come to this place. The Lord of the Plain should not have intervened in the affairs of this world, yet he disregarded the rules and acted. It is truly despicable. Gu Yue expressed her indignation. Once I regain my strength, I shall ensure that the Lord of the Plain pays for this transgression. Yunze said with a faint smile, but now that the deed has been done, discussing it serves no purpose. Let us depart for the time being. Throughout this ordeal, he maintained an unwavering calm, as if everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. In truth, he had indeed surmised that soul masters might come, though he had not predicted their exact number or strength. The Lord of the Plain's desire to indirectly intervene in this matter could only manifest through calamities, natural disasters, or human misfortunes. Contemplating each approach, it became evident that the third method would involve sending individuals to rescue Tang Wulin. The most obvious choice for such a rescue would be the Soul Masters from Shrek Academy, which is why he felt no surprise at their presence. Depart? Yun Ming's voice echoed, as his strength allowed him to easily overhear Yunze's unguarded words. With a cold stare directed at Yunze, he declared, "None of you shall leave today. You have abducted my Shrek student and extracted the dragon lineage from his being. If I were to let you go just like that, would Shrek Academy not become a school that is easily bullied?" The knowledge of extracting Tang Wulin's bloodline had come from the golden tree. "What do you intend to do?" Yunze asked calmly, disregarding the murderous intent that resided within Yun Ming's imposing gaze. Noticing that Yunze could withstand his stare, Yun Ming felt astonished. This child was indeed a prodigy, albeit regrettably not a student of Shrek Academy. "You shall pay the price for harming a student of Shrek Academy. The only outcome for you will be death," Yun Ming declared coldly. This is merely one of the reasons that compelled him to resolve to confront a demigod. The motivations for opposing such a being extend far beyond this singular cause. Primarily, he harbored a desire to eliminate Yunze, as the Dragon Phoenix Palace had abducted Tang Wulin, thus solidifying an enmity between the two parties that would be arduous to resolve peacefully. To affirm Shrek Academy's commitment to its students, to safeguard its reputation, and to uphold the dignity of Shrek Academy, it was imperative to exact a grievous price from the adversary. Once blood was shed, the rift with the Dragon Phoenix Palace would become irreparable. Should the opponent prove to be particularly formidable, it could escalate into a relentless conflict. After witnessing Yunze's terrifying talent, he felt a sense of trepidation, apprehensive of Yunze's potential as he evolved into a tidal Douluo. At that juncture, he feared he would no longer be a match for him. If Yunze were to return with powerful allies to exact revenge upon Shrek Academy, it would spell catastrophe for the institution. Enduring this humiliation without challenging the Dragon Phoenix Palace was simply inconceivable. Yet there lingered a fear of retribution from Yunze should they provoke trouble. The only viable solution to this dilemma was to eliminate Yunze forthwith, denying him the opportunity to mature. Perhaps direct assassination was unnecessary. Capturing him might prove to be a more prudent choice, especially considering his keen interest in the century-old longevity elixir formula. Had Emperor Tian not engaged in prior battles, Yun Ming might have hesitated, but given Emperor Tian's current exhaustion, he would undoubtedly be no match for him, leaving no room for concern. Such audacity! I am eager to witness how you intend to bring about our demise. Emperor Tian scoffed, exuding an overwhelming aura. Yun Ming responded with a derisive smile, fully aware that Emperor Tian was merely posturing. "Spare me your bravado. I once held you in high regard, but now, huh? Do not claim I am bullying you. You can join forces with this fellow. Perhaps, with both of you against me, you might stand a chance." Yun Ming gestured towards Xiong Jun, indicating that he should join Emperor Tian in the fray. Brimming with confidence and assured of his ability to contend against both, the expressions of Xiong Jun and Emperor Tian darkened considerably. with the more temperamental Xiong Jun feeling a surge of indignation, perceiving it as a personal affront. The audacity of the opponent to dismiss him so cavalierly was intolerable. Xiong Jun, had never before endured such indignity. "Today, I shall tear you apart," declared Xiong Jun, filled with fury, as he prepared to strike. "Remain where you are." Yunze spoke calmly, halting Xiong Jun in his tracks. Xiong Jun held a genuine admiration and a degree of respect for Yunze. Upon hearing his words, he refrained from rushing forward and instead turned to him, exclaiming, "Young master, this insolent brat dares to underestimate me, your grandfather Xiong. I must confront him." Yunze, unperturbed by Xiong Jun's urgency and wrath, merely replied, "I instructed you to stay put." Yet, Xiong Jun felt a sense of injustice brewing within him. As he attempted to retort, he found himself silenced by the tranquility in Yunze's gaze, prompting him to nod and remain still. Xiong Jun's use of the term brat caused Yunming's expression to turn icy, for it was the first time someone had dared to insult him so brazenly. "Yuntian, you too shall remain where you are," Yunze commanded. Though Tian did not grasp Yunze's intentions, he chose to comply, believing there must be sound reasoning behind his words. Chapter 65. The Sky-Piercing Spear, a Fatal Mistake. "We wish to leave, and you cannot impede us," Yunze stated calmly, addressing Yunming without an ounce of reverence towards the so-called strongman. It was inconceivable for a mere child of 6 or 7 years to speak to him in such a manner, and while Yunming could not suppress his anger, he found himself more perplexed than enraged, pondering the source of Yunze's audacity. Was it the ignorance of youth or some hidden strength? "I shall observe how you proceed today," Yunming said coldly, gesturing to the two elderly figures beside him. Elderly and Elder Song immediately soared to either side, forming a triangular formation that encircled Yunze and his companions. During this maneuver, Elder Song also took the unconscious Tang Wulin along with him. Yunming's soul power surged around him as a long spear materialized before him. The spear head was singular, with the blade occupying nearly 1/3 of its length, radiating a brilliant incandescent glow. The blade was razor-sharp, exuding a domineering aura capable of piercing the heavens above and the abyss below. As the spear appeared, its sharpness unleashed a wave of ferocity. 9 soul rings emanated from Yunming's feet, 5 black and 4 red, with the final ring a striking orange, signifying an age exceeding 200,000 years. The moment Yunming grasped the spear, it seemed as if the very fabric of space trembled, releasing an aura reminiscent of a bottomless abyss or a dark prison. In terms of current momentum, Yunming surpassed the combined strength of Tian and Xiong Jun. Should he unleash his 4-character battle armor, he could indeed challenge both of them simultaneously. Of course, this was partially due to Tian's prior battle experience. Otherwise, Yunming would not have dared to claim an assured victory in a one-on-one duel, let alone against 2 opponents. Xiong Jun and Tian wore expressions of grave concern, acutely aware of Yunming's formidable power. Gu Yue was equally tense, as the situation was decidedly unfavorable for them. Meanwhile, Yunze, with an air of nonchalance, invoked a complex and profound set of incantations, undeterred by the display of strength from Yunming. He meticulously constructed 3 formations, one for bloodline extraction, another for breaking seals, and a third for crisis resolution. The first 2 formations took him just over a day to establish, while the latter required more than 3 days, incorporating over 20 strands of energy infused by Tian. As the formation was activated, self-preservation was assured. With the intricate gestures of his technique, the distant body of the colossal dragon disintegrated, transforming into a multitude of energies that surged toward them, rapidly writhing and converging. Yunming gazed at Yunze with astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face. Could these transformations truly be orchestrated by this child? What manner of sorcery was this? Yunming's heart was tumultuous. He sensed the extraordinary nature of this ability, and it was precisely this realization that left him so astounded. After a brief moment of shock, he regained his composure and hurled the celestial spear with great force, producing a piercing sound as it cut through the air, moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Had he not been momentarily distracted and launched his attack at the first instance, the outcome would undoubtedly have been more favorable. However, it was now somewhat too late. The converging energy had already formed a hemispherical golden energy shield, 10 meters in radius, thin and transparent yet exuding an aura of invincibility. Xiong Jun and Tian felt a chill in their hearts, preparing for the impending shatter of the shield to counter the attack. The celestial spear struck the shield with a resounding clang, causing it to tremble violently. Visible shockwaves of energy wreaking havoc and stirring up a tempest. The spear did not recoil, yet it made no further advance, remaining firmly pressed against the shield in a fierce contest of energies. Yunming's pupils constricted. Nearby, Elder Song and Elder Li also changed countenance. A singular thought instantly surfacing in their minds. A level 9 soul guidance shield? The previous strike, seemingly a casual throw of the spear by Yunming, was in truth infused with his own spear intent, coupled with terrifying soul power. It crystallized countless techniques into a single thrust, unadorned yet profoundly intricate, simple and unpretentious, yet imbued with astonishing lethality. Yet, this formidable attack, capable of severely injuring a super Douluo, was effortlessly blocked by the energy shield, leaving them genuinely astonished. This must be the pinnacle of the 9th level soul-guiding shield. Both Elder Li and Elder Song believe this to be the defensive capability of a 9th level soul-guiding shield. However, Yunming is well aware that this is not merely a soul-guiding shield, but an embodiment of pure energy defense. Haha, you're not as impressive as I thought, Xiong Jun exclaimed, recovering from his astonishment and immediately bursting into laughter. With a swift motion of his hand, the celestial spear returned to his grasp. A fierce glint flashed in Yunming's eyes as the 8th soul ring on his body shimmered, infusing the energy from the red soul ring into the spear. Still, it was nothing but a simple throw. The extravagant maneuvers of this 10,000-year soul skill were cast aside, leaving only this singular act of release. The celestial spear soared forth once more, shattering the very fabric of space in its wake, deep chasms appearing in the ground, with sand and stones flying as the volatile energy seemed poised to obliterate everything in its path. The moment Yunming's soul ring flickered, both Elder Song and Elder Li instinctively propelled themselves far away, acutely aware of Yunming's formidable strength when he unleashed his full power. It was wise to keep a safe distance. Yunze, too, responded when Yunming's soul ring glimmered, intertwining his fingers to activate the formation, conjuring a black hole over 2 meters in diameter atop the golden shield. The celestial spear struck the black hole precisely, entering it and vanishing without a trace. It did not reappear within the shield, but rather, it had mysteriously disappeared. The attack had sunk into the abyss. Elder Li and Elder Song's eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions reflecting the astonishment of witnessing something utterly inconceivable. Had Yunming's attack truly vanished just like that? This situation left Yunming momentarily stunned, and he soon furrowed his brow, beginning to sense the location of the Qingtian gun. In the next instant, his expression changed drastically. Old Li, quickly evade. As Yunming shouted this warning, Old Li's body tensed, engulfed by an intense sense of impending doom, a sensation akin to that of death itself. Reacting purely on instinct, he immediately unleashed his grayish-white 3-character battle armor and moved at full speed to distance himself from his current position. In the direction of Old Li's energy shield, a black hole materialized, from which a long spear shot forth, swift as black lightning, leaving no time for a response. The weapon before him was none other than the vanished Qingtian gun, its might unchanged since its disappearance, shattering the heavens and piercing the earth, leaving a vacuum in its wake. No, do not let the terror manifest on Li Lao's face. The pressure exerted by the Qingtian gun was overwhelming, rendering his body heavy and his speed entirely unexploitable. The suffocating sensation and oppressive force even stagnated the soul power within him, plunging him into a profound despair. Yunming exerted every ounce of his strength to control the Qingtian gun, yet this strike was executed without the slightest restraint. How could it be retracted at will? Crucially, the spear moved with such swiftness that from its emergence to its proximity to Li Lao was but a fraction of a second, leaving no time for him to react. The Qingtian gun struck Li Lao's abdomen, piercing through the soul-forged 3-character battle armor, creating a gaping wound that traversed his body. Li Lao's expression froze, terror lingering on his visage as he slowly lowered his gaze to behold the uncontrollable torrent of blood flowing from him. His eyelids grew heavy, his consciousness fading. With his heart shattered by the energy of the spear, his vitality slipping away. Li Lao, Elder Song shouted hoarsely, the scene unfolding too swiftly for him to comprehend. Mere moments had passed, yet it drove him to madness. How could a comrade he had known for nearly a century perish so abruptly? Yunming stood frozen, his expression vacant, his body trembling. This spectacle was entirely beyond his expectation. The image of the Qingtian gun piercing Li Lao's form replayed incessantly in his mind, rendering him dazed. He had inadvertently killed Li Lao. Tian, Xiong Jun, and Gu Yue were equally stupefied. Unable to fathom the occurrence, they instinctively turned their gazes towards Yunze. I have already stated, we must depart, and you cannot hinder us. You ought not to intervene, Yunze remarked indifferently to Yunming, disregarding the astonished expressions of Gu Yue and the others. Having spoken, he formed a hand seal, and a black spatial passage materialized behind them. Yunze turned and stepped into the spatial passage first, with Gu Yue regaining her senses and hurrying to follow. Hurry along, Tian urged, pulling the still fuming Xiong Jun into the spatial passage, and the four vanished from sight. Chapter 66, Fury and Strategy, Old Li. Elder Song rushed forth at the utmost speed, catching the lifeless form of Li Lao as he tumbled towards the ground. Upon seeing Li Lao, pallid and devoid of a heartbeat, Elder Song's eyes brimmed with bloodshot anguish, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The unconscious Tang Wulin was unceremoniously laid upon the ground. As Elder Song's focus was solely on the deceased Li Lao, with no thought left for Tang Wulin, Yuming hastily retracted his martial soul and approached Elder Song. Gazing at the breathless Li Lao, utterly helpless, a profound sense of guilt washing over him. Li Lao, I am sorry, the usually composed Yuming stammered, at a loss for words. Yet, now that he had passed, what purpose did such apologies serve? Old Song glared fiercely at Yunming, nearly shouting in anger. Yunming's body trembled, feeling powerless to argue. He could only weakly respond, I understand this may be futile, but I must apologize for my unintentional actions. I have wronged Old Li. An unintentional act? Can such a simple phrase brush this matter aside? Old Song retorted angrily. I did not intend to dismiss this issue. I merely wish to sincerely apologize to Old Li, Yunming explained. Moreover, as you witnessed earlier, my attack was clearly directed at those four individuals, not at Old Li. I simply did not anticipate their bizarre spatial techniques, which unexpectedly redirected my attack and led to the tragic death of Old Li. This was indeed an unintentional act. Old Li is my elder and a venerable figure of the Sea God Pavilion. Would I truly wish him harm? Yunming spoke sincerely. Old Song coldly regarded Yunming, struggling to suppress his inner fury and striving to maintain his composure. It was the Qingtian spear that had slain Old Li. To claim that Yunming bore no blame would be impossible. However, it was also true that not all of the responsibility lay with Yunming. He had merely been manipulated in his attack, with the true culprits being those four individuals. Old Song took a deep breath, cradling Old Li's lifeless body in his arms. Gazing at the dissipating energy in the distance, his eyes revealing a profound hatred. You cannot absolve yourself of responsibility for Old Li's death. I will report this matter in full to the other elders of the Sea God Pavilion, allowing them to decide on your punishment. I have no objections, Yunming immediately declared, for he was not one to shy away from accountability. Since he bore a portion of the responsibility for this incident, he must face the consequences. Although Yunming was the leader of the Sea God Pavilion, it was not a dictatorship. When he erred, he would also be subject to punishment. Should his mistakes be grave enough, the members of the Sea God Pavilion could unite to depose him and revoke his title. As for those four individuals, Old Song's energy surged violently, reflecting his emotional turmoil. I want them dead. At the mention of those four, Yunming's expression darkened as well. The aura he exuded rendering the air oppressively heavy. Let us go to Minggu, Yunming declared in a low voice, his fury and resentment rivaling Old Song's. Harboring thoughts of annihilating the Dragon Phoenix Hall. At the 10th floor studio, Longhuang Hall, Yunze, Gu Yue, and Tian appeared, their eyes fixed on Yunze. How did you accomplish that just now? Gu Yue could no longer contain her curiosity and promptly inquired. Yunze walked towards the water dispenser, calmly poured himself a cup of water, took a sip, set the cup down, and joined his thumb and index finger to form a circle. While his left index finger passed through this circle, he explained, I have constructed a special passage using the formation. Although the entrance and exit appear to be in different spatial locations, they are, in fact, interconnected, much like this circle. An attack enters from one side and exits from the other. The process of energy or objects traversing through is akin to normal movement and remains unaffected. What enters is the same as what exits, though the potency may diminish slightly due to the differences in distance between this alternate space and the actual space. For instance, earlier, Yunming's Qingtian spear appeared after a brief interval. This delay was caused by the disparity between the alternate space and actual space. So that's how it is. Gu Yue nodded, somewhat comprehending. The principle was not difficult to grasp. Yet the actual execution posed a challenge. Xiong exhibited a look of astonishment. Simultaneously plunged into deep contemplation, this method warranted further exploration on his part. If he could comprehend the skill, it would indeed be a divine technique. Surely, if the attack is sufficiently powerful, it should be able to destroy this spatial passage? Gu Yue posed the question. Yunze nodded affirmatively, stating, as long as the force is powerful enough, there is nothing that cannot be destroyed. The spatial passage I just constructed also has limits regarding energy absorption and transfer. It is merely that Yunming's attack has yet to reach that threshold. He is unlikely to attain that limit. This formation is the strongest I can currently arrange, balancing both offense and defense. Its strength should suffice to deflect an attack of divine caliber, and Yunming has yet to reach divine status, rendering the destruction of the passage improbable. Pausing for a moment, he pointed at Xiong and added, half of this formation's formidable strength is attributed to Xiong, as it was his energy infused with spatial power that played a crucial role. Without his over 20 contributions of energy, this formation would not have achieved such intensity. Gu Yue and Xiong exchanged glances with Xiong, feeling slightly bashful in his presence. Xiong remarked, I haven't done much. I merely infused some energy. It primarily relies on your marvelous formation, young master. This was not a display of false modesty, but rather a sincere sentiment. Without the formation to utilize the energy, it would be futile no matter how much energy he infused. There is no need for you to flatter me. Saying you share half the credit is no jest. Yunze responded, then shifted the topic. Now, let us discuss how to address the impending trouble. Gu Yue and Xiong instantly grasped the nature of the trouble Yunze referred to, their expressions turning grave. While the slower reacting Xiong still bore a look of confusion. The death of a title Douluo from Shrek Academy would not be taken lightly. They would undoubtedly seek retribution. In the face of their wrath, our course of action should not be to confront them directly, but rather to firmly deny any involvement. We have not abducted Tang Wulin or extracted his bloodline. From morning until now, we have remained within the Dragon Phoenix Hall, and these facts must be firmly remembered. Regardless of their claims, we must maintain this narrative, insisting that these matters bear no relation to the Dragon Phoenix Hall. Should they insist we are culpable? It would be mere slander, a retaliation from Shrek Academy for their previous defeat in the competition, Yunze articulated. Gu Yue, Xiong, and Xiong were taken aback. Not expecting Yunze's strategy to be of this nature, they had anticipated a more robust form of resistance. Chapter 67. Forcefully invading Mingdu. Dragon Phoenix Hall under attack. Is it truly necessary to complicate matters in such a manner? If they dare to cause trouble, then we shall confront them. Do we truly fear them? Declared Xiong with bravado. Xiong cast a disdainful glance at Xiong, disinclined to engage in conversation with this brawny, yet simple-minded brute. Yunze took another sip of water and remarked, this is not a matter of fear. Rather, it is about standing on the side of reason. If we were to directly acknowledge that it was the Dragon Phoenix Palace that abducted Tang Wulin, their reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. The public's disdain, the wariness of other factions, and the estrangement from politicians and the military would all significantly impact the Dragon Phoenix Palace. We must avoid this at all costs. If we can invert the narrative and deny the abduction of Tang Wulin, we will hold the moral high ground. Should Shrek Academy insist on confronting us, we would then be the victims of this affair. In such a scenario, even if we were to engage in conflict with Shrek Academy, we would be in the right and could garner considerable support. If we can leverage the power of rhetoric to gain an advantage in battle, why should we concede to the truth? There is a certain logic to it. Xiong's eyes were particularly bright, reflecting a sense of sudden realization. Xiong and Gu Yue exchanged glances with Xiong, both shaking their heads. His intellect was indeed not very sharp. When the individuals from Shrek Academy come looking for trouble, inform the elders and Dean Su Lin to come assist. At the same time, notify the major media outlets. Once they are aware of this matter, they will undoubtedly rush to report it, and the incident will be broadcasted across the entire Federation, amplifying its impact, which will be advantageous for us. Yunze said to Gu Yue, who nodded with a smile, seemingly looking forward to Shrek Academy's arrival. You will also need to deal with Yunming, so hurry and restore your soul power, and think carefully about your words to avoid any slip-ups, Yunze added. Understood. Xiong replied. After a few more instructions, Yunze began to meditate. Needing to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to replenish the blood energy he had just lost. His blood was not something to be trifled with. Even if it was not his essence blood, losing even a drop was still a significant detriment to his vitality. Gu Yue took Tian and Xiong Jun away to relay this matter. They were not as calm as Yunze, who could remain unperturbed in the face of danger. Soon, formidable foes would be approaching, yet Yunze was able to cultivate as if nothing had happened, which was admirable. The three of them felt somewhat anxious, especially Tian, who bore the greatest pressure, his mind racing with thoughts on how to respond seamlessly. A brief meeting was convened on the 9th floor, presided over by Gu Yue, while Yunze remained on the 10th floor, focusing on his cultivation. The meeting was straightforward, merely exchanging a few words and ensuring everyone was prepared for battle. Gu Yue personally called the two ferocious beasts, the king of all demons and Yao Ling, urging them to return to Mingdu immediately to prepare for the impending conflict. The soul beasts that had accompanied them would also be summoned back, and for the time being, their search for spiritual beings in the mountains and lakes would cease. An hour passed in haste when two beams of light shot in from the distance, rapidly approaching Mingdu upon closer inspection. These were not beams of light, but rather two individuals, their incredible speed giving the illusion of light. In fact, there were 4 people. One was being carried by an elderly man, while another was being held aloft by a young man. At the city defense center of Mingdu, the radar detected 2 swiftly moving points of light, drawing the attention of the staff. Within moments, 5 purple mechas and 1 black mecha launched from the northern city defense base, accelerating rapidly towards the 2 light points. The Mingdu City Defense Center comprised 5 bases located in the 4 cardinal directions, along with the main base at the city center. The northern defense base was the first to respond, dispatching mechas to intercept the swiftly approaching objects. You have entered Mingdu City. Please slow down immediately and submit to inspection, or you will be deemed illegal entities, and we have the right to eliminate you. Echoed a voice from the leading black mecha through loudspeakers, audible even from a distance of 1 to 2,000 meters. Get lost, came a thunderous roar from afar, reverberating with terrifying energy that caused both the black mecha and the 5 purple mechas to slow their advance. The soul masters inside the mechas were filled with trepidation. Their eardrums ached, and their hearts raced, intimidated by the sheer force of those words, completely daunted from taking action against them. The flying duo ignored the mecha personnel's warnings, maintaining their speed and swiftly passing by. The 6 mechas could only watch as they flew past, too frightened to intervene or even to issue further warnings. The soul Douluo within the black mecha regained composure first and quickly pressed the call button. Calling headquarters, calling headquarters. The flying objects were 2 individuals, suspected title Douluos. We are unable to intercept them, requesting support, requesting support. While reporting, the soul Douluo suppressed his fear and flew in the direction of the 2 figures, determined to follow them and report their location at all times. An alarm blared in the center of Mingdu, and a massive loudspeaker announced, "Please stop immediately, otherwise, you will be classified as targets for elimination. This is a final warning. Please stop immediately, or you will be classified as targets for elimination. If you do not wish to provoke Shrek Academy, you may consider your options," Yun Ming's cold voice echoed. He was somewhat aware of the city defense capabilities of Mingdu. If they were indeed classified as targets for elimination, it would create considerable trouble. Their current objective was solely the Dragon Phoenix Hall, and it was best to avoid unnecessary complications. The 9th level paralysis soul-guided cannon at the Northern City Defense Headquarters ceased its rotation, evidently intimidated by the mere mention of Shrek Academy. This matter is of great significance. Immediately relay orders to the commander of the Northern City Defense Headquarters, was the directive given. The street where the Dragon Phoenix Hall was located was bustling with activity. Its normal operations busy with patrons entering to purchase medicinal pills or metals. In the distance, 2 beams of light caught the attention of some individuals, causing a few soul masters to tense up, sensing impending danger. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the sky as a long spear shot forth, radiating blinding white-hot light, aimed at the building housing the Dragon Phoenix Hall. The energy contained within the spear was perfectly concealed, possessing enough destructive power to reduce the entire building to rubble. Yet it remained hidden during its flight. Although Yun Ming was furious, he had not lost his composure. There were many innocent bystanders nearby, and revealing the full might of the Qingtian spear would result in the deaths of countless individuals in an instant. His ire was directed at the Dragon Phoenix Hall, and he would do his utmost to avoid collateral damage. However, he could only mitigate the situation. He could not account for those within the Dragon Phoenix Hall, and one could only say they were unfortunate. They had only themselves to blame for choosing to enter the Dragon Phoenix Hall. Chapter 68. Terrifying destruction? Refusal to acknowledge? The spear of the sky soared through the air with astonishing speed, akin to a brilliant beam of light, descending upon the Dragon Phoenix Hall. Suddenly, a shadow materialized before the grand edifice, revealing Emperor Tian, now clad in pristine attire. At that moment, 6 crimson and 3 orange soul rings pulsated rhythmically around him. Confronted with the oncoming spear of the sky, Emperor Tian did not dare to underestimate its power. His palms transformed into dragon claws, enveloped in glossy black scales. With hands clasped together, he firmly grasped the hurtling spear, and at the moment of contact, a cataclysmic surge of energy erupted. The force within the spear of the sky detonated like a 9th-level soul-guided cannonball, unleashing a blinding radiance that flared intensely, resembling a sun expanding in brilliance. Its light dazzling and impossible to behold directly. The space in the vicinity quivered violently, causing countless glass windows to shatter instantaneously. Cars on the ground careened chaotically. As numerous individuals collapsed, some bleeding profusely from their orifices, writhing in agony upon the ground, emitting heart-wrenching cries. Tian staggered backward, the Qing Tian spear gliding across his dragon's claw, producing a harsh, grating sound. When he came to a halt, he found himself mere meters away from the wall of the Dragon Phoenix Palace, with the spear's tip hovering perilously close to his chest, just a few centimeters away. Invisible scratches marred his dragon claw. During this process, the celestial spear was enveloped in energy, utilizing spiritual power to dissipate the force within, thereby preventing any damage to the Dragon Phoenix Hall. Just moments ago, when the energy of the celestial spear was unleashed, its destructive power was astonishing. The mere aftershocks were sufficient to claim the lives of ordinary individuals within several miles. Yet, at this moment, the number of direct fatalities was merely a dozen, while many others were merely knocked to the ground, sustaining injuries of varying degrees, some minor and others severe. The commendable efforts of Emperor Tian played a crucial role in mitigating the calamity. Had it not been for his ability to harness spiritual energy, the death toll would have undoubtedly exceeded 100. However, it was not solely his endeavor. Both Yunming and Elder Song intervened, skillfully restraining the surge of energy within a controlled perimeter to prevent excessive casualties. Should the ordinary populace suffer in great numbers, the repercussions would be burdensome for Shrek Academy to bear. It was through the collaborative efforts of the three that the magnitude of destruction was contained, resulting in minimal fatalities. Who dares to cause turmoil in the Dragon Phoenix Hall? Emperor Tian inquired, his voice laced with fury and resonating with spiritual power, echoing far and wide. Several figures emerged from the Dragon Phoenix Hall, positioning themselves behind Emperor Tian in a straight line, refraining from unleashing their martial spirits for the time being. The bustling street has descended into chaos, as individuals who had fallen hastily scrambled to their feet, fleeing in terror, their faces etched with fear. Many promptly dial the federal police, their voices trembling and stammering as they recount the harrowing situation. Moments ago, they were purchasing elixirs within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and now, the metal-clad figures rush out, clearly startled. Yunming and Elder Song hover in the air a few hundred meters away from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, their expressions impassive. Yet their eyes seethe with an overwhelming intent to kill. With a flick of his hand, Yunming summons the sky-soaring spear, previously seized by Tian, transforming it into a flowing energy that swiftly approaches him before coalescing back into a spear. Those seeking vengeance. Yunming's voice booms, reverberating with a chilling menace that renders the surrounding atmosphere frigid. Vengeance? Tian's countenance twists with anger and confusion as he replies, if memory serves me right. You are Yunming of Shrek Academy. My Dragon Phoenix Pavilion harbors no grievances against your academy. How can there be talk of vengeance? Rather, it is you who dares to assault the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a blatant provocation. If vengeance is to be sought, it is we who should pursue you. Shrek Academy? Is this truly a powerful figure from Shrek Academy? The fleeing crowd hears this exchange, their indignation mounting, regardless of any enmity. It is unacceptable for individuals from Shrek Academy to engage in battle within the city. The clash of soul masters constitutes a calamity for ordinary citizens. The recent upheaval left them feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death. Some with less fortune did not escape at all. They have already succumbed to their fates. The question of right or wrong is immaterial to them. They are merely aware that the assault by a Shrek master nearly cost them their lives. Yunming's expression darkens, while Elder Song's visage grows grim. The tone of their adversary suggests a desire to feign innocence, shifting blame onto them. How shameless can your Dragon Phoenix Pavilion be? Committing acts yet refusing to take responsibility? Do not behave like cowards, denying your deeds. Such behavior only invites disdain, Yunming taunts. Shameless? Is it truly shameless to deny actions that were never taken? Tian retorts. Indeed. Is it not absurd to casually accuse others of a crime and expect them to acquiesce? To deny such baseless accusations is to be shameless? What kind of reasoning is that? Scoffs Ziji, adorned in a flowing purple gown. Grandson, you are shameless. Roars Xiong. The anger within Yunming intensifies. The death of elderly, compounded by the shameless remarks of the onlookers, fuels his murderous intent. Grasping the sky-soaring spear, his imposing aura darkens the skies, casting an oppressive atmosphere around them. If you seek battle, take it outside the city to avoid harming the innocent, Tian coldly states. Though his strength has not fully returned, he is significantly improved, and with Xiongju's presence, they are more than capable of vanquishing their foes. With only 2 opponents before them, and several fierce beasts at their side, what storm could they possibly conjure? Yunming was acutely aware that the opposing party might harbor intentions of besieging them. However, knowing this, he had certainly come prepared. The distance of over 200 miles was negligible for him and Old Song, as they could traverse it in less than an hour at full speed, and indeed, in merely half an hour. The reason for their hour-long journey was due to some strategic arrangements. To put it simply, he had summoned reinforcements. All right. If you possess the audacity, then follow me, Yunming proclaimed, brandishing his spear at Tian with a look of provocation. After uttering these words, he intended to depart. For this place was ill-suited for combat, where he could not unleash his full capabilities. Beneath the vast sky, in the capital city of Mingdu, it was not Shrek City. One could not simply come and go as they pleased. A voice echoed from afar, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to see a squadron of mechas flying towards them, with 2 red mechas leading the formation. The voice that had emanated earlier was infused with fury, coming from one of these crimson machines. Upon noticing the approaching fleet of mechas, Yunming furrowed his brow and refrained from leaving immediately. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the red mecha and boldly asserted, I wish to depart. Do you truly believe you can hinder me? 2 crimson mechs halted several hundred meters from Yunming, their accompanying mechs dispersing to encircle Yunming and Elder Song, standing on high alert, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Confronted by this legendary figure, almost unparalleled in strength, it was only natural for them to feel trepidation, should he unleash his wrath. He possessed the power and audacity to annihilate them all, not only the operators of the purple and black mechs, but even those piloting the crimson mechs felt a chill run down their spines under Yunming's piercing gaze, a discomforting sensation that left their hair standing on end. Chapter 69. A war of words. The mechanical heads of the 2 crimson mechs rotated to face one another in silence. After a moment, the one that had previously spoken advanced a few paces, mustering the courage to address Yunming. Under the celestial crown, you have severely disrupted the order of Mingdu and resorted to violence within the city, resulting in civilian casualties. As the city defense officer, though I am fully aware that I cannot stop you, I am compelled to act. You must provide an account to Mingdu and its people. Yunming regarded the crimson mech and replied, I shall not evade my responsibilities regarding this matter. In due course, I will report to the council and compensate the citizens. You need not worry about that. However, before I proceed, I must first resolve my grievances with the Dragon Phoenix Hall. It would be prudent for you to refrain from interference, lest I be forced to act ungraciously. His gaze sharpened suddenly, exuding an overwhelming presence that made the operators of the 2 crimson mechs shudder involuntarily. The mechs found themselves in a dilemma, logically. They ought to intervene and apprehend the disorderly individual, yet Yunming's words cast doubt upon their course of action. I am curious to see how you would choose to be ungracious should we attempt to intervene, a voice called from a distance. Approaching were Gu Ming, Su Lin, Su Chuan, and several other formidable individuals, with Gu Ming being the one who had spoken. The Dragon Phoenix Hall was situated in close proximity to the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, and had Su Lin desired, he could have arrived even before these mechs. However, he chose to first assemble a cadre of strong allies from the Academy and contact his mentor, only proceeding after their reunion. Upon seeing Gu Ming and the others, Yunming felt a heavy weight in his heart. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Elder, what is your intention? Yunming cast a questioning glance at Gu Ming, his dissatisfaction with the latter's arrival palpable. It's of no significance. I've merely heard that you have acted against the Dragon Phoenix Palace without cause. Hence I have come to offer my assistance, Gu Ming replied coldly. Yun Ming, fully aware that Gu Ming's notion of assistance was intended for the Dragon Phoenix Palace, adopted a more severe tone. Elder, this matter pertains to the enmity between our Shrek Academy and the Dragon Phoenix Palace. It would be prudent for you to refrain from involving yourself. After all, it is better to avoid unnecessary complications. The Dragon Phoenix Palace harbors a junior I hold in high regard, and I have received their benevolence. Thus, I cannot stand idly by. Gu Ming resolutely shook his head, determined to intervene. Yun Ming met Gu Ming's gaze directly, advising, Elder, I urge you to reconsider your course of action. Should you choose to involve yourself, the situation may escalate dramatically. I do not wish to see Shrek Academy and the Federation Research Institute positioned as adversaries, as this would undermine the unity and stability of the Federation. Gu Ming's expression grew more solemn, understanding the implications of Yun Ming's words. He felt a twinge of helplessness. Were it not for the involvement of the Dragon Phoenix Palace, he would not have waded into this murky water. Yet, he could not simply stand by and allow Shrek Academy to act against the Dragon Phoenix Palace. I also do not wish for matters to spiral out of control. If possible, I would prefer to act as a mediator to resolve the grievances between you. The situation has not yet reached an irreconcilable point. If Shrek Academy offers an apology and makes amends, this could be resolved without resorting to a deadly confrontation that results in mutual destruction, Gu Ming articulated. In his view, the catalyst for this conflict was Shrek Academy's sudden assault on the Dragon Phoenix Palace, making their culpability quite apparent, and thus they should indeed apologize. As for the motive behind the attack, it likely stemmed from the previous defeat of a Shrek student by Yunze, indicating a desire for retaliation. Apologize to them? Yun Ming's emotions surged violently, his voice rising in anger. That is utterly impossible. They abducted our Shrek student Tang Wulin, leading to the demise of our Sea God Pavilion Elder. And you expect us to apologize to them? Even if they were to apologize, it would be of no consequence. This matter can only be quelled with their blood. Reconciliation is out of the question. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming, Su Lin, and the city defense officials were taken aback. Unprepared for such revelations, they instinctively turned to Tian and the others, seeking confirmation. Tian, standing at a distance, wore an expression of fury, pointing an accusing finger at Yun Ming. How shameless of you, Shrek! After launching an attack, you still dare to slander us. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. Why must you impose false accusations upon us? Abduct Tang Wulin? What an absurd notion. We have no reason to abduct a student. We harbor no enmity towards Tang Wulin. Our only connection lies in our young lord defeating him at the Sun Moon Royal Academy. If he had bested our young lord, one might argue that we would seek vengeance against a genius, but that would be somewhat justifiable. However, the reality is that our young lord effortlessly triumphed over him. Would we then resort to retaliation by abducting and eliminating him? Utter nonsense. Indeed, it appears that the Shrek Academy seeks to retaliate. Such shamelessness is appalling. A crowd of onlookers expressed their indignation from a distance. Many voiced their agreement, beginning to criticize the Shrek Academy, while some went so far as to utter curses, harboring strong discontent towards the institution. Most of these individuals fled from the vicinity of the Dragon Phoenix Palace, having narrowly escaped death during the recent calamity. It is hardly surprising that they harbor dissatisfaction towards Shrek Academy. Nearby media personnel have already begun to capture photographs and broadcast live, their excitement palpable, as this constitutes a monumental news event. Reports concerning this incident have emerged, swiftly garnering widespread attention, with the number of viewers in the live stream surging dramatically. Numerous journalists, upon receiving the news, have rushed to this location, eager not to miss out on the unfolding drama. The crowd seems to agree with Tian's assertion that the Dragon Phoenix Palace indeed lacks a motive to abduct Tang Wulin. You should be well aware of whether we have slandered anyone, Yun Ming stated calmly, albeit with a tinge of irritation directed towards Tian. Indeed. Tian replied with an impassive demeanor. Witnessing the other party respond with such audacity only fueled Yun Ming's frustration, making it difficult for him to maintain his usual composure. Under the canopy of the sky, I believe it is essential to address this matter with a level head. There may be misunderstandings at play. A voice emerged from within the Crimson Mech. This was not merely to assist the Dragon Phoenix Palace, but rather to prevent conflict from erupting within the city. A peaceful resolution would be preferable. I too believe it necessary to engage in a thorough discussion. It would be a grave injustice if a mere misunderstanding were to incite hostilities between the two factions. Gu Ming nodded in agreement. The Dragon Phoenix Palace would neither forget nor forgive Shrek Academy's provocation, yet they were willing to engage in dialogue. We shall not allow slander to persist. It is imperative that we clarify these damaging words against the reputation of the Dragon Phoenix Palace, Tion asserted. His declaration showcased the grandeur and confidence of the Dragon Phoenix Palace, instilling a sense that they had nothing to hide and were unafraid of accusations. All eyes turned to Yun Ming, eager to witness his reaction. Should he shy away from a peaceful discourse, it would indicate insecurity and ulterior motives on their part. Although Yun Ming felt an overwhelming urge to take immediate action, deeming it unnecessary to argue with such scoundrels from the Dragon Phoenix Palace, the circumstances compelled him to exercise restraint. Instead, he resolved to expose the lies of the Dragon Phoenix Palace. Chapter 70. The Manifestation of Thought, a Vow. Yun Ming sheathed the sky spear, reining in his soul rings, and addressed Gu Ming. Elder, if this matter was instigated by the Dragon Phoenix Palace, would you still extend your assistance to them? Gu Ming furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before stating, if what you say is true, I shall not involve myself in this matter, and we shall remain uninvolved. However, should the Dragon Phoenix Palace be correct, I will steadfastly align myself with them. Even at the cost of offending you, Shrek? Yun Ming then turned his gaze towards Su Lin. My stance mirrors that of my teacher, Su Lin declared. Very well. Gu Ming nodded, directing his indifferent gaze towards Tion, declaring, Today, I shall expend some time to unveil your transgressions. I am eager to witness how you will slander us, Tion retorted, showing not the slightest hint of concession. 5 days prior, our Shrek Academy's outer court students mysteriously vanished at the Tangsek branch, and despite our extensive search across the continent over the past few days, we found no trace. Yet, a little over an hour ago, we located him over 200 miles north of Mingdu. At that time, he was accompanied by 4 others, Yun Zhe, Yin Tian, and 2 additional members of the Dragon Phoenix Palace, a fact witnessed by both myself and Elder Song. Can this be dismissed as falsehood? Yun Ming exclaimed loudly. Pausing for emphasis, he continued, as for the motive, you abducted him for the dragon bloodline within him. The absence of that bloodline is irrefutable evidence. The battle marks found over 200 miles north of Mingdu, along with that peculiar formation, serve as further proof. Can you possibly deny this? Yun Ming inquired, his arguments compelling enough to sway some onlookers. Now this child suffers from a depleted bloodline and weakened vitality. Upon awakening, his strength will undoubtedly be severely diminished. Our talented student from Shrek Academy has been brought to such a state by your actions. Should I not feel incensed? Should I not seek vengeance on his behalf? In our attempt to rescue him, we even lost a formidable super Douluo. Must our Shrek Academy endure this blood feud in silence? Yun Ming's words left many in a state of confusion. They seemed rather plausible and credible. Was this indeed the truth? To fabricate a charge, one need only conjure words. If we were to refute your claims, would you not then visualize the scene in your mind? Tion scoffed. Yun Tian's remark momentarily stilled Yun Ming's thoughts, as he indeed pondered the prospect of manifesting a mental visualization. With his spiritual strength reaching the spirit domain realm, he could vividly present his memories for others to witness. If the previous scene could be illustrated, he was eager to see what words these individuals would have left to utter. Yet, Yun Tian's statement instilled within him an unsettling premonition. Why was this person so composed, knowing that he could visualize thoughts? Indeed, I do wish to manifest the scene from over an hour ago. It is the truth. Can you deny that? Yun Ming candidly declared that the visualization of thought is an authentic manifestation of memory, fundamentally devoid of deception, serving as irrefutable evidence. However, what I fear is the possibility of fabrication. One could effortlessly conjure an imagined tableau to deceive the masses. As Tion spoke, he summoned his mental prowess, and a colossal luminous screen materialized above him, displaying a rather gruesome scene. The confrontation between Yun Ming and the members of the Dragon Phoenix Hall. The screen was expansive, allowing many on the ground to behold it, while the live broadcast cameras focused on this spectacle, relaying the images to the audience. Within the frame, soul masters clad in the Dragon Phoenix Hall's uniform besieged Yun Ming. Their visages were distinct, some sharing similar martial souls, while others differed. The soul rings shimmered brightly, intermittently flashing as they unleashed their soul skills against Yun Ming. With a spear that moved like a dragon, Yun Ming's assault was both formidable and fierce, each thrust creating gaping wounds in vital areas. One strike pierced through the heart, and with a flick of his spear, a soul master was left in a state of dismemberment, the scene steeped in bloodshed. A sweeping motion of the spear exhibited the power to vanquish an army, accurately slicing through the necks of the surrounding soul masters, inflicting fatal injuries, some even resulting in decapitation. Witnessing this vivid portrayal, the onlookers were rendered speechless, their gazes towards Yun Ming tinged with fear, recognizing the ferocity of the individual. Gu Ming, Su Lin, and others exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Initially, upon witnessing the scene, they nearly believed it to be genuine. However, upon further reflection, they realized the incongruity. Had this portrayal been true, such an event would undoubtedly have reached their ears. This scene is evidently a fabrication conjured by Emperor Tian, merely presented through the manifestation of thought. Yun Ming has tightly clenched his fists. He has finally grasped the reason behind Yun Tian's utterances. It turns out that he had devised this sinister ploy. By preemptively creating a false image through the embodiment of thought, he has obfuscated the truth, leaving the impression that such manifestations could indeed be fabricated. Thus, even if one's thoughts are materialized and it is indeed a fact, people may still harbor doubts about its veracity, suspecting the possibility of deceit. The despicable Yun Ming fixed his gaze intently upon Emperor Tian. As Emperor Tian concluded his mental visualization, he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had not faltered. Had any issues arisen, it would have been disastrous. The method imparted by the young master was indeed effective, Emperor Tian mused, recalling their earlier discussions regarding the matter of mental visualization. In response to this visualization, the earlier scene unfolded, where he employed the techniques taught by Yunja to fabricate thoughts. I believe this is a reasonable skepticism. Sharing the same realm of spiritual power, if I can fabricate thoughts, you should be able to as well. Emperor Tian remarked with a calm demeanor. He could sense that Yun Ming's spiritual power was quite formidable, not inferior to his own, clearly belonging to the same domain of spiritual prowess. That makes sense, Gu Ming acknowledged, and others nodded in agreement. I am not as despicable as you. Resorting to thought fabrication, Yun Ming retorted with disdain, taken aback that a quasi-divine being could be so shameless. Above his head, a colossal light screen began to materialize, displaying the very images he had previously witnessed. Within it were Yunja, Emperor Tian, Gu Yue, Xiong Jun, the fallen Tang Wuling, the disheveled golden silhouette, and the magnificent golden dragon. I, Yun Ming, swear by my martial soul that the forthcoming images are genuine and have indeed transpired, and are not mere fabrications, Yun Ming declared solemnly. As soon as he uttered these words, Emperor Tian's voice resonated in agreement, echoing the same sentiment. I, Yun Tian, swear by my martial soul that the images I previously presented are absolutely authentic, and not mere illusions, should they prove false. I am willing to suffer the penalty of my martial soul's destruction. Such declarations rendered Emperor Tian seemingly unshakable, boldly invoking Yu Tian's name, uttering threats with unwavering confidence. Besides, his martial soul was merely a facade, a tool for intimidation. Even if it were to shatter, it would bear no consequence for him, leaving him utterly unperturbed. Yun Ming seethed with frustration, as the opponent's oath rendered his previous assertions effectively meaningless. Onlookers scrutinized the images projected by Yun Ming, noting that the clarity was comparable to that of Emperor Tian's visualization, appearing remarkably authentic. After viewing, a sense of bewilderment enveloped the crowd. As an involuntary thought arose in their minds, could this possibly be false? Chapter 71, Declaration of War, proceeding to verify Gu Ming, Su Lin, and others turned their gaze toward the figure behind Elder Song. This must be the individual depicted in the images who had met his demise. The unconscious Tang Wuling. The deceased titled Douluo. This indicated that Yun Ming's claims held considerable credibility. Many viewers of the broadcast became pensive. To assert that Yun Ming's images were fabricated seemed somewhat hasty, given that lives had indeed been lost. However, they could not hastily conclude, as the images still bore the potential for deception, possibly framing someone unjustly. Simultaneously, their expressions grew peculiar. Based on the visuals, it appeared that this individual had perished at Yun Ming's hands. Had one of their own slain another? Can your framing be more plausible? I have been within the Dragon Phoenix Palace all day, never straying. How could I possibly have been present there? Surveillance cameras are positioned nearby the street. Should anyone question my statements, they may easily review the footage to ascertain whether I ever departed from the DT on counterattack road. For one possessing the power of a quasi-deity, slipping away unnoticed is a trivial matter. The cameras are utterly ineffectual, Yun Ming scoffed. Amidst their heated debate, numerous individuals ascended into the sky, prominent figures from Mingdu arriving to join the fray. The leaders of the Mingdu branch and several formidable members of the Tang clan stood close to Yunming and his companions, evidently there to lend their support. Are you implying that I must have been at a certain location, and even if I truly did not appear there, I must concede? Tian inquired. You were indeed at that location. That is the truth, Yunming asserted, feeling as though he were being unjustly maligned by such claims. The truth I know is that I have never been there, and the abduction of Tang Wulin is in no way connected to our Dragon Phoenix Hall, Tian declared, locking eyes with Yunming. Gentlemen, let us not hastily quarrel, an elder interjected, garbed in the attire of a federal officer, the governor of Mingdu. The two turned their gazes upon him, causing the governor to feel a surge of pressure, suddenly regretting his decision to speak. With a polite smile, he continued, I believe we should examine the location depicted beneath the sky crown. Words may be deceptive, but the state of affairs cannot lie. If the conditions there correspond with the imagery beneath the sky crown, then it would indicate, casting a glance at Tian. The governor hesitated momentarily before continuing. This implies that the sky crown has not spoken falsely. Conversely, if the conditions do not align, then your argument holds merit. We may indeed verify the truth of the imagery. The officials and onlookers in Mingdu found this reasoning sound. A simple verification would reveal who among them was deceiving. I have no objections, Yunming stated, coldly directing his gaze at Tian. Do you dare? Tian, unperturbed, replied, what is there to fear? If I have not committed the act, why would I shy away from validation? However, before we proceed, I have a question. If a battle truly did occur there, how can we guarantee it was I who engaged in combat? Should they have fought with another and sought to frame me, would I not then be unjustly accused? Tian pointed at Yunming. You still believe you can claim innocence? I have never encountered such shamelessness in a limit Douluo, Yunming mocked. Yunming, I advise you to mind your words. Your repeated insults and false accusations will be returned to you in kind. Once I cleanse my name of these slanders, our Dragon Phoenix Hall will undoubtedly declare war on your Shrek Academy, and from that moment forth, it shall be a fight to the death, Tian declared coldly. Do you believe you are worthy of being the ones to declare war? It is we, Shrek Academy, who should be declaring war. Just as you have stated, a fight to the death. Yunming, undaunted, matched Tian's intensity, unafraid. Does Shrek Academy fear the Dragon Phoenix Hall? An ancient power that has endured for over 20,000 years would find it utterly ludicrous to fear a force that has only been established for a mere 6 months. The emergence of these two factions in direct opposition has left several federal officials with a throbbing headache. This predicament is indeed troublesome. However, not all are dismayed by this unfolding scenario. At the headquarters of the Spirit Transmission Tower, the Eternal Eastern Wind is currently laughing heartily. Haha, splendid. A fight to the bitter end would be most delightful, ideally resulting in mutual destruction. The Eternal Eastern Wind beams with satisfaction, reveling in a joy he has not experienced in ages. Shrek Academy and the Tang sect have long been regarded by him as thorns in his side, objects of his deep-seated disdain, yet their formidable strength has rendered him unable to take direct action against them. Now, with someone else willing to contend with Shrek and diminish their power, how could he possibly refrain from rejoicing? He is utterly indifferent to who is right or wrong. He merely wishes for them to engage in conflict, allowing the Spirit Tower to reap the benefits. We can deduce from the residual energy at the scene. If the energy present differs from yours, Lord Tian, it will serve as proof that you are not the one battling here, Gu Ming remarked after a moment of contemplation. That is indeed reasonable. The energy fluctuations at the extreme levels do not dissipate easily. I am certain we will perceive it now, the governor of Mingdu stated. In that case, I have no objections, Tian responded. With Yuntian's agreement, the federal governor felt a sense of relief and turned to Yunming, saying, Your Excellency, please lead us to the location. Yunming did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked at Husong and, using soul power, transported Tang Wulin to his side, stating, I leave him in your care for the time being. Old Song approached Husong, lowering the body of Old Li, saying, I wish to temporarily place Old Li's remains in the Tang sect branch. Of course, Husong nodded in agreement, using soul power to lift Tang Wulin while carrying Old Li on his back. A gesture of respect towards the Super Douluo and the esteemed elder of the Sea God Pavilion. Old Li's wounds were sealed with soul power, preventing any blood from flowing. Follow me, Yunming directed his gaze to Tian, his murderous intent unabashed. After a fleeting glance, he soared northward alongside Old Song. Let us be off, Tian said with a slight smirk, leading Xiong Jun, ZG, and several dark golden terror claw bear soul masters in tow. Bring along a few media personnel. This matter requires transparency to the federal populace, the governor of Mingdu instructed those nearby. After addressing a few matters, the governor of Mingdu, the city defense officer, along with Gu Ming, Su Lin, Hu Song, and others, took flight towards the north. Some soul masters, eager for excitement, followed suit, while the disappointed crowd on the ground relaxed, unable to witness further developments. The confrontation between the soul masters and the sky exerted considerable pressure on them, leaving them with a sense of insecurity. Call by G and inform her that we can stay for no more than half an hour, once the time is up. We must depart northward, Yunzhe stated. He and Gu Yue stood by the window, having observed the earlier events unfold. Gu Yue immediately retrieved her communicator and dialed by G. Chapter 72, Destroying Evidence, Inversion of Black and White in the northern region of Mingdu. Over 200 miles away, 6 emerald swans were strategically positioned, releasing soul power to purify the energy fluctuations in the air. The central swan, the largest among them, emitted an overwhelmingly potent soul power, far surpassing that of the other swans. Its purifying effect was the most pronounced. The previously chaotic energy in the air had vanished following its purification, leaving the area cool and the energy gentle, a stark contrast to the earlier turmoil. Enough. The central emerald swan spoke in a gentle feminine voice, retracting its soul power and ceasing the purification. The other swans followed suit, converging towards the center. During their flight, their forms transformed into 5 exceptionally beautiful women. The central swan also morphed into a human figure, breathtakingly lovely, adorned in a flowing emerald gown, exuding elegance and nobility. Now, you may commence, Bai Ji instructed the golden-haired and purple-haired men. Both nodded in agreement and ascended into the sky. One transformed into a golden-winged eagle, its wings expansive enough to span over 30 meters, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. The purple-haired man morphed into a colossal purple dragon, its size immense, with wings that appeared even more exaggerated than those of the golden eagle, its body enveloped in purple flames. This is the Hell Dragon, belonging to the same lineage as the Purple Princess, albeit significantly younger, with just over 100 years remaining until it reaches the age of 100,000. It only assumed its humanoid form after consuming a transformation pill. The Emerald Princess led her 5 kin away from this place, providing ample room for the golden-winged eagle and the Hell Dragon to engage in battle. As they clashed, the Hell Dragon unleashed fireballs from its maw, each measuring 2 to 3 meters in diameter, their flames fierce and energy potent. The golden-winged eagle, on the other hand, incessantly flapped its wings, which sliced through the air like blades, releasing golden light blades extending several meters with each stroke. The golden light blades collided with the fireballs in midair, resulting in massive explosions, with energy shockwaves ravaging the surroundings, stirring up a scorching wind. They refrained from close combat, opting instead for ranged attacks, continuously moving and altering their positions. Within a mere 10 minutes, the vicinity was engulfed in their energy fluctuations, with the previously restored environment reverting to its harsh state. However, the intensity was not as severe as before. Both possessed the strength of Douluo, yet remained considerably distant from the might of Douluo, their energy levels lacking in comparison. Upon closer observation, one would discern that their points of attack were meticulously chosen, particularly near the crumbled peaks and debris. The areas where Yunzhe had inscribed formations were especially targeted. Several attacks landed directly on the ground, rendering it uneven and pockmarked. While the Emerald Swan purified the air, the two remained occupied, erasing the formation lines etched into the ground. To ensure thoroughness, they proceeded to destroy the surface, intent on obliterating all traces. Biki was ever mindful of the time. As soon as half an hour had elapsed, she signaled the two to cease, guiding her kin to ascend onto the backs of the golden-winged eagle and the Hell Dragon, soaring northward. They arrived at a location over 30 miles away, waiting until Yunming initiated the assault on the Dragon Phoenix Palace before hastening to erase the evidence. From the commencement of purification to their departure, a span of over 50 minutes had passed. Yunming, along with the powerful figures such as Tian and Gu Ming, was the first to arrive at the scene. Upon sensing the fluctuations of energy in the air, Yunming's expression darkened. With his strength, it was impossible not to detect that the energy waves were no longer those of Yuntian. Gu Ming, Su Lin, Su Chuan, and the operators within 2 red mechas were all keenly attuned to the energy fluctuations surrounding them. It was then that Xiong proactively released his own energy waves for their discernment. After a moment of comparison, the expressions of Gu Ming and the others grew peculiar. Involuntarily glancing at Yun Ming. "Yun Ming, this seems to differ from what you mentioned," Gu Ming remarked, a sigh of relief escaping him. The absence of Yin Tian's energy waves was a relief, as it absolved him of the need to place blame on the Dragon Phoenix Palace. He sensed that the abduction of Tang Weilin bore some relation to the Dragon Phoenix Palace, for the reputation of Shrek Academy was not one to cast unfounded aspersions. However, the truth of the matter held little significance for him. What mattered was choosing to support the Dragon Phoenix Palace in this conflict. Thus, in his view, Tang Weilin was not someone taken by the Dragon Phoenix Palace, rendering the entire affair unrelated to them. It was evident that not only Gu Ming harbored suspicions regarding the matter, others, much like Yun Ming, were aware yet lacked the means to prove any connection to the Dragon Phoenix Palace, their knowledge confined to their thoughts. "I have instructed my men to handle the scene," Yun Ming stated solemnly, suppressing his fury. It seems this has once again fallen to me to manage the scene," Xiong scoffed with a smirk. "Do you dare say you haven't instructed anyone to handle it?" Yun Ming was filled with fury. Without hesitation, Xiong raised 4 fingers high, solemnly declaring, "I, Yun Tian, swear by my martial spirit that I have not allowed anyone to handle this matter. Should I speak falsely, may my martial spirit shatter and my cultivation be lost." After all, it was the young master who had sent by Ji and the others to deal with this. It had nothing to do with him. "I have made such a vile oath, so you should believe me now," Xiong addressed Gu Ming and the others. "I believe this matter can be deemed certain. It has little to do with the Dragon Phoenix Palace," Gu Ming replied with a smile. "I concur." Su Lin also expressed his agreement. Their affirmation signified that the Federal Research Institute and the Royal Academy of the Sun and Moon shared this stance. The 2 operators of the red mechas remained silent, unwilling to offend either side. At this moment, maintaining silence was the wisest course of action. Yun Ming fell into contemplation, locking eyes with Elder Song, both perceiving the fury reflected within each other's gaze. The shamelessness of the opposing party had shattered their expectations. In their anger, they also felt an inexplicable helplessness. The truth was evident, yet they could not provide proof, which was an unbearable sensation. "Now we await those individuals. We, of the Dragon Phoenix Palace, must demonstrate our innocence to the entire Federation," Xiong stated. After that, he ceased to speak, opting instead to wait, striving to minimize actions and words to avoid errors. He did not display any smug expressions, maintaining a facade of indignation and indifference, appearing as the aggrieved party. Xiong Jun, who was eager to mock, fell silent upon receiving a piercing glare from Xiong, refraining from further comments. The greatest folly now would be to become overly complacent. Should Xiong Jun, in a moment of rashness, utter something that exposed a flaw, he would not hesitate to eliminate this foolish bear. What to do now? Old Song questioned Yun Ming, his murderous intent more intense than Yun Ming's. The adversary had caused the death of his closest brother and now attempted to distance himself from the matter, which was unbearable for Old Song. After a moment of silence, Yun Ming replied, "It is difficult to assert that this incident is the doing of the Dragon Phoenix Palace. We must endure for now and seek an opportunity to avenge this blood feud in the future." Chapter 73. The conclusion of events. Starnet public opinion. Old Song, consumed by resentment, felt an urgent need to unleash his fury and hatred, yet reason compelled him to remain calm and reflective. After careful consideration, he sighed, fell into silence, and turned away, unwilling to gaze upon Yu Ming and the others, fearing he might lose control. "We should leave. There is no purpose in remaining here," Yu Ming remarked, his tone tinged with helplessness. He had never anticipated encountering such a group of shameless individuals, where reason fell on deaf ears and strength could not be exerted. "Agreed." Old Song nodded, departing the scene without a moment's hesitation. Yu Ming cast a cold glance at Xiong, a fierce killing intent unmistakably radiating from him. "The grievances of today shall be repaid in the future." With that, he vanished from sight. Xiong coldly retorted, "That statement should belong to us. The grievances of slander and assault you have inflicted today will surely be repaid doubly in the future." He refrained from obstructing Yun Ming and his companion's departure. This outcome was already the best possible, and further entanglement was unnecessary. Before long, the slower members of their group arrived. and media personnel immediately began taking photographs and broadcasting live. Where are they under the heavenly crown? The governor of Mingdu inquired, scanning the surroundings, yet failing to spot Yunming. He has already left in a state of guilt, Di Tian responded. What? The governor of Mingdu expressed surprise, prompting the media personnel to swiftly turn their cameras towards Di Tian. Facing the cameras, he explained, a battle indeed occurred here, but it is unrelated to me. The absence of my energy residue in this space serves as the best proof. This indicated that the imagery Yunming had previously displayed was false. He was slandering me and defaming the Dragon Phoenix Palace. The governor of Mingdu looked at Gu Ming and the two red mechas, his face reflecting a desire for verification. There are indeed no energy fluctuations from His Excellency Yun Tian here. Gu Ming spoke first, not directly stating that Yunming's imagery was false, thus leaving himself a way out. The two red mechas simultaneously shook their heads in agreement. The governor of Mingdu offered a polite smile, saying, "It is possible that the Heavenly Crown and his group have made a mistake, leading to a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding? Di Tian replied coldly. The Shrek Academy has attacked our Dragon Phoenix Palace headquarters. To label it merely as a misunderstanding is rather trivial. With a forced smile, the governor of Mingdu fell silent, refraining from further mediation or attempts to reconcile the escalating conflict. This matter is not one he should interfere with. It is better to allow them to resolve it themselves to avoid unnecessary trouble. Today, I shall utilize this live broadcast to clarify several points. The truth has now come to light. I have not engaged in any combat here, which indicates that the images previously projected by Yunming were fabricated. If those images are false, then the accusation of abducting Tang Wuluan is naturally unfounded. These are merely slanders from Shrek Academy, emphasized Di Tian. The live camera focused on him as these words were transmitted through the broadcast. As for their reasons for defaming us, it may be linked to the recent conflict that occurred within the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. They appear to be seeking a suitable justification for their retaliatory actions. It could also stem from other motives, but for specifics, you would need to inquire with them. We do not wish to make baseless conclusions. In the face of such slander, we of the Dragon Phoenix Hall shall not endure it quietly. We will retaliate fiercely. Di Tian's voice grew resolute. Certain statements I have made previously, but I wish to reiterate. Henceforth, the Dragon Phoenix Hall officially declares war on Shrek Academy. From now on, the elixirs and metals of the Dragon Phoenix Hall shall no longer be sold to Shrek students. Furthermore, customers will be required to sign a special agreement when purchasing elixirs. Those who consume the elixirs of the Dragon Phoenix Hall shall be barred from joining Shrek Academy. Otherwise, the Dragon Phoenix Hall reserves the right to demand 100-fold compensation. As for the special longevity elixirs, we will also impose restrictions, ceasing sales to those who maintain favorable relations with Shrek Academy. Regarding the possibility of military sanctions, I cannot provide a definitive answer at this moment. It will depend on the circumstances, stated Di Tian. They are not yet prepared to be completely at odds with Shrek. Should a full-scale conflict erupt, it would undoubtedly result in mutual destruction, which is unnecessary. Moreover, it is not they who are truly aggrieved in this matter. There is no compelling reason to initiate war. A few harsh words for appearances will suffice. For now, it is prudent to focus on development, and when Shrek comes knocking, we shall respond defensively. In that case, with the assistance of the Federal Research Institute and the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, we can defeat Shrek Academy with minimal casualties, which would indeed be advantageous. Di Tian's statements quickly spread, causing a tremendous stir. The Dragon Phoenix Hall and Shrek Academy are now officially adversaries. One is an ancient academy with a legacy of over 20,000 years, while the other is a burgeoning force with numerous powerful individuals. And the clash between these two entities is certain to stir the long-standing tranquility of the Federation, garnering significant attention. On the Star Network, this matter has become a hot topic of discussion, with an abundance of eye-catching posts emerging, such as the origins of the conflict between Shrek Academy and the Dragon Phoenix Hall, the attack on the Dragon Phoenix Hall resulting in heavy civilian casualties, the lies of Shrek Academy deliberately tarnishing the reputation of the Dragon Phoenix Hall, the counterattack of the Dragon Phoenix Hall, the formal declaration of war against Shrek, and the ensuing struggle between the two great powers. Who will emerge victorious? The topics have garnered over 10 million clicks, with both reading and commenting rates rapidly increasing. Numerous individuals have taken to social media to denounce Shrek Academy, deeming their actions excessively tyrannical for attacking in crowded streets, resulting in injuries and even fatalities among innocent bystanders. The Federal Police Hotline has been inundated with complaints, demanding severe repercussions for Shrek Academy. Their reckless disregard for public safety in urban areas is appalling. If such behavior goes unpunished, what might transpire in the future? Consequently, Shrek Academy's reputation has plummeted, and many have developed an aversion towards it. Observing the swift escalation of negative sentiments online, the higher-ups at Shrek Academy promptly issued an apology letter. They began by elucidating that the incident was precipitated by the Dragon Phoenix Palace's abduction of student Tang Wulin, which also led to the demise of esteemed Shrek Academy members, inciting their furious retaliation. This resulted in the tragic loss of several lives and injuries to hundreds, for which Shrek Academy expressed profound remorse, accepting responsibility and pledging substantial compensation. They assured the public that such tragic misfires would not recur, earnestly hoping for forgiveness for their grievous error. Beneath the apology letter, they detailed the compensation process. Families of the deceased would receive 10 million federal coins, while the injured would have their medical expenses covered and receive an additional 200,000 federal coins as emotional compensation. The heartfelt sincerity of Shrek Academy's apology significantly alleviated public outrage. Chapter 74. The terrifying public relations prowess of mechas. The public relations department of Shrek Academy played a pivotal role in managing the online discourse, swiftly stabilizing the situation through their interventions, preventing further deterioration, and erasing several posts on Star Network. The families of the deceased and the injured were rapidly located, thanks to the Academy's formidable intelligence network. Generous financial compensation, coupled with appropriate deterrence, led these individuals to agree not to pursue the matter further. When approached by the media for interviews, they publicly stated that they had forgiven Shrek Academy and could empathize with their fury. It must be acknowledged that Shrek Academy's ability to endure for over 20,000 years and remain illustrious to this day is well-founded. No matter the tempest, it stands resilient. Not only did they swiftly quell adverse online sentiments, but they also mounted a counter-offensive with posts questioning the Dragon Phoenix Palace beginning to surface on Star Network. Is Tang Wulin's disappearance truly unrelated to the Dragon Phoenix Palace? Does the eloquent Vice Palace Master speak any truth? The inconsistencies of the Dragon Phoenix Palace are becoming increasingly evident. These posts predominantly cast doubt upon the Dragon Phoenix Palace, summarily asserting that they have deceived the public, clearly being the malevolent perpetrators behind the abduction of Tang Wulin, only to retaliate with baseless accusations and act both despicable and shameless. With the impetus from Shrek Academy, the popularity of these posts surged rapidly, garnering millions of views. 3 days elapsed, and through the diligent efforts of Shrek Academy's public relations team and the mobilization of various connections, the fervor surrounding the incident involving a powerful figure from Shrek Academy in Mingdu, which resulted in civilian casualties, has significantly waned. Previously high-traffic posts have inexplicably vanished. In a sense, this matter seems to have reached a conclusion, as discussions regarding it on the Star Network are now scant, with virtually no remaining heat. The federal police's response to the incident amounted to a singular announcement, which merely condemned Shrek Academy's egregious conduct and issued a warning, while also mandating that Shrek Academy compensate for the damaged structures. Notably, there was no mention of requiring Shrek Academy to extend an apology to the Dragon Phoenix Palace. The announcement made no reference to the latter whatsoever. This announcement is replete with a sense of perfunctory insincerity, employing language that is exceedingly mild, avoiding any stern criticism of Shrek Academy. The senior officials of the federal police are not derived from Shrek, yet they succumb to the pressures exerted by higher authorities, compelled to relent. Certain factions do not wish for this matter to fade into obscurity, persistently posting on StarNet to disparage Shrek Academy. However, in the end, their efforts yield little effect. These factions dare not truly provoke Shrek, resulting in a lack of serious engagement. As the responses to their posts were tepid, they soon lost interest in pursuing the matter further. In the conference room on the 9th floor of the Dragon Phoenix Palace, a group lamented. These scoundrels have truly displayed remarkable tactics, managing to suppress this issue so swiftly, and even resorting to slandering us in return. How detestable. Now, there are few posts on StarNet criticizing Shrek Academy, while numerous posts accuse the Dragon Phoenix Palace of deceiving the public. The origins of these posts are evidently linked to the Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards him, except for Yunza. The expressions of the others were somewhat peculiar. Have I said something amiss? Xiong Jun felt increasingly uncomfortable under their scrutiny. According to the facts, this cannot be deemed slander. The incident involving the abduction of Tang Wulin was indeed orchestrated by us, though we choose not to acknowledge it, Ditian remarked, unlike Xiong Jun, who, in his attempts to deceive, had begun to believe his own fabrications. Your assertion feels like an indictment against ourselves, Bai Ji interjected promptly. To be precise, it was they who maliciously defamed Shrek. The words of Bear Lord sounded discordant. It is likely that when discussing this matter, Shrek Academy expressed their disdain in such a manner. The Demon King and Purple Princess nodded in agreement. No, I was merely criticizing them. I did not imply your involvement. Bear Lord hastily clarified, realizing his misstep. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, it would be prudent to remain silent. Otherwise, you may provoke widespread ire, warned Emperor Tian. Bear Lord shot a fierce glance at Emperor Tian, but remained silent. I have already enlisted the help of Director Su Lin to address the unfavorable public sentiment on Starnet. I am confident that those disparaging remarks will soon be eradicated. You need not dwell on this matter too much, Yunze stated. The Dragon Phoenix Hall lacks the formidable public relations prowess of Shrek and can only rely on external assistance, with Su Lin's expertise. Resolving these issues is hardly a challenge. Young master, perhaps we should have Su Lin create some unfavorable articles about Shrek on Starnet? Bear Lord suggested. Yunze regarded Bear Lord with a disapproving glance and replied, even if such articles were published, they would swiftly be removed, rendering the endeavor futile. Moreover, there is no need for such tactics. The conflict with Shrek must ultimately be resolved through sheer strength. These remarks hold little influence. Instead of fixating on public opinion on Starnet, it would be wiser to devote more time to your forging skills. So you may achieve the rank of an 8th level blacksmith sooner. I was merely speaking offhandedly. Bear Lord chuckled awkwardly. Yunze paid him no mind and retrieved a dozen blueprints from his storage ring, placing them on the table, gesturing for Bear Lord to take a look. Bear Lord used his soul power to draw the blueprints closer and examine them, soon casting an inquiring glance at Yunze. Young master, what is this? These are the metals you are to forge next. I have clearly indicated which metal to use for each section. You need only follow the instructions provided. For the next few days, refrain from forging any other metals and concentrate solely on these, aiming to complete them as swiftly as possible, Yunze instructed. Understood. I will have everything forged within 3 days, Bear Lord assured with a confident pat on his chest. The metallic components above are numerous and substantial, making their fabrication quite laborious. For an ordinary blacksmith, it would likely take over 10 days to complete. However, for him, Xiong Jun, 3 days suffices. After examining the blueprints with great care, he could not help but exclaim, Young master, what purpose does this peculiar metallic creation serve? Its shape is quite odd, resembling that of a monkey. Yunze replied with a faint smile, I designed it to mimic the form of a monkey. It is meant to be a mech for monkeys. A mech for monkeys? Gu Yue gazed at Yunze in astonishment. For her understanding of mech surpassed that of the others, leaving her even more perplexed. Recently inspired by literature on divine mechs, he conceived the idea of crafting mechs for soul spirits. The Crimson Mech is indeed capable of housing and being controlled by a soul spirit, but only if it belongs to a soul master. Unbound soul spirits are incapable of such. In essence, my design is a slight modification, enabling unbound soul spirits to inhabit the mech and exert control over it. Furthermore, it does not pertain to the Crimson Mech, but rather to the Black Mech. Yunze clarified. Chapter 75, Mech Beasts? Simplified formation to my knowledge, the current Black Mech only allows soul spirits to merge to a minimal extent. Is it truly feasible to control the mech in combat? Gu Yue expressed her doubt. As a soul mentor, she possessed significant insight into the special branch of soul-guiding devices known as mechs. It transforms the once impossible into the possible. Hence, I claim it has been improved. Yunze chuckled. This merging can also be long-term. In simpler terms, once a soul spirit inhabits the mech, it can entirely consider it its new body. The mech serves as the body, while the soul spirit acts as the essence. Together, they may be referred to as mech beasts, or even robots. I once encountered an individual from a technological civilization who referred to them in such a manner, mechanics possessing independent thought. However, the robots he created were far more advanced than my design, requiring no soul to inhabit them, as they possess their own mechanical essence. Reflecting on this, Yunze felt a tinge of regret. Such technology was intriguing. Had he known, he would not have hastily dispatched that individual. He could have gleaned methods and techniques for mechanical fabrication from him, creating some robots for amusement during his idle hours. It would have alleviated his boredom. It was unfortunate that the individual was exceedingly weak and overly arrogant, believing that his mechanical weapons capable of annihilating the cosmos could match him. Ultimately, He could not even withstand a single strike. Witnessing the opponent's frailty, he lost interest in the mechanical technology, opting instead to incinerate it entirely. Is that truly the case? Gu Yue exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, her breath quickening. Tion's pupils constricted as well. If soul spirits could permanently inhabit mechs, would that not effectively resurrect soul beasts? Their bodies, once flesh and blood, have now transformed into rigid machines. Although inferior to their former selves, this transformation still holds value. In theory, it is feasible, and practically, there should be no significant issues, Yunze confidently asserted regarding his design. If this could indeed come to fruition, it would be splendid. Those spirit beasts that have become souls, but have yet to be absorbed, would have a chance at resurrection. Gu Yue stood up, her excitement rendering her cheeks slightly flushed, her heartbeat noticeably accelerated. Upon hearing these words, Tion and Xiong, among others, felt invigorated, equally stirred by the prospect. You may consider it a form of resurrection, Yunze remarked. Though it differs from true resurrection in essence, it can still be referred to as such, as there remains a consciousness that can control the body. Could you entrust the creation of this mech to me? I am eager to learn. Gu Yue gazed at Yunze with anticipation. Yunze nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. It's quite simple. In comparison to ordinary mechs, it merely involves a few altered formations. I will sketch the formations for you and provide the mech design. With your talent, you should master it in just a few years. Thank you. Gu Yue's face blossomed with a radiant smile, her lips curling to reveal charming dimples. By the way, the formations required for a black-level mech must be inscribed by at least a 7th-level soul mentor. Can you inscribe 7th-level formations now? She suddenly recalled a crucial point. Realizing that Yunze could currently only inscribe up to 4th-level formations, far from the 7th-level requirements. Regarding the conventional 7th-level formations, my current soul power indeed limits me from inscribing them. However, the formations I intend to inscribe on the black mech have been personally modified by me, significantly reducing the soul power required. I can inscribe them effortlessly now. Once I reach the 30th level and further enhance my soul power, it will become even easier. Yunze explained. For the past 3 days, he has been cultivating through the energy of the Dragon Ball. With an abundance of energy at his disposal, his training progressed at an astonishing pace, successfully reaching the 30-level threshold. Rather than directly bestowing the 3rd spirit ring through the Millennium Spirit, he intends to acquire a 2nd spirit to bestow the spirit ring instead. In the past 6 months, his mental prowess has surged remarkably, reaching the realm of the spiritual sea with over 900 points of mental energy, sufficient to absorb a 2nd soul spirit. A Millennium-level soul spirit can directly provide the 3rd soul ring. Ordinarily, when a soul master attains the 30th level, a Millennium soul spirit automatically forms the 3rd soul ring, facilitating the Master-S breakthrough. However, Yunze's soul spirit does not possess such autonomy. It cannot manifest a soul ring without his consent. This implies that while one may be incapable of inscribing a 7th-level formation, one can still create a formation of equivalent potency. Gu Yue comprehended Yunze's implication. That is essentially the case, Yunze affirmed with a nod. What is the rationale behind this? I find it somewhat perplexing. Gu Yue expressed her bewilderment, sensing a contradiction. Logically, a formation that can replicate the efficacy of a 7th-level formation should also be capable of inscribing an actual 7th-level formation, rather than merely achieving a similar outcome. What level would you categorize the formations I inscribed? Yunze inquired with a smile. At least the pinnacle of the 9th level, perhaps even divine-level formations. Gu Yue blurted out, only to pause in realization. Indeed, why are you able to inscribe formations that are more intricate and profound than those of the 9th level, yet cannot create those of the 7th or 8th level? Previously, she had not considered this, but Yunze's question suddenly illuminated her thoughts, filling her mind with queries. Do not tell me that those extraordinary formations are easier to inscribe than the other formations, for I cannot accept that, Gu Yue remarked. Those formations left her dizzy and confounded, far beyond her comprehension, while soul guide formations were strikingly simpler, 100-fold easier to grasp, albeit with considerably diminished power. Tion, Bai Ji, and the others, unfamiliar with soul guide formations, nonetheless sensed the underlying issues and were filled with curiosity. For me, indeed, formations are easier to inscribe than soul guide formations. This is a fact. Otherwise, I would not be capable of inscribing more intricate formations while struggling with those of the 7th or 8th level, Yunza stated earnestly. What is the reason for this? Gu Yue gazed at Yunza with profound confusion, resembling a curious child bombarded with questions. Yunza pondered for a moment and responded, let me simplify this for clarity. You can envision the process of inscribing formations and soul guide formations as akin to a soul-guided vehicle ascending a mountain. My soul power is the energy of the vehicle. Inscribing a formation is akin to traversing a gentle, straight path, gradually inclined, short in distance, requiring minimal energy, yet laden with numerous obstacles that demand meticulous and precise maneuvers to navigate. Conversely, inscribing a soul guide formation resembles taking a winding route, necessitating the vehicle to navigate dozens, if not hundreds, of serpentine bends to reach the destination. The journey itself is not particularly challenging. One merely needs to follow a designated path, albeit it is exceedingly energy-consuming. Given my current soul power, which path do you think would be easier for me? Yunze inquired with a smile. The tranquil and straightforward Gu Yue responded without a moment's hesitation, a sense of enlightenment washing over her as she pondered aloud. The process of inscribing a formation is intricate, yet it requires minimal soul power. Conversely, inscribing a magic array is mindless but demands a substantial amount of soul power. Soul power is a fundamental limitation that cannot be surmounted by mere technique, which is why you are unable to inscribe formations of the 7th or 8th tier while being capable of crafting more profound arrays. Yunze nodded in agreement. That is approximately the case. I am currently transforming the convoluted paths required for 7th and 8th tier formations into a direct route. By enhancing the intricacy of the inscribing technique and reducing the necessary soul power, I am able to accomplish it. You truly are a genius. Gu Yue exclaimed with admiration. This is merely a matter of perspective. If you understood some formations, you could achieve this as well, Yunze replied. I doubt I could match your proficiency, Gu Yue said, somewhat shyly, believing Yunze was complimenting her, her heart filled with joy. Chapter 76, The Golden Tree. Son of the Divine King? Since you can refine the 7th and 8th tier formations, why not directly modify the 9th tier formation? That way, the mechas produced would be of the red grade, Gu Yue said cheerfully, filled with anticipation. Allowing souls to inhabit red grade mechas is far superior to black grade ones. I have simplified the 9th tier formation, but it is not necessary at this moment. Xiong is still unable to forge divine grade metals, making it impossible to create red grade mechas. To request divine craftsman Zhenhua to forge divine grade metals is unnecessary. It incurs a debt of gratitude, is costly, and there is no guarantee of timely service. Rather than endure such complications, it is more efficient to produce black grade mechas, which is straightforward and requires no external assistance. Upon hearing Yunze's words, Xiong's face flushed, and he meekly stated, I will soon become an 8th grade forger. I am not far from the 9th grade. Is that so? Gu Yue said, her eyes lighting up. Then, does that mean you can currently create soul-guiding devices comparable to the 9th grade? Not yet. To manufacture a 9th grade soul-guiding device, multiple formations are necessary. I have simplified 3, but it is still unfeasible, Yunze explained. Keep it up. I believe you will soon be able to create 9th grade soul-guiding devices. Gu Yue expressed her unwavering confidence in him. Tian and Bai Ji exchanged peculiar glances, noting how the young lady seemed no different from a lovesick girl before the young master. Yunze chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond, and instead redirected the conversation, saying, Please contact your teacher, Lung Yaozhu, and inform her that our Dragon Phoenix Hall is willing to purchase 20 10,000-year soul spirits at a price 30% above the market value, ensuring the highest quality. Absolutely. I will call her shortly, Gu Yue replied. Yunze nodded, refraining from mentioning that among these 20 soul spirits, there should be some simian types. Such details were already known to Gu Yue and did not require elaboration. With a flicker of his storage ring, a golden dragon pearl appeared in his hand, which he then presented before Gu Yue. Have you absorbed all the energy within in just 3 days? Gu Yue expressed her astonishment, not due to an unwillingness to part with the energy, but rather in surprise at Yunze's rapid absorption rate. It's not that fast. Yunze shook his head and elucidated. Tomorrow, I plan to acquire my 2nd spirit soul and also visit the Ascension Tower. By then, I will have accumulated a significant amount of energy within me, and for a while, my primary focus will be on refining this energy. There is no need for this dragon pearl to remain with me, as it serves no purpose. You might as well absorb the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King from it. Just be sure to leave some pure energy for me. Understood. Rest assured. I will only absorb the bloodline. All this energy will belong to you, Gu Yue responded readily. For her, the bloodline held far greater significance than the energy itself. Even if it were merely a fragment of the Golden Dragon King's lineage, its absorption would be sufficient to catalyze a transformation in her bloodline. At Shrek Academy, before the Golden Tree on Sea God Island, Yun Ming, Ye Li, and other members of the Sea God Pavilion, along with Tang Wu Lin, stood solemnly before the tree, their expressions grave and their demeanor respectful. Tang Wu Lin appeared pale, his body weak and feeble, visibly lacking vitality, his blood essence reduced to less than 1/10 of its previous state. He had awakened just 2 days prior and had spent nearly 2 days confined to his bed before he could manage to stand and move. At that moment, his pallor was concerning. The physical weakness was secondary. What truly troubled him was the feeling of loss within, for his bloodline power had been siphoned away. To him, it was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, an unbearable reality. Without that vital bloodline, he felt as though his existence had plunged into darkness. The master of the Sea God Pavilion, Yun Ming, was engaged in communication with the Golden Tree. Moments later, the Golden Tree radiated a brilliant golden light. Sensing the change in the Golden Tree, Tang Wulin cast an eager gaze, akin to a drowning man clutching a life-saving straw. According to teacher Feng Wuyo, it was indeed the Golden Tree that prompted the Pavilion Master to rescue him. Such a wondrous entity, so considerate of his plight, might very well assist him. The Golden Tree emitted a beam of golden light that enveloped Tang Wulin, drawing the attention of those around him. Suddenly engulfed in the warm, golden glow, Tang Wulin felt bewildered, casting a pleading glance towards Feng Wuyo and Zhuo Shi. Fear not, old Jin will not harm you, Zhuo Shi assured him, though uncertainty lingered in his own heart regarding old Jin's intentions. Upon hearing Zhuo Shi's words, Tang Wulin found a measure of solace, allowing the golden light to draw him towards the Golden Tree, albeit with a hint of trepidation. With a soft grunt, Tang Wulin's consciousness blurred, and when clarity returned, he found himself in a realm filled with golden flora. The ground was adorned with vibrant golden plants swaying in the breeze, teeming with life, while the surrounding trees stood tall and dense, casting shadows over the land. What is this? Tang Wulin surveyed his surroundings, feeling a sense of panic yet managing to retain his composure. The scene bore a striking resemblance to his encounter with old Tang. As he pondered, 2 figures materialized not far from him, an elderly man and a stunning woman. The old man was stooped, his entire being shimmering in a reddish-gold hue, with hair and beard cascading to the ground, and possessing a pair of pale golden eyes. The woman, clad in a flowing white gown, had azure hair cascading down her back, her beauty unparalleled, with a visage devoid of any flaw. Who are you? Tang Wulin instinctively stepped back a few paces, his tone remaining courteous. I am the spirit of this Golden Tree, known to many as Old Jin. You may call me as such, the stooped elder replied. Greetings, Old Jin, Tang Wulin politely acknowledged. The woman remained silent, her gaze gentle as she appraised Tang Wulin, eventually breaking into a beautiful smile. You bear a striking resemblance to your father. This remark left Tang Wulin momentarily stunned. You know my father? The woman smiled and nodded, having come forth to reveal to him the truth of his lineage without any circumlocution. After hearing her words, Tang Wulin stood frozen, his heart tumultuous and turbulent, struggling to find calm. His father was, astonishingly, the legendary sea god Tang San, the founder of the Tang sect, who had led Shrek to glory and etched countless legends upon the continent. Is this some kind of deception? Tang Wulin gazed at the woman who claimed to be his grandmother. Do I have any reason to deceive you? Ain replied earnestly. I understand that learning your true father is a legendary figure may seem unbelievable, but it is indeed the truth, and you must endeavor to accept it. Initially, we had no intention of revealing your lineage so soon. It felt premature. However, the tribulation you faced a few days ago compelled us to disclose this sooner than planned. We need to assist you in awakening the bloodline within you, the bloodline belonging to the god King Tang San. Without awakening this divine bloodline, you, having lost part of the Golden Dragon King's essence, may not only lead a mundane existence but could also be in grave danger, something neither I nor your father wishes to witness. If you do not mature swiftly, once the 11th layer of the Golden Dragon King's seal is broken, your demise is all but certain. Divine bloodline, Tang Wulin's spirits lifted, the previous shadows seemingly dissipating at that moment. Indeed, Ain affirmed with a smile, as the son of the god King Tang San, your bloodline is anything but ordinary. Typically, you would at least awaken either the Blue-Silver Emperor or the Haotian Hammer Martial Spirit, and a dual martial spirit is also quite possible, just like your sister, Tang Wudong. She possesses two martial spirits, and considering the divine consciousness bestowed by your father, one might even say she has three. But my martial spirit is merely blue-silver grass, Tang Wulin replied, his eyes dimming slightly. Feigning indifference towards the blue-silver grass was disingenuous. That is due to the suppression of your inherent bloodline by the Golden Dragon King's essence, which has resulted in your only awakening the blue-silver grass martial spirit. Without the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, you would undoubtedly awaken a martial spirit of the caliber of the Blue-Silver Emperor, Ain explained. Then now that I have lost the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, with my inherent bloodline no longer suppressed, do I still have a chance to reawaken the Blue-Silver Emperor or Haotian Hammer martial spirit? Tang Wulin asked hopefully. Already having begun to believe in his identity as the son of the God King, there was no need for the other party to deceive him. Indeed, that is the very reason for my presence here, to aid you in awakening your bloodline. Both your father and I wish for you to thrive. And the key to achieving this lies in possessing a formidable martial spirit, Ain stated. This was a decision made by him and Tang Hao, to have her assist Tang Wulin in awakening the bloodline within him. With a formidable martial soul, the child would be able to mature more swiftly and confront the remaining 8 seals of the Golden Dragon King within him. Chapter 77, The Lava Monarch. Ascension Tower, is it true? Tang Wulin's eyes sparkled with brightness, his excitement rekindling a sense of hope. Observing the child's elation, Ain revealed a gentle smile and nodded, saying, Indeed, now you shall awaken the bloodline within you. Are you prepared? I am ready. Let us begin without delay, Tang Wulin replied eagerly. Standing upright and gazing at Ain with anticipation, Ain raised her palm, and a wave of gentle energy lifted Tang Wulin off the ground, allowing his feet to hover while his arms naturally extended. A blue-gold radiance erupted from within him, intermingled with a dark, lustrous light. As the glow spread, his body began to undergo a transformation. A sensation of comfort coursed through his limbs, eliciting a soft groan from Tang Wulin as warmth enveloped him. His palms tingled intensely, akin to being tickled by a dogtail grass. Noticing the changes within Tang Wulin, Ain smiled. The child was fortunate, endowed not only with the Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul, but also the Haotian Hammer martial soul. In the capital city, within the branch of the Spirit Transmission Tower, Yunze and Gu Yue were escorted into a circular chamber by staff members. Would you like me to introduce the workings of the Ascension Tower? The staff member inquired with a smile. No need. You may leave. I will manage the operations here, Gu Yue replied coolly. The staff member obediently exited the room. Aware of Gu Yue's status, which warranted such respect, are we truly going to seek the Lava Monarch? Gu Yue asked, her heart filled with concern. She was reluctant for Yunze to pursue the Lava Monarch as a spirit. The primary purpose of the Ascension Tower is to allow soul masters to enter and enhance the lifespan of their soul rings by hunting virtual soul beasts. Yet it also contains genuine soul spirits. These souls are indeed absorbable. Yunze now aspires to enter the Spirit Ascension Tower to absorb the true soul known as the Lava Monarch. Yesterday, Gu Yue, while conversing with Lung Yaozhu about purchasing a soul, casually inquired if there were any exceptionally powerful fire attribute souls within the Spirit Transmission Tower. Aware that Gu Yue was inquiring on Yunze's behalf, Lung Yaozhu took the liberty to search the archives of the Transmission Tower, recommending several top-tier fire attribute souls available in the Mingdu branch, among which the Lava Monarch stood out as the finest. The Lava Monarch, also referred to as the Lava Behemoth, is an ancient aberration that existed in searing magma before becoming a soul. It is said to have been birthed from the magma itself. Its form resembles that of a human, yet it is immense in stature, with even the newly born lava behemoth standing over 5 meters tall, ranking among the largest of soul beasts. Its formidable strength, coupled with its unparalleled fire attribute, grants the lava behemoth power that rivals that of a true dragon, making it a worthy super soul beast. This soul beast is exceedingly rare. According to Lung Yaozhu, there are only 2 Lava Lord spirits within the Spirit Transmission Tower. One, a millennium old, resides at the headquarters, while the other, over 4,000 years old, is stationed at the Mingdu branch, serving as the guardian from the intermediate to the advanced Spirit Ascension Tower. Despite its mere 4,000 years, its power surpasses that of many millennium soul beasts, possessing strength equivalent to that of a soul sage or even a soul de law. The Lava Lord spirit is also known as the unyielding soul spirit, characterized by its prideful and unruly nature, coupled with its formidable strength. It is virtually impossible for it to become a human spirit. Any attempts at forcible absorption could prove life-threatening, and very few soul masters dare to undertake such a perilous endeavor. Those who have attempted to absorb the unyielding soul spirit have met with grim fates, and there are currently no recorded successes. Lung Yaozhu mentions the existence of the unyielding soul spirit precisely because it is deemed impossible to absorb, at least in her perspective. Since absorption is unfeasible, there is little harm in speaking of it, and it serves to leave a positive impression of openness regarding Gu Yue. Relax. While I cannot speak for the other unyielding soul spirits, this fire attribute Lava Lord before me can only submit. It poses no threat to my life. Yunze remarked with a light chuckle. He remained calm, devoid of any tension, in stark contrast to Gu Yue's demeanor. One might mistakenly believe that Gu Yue intended to absorb the fearsome, unyielding soul spirit, while Yunze merely observed. Noticing Yunze's resolve, Gu Yue ceased further discussion and pressed a button on the wall, causing two metallic cabinets to slowly emerge from the adjacent wall. Yunze and Gu Yue each entered a cabinet, lying down as suction devices swiftly adhered to their bodies. The cabinets retracted automatically, plunging the interior into darkness. Soon, Yunze felt a tingling sensation coursing through his limbs. A mild electric current entered his brain, which he deliberately chose not to expel. His head grew heavy, but this sensation dissipated quickly, revealing bright illumination before his eyes. No longer faced with the dark cabinet, he beheld substantial trees, with patches of grass and thorns visible through the foliage. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting warmth upon him as a gentle breeze stirred the branches, causing the light to shift. A semi-illusory space, Yunze murmured, perceiving the nature of this environment. Isn't it fascinating? Upon my first entrance, I was indeed taken aback, for I had not anticipated that human technology had advanced to such an extraordinary extent. Gu Yue appeared not far from Yunze, and, as she drew closer, she expressed her thoughts. In the context of this world's civilization, it is undeniably marvelous. The individual who first conceived of the Spirit Elevation Tower possessed remarkable foresight, Yunze remarked. From his perspective, it may seem inconsequential. However, from the viewpoint of the beings inhabiting this world, it is truly astonishing. He felt no necessity to perceive all matters solely through his own lens, for doing so would only lead to criticism. While I harbor animosity towards humanity, I must concede that their intellect far surpasses that of soul beasts. Even if soul beasts were granted 100,000 years, they would be unable to create something akin to this Spirit Elevation Tower. It is truly irrefutable, Gu Yue sighed. I genuinely envy the wisdom of humanity. If only soul beasts possessed human-like intelligence, we would not find ourselves nearly extinct due to human predation. Yunze shook his head and replied, each talent has its strengths. Humanity is wise and reproduces rapidly, while soul beasts boast powerful physiques and longevity. Each possesses its own merits. There is no need for you to envy humanity's gifts. The plight of soul beasts stems not only from the disparity in intellect, but more significantly from the failure to fully harness your own advantages, particularly with regard to longevity. Had this been utilized effectively, soul beasts would never have descended to their current state. Gu Yue comprehended Yunze's implication and felt a twinge of regret, realizing that she should have facilitated the integration of Emperor Tian and the others into human society much earlier. Thus, leveraging their longevity, they could seamlessly infiltrate the major factions of the Federation and the military. Once they gained control over the Federation, the soul beasts would not only be spared from extermination, but would also avoid the dire brink of extinction they currently faced. However, such thoughts were irrelevant at the moment. It was time to seek the Lava Monarch, Yunze suggested, shifting the topic. Gu Yue nodded, and together with Yunze, they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest. Chapter 78. Unraveling the secrets of the Ascension Tower. After merely a few minutes of walking, they encountered a soul beast. A black tiger crossed their path. The moment the black tiger detected the presence of humans, it turned, and through the gaps in the trees, caught sight of Yunze and Gu Yue, letting out a resounding roar. Through this sound, both Yunze and Gu Yue could sense the tiger's excitement, which was not of a friendly nature, but rather the exhilaration of spotting prey. Come forth, this soul beast is an imitation. If we slay it, we can absorb its energy to enhance the lifespan of our soul rings, Gu Yue stated. As the sovereign of soul beasts, She could naturally discern the difference between the simulated soul beasts and those that were genuine manifestations of true souls. This is a black tiger that has lived for over 2,000 years. With Yunza's prowess, dealing with it posed no challenge whatsoever. Yunza nodded and took a few steps forward. As he advanced, his phoenix martial soul surged forth from behind, distorting the air around him and causing the temperature in the vicinity to rise sharply. The phoenix martial soul let out a resounding cry, diving downwards. Upon nearing Yunza, its form swiftly transformed, its flesh and blood morphing into a magnificent phoenix longbow. The bow's body was exceptionally beautiful, adorned with a vividly lifelike phoenix pattern that seemed as though it could take flight at any moment, engulfed in flames. 2 soul rings subsequently rose, the second one shimmering as Yunza drew back the bowstring, conjuring a fiery arrow that materialized and settled on the string. The black tiger, initially exhilarated, charged towards Yunza and Gu Yue with fierce eyes. However, upon witnessing Yunza draw the bow, its emotions took a dramatic turn. The excitement faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of terror. Its fur bristled, and a strong sense of crisis caused its steps to falter. Suddenly, its limbs halted, skidding several meters before regaining its footing, and without hesitation, it turned to flee. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced the air, tracing a straight line of fire. The black tiger let out a pained roar, unable to evade its grim fate as the fiery arrow struck true, piercing its neck. The tiger fell forward, rolling on the ground before thrashing violently, its expression contorted as the heat scorched its flesh. Another whoosh echoed as Yunza loosed another arrow, this one striking the tiger's forehead and penetrating its skull. The tiger's struggle ceased abruptly, its head collapsing lifelessly to the ground, its form becoming ethereal and transforming into purple energy that surged toward Yunza. Is this a tad too easy? Gu Yue marveled at Yunza, astonished that such a formidable beast, with a history spanning over 2 millennia, could be vanquished in such a light manner with just 2 arrows. It wasn't exactly effortless. I merely concluded the encounter swiftly, Yunza replied. The first arrow had been empowered by his soul skill, while the second was a conventional arrow forged from pure flames. The distinction lay in the absence of soul ring energy, rendering it somewhat weaker, yet the consumption of soul power was considerably less. Releasing his grip on the longbow, it transformed into flames and melted into his body, restoring harmony to his energy. As the purple energy flowed toward him, Yunza distinctly sensed the exhilaration emanating from his soul spirit, which yearned to absorb this energy. However, without Yunza's permission, it dared not emerge, as its attraction to the purple energy was insufficient to overshadow its reverence for him, choosing instead to remain obediently within. Yunza did not rush to release the soul spirit. With a beckoning gesture, he drew the purple energy into his palm. He focused his mental energy, meticulously assessing the state of the purple energy for several minutes before summoning the soul spirit to absorb it. The fire phoenix appeared in a diminutive form, akin to that of a duck, and upon emerging, it glanced at Yunza, seemingly inquiring, "Is it permissible?" Upon receiving Yunza's affirmation, the fiery 9-headed bird eagerly absorbed the purple energy, revealing a look of delight. Yunza observed the transformation of the fiery 9-headed bird. Once this energy was absorbed, it seamlessly became a part of the bird's own essence, enhancing its aura. So that is how it works, Yunza chuckled, having discerned the principle of the Ascension Tower through careful observation. The fiery 9-headed bird chirped excitedly in response to Yunza, exhibiting lively energy. "Let us return." Yunza gestured, and the bird transformed into flames, diving into his palm. "What did you mean by so that is how it works?" Gu Yue inquired, tilting her head during their journey. "It means I've grasped the underlying principle of the Ascension Tower, the deeper mechanics involved," Yunza replied. Gu Yue paused for a moment, quickly processing the information, and exclaimed, "If you understand this principle, can you replicate an Ascension Tower?" "Replicating an Ascension Tower is beyond my current soul power, but I can certainly devise a simple Ascension device. Once we are outside, I will ponder further and strive to create one within the Dragon Phoenix Palace for easier ascension in the future," Yunza responded with a smile. "Are you truly capable of creating a replica?" Gu Yue expressed her astonishment, her voice rising. Due to their connection with Lung Yaozhu, the devices monitoring their activities could not record sound, allowing for candid conversation. "Is it truly that surprising?" Yunza glanced back at Gu Yue, who stood a distance away. Gu Yue hurriedly approached him and continued their journey, saying, "I cannot help but be astonished. Numerous factions have sought to uncover the secrets of the Ascension Tower to replicate it, thereby enhancing the lifespan of their soul rings without relying on the transmission tower. Yet, until now, no one has successfully discerned its mysteries. The ascension tower remains exclusive to the transmission tower. If you can indeed create an ascension device, it would shatter the monopoly of the transmission tower, likely causing a sensation throughout the Federation. Before Yunze could respond, Gu Yue continued. If my millennial artificial soul spirit is also successfully developed, combined with the ascension device you create, we could establish a second transmission tower, perhaps even supplanting the original. The moment this is mentioned, she felt a surge of excitement. Replacing the transmission tower would also address the issue of soul beasts being hunted. Over the past millennium, the decline in soul beasts has surpassed that of the previous 100 millennia, a phenomenon largely attributed to the spirit transmission tower. Her animosity towards this institution, a significant catalyst for the extinction of soul beasts, is profound. Had she not harbored aspirations of seizing control over the tower, she would never have allied herself with such a detestable force. Furthermore, her intention to utilize the resources of this power to conduct research on artificial soul spirits plays a crucial role in her involvement. Should her research on artificial soul spirits prove successful, it would not only alleviate the plight of soul beasts facing rampant hunting, but also grant her access to the upper echelons of the spirit transmission tower, achieving a dual purpose. However, upon discovering that Yunze possesses the capability to replicate the ascension tower, her perspective shifted. Rather than seeking to govern the spirit transmission tower, she now yearns to witness its replacement, as such an outcome would provide her the satisfaction she seeks. Chapter 79. The Phoenix displays its might. All flames submit. In theory, it is indeed possible, Yunze remarked. The transmission spirit tower has the potential to become one of the foremost powers on the continent, relying on its monopoly over souls and the ascending spirit tower. In these two domains, they are irreplaceable, which only strengthens their position, subtly hinting at their ascent to the pinnacle of continental influence. Should this monopoly be shattered, it would deal a heavy blow to the transmission spirit tower, shaking its very foundations. If handled adeptly, it is conceivable to supplant the transmission spirit tower, which has stood for millennia. However, this is contingent upon the ability to develop a man-made soul spirit. Without such a breakthrough, it remains mere conjecture, devoid of significance, Yunze continued. I am certain I can achieve it, Gu Yue declared, clenching her fists to bolster her resolve and instill confidence. Then, breaking into a smile, she turned to Yunze. Besides, even if I fail, you are here, and your prowess guarantees success. Do not adorn me with such flattery. I am hardly exceptional, Yunze replied with a chuckle. Unimpressed by Gu Yue's attempts at persuasion, Gu Yue pouted slightly, gazing at Yunze with hopeful yet pitiful eyes, her large orbs fluttering slightly. Yunze glanced at her and shook his head lightly, quickening his pace. Let us discuss it later. If you truly encounter difficulties, I could offer some guidance. You are so kind, Gu Yue beamed, an indescribable joy swelling within her as she trotted alongside Yunze, her hands clasped behind her back, her steps light and buoyant. Under the name of Cold Yaozhu, Gu Yue procured information regarding the Lava Monarch's routine activities from the Subtower Master. They were now following this map, eliminating the need for aimless searching through the forest, thus saving both time and effort. Everything within the Ascending Spirit Tower is under the vigilant observation of the Transmission Spirit Tower. They possess comprehensive knowledge of the types of soul beasts, their locations, and their behavioral patterns. During their journey, they encountered several soul beasts, all of which were vanquished by Yunze, becoming energy sustenance for the fire nine-headed bird. With each absorption of energy, Yunze's understanding of the principles of ascension deepened further. We should be nearing the Lava Monarch, Gu Yue noted, observing the trees scorched and melted by lava. The acrid smoke and burnt odor made it evident that this destruction was recent, a clear sign that the Lava Monarch had just passed through. The lava remnants were unmistakably left by the Lava Monarch, as this area is its exclusive domain. No ordinary soul beast daring to approach. Yunze scanned the surroundings and pointed to the left ahead, urging Gu Yue to hasten their pursuit. The enormous footprints and the flames engulfing the trees confirmed that they were on the correct path. Not far along, they beheld the imposing figure of the Lava Monarch in the distance, its massive form strikingly conspicuous. Over 4,000 years old, the Lava Monarch stood more than 15 meters tall, resembling a humanoid figure, with sturdy legs that facilitated its movement, and powerful arms swinging back and forth, discharging thick lava. Its body, primarily composed of rock, appeared blocky and was laced with dark red magma oozing from cracks the size of a thumb. Flames danced across its surface, radiating intense heat that warped the surrounding air, and the sheer size of its form exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Not an easy opponent, Gu Yue remarked, her expression grave as she sensed the immense pressure emanating from the lava monarch silhouette. The soul beast, nurtured by the heavens and the earth, remains impervious to the oppressive might of her draconic kin, utterly unaffected in its combat prowess. Her gaze instinctively drifted toward Yunze, whose demeanor remained as tranquil as a gentle breeze, suddenly alleviating her tension. Yunze took a few steps forward, unleashing his martial spirit. With a resounding cry akin to that of a phoenix, a fiery phoenix soared forth, charging toward the lava monarch. Sensing the disturbance behind it, the lava monarch halted, pivoted its body, and lifted its gaze to the sky. Its visage bore a resemblance to that of a human, albeit with a rugged contour. Its large eyes glimmered with flames, and upon witnessing the phoenix's approach, the flames within its pupils intensified noticeably. With a thunderous leap, the lava monarch left profound footprints upon the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. With a leap spanning several dozen meters, the lava sovereign lunged towards the phoenix. Its colossal hand poised to grasp the creature, which, measuring just over a meter in length, appeared rather diminutive. As the lava sovereign descended, the phoenix swiftly ascended, nimbly evading the massive hand. Upon landing, the lava sovereign's feet struck the ground with a resounding thud, sending soil and debris flying, creating two deep craters. After touching down, it effortlessly uprooted a tree, thick as a barrel, using it as a javelin hurled towards the phoenix, the trunk slicing through the air with remarkable straightness. The phoenix deftly dodged the incoming projectile, gazing down upon the lava sovereign from its elevated position. Its regal yet indifferent stare instilled a sense of dread within the lava sovereign, causing a momentary disturbance in the flames enveloping its form. The phoenix emitted a melodic cry, performing an act of absorption towards the lava sovereign. There was no discernible surge of suction, nor did the surrounding trees tilt towards the phoenix. It appeared to be merely a mundane act of absorption, devoid of any apparent power. Yet, this seemingly innocuous gesture incited panic and fear in the lava sovereign, which felt an overwhelming pull as the flames that adorned its body began to dissipate. Despite its efforts to maintain control over the flames, the lava sovereign found its attempts futile, unable to stem the tide of fire that was slipping away from its grasp, rendering its fiery essence beyond its command. The flames emanating from the lava monarch's body were all drawn into the phoenix's beak, serving as nourishment to amplify its majestic aura. With a furious roar tinged with fear, the lava monarch took massive strides, uprooting a towering tree and hurling it toward the phoenix in a desperate attempt to disrupt its absorption. Effortlessly evading while continuing its relentless consumption, the phoenix moved with graceful agility, appearing utterly unperturbed. The flames converged into a blazing river, rapidly streaming into the phoenix's form. As the inferno dwindled, the lava monarch's once overpowering presence waned, its fiery exterior dimming, its inner energies slipping beyond control. Frenzied and desperate, the beast clawed at the earth, flinging debris and trees, even leaping in a futile bid to seize its airborne predator. The phoenix's allure was irresistible, an instinctive craving to devour this superior flame. A feast that promised metamorphosis. Yet fate mocked its desires. Instead of consuming the seemingly frail phoenix, it was being drained of its essence. Another thunderous roar echoed as the lava monarch abandoned its assaults, turning to flee in earth-shaking strides. Each footfall quaked the terrain, toppling ancient trees in its wake, scattering wildlife in terror. Chapter 80. The Second Spirit, Spirit Elder. With a few swift steps, Yunze propelled himself skyward, fiery phoenix wings unfurling behind him in a dazzling spectacle of flames. Beating his radiant plumage, he ascended to the phoenix's altitude, joining the pursuit of the fleeing monarch. Gu Yue stood stunned, awestruck by the simplicity and efficacy of this strategy. How effortlessly the mighty lava monarch had been reduced to flight. Indeed, it continuously brings surprises, Gu Yue exclaimed as she swiftly pursued Yunze and the others. The phoenix continued to absorb the fiery energy from the body of the lava sovereign, an elemental force it could not resist. The lava sovereign's strength surpassed that of Yunze by a considerable margin. In a true battle, even with the release of his battle armor, Yunze would stand no chance against it. The disparity in power was so great that it could not be bridged by mere combat experience or skill. However, In terms of the quality and mastery of flames, Yunza held an undeniable advantage, easily overpowering the Lava Sovereign. At this moment, the Phoenix effortlessly siphoning away the Lava Sovereign's flames served as the best testament to this fact, forcibly usurping control over its fiery essence. The Lava Sovereign was not formidable enough to suppress the flames that had left its body and could only acquiesce to the process. As the Phoenix absorbed the flames, it grew increasingly powerful, thereby accelerating the rate of absorption, creating a self-reinforcing cycle. Meanwhile, the Lava Sovereign grew weaker, its resistance waning, and its situation deteriorating. After a span of 10 minutes, the Lava Sovereign felt as if its very essence had been drained, rendering it unable to flee. Its body heavy and its steps laborious. With a thud, the Lava Sovereign collapsed onto the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. The path it traversed was left in disarray, with numerous trees shattered and toppled, forming a wide-open corridor. Gu Yue, approaching from behind, rejoiced at the sight of the fallen Lava Sovereign and glanced skyward at Yunza. Yunza descended a few dozen meters away from the Lava Sovereign, with the Phoenix hovering beside him, continuing its energy absorption. The energy flowing from the Lava Sovereign had diminished significantly, now less than 1/10 of what it had been, indicating that it was nearly depleted. Sensing the Lava Sovereign's impending collapse, Yunza signaled with his mind, prompting the Phoenix to cease its absorption and remain quietly by his side. "I shall absorb this soul spirit now," Yunza communicated to Gu Yue, who had followed closely behind him, as he approached the Lava Sovereign with measured steps. Gu Yue raised her hand, her mouth opening as if to warn him to be cautious of a potential last-ditch attack from the Lava Sovereign, but upon reflection, she deemed it unnecessary and refrained from speaking. Such a scenario might seem plausible when it pertains to oneself, yet it appears rather improbable in the case of Yunza. He hastily approached, accompanying Yunza as they advanced toward the Lava Monarch, who lay motionless on the ground, evoking a sense of unreality. The ease with which this confrontation concluded was startling. The battle had been overwhelmingly one-sided. For over 4 millennia, the Lava Monarch, a being formidable enough to rival the Soul Sage and Soul Douluo, had been utterly powerless, an outcome she had never anticipated and found utterly astonishing. The Lava Monarch lay inert, resembling a lifeless mound of rock, seemingly devoid of any intention to move. Yunza, without uttering a word, settled cross-legged nearby, allowing his soul power to extend and envelop the body of the Lava Monarch, beginning the process of absorption. Gradually, the form of the Lava Monarch diminished, and after half an hour, it had shrunk to a length of merely over a foot, now suspended before Yunza in a spectral manifestation. In its reduced state, the Lava Monarch regained its vigor, glaring fiercely at Yunza, its eyes ablaze with defiance and unyielding spirit. It harbored a profound aversion to becoming Yunza's soul spirit. To be precise, it resisted any human attempting to absorb it, unwilling to become a subordinate to humanity. At that moment, it resisted, its indomitable soul unleashing a roar akin to a stubborn wild stallion, difficult to tame. Yunza opened his eyes, casting a tranquil gaze upon the Lava Monarch, his calmness instilling a profound dread deep within its essence. "Submit or perish. Erasing your soul is a trivial task for me," Yunza spoke with indifference. With that, he made his move to refine the soul of the Lava Monarch, a process that signified obliteration, intending to ensure its complete demise. A golden flame erupted from his forehead, and upon sighting this flame, the Lava Monarch was engulfed in terror, its soul writhing in agony, the suffocating peril rendering it nearly incapable of composure. As the golden flames touched its form, it emitted a heart-wrenching scream, thrashing desperately, striving to extinguish the fire. Yet, such flames are not so easily quelled. Its futile attempts not only proved ineffective but also allowed the flames to spread further, incinerating its soul and subjecting it to inhuman torment. Upon witnessing the golden flame, Gu Yue instinctively recoiled several steps, feeling the soul's sting and sensing an imminent threat. After enduring the searing flames for over a minute, the Lava Monarch could no longer withstand the agony and, in a moment of capitulation, began to plead for mercy. "Had you submitted sooner, why endure such suffering?" Yunze shook his head, a thought flickering in his mind as the golden flames departed from the Lava Monarch and merged into his brow. The Lava Monarch fell back in the air, gasping for breath, appearing as if he had survived a calamity. Gu Yue mused internally that even an indomitable spirit feared death. She had thought the unyielding soul was unafraid of anything. In truth, It was not surprising that the lava monarch feared demise. The agony of his soul being seared was far too intense, more unbearable than death itself. Moreover, as the golden flames burned, they not only inflicted pain but also eroded the will of the soul, diminishing its resistance and fostering thoughts of submission and survival. Once the lava monarch was subdued, the process of absorbing the soul became effortless, proceeding smoothly without any interruptions. The third purple soul ring evolved, and Yunza's soul power surged, reaching the 31st level, thus becoming a 3-ring soul master. With this breakthrough, Yunza's aura significantly heightened, marking a small qualitative transformation in his strength, nearly doubling his total soul power. Congratulations! A 3-ring soul master at just over 6 years old. This undoubtedly sets a historical record on the continent. Gu Yue exclaimed joyfully. Yunza merely smiled faintly, devoid of any excitement. He held little regard for such nominal achievements. To him, the breakthrough in strength was merely a natural progression, without the need for exuberant celebration. We should take our leave, Yunza stated, sensing disturbances from the outside world. There's no need to rush. Let us release the lava monarch first, Gu Yue began, but before she could finish her sentence, she felt the world spinning and her consciousness began to blur. When she regained her senses, darkness enveloped her, and she felt herself being pulled from a cabinet. Yunza calmly rose from the cabinet, gazing at the staff of the spirit transmission tower surrounding him. At the forefront was Wei Yong, the master of the branch tower. At that moment, Wei Yong and the other personnel were fixated on him, their expressions somber, their gazes akin to that of a thief watching his prey. Chapter 81. Troubles from the Spirit Transmission Tower. Master Wei, what is the meaning of this? Gu Yue inquired, hastily approaching Yunza and frowning. Wei Yong shifted his gaze from Yunza to Gu Yue and spoke in a grave tone. The surveillance shows that Yunza has absorbed the soul of the lava monarch. The relationship with the lava monarch's soul is of great significance. Its absorption represents a tremendous loss for our spirit transmission tower. We require an explanation. He regretted not having withheld the information regarding the lava monarch's location, realizing too late that they would engage with it. When Gu Yue sought the lava monarch's whereabouts, she claimed it was out of curiosity, a simple desire to observe, and mentioned that this matter had been approved by Deputy Tower Master Lung Yaozhu. At the time, he had not thought much of it, confidently believing that nothing would go awry with the lava monarch. He simply provided the location, even cautioning them to be careful. Yet, who could have anticipated that these two youngsters would not only defeat the lava monarch, but also absorb this indomitable spirit? The situation has suddenly become quite troublesome. Once the soul master enters the ascension tower, they are free to engage in any activity, including absorbing the soul of a lava sovereign, which does not contravene the regulations of the Tower of Transcendence, does it? Is it not a bit excessive for you to demand an explanation now? Gu Yue inquired, clearly displeased with the actions of the other party. Wei Yong offered a helpless smile and replied, while that may be true, the matter concerning the lava sovereign's soul is one that we must take seriously. I have already reported this incident to headquarters and informed your mentor, Deputy Tower Master Lung Yaozhu, who will decide on the course of action. Until they devise a solution, we must impose upon Yunze to remain here in the sub-tower for the time being. Yunze, the young master of the Dragon Phoenix Hall, maintains considerable connections with both the Royal Academy of the Sun and Moon and the Federal Research Institute. The manner in which he is to be handled is beyond the jurisdiction of the sub-tower master. The implications are far too significant. A misstep could easily incite hostilities among powerful factions, a burden he cannot bear. Consequently, upon learning of the indomitable spirit of the lava monarch being absorbed, he promptly chose to report the matter, deferring the resolution to the headquarters. His current task is to temporarily detain Yunze until a decision is rendered. Are you planning to imprison him? Gu Yue inquired, her voice laced with indignation. Since we cannot leave, let us remain here for a while. Lord Wei, could you kindly prepare some sustenance for us? It is past mealtime, and we find ourselves a bit famished, Yunze remarked with a smile, gently patting Gu Yue on the back to signal her to remain calm, reminding her that there was no need for such urgency. This matter, while seemingly minor, holds significance for the spirit transmission tower. The outcome depends on their handling of it, and impatience serves no purpose. As long as the spirit transmission tower exercises wisdom, they will refrain from forcibly extracting the soul. The matter will ultimately revolve around the compensation offered. After being gently reassured by Yunza, Gu Yue regained her composure, casting a cold glance at Wei Yong without uttering another word. Wei Yong was taken aback, pleasantly surprised by Yunza's amiable demeanor, and he chuckled. Of course, it's possible. He instructed those nearby, quickly prepare a lavish feast. We must not shortchange our esteemed guests, who rarely visit. Both Yunza and Gu Yue were individuals he could not afford to offend. At that moment, he set aside his status as the master of the hall, adopting a friendly and pleasant attitude. Do remember to prepare ample food. She has quite an appetite, Yunza reminded, glancing at Gu Yue. Gu Yue softly retorted, casting a playful look at Yunza, asserting that her appetite was not particularly large. Nevertheless, she did not truly insist on reducing the food preparations, for it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and she felt quite hungry, needing a substantial meal to satisfy her. Very well, prepare more. Do not fear waste. It must be sufficient, Wei Yong instructed cheerfully. The servant acknowledged and swiftly exited the room. While the meal is being prepared, allow me to show you around this branch tower, Wei Yong proposed. He did not intend to confine them to a room while they waited, as that might create an impression of imprisonment. Although the current situation could be perceived as a form of confinement, it was comparatively mild, affording them a degree of dignity. Let us proceed, Yunza said to Gu Yue, complying as they followed Wei Yong through the branch tower. Meanwhile, a small meeting was convened among the higher-ups of the spirit transmission tower to discuss the matter, particularly concerning the indomitable souls, which were highly valued. Within the tower, there were many souls, yet only a handful were indomitable. Losing one was indeed a significant loss. The meeting was chaired by the tower master, Qian Gudongfeng. Normally, incidents involving indomitable souls would not warrant his attention. However, given that this situation involved Yunza, the young master of the Dragon Phoenix Palace, he took the initiative to lead the discussion. My intention is to seize this opportunity to establish a long-term partnership with the Dragon Phoenix Palace, aiming for favorable terms regarding elixirs, which would be far more advantageous than mere monetary compensation, Qian Gudongfeng expressed after Leng Yaozhu had elucidated the situation. In his view, forming a long-term collaboration with the Dragon Phoenix Palace far outweighed the importance of the indomitable soul. Retrieving it had not even crossed his mind. Once a long-term partnership was established, many more opportunities would arise. If they could secure access to their elixir formulas, the benefits would far surpass those of the indomitable soul. He was also astonished to learn that Yunza had already attained the rank of Soul Master at level 31, a remarkable feat for someone so young. What manner of creature is this? The ancient east wind finds his heart in turmoil, for Yunzai's cultivation speed exceeds his comprehension. He harbors a premonition that if Yunzai continues to cultivate at this pace, he shall shatter all records of cultivation speed. Even those venerable beings who have ascended might not match his rapid progress. I concur with the opinion of the master of the ancient tower. Now that the soul spirit has been absorbed, forcibly extracting it would inflict great harm upon Yunzai. The Dragon Phoenix Palace would never permit such an act. To offend the Dragon Phoenix Palace, along with the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon and the Federal Research Institute, for the sake of a defiant soul spirit is, quite evidently, an irrational endeavor, remarked Leng Yaozhu. She favors Yunzai, believing in his potential, and given his close ties with her disciple, she feels compelled to assist him. After a moment of contemplation, the others present also found her reasoning sound, nodding in agreement. Since everyone deems this approach feasible, let it be so, declared the ancient east wind decisively, turning to Leng Yaozhu. Yaozhu, this matter pertains to your disciple, so you shall represent us in negotiations with the Dragon Phoenix Palace. This will facilitate a more amicable discourse. Remember, your position as the deputy master of the Spirit Transmission Tower requires you to secure the best possible advantages. Within the defiant soul spirit, apart from the 10,000-year lava monarch, there exists a top-tier fire attribute spirit. If necessary, you may use this as leverage in your negotiations. I am confident that Yunzai will not reject such a soul spirit and will be inclined to make concessions. In pursuit of fostering relations with the Dragon Phoenix Palace, in hopes of acquiring those alchemical formulas, he is indeed making a considerable investment. Leng Yaozhu nodded in agreement. Chapter 82. The Killing Intent of Ancient Eastwind. The Holy Spirit Cult. Let us conclude this meeting. Yaozhu, please remain behind, as I wish to discuss the details of our collaboration with the Dragon Phoenix Palace, stated the Ancient Eastwind. The others departed, leaving only the Ancient Eastwind and Leng Yaozhu in the conference room. Is there anything you wish to address? Leng Yaozhu inquired. When you engage in discussions with them regarding our collaboration, remember to emphasize these key points. The Ancient Eastwind began to outline the negotiation essentials. After imparting his instructions, The ancient east wind returned to his office, burdened with thoughts, seated in his chair as he gazed at the video transmission that had been sent. The video showcases the earlier scene of Yunze within the Ascension Tower, where the phoenix is absorbing the flames from the lava lord's essence. Qian Gudongfeng replayed this process multiple times, and upon completion, fell into a deep silence. The mastery of the flames is formidable, capable of forcefully siphoning the fiery energy from the lava lord's being. Qian Gudongfeng discerned some underlying truths. At merely 6 years old, a soul master, he had even successfully absorbed the unyielding soul, all of which struck a chord with Qian Gudongfeng's nerves. After sitting in a daze for a few minutes, he twisted his hand in the air, locking the door. Concurrently, he enveloped the entire room with his spiritual energy, ensuring no prying eyes lingered, before dialing the soul communicator. "What is it?" came the impatient voice on the other end, followed by a scream, with faint sounds of blood splattering audible. Upon hearing this, Qian Gudongfeng furrowed his brow, realizing that this individual was likely in the midst of committing murder, their enthusiasm disrupted by his call, hence the displeasure. That Yunze from the Dragon Phoenix Palace is already a soul master, and he appears to be not yet 7 years old, Qian Gudongfeng remarked. A soul master under 7? How astonishing. The voice on the other end was laced with surprise and a hint of exhilaration. Indeed impressive. At this rate of growth, he may ascend to the rank of titled Douluo before the age of 20, and reaching the pinnacle by 30 is within the realm of possibility. Qian Gudongfeng asserted, not exaggerating, but genuinely sensing this potential, as Yunze's talent instilled a sense of urgency within him. That is only if he does not meet an untimely demise. Should an unforeseen incident occur, and he were to suddenly perish, what then of the pinnacle Douluo? A chilling voice responded from the other end. One can only hope for his premature end. Should he require assistance, he may contact me, as I can offer appropriate aid. Qian Gudongfeng said with significant implication. You old fox. Wishing for that Yunze's demise while seeking our hands to do the dirty work, your scheming is quite adept, came the retort. Qian Gudongfeng smiled faintly. It hardly amounts to using others as tools. His death would benefit us all, and besides, we have already assisted you considerably. I have clarified the location of that item and am currently working on establishing connections. Is that so? Upon hearing these words, the individual on the other end of the line visibly became animated and fervently engaged, clearly invested in the matter. Perhaps the ancient east wind offered no definitive answer. And with that, the call was abruptly terminated. In a remote town, the streets were drenched in blood, a ghastly scent permeating the air. A man stood atop a corpse, attempting to make a phone call. After several fruitless attempts, his expression darkened. How dare that old fool hang up on me? The man's anger surged, and he nearly crushed the communicator, yet he refrained, maintaining his composure. Humph, just wait until you lose your value. I shall deal with you then, Yunze. My Holy Spirit sect is not one to be trifled with lightly. The man licked the remnants of blood from his lips, revealing a ferocious glint in his eyes. In the Ming capital, within a beautifully adorned chamber of the Transmission Spirit Tower, Gu Yue gracefully savored her meal, her plate already emptied several times. Yunze sat opposite her, having finished his meal, while Tian, upon receiving news, had joined them. The trio occupied the entire room, providing a relatively intimate setting. A series of knocks echoed through the air. Come in, Yunze, Gu Yue, and Tian all turned their gaze toward the entrance. The door swung open, and the hall master, Meng Yang, entered, holding a soul-guided communicator. He approached and handed it to Yunze, stating, "This is a call from Deputy Tower Master Lung Yaozhu." Yunze accepted the device and greeted the caller, "Hello." After passing the phone to Yunze, Wei Yang exited the room, showing no intention of eavesdropping. Gu Yue set down her chopsticks, wiping her mouth with a napkin as she pulled a chair beside Yunze to listen in on the conversation. In truth, she need not sit so close, for Yunze had activated the speakerphone, allowing her to hear perfectly well from her previous position. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lung Yaozhu delved into the crux of the matter, emphasizing the gravity of the situation and the significance of the resilient spirit to the Transmission Spirit Tower. Yunze listened intently, aware that the other party was deliberately exaggerating the situation to negotiate for greater benefits. While the resilient spirit was indeed crucial to the tower, considering his relationship with Nana, I have also facilitated matters on your behalf. The Tower Master, valuing my standing, has made considerable concessions. not only waiving exorbitant compensation but also expressing willingness to establish a long-term partnership with the Dragon Phoenix Hall. To demonstrate our sincerity, we intend to procure 50 premium foundation-building pills and premium breakthrough pills, along with 5 longevity pills. If you happen to possess any century longevity pills, we would also be interested in acquiring those. Long Yaozhu articulated, her tone sincere, as if she had done much for Yunze. Yunze remained impassive, fully aware of the ulterior motives behind the transmission spirit tower's overtures. To align with Long Yaozhu's approach, he replied, "Thank you, Deputy Tower Master. In appreciation for your mediation, we can offer you a 10% discount." The total value of the pills being purchased by the transmission spirit tower amounted to billions. A 10% discount would result in savings of several hundred million, no trivial sum. Long Yaozhu beamed with satisfaction at Yunze's words, her smile radiating delight. "This is wonderful. However, you must still relay this matter to Deputy Hall Master Yuntian to avoid any misconceptions that we secured the discount through you." "That will not be an issue," Yunze assured her, before inquiring, "By the way, Deputy Tower Master Lang, what kind of long-term collaboration do you envision?" "It is as follows. We believe that the elixir business of the Dragon Phoenix Palace holds immense potential, and we are quite optimistic about it. Therefore, we wish to invest. As for the specific collaboration methods, I will discuss them with Deputy Palace Master Yuntian. Please pass the phone to him," said Long Yaozhu. "Such matters are undoubtedly unsuitable to discuss with a child like Yunze. Despite his status as the young lord, he is still too young to make such significant decisions." Yunze handed the phone to Tian. "I am Yuntian Tian," he stated. On the other end, Long Yaozhu greeted Tian briefly before delving into the main topic. "What are your plans for collaboration?" Tian inquired directly upon discerning Long Yaozhu's intentions. With a slight smile, Long Yaozhu replied, "The collaboration is quite simple. You provide the formulas and technology, while we, the Transmission Spirit Tower, will take charge of promotion and sales." Chapter 83. The investment intentions of the Transmission Spirit Tower. Currently, the business of the Dragon Phoenix Hall is flourishing. Yet it is confined to a single location in Mingyu. Moreover, due to a shortage of personnel, the daily production of elixirs is limited. Geographical constraints and insufficient manpower will hinder the growth of the Dragon Phoenix Hall. To elevate the business further, expansion is essential. However, relying solely on self-selection of locations, opening stores, and hiring staff is inefficient, and it may take years to establish even a few outlets. At this juncture, a partner is needed, and the Transmission Spirit Tower would undoubtedly be the optimal choice for collaboration with the Dragon Phoenix Hall. Long Yaozhu paused for a moment, allowing Yuntian to comprehend and digest her earlier statements. The phone's volume was turned up, and both Yunze and Gu Yue exchanged knowing glances, silently shaking their heads in agreement, understanding the underlying intent was centered around the formulas. "Deputy Tower Master Lang, please continue," Tian encouraged, refraining from outright rejection. Eager to hear more. Believing that Yuntian was indeed interested, Long Yaozhu felt a surge of optimism and continued. "You should be aware that the Transmission Spirit Tower has branches in virtually every city. It would not be an exaggeration to say our influence spans the continent. If you could sell your elixirs in every branch, you would not only avoid the hassles of site selection and hiring, but also leverage the Transmission Spirit Tower's influence to enhance the visibility of your elixirs. Consequently, your sales could potentially multiply by dozens, if not hundreds of times. Imagine, if sales were to increase 100-fold or more, the daily revenue would be staggering. I anticipate a minimum of several hundred billion, with the possibility of daily earnings exceeding 1 trillion not being out of the question." As she spoke, Long Yaozhu's own heart raced at the prospect. Even as a formidable powerhouse, she was astonished by the scale of such figures. While her words may have seemed somewhat embellished, their potential was not entirely unfounded and could not be dismissed as mere falsehoods. She was quite supportive of collaborating with the Dragon Phoenix Hall, recognizing that such an agreement would yield mutual benefits. Tian deliberately remained silent for a moment before responding, "Deputy Tower Master Lang, your proposition has certainly piqued my interest. However, you shifted the conversation. The likelihood of us reaching such a collaboration is rather slim. May I inquire why that is?" Cold Yaozhu, puzzled, said, "If your concern is that the Spirit Transmission Tower will take away a significant portion of the profits, I believe that is unnecessary. The Spirit Transmission Tower can make concessions and only take 1/5 of the total revenue. The majority would still be yours. This is not a matter of profit distribution, but rather, during my last visit to the clan, I discussed matters of expansion with the clan leader. He mentioned that while expansion is certainly necessary, it should not be rushed. The Dragon Phoenix Hall has only recently been established and has yet to solidify its foundation in the Ming capital. Hastily pursuing expansion would undoubtedly be an unwise choice. It would be prudent to wait at least 2 or 3 years until the Dragon Phoenix Hall is on the right track before considering expansion. Therefore, I must convey that collaboration may be unlikely at this moment. If we are to collaborate, it may have to wait 2 or 3 years. Currently, it is not feasible. Tian spoke with a hint of regret. Upon hearing this, cold Yaoju's smile faltered for a moment. After contemplating, she responded, "The clan leader of the Yun family makes some valid points. However, I believe this does not preclude us from forming a partnership. His concern lies in the potential risks of the Dragon Phoenix Hall expanding independently, but if we collaborate with the Spirit Transmission Tower, such worries would be alleviated. The Spirit Transmission Tower has stood the test of time on this continent for millennia, boasting profound depth. It would undoubtedly serve as the most solid support for the Dragon Phoenix Hall. We will endeavor to avoid unforeseen incidents, and in the event that they do occur, we will address them promptly to ensure that both parties' interests are protected. Furthermore, if the clan leader of the Yun family insists on delaying expansion for 2 or 3 years, we can still forge a partnership in the meantime. After all, the cultivation of alchemists requires time. During these 2 or 3 years, we can train a substantial number of them, allowing us to directly produce and sell elixirs when the time comes. Would that not be ideal?" Tian cast a glance at Yunze and Gu Yue, seeking clarification, but they both shook their heads simultaneously. This matter bore significant weight, and for the moment, I could not provide you with a definitive answer. I could only say that it would be taken into consideration, Tian replied ambiguously. As for the matter of the indomitable soul spirit, we shall ensure that you do not suffer losses, offering a compensation of 2 billion federal coins. The other party intended to leverage the indomitable soul spirit to make them feel indebted to the Transmission Spirit Tower, thereby fostering collaboration. The compensation of 2 billion would sufficiently clear this debt, leaving them with little to contest. Long Yaozhu understood that this was a subtle refusal from the other side and chose not to press further. This situation could not be rushed. With a smile, she remarked, "There is no need for that. Let the indomitable soul spirit serve as a gift from us to the Dragon Phoenix Hall. There is no necessity for compensation. We would be pleased to see the indomitable soul spirit find a worthy home. If Yunze still requires an indomitable soul spirit, there are 1 or 2 within the Transmission Spirit Tower that would be quite suitable for him. When he is ready to continue absorbing indomitable soul spirits, you may allow him to come and try." "I will do so," Tian replied dismissively, and after exchanging a few more words, he ended the call. "The pills we purchased this time are all at a 50% discount. The money saved shall be considered as payment for the indomitable soul spirit," Yunze stated. Tian nodded, expressing that, rather than relying on favors, the Dragon Phoenix Hall preferred monetary transactions that were not lacking in funds at present. Furthermore, even at half price, they would still earn over 10 billion, which could be deemed a modest gain. They mentioned that there are indomitable soul spirits in the Transmission Spirit Tower suitable for you. "Would you like one?" Gu Yue inquired. "Let us discuss that later. The indomitable soul spirit is not an urgent necessity, and there is no need to beseech the Transmission Spirit Tower for it," Yunze replied. Casting a glance at the meager remnants of food on the table, he asked, "Are you full?" Gu Yue instinctively touched her belly, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she replied, "I am somewhat satiated." "Let us eat more when we return," Yunze said with a smile, shaking his head as he rose and made his way towards the door, with Gu Yue hastily following suit and Tian trailing closely behind. With the matter concerning the indomitable soul spirit resolved, Wei Yang did not hinder them further, allowing Yunze and the others to leave the Transmission Spirit Tower. At the headquarters of the Transmission Spirit Tower, after concluding the call with Yuntian, Long Yaozhu dialed Qian Gudong phone to relay the results of their earlier conversation. Upon learning that a direct collaboration with the Dragon Phoenix Hall had not been achieved, Qian Gudong phone felt a twinge of disappointment. The Dragon Phoenix Hall was indeed quite cautious. "Let us communicate regarding the collaboration again after some time," he suggested. After ending the call, Qian Gudong phone fell into contemplation, a brilliant idea gradually taking shape in his mind, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps efforts could be focused on Yunze, crafting a scenario where the young master of the Dragon Phoenix Hall was attacked by a sinister soul master, prompting the Transmission Spirit Tower to intervene in his rescue. It was not necessary for the sinister soul master to kill him. Incapacitating him while allowing him to live would also suffice. Thus, the Spirit Tower has placed the Dragon Phoenix Palace in a position of considerable indebtedness, making future negotiations for collaboration seemingly uncomplicated. Chapter 84. Absorbing the Bloodline. The Sealing of Shrek in the subsequent days. Yunze refrained from hastily visiting the Sun Moon Imperial Academy to peruse documents. Instead, he dedicated his time to tinkering with the formation arrays in his 10th floor workshop. He resolved to first fabricate the several 9th-grade soul guiding devices he had meticulously designed. With these 9th-grade soul guides in his possession, he believed he could extricate himself from the clutches of a limit Douluo, no longer necessitating the protection of Emperor Tian and his companions. The experience of being followed every day on his way to the academy was far from pleasant, evoking a sense akin to an adult escorting a child to school. He devoted 7 to 8 hours daily to simplifying and studying formation arrays, with the remainder of his time allocated to cultivation. His schedule was densely packed. While it was not overwhelmingly busy, it was profoundly fulfilling, marked by daily progress and achievements. Gu Yue, on the other hand, was returned to the Stardo Great Forest, where she began to absorb the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, under the vigilant guardianship of the Beast King and ZG, as she assimilated and refined the essence of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. Her own lineage underwent a transformative metamorphosis, remedying its inherent deficiencies. During this process, her skin radiated a constant golden glow, giving her fair complexion the appearance of being gilded. Exuding an aura of resilience, she keenly felt her physical defense and strength augmenting, and her skin becoming increasingly resilient. Although her physical form had previously been unremarkable, the infusion of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline had now rendered her corporeal presence one of her distinct advantages. These transformations, while noteworthy, pale in comparison to the true source of her exhilaration, the evolution of her soul power. Originally manifesting in a splendid array of 7 colors, it now shimmered with 9 hues. Although the newly added 2 colors were faint and easily overlooked without meticulous scrutiny, their mere presence was enough to ignite her excitement. This signified that her bloodline was progressing towards the divine lineage of the dragon god. Once she fully absorbed the extracted blood essence, her dragon god bloodline would likely take on a nascent form, perhaps bestowing her with some semblance of the dragon god's power. The mere thought of wielding such power stirred an uncontrollable thrill within her, filling her with anticipation and fervor. Additionally, the transactions between the Spirit Tower and the Dragon Phoenix Palace were successfully concluded, with each party fulfilling their respective requirements. This transaction unfolded concurrently, with Longwang Palace providing the elixirs and the Spirit Transmission Tower supplying the soul spirits. After applying discounts and offsets, Longwang Palace ultimately remitted a sum of 56 billion to the Spirit Transmission Tower. The 20 soul spirits Longwang Palace sought were of superior quality, with the shortest lifespan being 30,000 years and the longest reaching 60,000 years. Given the exceptional quality of these soul spirits, their price was correspondingly exorbitant, amounting to over 83 billion federal coins in total. After deducting the discounted elixirs, which cost 27 billion federal coins, and rounding down to eliminate trivial amounts, the final payment settled at 56 billion. Many individuals, when acquiring 10,000-year-old soul spirits, typically opt for those just exceeding the 10,000-year mark, as the cost is significantly lower. They then elevate the lifespan through the Ascension Tower. However, Longwang Palace had other intentions for these soul spirits, rendering them unable to enhance their lifespans through the Ascension Tower. With an abundance of financial resources, they chose instead to procure spirits of greater age. In addition to their considerable longevity, these spirits also possessed high-quality bloodlines, ranking among the elite of soul beasts. Upon receiving the task assigned by Yunze, Xiong dedicated himself to forging with remarkable diligence. True to his assurances, he completed the task within 3 days. However, during the actual forging process, he realized he had perhaps overstated his capabilities. To maintain his reputation, he toiled for 17 to 18 hours each day to meet the deadline. It was only due to his semi-divine soul power and formidable physique that he could endure such prolonged labor. Had it been anyone else, they would have succumbed to exhaustion under the strain of such intense forging. The forged metals were subsequently delivered to the 10th floor workshop, where Yunze took charge of inscribing the magic arrays and assembling the components. The intricacies of inscribing the arrays were far from simple. Each part required 1 to 2 hours for etching, and the entire core framework comprised over 60 major components. This is destined to be a protracted process of carving. And Yunza remains unhurried, meticulously crafting 2 components each day. The act of carving serves as a form of cultivation. The consumption and subsequent restoration of soul power resemble a process of tempering, rendering the soul power more refined. At the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, Yunza has requested an extended leave alongside Gu Yue, with the exact dates of their return yet to be determined. Su Lin, demonstrating a commendable open-mindedness, did not impose any stringent requirements and graciously approved their leave, granting them ample freedom. The Dragon Phoenix Palace's sanctions against Shrek Academy are not mere rhetoric. They have taken tangible actions by ceasing the sale of elixirs to the Academy. Those who sought to purchase elixirs were also required to sign agreements, prohibiting them from providing these elixirs to anyone affiliated with Shrek Academy. The additional stipulations imposed on the agreements have not significantly impacted the sales of the elixirs, as it is likely that those wishing to procure them will continue to do so. These sanctions have indeed impacted Shrek Academy, causing hesitation among aspiring students. Should they purchase Foundation establishment pills to enhance their innate talents, or forego this opportunity to attend the prestigious institution? Many lean toward the former, for talent augmentation is a lifelong advantage. With elevated aptitudes, even attending lesser academies would unlikely hinder their ultimate achievements. This perspective prevails particularly among affluent families whose children possess innate soul power between 7 and 9. By utilizing the pills, they could ascend to the ranks of prodigies, a temptation far surpassing Shrek Academy's allure. The choice, therefore, becomes evident. A few daring souls entertain the notion of securing the pills first through agreements, then enrolling in Shrek Academy, attempting to seize both advantages. Yet such individuals remain scarce. For the overwhelming might displayed by the Dragon Phoenix Palace, coupled with their open declaration of war against Shrek, renders this gamble perilous. The formidable presence and strength of the Dragon Phoenix Hall render it a force to be reckoned with. It is best not to provoke them, as trifling with a tiger's whiskers can lead to dire consequences, beyond affecting the aspirations of young soul masters wishing to enroll in Shrek Academy. This punitive measure has also had repercussions on the commerce of Shrek City. Some affluent individuals, who are not soul masters, have contemplated relocating and transferring their businesses upon learning that longevity pills would no longer be sold to the citizens of Shrek City. In their pursuit of extending their lives through the acquisition of longevity pills, they find it preferable to invest in their longevity rather than in the development within Shrek Academy. Although many are merely entertaining this notion without making definitive decisions, indecision and contemplation abound. In response to the sanctions imposed by the Dragon Phoenix Hall, Shrek Academy has retaliated by leveraging its connections to restrict the supply of medicinal materials to the hall from major suppliers. One must not underestimate the influence of Shrek Academy. Under their assertive stance, numerous suppliers have refrained from selling medicinal materials to the Dragon Phoenix Hall, even though this decision may result in substantial losses. The suppliers dare not defy the Academy, choosing instead to endure the pain of withholding their goods. In light of the blockade on medicinal materials, the Dragon Phoenix Hall has responded by elevating their purchase prices, offering a rate 50% above market value. The adage that generous rewards attract bold individuals rings true, as there remain those who, disregarding Shrek's warnings, choose to sell their materials to the Dragon Phoenix Hall. Chapter 85. The Diamond Demon Ape Mecha. The strategy of spending lavishly to procure resources has proven remarkably effective. Currently, the supply of medicinal materials to the Dragon Phoenix Hall remains largely unaffected. Time swiftly passed, and within the span of over a month, 2 events have captivated public attention: a Shrek Academy student being bested by a 6-year-old child, and the ongoing hostility between Shrek Academy and the Dragon Phoenix Hall. The 2 matters have recently become subjects of fervent discussion within the Federation, garnering significant attention and frequently being mentioned. The reputation of Shrek Academy has been tarnished, with its teaching quality coming under scrutiny. Many believe that the title of the premier academy on the continent should be relinquished. It is nothing short of a farce that 5 students from Shrek Academy were utterly overwhelmed and defeated by a mere 6-year-old child from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, leaving them with no means of retaliation. Is this truly the foremost academy of the mainland? Many are eager to dispute this assertion, yet each time they are rendered speechless by the weight of this fact, which is indisputable. Those who take pride in attending Shrek Academy are incensed, seeking ways to absolve the institution of its disgrace. Shrek Academy, too, has not overlooked these disparagements. It has been actively managing the discourse on the Star Network while contemplating strategies for counterattack, as the lost dignity must be reclaimed. Amidst this turmoil, some are despondent while others revel in joy. During this period, Su Lin has adeptly capitalized on the situation. Initially, he showcased this incident to the Federal Department of Education, thereby securing additional resources for the academy. Subsequently, he vigorously promoted this matter, aiming to create an impression that Shrek Academy pales in comparison to the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon, thereby enhancing the institution's influence. Beyond these efforts, Su Lin has undertaken numerous initiatives, essentially navigating through all feasible avenues. Yunze, however, remained indifferent to these happenings, spending the majority of the past month within the Dragon Phoenix Palace, seldom venturing outside. Over this span, he made significant advancements, both in cultivation and in the realm of soul-guiding formations. His soul power ascended to level 32, and he successfully devised the formations required for the creation of several 9th-level soul-guiding devices. In the 10th floor workshop, within the Mecha Zone, Yunze adeptly maneuvered the mechanical arms, assembling the various components. Each piece was inscribed with a simplified 8th-level formation. Upon completion of the assembly, the mecha would be considered in its preliminary form. After affixing the larger components, he relinquished the mechanical arms to personally assemble the smaller internal parts. The formidable mech was designed by him, and he was intimately familiar with the placement of each component, executing the assembly with remarkable orderliness and efficiency. Emperor Tian, Xiong and Bai Ji stood nearby, their faces alight with curiosity and anticipation. The king of all beasts and Ziji were absent, still in the starry forest assisting Gu Yue in her protective duties, as she had yet to complete the absorption of part of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. After assembling several smaller components, Yunze commenced the operation of mechanical arms to assemble the larger parts, followed by the smaller ones in a repetitive cycle. Despite the fluidity and precision of Yunze's movements, it took over 6 hours to finally complete the assembly. The result was a magnificent mechanical creature resembling a monkey, resplendent in golden hues, with eyes of a deep crimson, standing nearly 10 meters tall. The mech would have been impossible to accommodate had the ceiling of the mech bay not been extended upward by 8 meters. The proportions were meticulously crafted to mirror those of real simian soul beasts, featuring robust limbs, a blocky abdomen, and a gently curved spine, all in harmonious coordination. The palms, larger than basins, bore sharp, conical metal protrusions that could easily penetrate steel with a single strike. Aesthetically pleasing, Emperor Tian remarked in admiration. In terms of appearance, this mech was beyond reproach, truly striking. Xiong and Bai Ji also inspected the mech with smiles, clearly impressed by its formidable design. Yunze gazed at the black mech for a moment before picking up a black soul spirit orb from the table and approaching the mech. With a gentle flap of phoenix wings that appeared behind him, he levitated to the abdomen of the mech. In his hand, a red button materialized. Upon pressing it, the blocky metal of the mech's abdomen swung open, revealing a square energy frame that slowly extended outward. This cube, with size measuring half a meter, was entirely transparent, filled with a viscous energy that flowed gently within, existing in a state between liquid and gas. Emperor Tian, Bai Ji, and Xiong focused their attention on Yunze, their expressions tense, apprehensive about the unfolding process. Calmly, Yunze opened the black soul spirit orb, unleashing a burst of black light that radiated a powerful energy wave. An energy shield instantly manifested before him, shielding him from the energy's impact. The source of the release was none other than Emperor Tian. A golden-haired monkey leapt from the soul spirit orb, landing atop the mech's head, where it frolicked and emitted excited howls. This miniature version of the King Kong demon monkey stood over a meter tall, its golden fur and muscular limbs exuding an aura of strength. Its eyes mirrored the mech's crimson gaze, as they were crafted based on the monkey's own. The King Kong demon monkey is renowned among simian soul beasts for its formidable defense and strength, ranking among the top 5 within its category. Typically known for its fierce temperament, embodying the rebellious and combative nature of monkey soul beasts, it had been well trained during this period and, now before Yunze and the others, exhibited a docile demeanor, refraining from mischief. With a playful spirit, the over 40,000-year-old King Kong demon monkey waved its arms and howled, expressing its excitement. "Step inside. From now on, this will be your body," Yunze said with a smile, gesturing toward the square energy frame, inviting the King Kong demon monkey to enter. The creature, already aware of the process, showed no resistance and, instead, seemed exuberant, bouncing with all the enthusiasm typical of its species. It leaped into the energy frame, appearing to revel in the pleasant sensation of the energy within, its large eyes blinking in curiosity as its hands reached out to explore. Yunze pressed the button again, and the energy frame began to retract while the blocky metal of the abdomen closed. As the soul entered, a small formation within was activated, linking the soul of the King Kong demon monkey with the mech. Yunze stepped back, joining Emperor Tian and the others as they observed the mech's status. For a few moments, the mech remained still, but suddenly its eyes ignited with a crimson glow, and its body twitched slightly. At this sight, joy illuminated the faces of Emperor Tian, Bai Ji, and Xiong Jun, their previously taut nerves relaxing. A mechanical voice resonated as the simian mech began to move, its arms bending, head turning, and feet taking their first steps. The sensation within this body, akin to that of the diamond demon ape, is utterly wondrous, inciting a thrill that compels its legs to bend in preparation for a leap. However, Emperor Tian intervened just in time, using his formidable cultivation to restrain it in place. Should it leap, the very roof would surely collapse. Chapter 86. The Heavenly Tribulation of Gu Yue. Now let us find a location to test the prowess of this mech, Yunze suggested. Very well, replied Emperor Tian, as he opened a spatial passage and led the group away to a remote and desolate area. Upon arriving in this uninhabited land, the diamond demon ape unleashed its exuberance, howling loudly into the void. This is not its original voice. It is a synthetic sound produced by the mech, transforming its intended speech into electronic tones. Under the command of the King Kong demon ape, the mech springs into action, moving with a remarkable agility reminiscent of a true monkey. Let me test its combat prowess, Tian declared, flying before the mech ape, suppressing his own strength, and engaging in battle. Having spent countless years as a soul spirit confined within a narrow soul ball, the King Kong demon ape yearned to unleash its pent-up energy, attacking with unrestrained ferocity. The mech's limbs pounded against the ground as it sprinted forward, each leap covering 7 to 8 meters, causing the earth to tremble slightly upon landing. Weighing over 30,000 pounds, the mech's high jumps produced a force of impact that was undeniably powerful. With a thunderous punch, the King Kong demon ape struck, shattering the air before it and creating a gust of wind that swept up nearby dust. Tian did not evade. Instead, he braced himself to absorb the punch, eager to gauge the mech's strength. With a resounding clash, their fists met, releasing a surge of energy that sent dust swirling into the air, the sound of their collision echoing like thunder. Both Tian and the King Kong demon ape were pushed back by the force, with Tian stabilizing himself midair after retreating a short distance, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. The mech's strength was indeed impressive, comparable to that of a titled Douluo, specializing in offensive combat. He had deliberately suppressed his own power to the 91st level, ensuring he did not overwhelm the King Kong demon ape, merely gaining the upper hand. The King Kong demon ape skidded across the ground for several dozen meters, carving deep ruts into the earth before regaining its footing and launching itself forward. 2 deep craters formed as it leaped over 10 meters in a single bound, propelling itself closer to Tian and unleashing another punch. The long-awaited thrill of battle exhilarated it, awakening a deep-seated warrior instinct. As it yearned for the sheer joy of combat, Tian engaged in combat with the King Kong demon ape, utilizing his 91st level of strength to test the mech's battle capabilities. The mech, devoid of any pain sensation, allowed the King Kong demon ape to grow increasingly invigorated with each strike, fighting without hesitation. The mech lacked any soul-guided weaponry, compelling the King Kong demon ape to rely solely on pure strength in a rather primitive manner. While it was certainly possible to equip the mech with weapons, Yunze chose not to, as there was no guarantee that the King Kong demon ape would know how to wield them. As a soul beast of the monkey variety, it excelled in close combat, and the most instinctive fighting style suited it best, unencumbered by any additional trappings. This mech is purely a close combat machine, excelling remarkably in strength, defense, speed, and agility. Yunze, Xiong Jun, and Bai Ji observed from a distance, with the latter two displaying expressions of astonishment, as the combat prowess of the mech surpassed their expectations. During the battle, the mech continuously absorbed the energy of heaven and earth to replenish itself, thereby enhancing its endurance capabilities. The battle endured for over half an hour, ultimately concluding with the depletion of the mech's energy. Although the mech was capable of autonomously absorbing the energies of heaven and earth during combat, it ultimately could not match the rate at which energy was consumed. Under the full force of the diamond demon ape, managing to sustain itself for over half an hour was already an extreme feat. The duration until energy exhaustion was significantly influenced by Emperor Tian's lack of earnestness. His intention was to assess the mech's various capabilities rather than to conquer it. Had he truly exerted himself, the diamond demon ape would have secured victory long before the energy was depleted, unable to endure such a lengthy struggle. Following this encounter, the onlookers gained a profound understanding of the mech's combat prowess. Its defensive capabilities and strength had reached the level of a title Douluo, with enduring combat capabilities surpassing that of an average title Douluo. Typical black mechs possess combat power comparable to that of high-ranking soul Douluo. Yet this particular mech evidently transcended the realm of standard black mechs. Composed entirely of top-tier 7th-grade soul-forged metal, with an array of modified 8th-grade formations within. This super black mech was truly exceptional. The mech's exterior bore a golden hue. However, according to its classification, it still belonged to the black mech category. Ordinary black mechs do not boast such opulent configurations. Being equipped with even half 7th-grade soul-forged metal components is commendable. Yet this mech's complete composition of 7th-grade soul-forged metal is exceedingly extravagant. "Young master, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed Xiong, genuinely impressed. As he gave Yunze a thumbs up, the diamond demon ape also mimicked this gesture, raising its thumb in admiration and uttering 2 words, "Impressive." The voice is synthesized from the thoughts of the diamond demon ape, unrelated to its ability to speak. Both Emperor Tian and Baiji gazed at Yunze with admiration. With a smile, Yunze shifted the conversation, suggesting, "Let us proceed to the Stardo Great Forest, where we can deliver it and also check on Gu Yue's condition. The Dragon Phoenix Palace is limited in space and cannot accommodate such a massive mecha, thus, it must be temporarily placed in the Stardo Great Forest." Upon arrival, the diamond demon ape mecha immediately provoked the enmity of the soul beasts. Had it not been for Emperor Tian's presence, a confrontation would likely have ensued. After Emperor Tian communicated with the soul beasts in their own manner, the hostility was dispelled, and the curious soul beasts gathered around the mecha. Yunze and his companions reached the location of Gu Yue, who was currently enveloped in a shimmering blend of gold and silver, with a radiant 9-colored halo surrounding her. Observing Gu Yue in a meditative pose, Yunze couldn't help but smile, noting the serendipity of their timing. The dragon pearl, which contained a portion of the golden dragon king's bloodline, now retained only pure energy, indicating that the bloodline had been entirely absorbed. Gu Yue's aura had undergone significant transformation compared to before the absorption, not only in strength, but also in essence. The power of the bloodline had greatly enhanced, marking what could be described as a minor qualitative change, with the pressure of the dragon clan now more formidable than ever. In this instance, Yunze felt little pressure, as his bloodline was significantly superior to that of Gu Yue. Despite the transformations, he experienced no sense of oppression. However, Tian and Ziji were distinctly different. As dragons, they trembled in the presence of Gu Yue, instinctively desiring to submit. It was the first time they had felt this way since Gu Yue transformed and began her recultivation. Previously, their inclination to bow was rooted in Gu Yue's bloodline and strength, but now it was purely due to her lineage. Both were astonished and elated by Gu Yue's advancement. Her newfound strength promised to bolster their soul beast clan as well. Suddenly, Yunze felt a shift and looked skyward, observing the translucent energy dome above as clouds began to swirl ominously. He prepared to intervene and assist her against the impending tribulation, realizing that the act of absorbing a bloodline could indeed summon such a storm, a notion he had not previously considered. Unprepared for the thunder control array, he knew he could do nothing but rely on Tian and the others to withstand the oncoming storm. It was clearly unrealistic to expect Gu Yue to endure it alone. With her current physique, a single bolt of lightning could easily prove fatal. Chapter 87. The Near Dragon God Bloodline. Mastery of 9 elements. Tian's expression grew grave. The safety of Gu Yue was at stake, and he dared not be careless. Baiji, Ziji, and the others also felt a wave of anxiety. Having endured the torment of tribulation themselves, they understood its ferocity all too well. The Soul Masters stationed outside the metallic embankment took note of the gathering storm clouds and the flickering lightning within. This is no ordinary cloud, it harbors tremendous thunderous power, a titled Douluo commander stated solemnly. Beside him, several other commanders sensed the terrifying energy emanating from the distant clouds. Could it be that a soul beast is about to undergo a heavenly tribulation? Is it 100,000-year tribulation? Speculated a tall man. His words invigorated the others, a glint of greed sparking in their eyes. If it were indeed 100,000-year tribulation, it would herald the birth of a new 100,000-year soul beast, which meant the possibility of acquiring a 100,000-year soul spirit and soul bone. Even as nine-ringed titled Douluo, they could hardly suppress their excitement at the prospect. "Boss, perhaps we should reconsider," said the foremost man, feeling the urge to hunt but restrained by the murderous intent emanating from their quarry. After a moment's reflection, he chose to retain his composure. It may be feasible to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast, but pursuing a 100,000-year soul beast would surely incite the wrath of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. If he unleashes his fury, the consequences would be dire. The cost to suppress him would be exorbitant. It is simply not worth it, he concluded with a shake of his head. Upon hearing the name of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, the others exhibited expressions of trepidation. Indeed, he was not a foe to be trifled with. The name struck like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the fiery impulse that had surged within them. A portion of the energy shield was lowered, allowing the thunderbolts to descend, but we shall not engage in the task of withstanding the onslaught of lightning. Simultaneously, we must prepare for battle. Direct the barrel of the soul cannon towards me. Should that spirit beast dare to emerge, let it be obliterated, ordered the commander. A soldier promptly set to work. The energy shield at the heart of the forest opened a circular gap with a radius of 100 meters, enabling the thunder to strike unimpeded. Rows of soul cannons were aimed, their shells primed. Any spirit beast that dared to break free would be swiftly engulfed by a hail of bullets. To the surprise of the station's soul masters, not a single spirit beast dared to make a run for it, displaying an unexpected level of discipline. Their reluctance seemed to stem from a fear of being struck by the lightning, leading them to keep their distance, as speculated by the soul masters. Monitoring equipment had been installed along the inner edge of the metal dam. Yet, its limited range prevented a clear view of the forest's interior. The electronic eyes were deployed, drawing closer to the center to investigate the situation within. "Humph," sneered Tion, releasing his soul power, enveloping the skies above the forest in a shroud of black mist that obscured visibility. The accursed black dragon's electronic eyes detected nothing but darkness, prompting the station's soul masters to unleash a torrent of curses. Within the ominous clouds, the thunder brewed and took form, crashing down with a resounding roar, thick as a thigh, twisting and writhing like a monstrous serpent. Tion soared into the air, deploying an energy shield to withstand the lightning, his body sinking slightly under its weight. Having faced thunderbolts comparable to a 30,000-year-old spirit beast tribulation, Tion quickly recognized this formidable power, familiar to him from past encounters. Boom, boom. This time, two bolts of lightning struck in succession, their might significantly heightened, seemingly expressing frustration. Each attempt to withstand the thunder only intensified its ferocity, elevating its power to a new level. Tion persisted in his resistance. He could not allow the lightning to bypass him and strike Gu Yue. The soul masters outside the dam felt the thunder's overwhelming power, their hearts pounding in fear. Should it strike them, they would surely perish. Bai Ji and Xiong Jun wore grave expressions, anxiously sweating for Tion, urging him to hold firm. Yunze watched quietly, unperturbed. The thunder's power was still insufficient to slay Tion, though injury was likely inevitable. The relentless thunder echoed in the vicinity, growing ever more ferocious, as the sky unleashed bolts of lightning so powerful that they seemed capable of cleaving space itself in twain, an awe-inspiring spectacle. The soul beasts within the forest were filled with trepidation, fleeing in all directions, ensnared in a tumult of panic and disorder. The soul masters stationed at the embankment also felt a surge of fear, yearning for the thunder to pass swiftly. It was utterly terrifying, and they hoped fervently that they would not be caught in its wake. Tion stood resolute, refraining from retaliation, for he understood from his past encounters with heavenly tribulations that the more one resisted, the more intense the onslaught became. The harrowing thunderstorm persisted for a full 10 minutes before finally abating. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, leaving behind countless strands of residual electricity in the air that crackled and clashed in a symphony of sound. The energy shield above the forest sealed itself, and with the thunder now past, there was no longer a need for its activation. Coughing, Tion clutched his chest, his body swaying as he succumbed to a fit of violent coughs, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His complexion was pale, his breath ragged, and his garments were tattered in multiple places. The recent heavenly tribulation had inflicted significant injuries upon him. Originally, the power of the tribulation was on the scale of 300,000 years, but upon his intervention, its might had multiplied several times, reaching nearly 700,000 years in intensity. This level of tribulation is not something he can easily withstand. His internal energy surged, his throat tasted sweet, and the situation was dire. Zg gently caressed Dtion, while Bai Ji transformed into an emerald swan, pouring forth an abundance of life energy to assist in Dtion's healing. Gu Yue's radiant aura gradually receded as she slowly opened her eyes. Her left eye gleamed silver while her right shone gold, the dual hues radiating brilliantly. However, the brilliance did not last long before it faded, and her eyes transformed back into a noble yet sinister purple. I shall remember this sentiment, Gu Yue said solemnly, standing before Dtion. She was acutely aware of the events that had transpired, recognizing that Dtion had shielded her from the lethal lightning tribulation. Without him, she would likely have been reduced to countless blood clots by now. It is my honor to protect the young lady from such tribulations, Dtion responded, taken aback. Focus on your recovery, Gu Yue instructed, turning to Yunze with a radiant smile. I have succeeded. Yunze smiled slightly. Share your achievements. I believe they are eager to hear of your gains. Delighted, Gu Yue began to recount her experiences with a sense of pride, revealing that her harvest had indeed been substantial. Although it was merely a fragment of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, it had nonetheless catalyzed a transformation within her, endowing her with the traits of a dragon god. Her lineage would henceforth be known as the quasi-dragon god bloodline rather than that of the Silver Dragon King. Following the evolution of my bloodline, my physical strength has seen a remarkable enhancement, surpassing even the benefits conferred by the singular Golden Dragon King's bloodline. My physical prowess will now be one of my advantages, complemented by my formidable mental fortitude. I feel as though I lack no deficiencies, Gu Yue expressed with joy. Additionally, my mastery over the elements has expanded. I have progressed from the original 7 elements of earth, fire, wind, water, light, darkness, and space to 9 elements, now encompassing the attributes of creation and destruction. As she spoke, she extended her palm, and the light representing the 9 elements converged in her hand, forming a 9-colored lotus that spun gracefully. Chapter 88. The Expanding Gu Yue. A sparring session. Congratulations, young lady, on mastering a portion of the dragon god's power. Dtion and the others exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with delight. With a smile, Gu Yue nodded and then turned to Yunze, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. What do you think? Observing Gu Yue's expression of eager anticipation, Yunze nodded in agreement and remarked, quite impressive. Congratulations on elevating your bloodline. Upon hearing Yunze's praise, Gu Yue beamed with satisfaction, feeling a sense of pride that greatly enhanced her spirits. Currently, I can only be considered to possess a half-step dragon god bloodline. Once I acquire and absorb the remaining Golden Dragon King bloodline, I shall truly undergo a transformation into the dragon god bloodline, and at that moment, I will become the second dragon god, Gu Yue mused, her thoughts drifting towards the remaining Golden Dragon King bloodline. Those bloodlines are not something you should concern yourself with at this moment. Consider them only when your consciousness reaches the divine origin realm, Yunze interjected, dousing her enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. I am merely looking forward to it. Gu Yue replied, slightly disheartened, wishing she could absorb the remaining bloodlines immediately. The disappointment lingered for but a moment before she reassured herself. With my current bloodline talent, it will take no more than 10 years for me to reach the divine origin realm. No, that's not quite right. It should be no more than 7 years. The time until I can absorb the remaining Golden Dragon King bloodline is drawing near. Reflecting on this, she felt a sense of relief wash over her, alleviating the transient disappointment of not being able to absorb the bloodline. Observing Gu Yue's endearing attempt at self-comfort, Yunze couldn't help but smile. This child, after her transformation, had developed a disposition akin to that of a young one. Why are you smiling? Do you lack confidence in me? Gu Yue inquired, a hint of displeasure clouding her expression as she gazed at Yunze. Shaking his head, Yunze replied, not at all. I merely found your earlier demeanor quite amusing. Do you truly think I'm interesting? Gu Yue's eyes sparkled with delight, a dimple forming as she smiled, clearly intrigued by his words. If you wish to perceive it that way, I have no objection, Yunze responded, aware that their definitions of interesting differed significantly. Then it seems you do find me quite fascinating. Gu Yue exclaimed joyfully, fully aware of Yunzhe's original intent, playfully seeking to tease him. Meanwhile, Tian, Bai Ji, and the others felt a growing awkwardness, sensing that their presence was no longer appropriate, and contemplated departing. Now, focus on condensing your soul ring, Yunzhe instructed, deliberately steering the conversation away from the previous topic, unwilling to dwell further on that matter. Although Gu Yue had not absorbed the pure energy from the dragon pearl, the evolution of her bloodline had bestowed upon her a tremendous reservoir of energy. This surge of energy was absorbed by her, directly elevating her soul power by 6 levels, reaching the threshold of level 50. Perhaps the increase in soul power was even greater than 6 levels. It was merely that she had reached a bottleneck, with some of her soul power yet to be revealed. Oh, Gu Yue nodded helplessly, handing the Dragon Ball to Yunzhe, and found a place to sit down and begin condensing her soul ring. As a soul beast in human form, she did not require the acquisition of soul spirits or soul rings to break through her bottleneck. She could condense her own soul rings. The soul rings she created were perfectly aligned with her abilities, aptly described as tailor-made for her. The attributes of the soul ring that have coalesced bear a striking resemblance to those formed from the essence of the soul, possessing the remarkable ability to enhance their longevity through the ascension tower. In a moment of leisure, Yunzhe sought a tranquil spot to settle and commenced his cultivation, drawing upon the pure energy contained within the Dragon Balls. After more than 2 hours, Gu Yue successfully completed the formation of her soul ring, experiencing a breakthrough in her cultivation, which elevated her soul power level to 53, revealing a previously concealed portion of her soul energy. This time, she has truly reaped abundant rewards. Not only has her bloodline evolved, but her soul power has also seen a significant enhancement, resulting in a transformative metamorphosis of her entire being and a remarkable leap in strength. Shall we engage in another spar? Gu Yue suggested enthusiastically, her newfound prowess inflating her confidence. Previously, they had sparred once, at which time Yunzhe was at level 26, while she was at level 43. With a notable disparity in soul power. Before the bout, she brimmed with confidence, but after the battle, she was left disheartened, feeling dejected for several days, her self-assurance severely shaken. Had they been of equal standing, she would not have minded losing to Yunzhe. After all, it is not uncommon to be bested. However, considering her soul power was significantly higher, it was indeed perplexing and disheartening to be defeated. In the aftermath, it was Yunzhe who consoled her, claiming that he had employed certain combat techniques not native to this realm, thus rendering his victory somewhat unmerited, which brought her a measure of solace. You may utilize all your strength, she began, intending to suggest that he could deploy his full set of battle armor, but after some contemplation, she settled on 8 pieces instead. The might of Yunzhe's battle armor is rather formidable, should he deploy his entire arsenal. The augmentation of his power would be excessively overwhelming, thus, 8 pieces would suffice. In this manner, a disparity in strength between the 2 parties is created, affording her a greater chance of triumphing over him. Otherwise, she might face a disheartening defeat. Although winning under such circumstances may seem somewhat unscrupulous, who cares? It is certainly preferable to a predictable loss. Engaging in sparring poses no issue, but one must be prepared for the possibility of defeat. With a 21st level disparity, should she lose, I fear she might be left utterly disheartened, Yunzhe cautioned. After Gu Yue's previous defeat, she had become so despondent that her appetite diminished significantly, and she appeared utterly listless, lost in thought. Recalling her earlier embarrassment, Gu Yue felt her cheeks flush slightly with embarrassment, suddenly realizing that suggesting a spar was somewhat abrupt. Yet, considering her recent transformation and substantial enhancement in strength, she straightened her posture and confidently declared, "Last time was last time. This time, my power has undergone a remarkable transformation, and I may not necessarily lose to you. Are you truly willing to spar with me?" Yunzhe inquired for confirmation. Of course. Gu Yue affirmed with a nod, her conviction unwavering. She could not believe that, having evolved to a quasi-dragon god bloodline and possessing a 21st level soul power advantage, she would be bested by Yunzhe once more. Very well, Yunzhe acquiesced, recognizing her desire to spar and deciding to fulfill her wish. Sometimes, one must endure setbacks to foster growth. The sparring venue was not chosen within the Stardo forest, but rather at the location previously used to test the combat capabilities of the Diamond Magic Ape Mecha. This secluded area, devoid of any onlookers, allowed them to engage in battle without concern for attracting attention, enabling them to unleash their full potential. Dixiang, Biji, Ziji, Xiong and Wanyao Wang stood at a distance, eagerly observing the impending spar, curious to witness the power of the dragon god. Who do you think will win this battle? Biji asked with keen interest. I believe it will be the young lady, Dixiang replied, not overly certain, yet convinced that Gu Yue had a 90% chance of victory. Ziji and Wanyao Wang nodded in agreement, aligning with Dixiang's perspective that Gu Yue would emerge victorious. I place my bets on the young master. Xiong expressed a differing opinion. The four turned their gazes towards Xiong, surprised by his stance, while they all favored the young lady. He intentionally took the opposing view. Under their scrutiny, Xiong felt somewhat lacking in confidence and muttered, someone has to support the young master, after all. When did you learn to navigate social intricacies? Dixiang asked in astonishment, suddenly perceiving that this clumsy bear had gained insight. What kind of look is that? Xiong retorted, feeling uncomfortable under Dixiang's gaze. Nothing. I merely think you have grown, Dixiang replied dismissively. Chapter 89, The Nine-Colored Dragon, Skill Overwhelms in the Distance. Yunza and Gu Yue stood opposite each other, 100 meters apart. Gu Yue was the first to unleash her martial soul. The resonant roar of a dragon echoing as a magnificent nine-colored dragon erupted from behind her. It should be noted that referring to it as a nine-colored dragon is somewhat misleading, for the dragon predominantly bore a silver hue, with the other 8 colors being less pronounced. The 8 hues intertwine like threads reflected upon the shimmering silver scales of a dragon, resplendent and vibrant, yet devoid of ostentation. Harmoniously blended without a hint of discord. The dragon's mighty wings beat the air, encircling gracefully before ultimately alighting behind Gu Yue. Her vertical pupils swirling with a kaleidoscope of colors. Exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity, the dragon's presence is formidable. Its indifferent gaze imbued with a sense of dominion over the world, rendering the very atmosphere thick and palpable. Gu Yue's martial soul is gradually transforming into the visage of a dragon deity, this form being a mere prototype at present. The nine-colored dragon possesses a gracefulness that diverges from the typical robust and brawny appearance of ordinary dragons. Instead, it emanates a latent fierceness, elegantly concealed beneath its exterior. Soul rings ascend from her feet, 4 in purple and 1 in black, 5 ethereal rings pulsating rhythmically around her form. Upon the release of her martial soul, Gu Yue's physique remains unchanged. There are no scales, nor does her size burgeon, appearing indistinguishable from her state prior to the manifestation. She exhibits remarkable mastery over her lineage, ensuring her body does not alter with the release of her martial soul. On the surface, it may appear that there is little change, yet in reality, her physical state has become exponentially stronger. A resounding cry of the phoenix echoed as it surged forth from behind Yunza, flames ablaze, seemingly capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas, distorting the air in its wake. The temperature in the vicinity soared, waves of heat visible to the naked eye, spreading in layers. Beneath Yunza arose 3 purple spirit rings, 2 fewer than those of Gu Yue, and the fluctuations of spirit power emanating from them were distinctly weaker than hers. He summoned his battle armor, a pair of leg and arm plates, along with chest and abdominal armor, totaling 8 pieces. Upon the release of the battle armor, his strength surged rapidly, his aura more potent than before, narrowing the gap between him and Gu Yue. I am about to make my move, Gu Yue remarked with a well-meaning smile, propelling herself off the ground and charging forward. In the past, she would have undoubtedly summoned her elemental staff to manipulate elemental attacks. However, this time she desired to experience close combat. With the formidable physique granted by the Golden Dragon King, her melee capabilities were exceptional, and she was confident she could surpass all spirit masters of her level. Naturally, this did not include Yunza, who hailed from another world and could not be regarded as a spirit master of this realm. Yunza also surged forward, his steps light and deliberate, showcasing remarkable technique in his leg movements. Though he was merely running, he had optimized this simple action to an impressive degree. With the battle armor released, his speed was on par with Gu Yue's. As they drew near, they exchanged a powerful punch, energy rippling outward like waves, the impact resounding fiercely. The force of their collision sent them both staggering back. Behind Yunza, phoenix wings manifested, allowing him to retreat gracefully without touching the ground. Gu Yue, too, manifested 9-colored dragon wings, gently flapping to stabilize her form after flying back several dozen meters. The dragon wings are one of the abilities she acquired following the evolution of her bloodline, bestowing upon her the power of flight while simultaneously enhancing her speed. Although Gu Yue had gained the upper hand earlier, she felt no joy in it. The disparity in soul power at level 21, coupled with her quasi-dragon god bloodline, barely afforded her a slight advantage, which was hardly a cause for celebration. Feeling somewhat indignant, Gu Yue unfurled her dragon wings and swiftly charged towards Yunze. Yunze met her in midair, and they engaged in a fierce aerial duel, battling with sheer force and skill. Each clash sent ripples of energy cascading through the atmosphere. Gu Yue's strikes were executed with remarkable speed, yet Yunze's reflexes were even swifter, enabling him to counter her attacks consistently. In terms of raw power, Gu Yue undoubtedly held the edge, given the significant gap in their soul power, a difference that, for the time being, could not be compensated for by bloodline advantages or battle armor. It was only due to the enhancement of Gu Yue's bloodline, which had transformed into a quasi-dragon god lineage, that the gap remained unbridged. Had this encounter occurred prior to her enhancement, Yunze, with 8 pieces of battle armor and the advantages of his own bloodline, would have not only leveled the playing field but would have turned the tide in his favor. While he may have been at a disadvantage in strength, Yunze's combat experience and skill far surpassed that of Gu Yue, showcasing a clear advantage. In truth, it was not merely a matter of surpassing her, it was a matter of overwhelming her. Yunze's combat prowess was impeccable, leaving no discernible flaws for his opponent to exploit. It was as if he possessed precognition, allowing him to anticipate Gu Yue's subsequent moves and respond with the utmost precision. Each time, he identified the weaknesses in her techniques, applying minimal force to achieve optimal results. Why do I get the impression that the young lady is utterly defenseless before the young master? Xiong Jun could not help but exclaim, gazing in astonishment. Di Tian, Bai Ji, Ziji, and the king of all demons also wore expressions of incredulity. This scene was beyond their wildest expectations. Clearly, Gu Yue possessed superior strength, yet it was Yunze who held the upper hand, relentlessly overpowering her throughout the encounter. His attacks were seamlessly connected, impenetrable like a tempest, leaving her with little recourse as she fell into a disadvantageous position, struggling to regain her footing. Before Yunze, Gu Yue appeared as a brute devoid of strategy, possessing sheer force yet lacking finesse. In truth, it was not that Gu Yue lacked skill, rather, she was utterly suppressed in technique, making her strikes seem utterly uncoordinated by comparison. The young master's combat experience is formidable, Di Tian remarked gravely. Yunze's strikes are executed flawlessly, without any openings. Unless one can overwhelm him with absolute strength, it is impossible to surpass him in skill. Regret filled Gu Yue's heart as she chastised herself for her blind confidence. She had believed that after acquiring the formidable physique of the Golden Dragon King, she could engage Yunze in close combat without facing defeat. Only after the battle did she realize her naivety. Unless her strength reached a level where she could severely injure Yunze with a single blow, victory in close quarters was an unattainable dream. Now, she was reaping the consequences of her choices. Though she had long sought to disengage and avoid close combat, Yunze showed no inclination to grant her that opportunity. His relentless assaults left her with no breathing room. At this moment, even utilizing her elemental abilities felt like a distant luxury, as time was not on her side. You have one chance, Yunze declared, transforming what was meant to be a strike to Gu Yue's abdomen into a grip on her hand, flinging her away. She soared through the air for several dozen meters before hastily regaining her balance, managing to avoid a clumsy fall to the ground. Now, her face flushed and breathing heavy. She felt a pervasive ache throughout her body despite enduring only a few heavy blows. In stark contrast, Yunze remained calm and composed, his breathing steady, appearing unchanged from before the battle. Now I shall get serious, Gu Yue said, her pride stung and eager to reclaim her honor. Her fourth soul ring illuminated, and a 9-colored staff manifested in her grasp, causing the elemental energies around her to surge. Pointing the wind element staff at Yunze, she summoned the air's elemental forces, unleashing a fierce azure gale. The wind, sharp as a blade, howled through the air like a vengeful spirit in a furious roar. The gusts of wind were remarkably swift. Their razor-sharp edges possessed an astonishing cutting force, leaving several deep gashes upon the ground as they surged towards Yunze. The first soul ring upon Yunze's body shimmered, and from it erupted a torrent of infernal flames. This time, the flames did not spread outward, but were instead controlled by Yunze, the blazing fire confronting the azure gale. A thick wall of flames formed, obstructing the oncoming gusts, with temperatures soaring into the thousands. melting the very winds. With a swift motion of her staff, Gu Yue conjured torrents of water, as if entire rivers were being summoned into existence. As the celestial waters surged forth, they met the flames manipulated by Yunza, resulting in a tumultuous clash of water and fire, accompanied by a cacophony of hissing sounds. While water inherently overcomes fire, the nature of the flame matters greatly. The water produced by Gu Yue had little effect on the phoenix flames. Some flames were extinguished, yet the water vaporized more conspicuously, shrouding a vast area in mist. Gu Yue quickly retreated to increase the distance from the flames, her staff sweeping the ground to gather earth, forming numerous earthen spikes. These spikes shot forth in unison, creating a peculiar spectacle as they vanished mere meters away. At that moment of disappearance, Yunza reacted quickly, soaring upwards, as the flames in his grasp coalesced into a longbow. Several earthen spikes zipped past his original position. Had he not evaded, they would have struck him. A few spikes appeared beneath him, hurtling towards him at speeds surpassing that of ordinary arrows. With swift precision, Yunza drew his bowstring, unleashing 5 fiery arrows that soared simultaneously along different trajectories. The sound of impact echoed as each arrow collided with a corresponding earth spike, resulting in explosive bursts where fire and soil erupted together. Drawing the bowstring once more, he turned, releasing several arrows that collided with the earth spikes launched from behind him. Yunza's perception was exceedingly acute. Even the slightest shift in the fabric of space alerted him, rendering Gu Yue's spatial abilities ineffective against him. The spikes transported through her spatial power were swiftly obliterated by his arrows, failing to achieve their intended effect. His second soul ring flickered, and as he drew the bowstring again, arrows longer and imbued with greater force manifested. The arrows sliced through the air, leaving trails of flame so swift that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Sensing imminent peril, Gu Yue activated her spatial power to relocate herself. Just as she vanished, an arrow passed through the very spot she had occupied. Drawing the bowstring once again, he released an arrow aimed directly at the newly reappeared Gu Yue. Her pupils constricted as she instinctively sidestepped, but her reaction was still slightly delayed, resulting in the arrow striking her left shoulder. At the moment the arrow was loosed, Yunza charged forward, closing the distance, his longbow transforming into a fiery sword as he cleaved through the air. Realizing the danger, Gu Yue raised her staff to defend, but the pain in her shoulder hindered her strength, causing her to plummet downward. The sword reverted to a bow, and 5 arrows were unleashed towards Gu Yue. The swiftness of Yunza's assault was suffocating, leaving Gu Yue struggling to regain her balance and necessitating an immediate response. With utmost haste, she utilized her spatial power to transport herself away, yet in that fleeting moment, one arrow struck her right arm, eliciting a muffled cry of pain. The arrows shot by Yunza possessed formidable penetrating power, their flames seemingly capable of melting anything in their path. Gu Yue's formidable defenses appeared somewhat fragile in the face of such onslaught. Though they barely penetrated her skin, the pain was intense, as the phoenix flames seemed to possess a life of their own, burrowing into her body through the wound, continuing to sear her. Once again, Yunza accurately pinpointed Gu Yue's location, launching 2 arrows in her direction. This time, Gu Yue was prepared, anticipating that Yunza would discern her whereabouts. As she reappeared, a purple radiance enveloped her. Destructive element, obliterate. The flames of the fiery arrow dissipated, extinguished by the forces of destruction, its might waning. Yet, Yunza remained unfazed, advancing with unwavering resolve as the third soul ring upon her body suddenly illuminated. Rock eruption. From beneath Gu Yue, the space erupted with columns of molten lava, surging upward, distorting the very fabric of reality, accompanied by a wave of intense heat. The lava columns, over a meter in diameter, appeared strikingly authentic, resembling genuine magma, exuding a terrifyingly high temperature. Any contact with it would instantaneously melt metal. For a human, the melting of limbs would be the most commonplace of occurrences. Lady Emperor Tian's nerves were taut, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. She could not allow any harm to befall her mistress. The young master should exercise caution, Bijie advised, her expression fraught with urgency yet maintaining her composure. As she felt the searing heat emanating from below, Gu Yue was gripped by a profound sense of danger, prompting her to summon her spatial powers in a flurry of panic. Her response was commendably swift, as she managed to evade the molten onslaught just in time. With a thunderous roar, another section of space shattered, unleashing a column of lava, and Gu Yue found herself positioned directly above it. It appeared as though Gu Yue had unwittingly walked into a trap, colliding with a location where columns of molten lava erupted. At that moment, the fiery pillars of lava halted just a meter beneath her, ceasing their fierce ascent. Gu Yue panted heavily, her gaze fixed on the seething lava below. Her heart racing with trepidation, she had come perilously close to disaster. Although she possessed the ability to control the element of fire, it did not equate to immunity against flames. Even if she could, it would depend on the nature of the fire. In any case, she harbored no confidence in her ability to withstand the flames of Yunze. In terms of pyromancy, Yunze far surpassed her. The notion of playing with fire in her presence, or claiming immunity to it, was utterly ludicrous. You frighten me. Gu Yue glared at Yunze, genuinely shaken. Should she be engulfed by the lava, even if she survived, her visage would likely be irrevocably marred. A consequence too harrowing for her to bear. Fear not, for even if you were to be consumed by the lava, you would emerge unscathed. Yunze reassured her with a smile as his battle armor melded into his form, causing the molten rock to vanish. The contest has concluded, and there is no need for it to continue. I have lost to Gu Yue, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over me. As I reflect on how I could falter despite possessing such a significant advantage, the two of us gently descended, retracting our martial spirits. Tian, by G. And the others exchanged glances, contemplating whether to comfort Gu Yue, but after a silent communication, they opted to remain where they were. Chapter 91. Have you ever lost? Yunze approached Gu Yue, noticing her crestfallen demeanor, and chuckled softly. It is entirely normal to lose to me. There is no need for despondency. Gu Yue pouted in a petulant manner, casting a resentful glance at Yunze. Is this truly how one offers consolation? I merely speak the truth. Losing to me is indeed commonplace, Yunze replied candidly. Yet, my strength exceeds yours by a considerable margin, and still, I have succumbed. It is utterly disheartening. Gu Yue lamented. Moreover, it appears you did not even employ any martial techniques, merely relying on the powers of this world. Had you utilized your skills, I might have deceived myself into believing I could have won. But to be defeated without your full strength leaves no room for self-reassurance. Did I not utilize my battle armor? Yunze responded. That significantly amplified my strength, narrowing the gap between us. The actual disparity in our abilities is not as vast as you perceive. It is merely a difference of 10 levels in soul power. Considering I am a being who has existed for several epochs, defeating you with a mere 10-level advantage should be quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Gu Yue's eyes brightened slightly. Such reasoning was indeed comforting. As I have previously mentioned, losing is entirely normal. As long as you do not lose your confidence and fighting spirit, it matters little if you lose 1,000 matches. No one in this world can perpetually triumph. Defeat is inevitable, thus one must cultivate a heart that can withstand failure, Yunze imparted sagely. If you cannot accept a loss or two, then that is true defeat. Do you understand? Gu Yue appeared contemplative, nodding uncertainly as if she grasped the essence yet remained somewhat puzzled. Sensing her state, Yunze recognized that some truths must be grasped through personal experience and chose not to elaborate further. Come, it is time to return for our meal, Yunze declared, turning away from Gu Yue and heading towards Tian and the others. Oh, Gu Yue snapped back to reality and hurried after him, her spirits lifted. Have you ever lost? She inquired with curiosity. I have, Yunze replied nonchalantly. When I practiced with my father, we were evenly matched. I often found myself on the losing side, perhaps I lost tens of thousands of times. These failures are tangible, and there is no shame in acknowledging them. He has long since accepted this with equanimity. Your father must be quite formidable, Gu Yue remarked. A hint of schadenfreude evident upon hearing that Yunze had lost tens of thousands of times. Yunze nodded. He is indeed impressive, but I eventually surpassed him. After I exceeded him, whenever we sparred, victory was mine. He certainly endured his fair share of beatings from me. A smile crept upon Yunze's lips as he reminisced about those amusing moments, a rare expression of camaraderie gracing his features, as various thoughts flooded his mind. After a brief recollection, he managed to suppress these thoughts, restoring his composure, his mind clear and undisturbed by the past. Gu Yue's expression grew peculiar as she mused. Your father-son relationship is remarkably harmonious. It's commendable that a son can even best his father. Seemingly aware of Gu Yue's thoughts, Yunze smiled and clarified. At that time, both our strengths had reached their zenith. If we had fought genuinely, the destruction would have been immense, so we crafted stone figures to represent us in battle. What I struck was actually a stone replica of my father. Ah, I see, Gu Yue said, her understanding dawning. She then inquired further, aside from losing to your father, have you ever been bested by anyone else? The shadow of defeat had temporarily lifted. She was now like an inquisitive child, brimming with questions. I have indeed faced defeat. Had I not lost to others, I would not be where I am now, Yunze replied candidly. I recall you mentioning previously that you nearly lost your life due to a coordinated attack against you. Did you not? How shameless of them to join forces against you. In a fair one-on-one, you might not have lost, Gu Yue exclaimed. Indignation flaring on behalf of Yunze. Though she was unaware of his past prowess, she imagined he must have been an unparalleled warrior, exuding an extraordinary presence. Possessing the strength to conquer all, such a formidable individual was surely not easy to vanquish. Yunze shook his head with a smile, stating, a loss is a loss. There is no need to seek justification. I simply fell short in skill. Had I been sufficiently strong, regardless of their numbers, I could have effortlessly dispatched them, rather than fleeing in a state of disgrace. You are perhaps too hard on yourself, Gu Yue remarked after a moment of silence. Perhaps so. Yet it remains a truth. I was not strong enough. Otherwise, why should I fear a coordinated assault? Yunze's voice remained tranquil, devoid of any hint of hatred. All grievances were etched in his heart, awaiting the day when his strength would suffice to exact retribution. For now, harboring animosity served no purpose. Gu Yue fell silent, profoundly moved by Yunze's words, which prompted deep reflection. Soon, the two approached one another. Miss, are you all right? Tian inquired cautiously. I am fine. Gu Yue replied, shaking her head. Her reassurance was genuine, as her condition was indeed stable. This brought relief to Tian and the others, who noted that Gu Yue appeared untroubled. Tian then activated the spatial portal, guiding everyone back to the Dragon Phoenix Palace. Gu Yue's injuries were not severe, and under Bai Ji's care, she swiftly recuperated. Her spirits also lifted with remarkable speed, contrasting with her previous prolonged despondence. At mealtime, her appetite not only remained intact, but increased, as she consumed the equivalent of 7 or 8 servings. Witnessing Gu Yue's recovery, Tian and Bai Ji felt a sense of relief. It was a comfort to see her unaffected by the ordeal. After the meal, Yunze proceeded to the 10th floor studio, embarking on the creation of his self-designed 9th-level soul guide device. The 9th-level soul guide device diverges from the conventional understanding of the 9th level. Its required formation is either a simplified version or one of his own creation. The demands on soul power are minimal, and his current soul power can effortlessly sustain it. However, the intricacy of the engraving presents a formidable challenge, bordering on the infernal. During the engraving process, there are thousands of details that demand attention, and a single misstep could render the formation entirely useless. Even seasoned 9th-level soul masters like Gu Ming face a high failure rate, requiring decades of research and experimentation to achieve success. Of course, this difficulty is relative for others. Engraving these formations is akin to climbing a mountain, yet for Yunze, it poses little challenge. Gu Yue returned to her chamber, intent on deeply contemplating her quasi-dragon god bloodline, while reflecting on her prior battle. Her defeat against Yunze stemmed from 2 primary factors: a lack of combat experience and technique, as well as unfamiliarity with her own strength. In the recent skirmish, there were numerous abilities she had yet to unleash. Had she been afforded the opportunity, the outcome might have been different. If only Yunze had granted her the chance to demonstrate her capabilities, Gu Yue mused inwardly. It was not that she was unwilling to employ these powers. Rather, Yunze's tempestuous onslaught had left her overwhelmed, leaving no opportunity for her to respond. Chapter 92. Soul Elevation Pill. Exchange activity. Yunze's words resonated with Gu Yue, preventing her from succumbing to discouragement or despair following her defeat. Instead, they ignited within her a fervent fighting spirit. In this moment of introspection, she diligently sought to identify her shortcomings, drawing lessons from her failure to enhance her abilities. No one is destined to win perpetually. Just as no one is fated to lose indefinitely, she is certain that one day, she will triumph over Yunze. With this conviction, Gu Yue felt an unprecedented surge of motivation and an insatiable desire for strength. Yunze and Gu Yue, however, remained at the Dragon Phoenix Palace, not venturing to the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, each engrossed in their own pursuits. On that day, after Yunze completed the intricate carvings of a 9th-level formation, he was in the midst of restoring his soul power when his soul communicator suddenly rang. President Su, is there something you need? Yunze paused his cultivation and answered the call. It's nothing urgent, just checking in. When will you and your classmate Gu Yue return to the academy? It has been quite a while since I last saw you both. and I find myself missing you," came Su Lin's warm voice from the other end, sounding quite affectionate. Gu Yue had consumed a soul elevation pill provided by her family over a month ago, and only a few days ago had she fully refined it. Since then, her soul power had surged, and she had been busy solidifying her cultivation. As for Gu Yue, she is currently focused on studying the soul communicator. "So it may take a little longer before she can return to the academy," Yunza replied. The mention of Gu Yue taking the soul elevation pill had been prearranged, providing a plausible explanation for her sudden increase in soul power. The existence of the soul elevation pill was indeed real. He had already procured the formula and could concoct it at any time if desired. This elixir can be categorized into 3 tiers: low, medium, and high. The low-grade ascension elixir is suitable for soul masters below the rank of soul emperor, while the medium grade corresponds to those above the soul emperor but below the title.The. The high-grade ascension elixir is designated for title.The. A perfectly refined medium-grade ascension elixir has the remarkable ability to elevate the soul power of a soul sect member by a staggering 10 levels upon consumption. For a soul master of the rank of soul zone, the increase may exceed 10 levels, while for a soul king, the effects may be slightly diminished. However, it is imperative that the consumer can withstand the immense energy, otherwise, the consequences could be dire. The classification of this elixir into low, medium, and high tiers takes into account the varying capacities of soul masters to endure such potent energies. Consuming an elixir with an energy level 2 overwhelming for a lower-ranked soul master carries the peril of catastrophic consequences. The quality of this elixir, when refined to perfection, poses no side effects if consumed in moderation. Even after attaining a title, he would contemplate taking one. Upon hearing that Yunza and the others would be delayed in arriving at the academy, Su Lin exhibited a palpable sense of disappointment. "Both you and Gu Yue possess exceptional talents, and your cultivation speed is already commendable. There is no need to hasten the process by relying on elixirs for advancement. Ultimately, such practices may yield adverse effects. Although they may provide a temporary boost in your cultivation, they could potentially compromise your future achievements. This is something you should bear in mind." Avoiding the folly of sacrificing substance for trivial gains, Su Lin advised earnestly. From Yunza's words, it was evident that the effect of the soul ascension pill was to enhance soul power. In his view, it would be rather foolish for Yunza and Gu Yue to resort to such a potion, given their innate gifts. An increase of 1 or 2 levels of soul power could easily be achieved through a few months of dedicated training. To jeopardize their natural potential merely to save a few months would indeed be unwise. Yunza had no intention of elaborating on this topic during the call. He swiftly redirected the conversation, stating, "Director Su Lin, please share the matter at hand. I believe your reason for calling must be significant, and there is no need for any obfuscation. After all, it is said that one does not visit the 3 treasures hall without a purpose." "Indeed. There are matters to discuss," Su Lin conceded, transitioning to the main topic. Recently, a delegation from the Douluo Continent visited Douluo Continent for educational exchange, accompanied by several young soul masters. Yesterday, a representative from the delegation approached me, expressing a desire for a friendly competition with our academy, to which I agreed. "We need to send 7 students to participate, and I would like you and Gu Yue to join. Engaging with soul masters from the Douluo Continent will provide you with invaluable insights into their combat styles, which will greatly benefit your development." Yunza responded, "I am confident we can find 7 capable students within the academy, but I am not inclined to partake in this exchange." He was currently preoccupied with the creation of soul-guided devices and preferred not to be interrupted. "Certainly, we can find suitable participants. Your involvement would not only ease the competition but also enhance the academy's reputation," Su Lin remarked with a smile. "Perhaps it would be best for those students to take the stage. Gu Yue and I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot participate," Yunza declined. "Very well," Su Lin acquiesced, then recalled something pertinent, stating, "While you may opt out of this exchange, I hope you will consider participating in an upcoming visit to the Douluo Continent in a few months. Experiencing another continent will broaden your horizons and enrich your social experiences, and the opportunity to engage with soul masters from that realm will undoubtedly assist your cultivation." To the Douluo Continent, Yunze neither declined nor assented. Several months later, his soul guide was completed. Yet he found himself at a loss for what to do next. A visit to the Douluo Continent seemed like a viable option. There was no urgency regarding the 5th-floor library of the academy. The 1-year timeline referred to the total days of attendance, and should he not go, those days would remain unchanged. The academy would dispatch a delegation consisting of 7 student slots, with you and Gu Yue being the primary candidates. Rest assured, the academy will send 4 directors, all possessing the strength of title Douluo, to accompany you. Their presence, along with the strength of the envoy, will ensure your safety. The Shrek Academy would not dare to act against you at this juncture, as it would mean opposing the Federation, Su Lin remarked. If he did not possess sufficient confidence in ensuring the safety of these 2 exceptional students, he would never permit them to go. After all, he regarded Gu Yue and Yunze as the hope for the Sun Moon Imperial Academy to surpass Shrek Academy. Allowing them to encounter danger was simply unacceptable. Let me discuss it with Gu Yue. I will provide you with an answer by tomorrow, Yunze stated. Very well, Su Lin replied. After ending the call, Yunze resumed his cultivation to restore his soul power, temporarily setting this matter aside, contemplating whether to go during dinner. Once he had replenished his soul power, he continued to carve the formation, remaining occupied until Gu Yue came to summon him for dinner. Notably, Yunze typically dined alone with Gu Yue in a separate room. The fierce beasts such as Di Tian, Bai Ji, and Xiong Jun occupied another room, while the weaker transformed soul beasts were situated in the 5th floor hall. The dining scene in the hall was vibrant, resembling a grand banquet, with numerous soul beasts relishing their meals with great enthusiasm. The food was delivered from several nearby restaurants, and the daily expenditure on meals reached over 500,000 federal coins, illustrating the abundance of provisions. The soul beasts have hearty appetites and exhibit a distinct preference for carnivorous fare. Vegetarian options have yet to grace their tables. As for the launch announcement, I seek your support. I have just confirmed that the release will take place at noon. Although the editor initially suggested postponing it for a while to garner more collections, currently, there are just over 6,000, which is not substantial. I contemplated this and decided to proceed today. It has been a long time coming, and everyone is eager for the anticipated updates post-launch. I, too, am keen to provide more content, thus delaying further seems unnecessary. Before the launch, I would like to address the update concerns that weigh heavily on everyone's minds. Post-launch, I plan to guarantee a minimum of 4 updates. Should the first day's subscriptions exceed 1,000, I will ensure a minimum of 5 updates. Additional updates will be calculated separately, but rest assured, if we reach 1,000 subscriptions, I will commit to 5 updates daily without fail. The criteria for additional updates are as follows. If the monthly votes surpass 20, an extra chapter will be added. If the recommendation votes exceed 300, another chapter will be included. Donations exceeding 20,000 platform coins will yield an additional chapter, and if the subscriptions surpass 5,000, yet another chapter will be granted. The requirements for donations and recommendation votes have been slightly elevated, with the addition of subscription-based updates. I sincerely hope for your support of the original work, as your encouragement is immensely significant to the author and serves as a source of motivation. An author, of course, aspires to receive support. Your backing fuels my efforts to write diligently. If support is scarce, it may devolve into mere self-entertainment. I might manage for a day or 2 under such circumstances, but over time, perseverance may wane. Therefore, I implore each of you, after reading, to cast your recommendation votes and monthly votes if possible. Thank you all immensely. Please note that additional updates will be posted the following day. When I publish the guaranteed chapters, I will briefly recount the previous day's events, and any additional updates will be fully disclosed. Rest assured on this matter. Now, regarding today's updates, I plan to release 4 chapters around 10 minutes past noon, followed by an attempt to release 6 additional chapters around 10 o'clock in the evening, totaling 10 chapters. I trust this will provide ample enjoyment. Lastly, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all who have previously cast recommendation votes, monthly votes, or made donations. Thank you for your unwavering support. It truly means a great deal, and your encouragement invigorates my daily efforts. I also hope for your continued support as I strive to craft this book well, ensuring that I do not disappoint your expectations. That is all for now. See you at the updates at 10 minutes past noon. I hope everyone can come out and support. Chapter 93. A Small Space. The passage of time. Do you wish to visit the Starfall continent? After listening to Yunze's narration, Gu Yue inquired. Yunze lifted his cup and took a sip of water. I haven't quite decided what to do in the coming months. Visiting the Starfall continent could be worthwhile. There are indeed places there that merit exploration. What places? Gu Yue's curiosity was piqued, as it seemed that the Douluo continent harbored some extraordinary secrets. I, too, was at a loss, shaking my head and saying, I once perused a tome in the library of the 5th floor of the Academy titled Secrets of the Continent. It chronicled various clandestine matters that are not widely known, including something that particularly intrigued me about the Stardo continent, the discovery of 4 small spaces. Could there be something within these small spaces that would be of use to you? Gu Yue inquired. She was also quite interested in these small spaces, for such realms typically contain numerous treasures. Once again, I shook my head. The book merely recorded the existence of these small spaces without detailing the contents within. It is said that 2 of these spaces are under the control of the Tang sect. One is held by the Spirit Transmission Tower, and the last is governed by the royal family of Stardo. Not one of these spaces is affiliated with the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Knowing of their existence is already quite remarkable. How could we possibly know what lies within? Regarding these small spaces, the various factions have maintained a commendable level of secrecy, and over the years, little information has leaked out. However, since the initial discoverers of these small spaces were not from these factions, some information eventually circulated and was ultimately compiled and documented by the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Gu Yue pursed her lips, once again feeling that her intellect was insufficient. She wished to ask how to locate them, but hesitated, fearing that it might make her appear foolish in front of Yunzhe. Noticing her indecision, Yunzhe tilted his head and proactively suggested, "Once we arrive, we can have Dtion search for them. He possesses a keen sensitivity to spatial phenomena. With a bit of time, he should have no trouble locating 1 or 2 small spaces." Speaking of these small spaces, there are indeed some scattered across this continent that Dtion could attempt to find. However, Gu Yue chimed in with a smile. If these spaces are controlled by those factions, would it not be unwise for us to intrude? Yet her demeanor belied her words. She clearly seemed eager at the prospect. If these small spaces were created by them, I would refrain from trespassing. However, as mere discoverers, they do not possess true ownership. In a strict sense, these spaces do not belong to them. Therefore, why should we not explore them? It is akin to 2 individuals stumbling upon fallen money on the street. One cannot claim it simply for being the first to notice it, Yunzhe remarked. According to the information he had reviewed, those spaces existed independently. They were merely uncovered by these factions. If discovery alone determined ownership, the world would likely witness far fewer conflicts, and he would not find himself here. Yet, is such a notion even feasible? As long as the temptation is sufficiently great, it matters not whether it was you who discovered it first. Even if it rightfully belongs to you, there will always be those who seek to seize it. Before discussing ownership, one often first addresses strength. Without power, it is best not to engage in discussions of possession. He does not wish to monopolize those small spaces. Rather, he simply yearns to enter and observe, treating it as a means to infuse some amusement into this monotonous existence. Indeed, such reasoning holds merit. And thus it was decided that they would journey to the Stardo continent with Gu Yue. Upon making this decision, Yunzhe promptly contacted Su Lin that very